Chapter 1 I always considered you a friend. Daozhou, One Sword Sect, Rear Mountain. Lin Feng, we can never bet together. Chen Hung and Dayara true love, Jian Luoxia stated, her brow furrowing slightly as he gazed at Theman before her, hurt and netting it with impatience. In me heart, if we always consider a do a friend, now there is no room in me heart for Rainyo Nils besides Chen Hong, do I understand? On teaching sure mountain path, Febri Zijan like caressed Thetries. Jian Luoxia's delicate eyebrows furrowed as he gazed at Theman before her, hurt and netting it with impatience. What's going in here, have I been transported to another world? Lin Feng felt a moment of disorientation, somewhat baffled. What friends, what true love, this plot seems like the typical story of a desperate suitor, Lin Feng muttered to himself. In an instant, the memory of soft he originalist flooded into Lin Feng's mind. The beautiful face before him gradually became clear, merging with the soft woman in his memories. The original Lin Feng was the of Lin family, a 1,000-year-old aristocratic family in Daozhou. The Lin family had once been glorious but was now in decline. Lin Feng himself possessed inferior martial bones in the Dunlariaketh condensation realm with theodophimal sources. Jian Luoxia, however, waste heaven's beloved daughter of One Sword Sect, possessing exceptional cultivation talents. She had reached Chi Hai Real Mateungage. Lin Feng had pursued Jian Luoxia for a long time, but she neither rejected nor accepted him, always stringing him alone. She even demanded large amounts of cultivation resources in the name of friendship. Lin Feng Bango Desperatejouiter always believed he had a chance and happily continued to her friend. However, recent circumstance had changed. Due to some issues in Lin family, their sources allocated to its members were reduced. Unable to obtain too many benefits from Lin Feng, Jian Luoxia got together with Chen Hong the hero of One Sword Sect. So, you dumped him because my family's in trouble, and no one just a friend, truly a deceitful woman, Lin Feng sneered. In his previous life, Lin Feng Guisad spirits witter ho his shul's beauty. He had been for 3 years butended du listening to a sound of rejection at the door. Lin Feng Urian is a person, beauty o Euratmatype he went memento bestrongen to javimessens of security, whereat the last words Lin Feng heard before his reincarnation. Had Banganisque Hasnavalu, it's better to the time espencha singijadisto and provionzolf, Lin Feng thought. In this new life, Lin Feng vowed never torpedo his mistakes. Becoming stronger was the top priority. Lin Feng Ariuvan listening to him, Jian Luoxia was way to noidashizima toba distracted and no pay in gattenshinto hairwards. So, this hysteria Sony had been distancing yourself from recently, Lin Feng's face remained expressionless. Up in hearing this, Jian Luoxia folded harem san looked up. Ilaikim do any derizen, you don't have the right to interfere with me for true love now, do you, just because he was closet toy went the past to isn't me and a you, does it? Lin Feng snorted in anger. So, it's me fault no? Just as Lin Feng was about to speak angrily, a cold system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, suitable host detected. Friendship system binding. Binding successful. As long as the target acknowledges their friendship with the host in any way, the host can draw random words from them, multiple acknowledgements can result in multiple words. Lin Feng was delayed to fin the Heda system. To obtain words, he needed to make friends with others, getting them to verbally acknowledge their friendship with him semed tob theosaist way. Thinking of this, Lin Feng blew kejapat Jian Luoxia no longer had the desire to argue with her about how us right or wrong. How could Raman-Tyson entanglements compare to reaching the pinnacle of cultivation? Although Lin Feng had always been Jian Luoxia's desperate suitor, he now weighed almost no feelings for her. It was worth mentioning that Jian Luoxia was indeed a talented cultivator with exceptional abilities. Their word she could obtain from would define lib impressive. Lin Feng was not a genius and this cultivation talent was mediocre. Obtaining some cultivation benefits from Jian Luoxia would be most beneficial. Cough, cough. Lin Feng cleared his throat and adjusted his thoughts. Jian Luoxia, you're saying that there is no cons for Stovatagathar, right? Jian Luoxia's flickered and after a moment of contemplation, Shen nodded vigorously. One was Chen Hong the hero of One Sword Sect, and the other was Lin Feng, the hierophant declining aristocratic family. Any full wool choose Chen Hong. Right, whether it's nowhere in the future, you have any chance, Jian Luox Weston was firm. Lin Feng was delayed to Hearthies. That's great, if we can't be lovers, let's be friends instead, so we're friends no, right? Jian Luox was taken aback. She had expected to argue with Lin Feng today, but she didn't expect them to be so or use the pinyin directly, replace with agreeable. She chuckled. You stated, if he always consider a do a friend, Jian Luoxia replied. Ding, Jian Luox has acknowledged being the host's friend drawing random words. Reward drawn successfully, Hostas obtained supreme spirit root talent. In an instant, an unprecedented sense of clarity rushed through Lin Feng's mind, the surrounding spiritual energy flowed into his bodily quadrintos in cool. Lin Feng could feel this affinity for spiritual energy understanding of the past martial arts techniques in his mind had greatly improved. Spirit roots were classified into inferior, low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, supreme, and divine. Lin Feng originally possessed an ordinary low-grade spirit root, but no he'd obtained Jian Luox's supreme spirit root. An inferior spirit root would make the cultivation path extremely difficult and progress slow. This was the reason we Lin Feng, despite T-Bundantres or Sophis family, could not make a rapid brain ithras. But from this Montantan word, everything had changed. A supreme spirit root was already a top-tier talent, and Lin Feng's future cultivation path would be smooth. Impressive, One Sword Sect genius is truly extraordinary, Lin Feng Colden felt but praise. Of course, Soden blamim everyonis theronkoises, Jen Loix without Linfeng was praising Heron proudly raised her head. In her opinion, she had made the right choice. Luashue. A this moment, Atalanta legend lid resed manwaket over. Linfengiglin said to Isadian saw the tight was Chun Hong. Yo, Linbro Therisharitu, Chun Hong greeted with aforesaid smiley and fensa to leg lansadot Jen Luashue. He had heard about their relationship and usumi of the details. Seeing the meeting secret lay here, Heknathat Linfong, the Fallon here, was still unwilling Talit Goen had been here at the pinion directly, replaced with persistently pursuing Jen Luashue. Dare to harbor fantasias about me woman, what Makisia, a Fallon here, think he outdeserve her, Chun Hong approached Jen Loaxi and hugged her slender waist in front of Linfong. Jen Loax Uelo at her head shyly and leaned into Chun Hong's embrace. Lin brother, Luox has been taken care of by you before, you thank you for that, Chun Hong slipped led into a smile. Well, Lin Feng replied without injure, it didn't matter to him how hugged this woman. He heard that Chun Hong's talent was also quite impressive and washely valued with one sword sect, so he must have a sama thigud on him. Chen brother, am a friend of Yen Loashua, and your partner, how about we become friends too? Chapter 2 The Calamity of the Lin family and the Hellion clan. Upon hearing this, Chun Hong was momentarily taken aback. He had usurped Lin Feng's beloved, should Lin Feng not harbor animosity towards him? How could he even propose friendship? Yet, observing the radiant smile and earnest demeanor of Lin Feng, Chun Hong sensed that he was not jesting. Chen Luoshue gazed at Lin Feng with a hint of confusion, wondering if he had been rendered daft by anger, as his words seemed utterly nonsensical. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Chen Luoshue's mind. Could it be that Lin Feng no longer cared for her? Even being embraced by Chun Hong did not provoke his ire, despite the fact that he had once been her devoted admirer. Ah, how amusing it is, a friend's friend is indeed a friend. Lin Feng, your magnanimity is rather admirable, Chun Hong, with a hint of implication, remarked. Then today, I, Chun Hong, shall accept you as a friend. Ding. The system detected Chun Hong's acknowledgement of being the host's friend and initiated a random reward extraction. Extraction successful. The host received the reward in 9-turn glazed heart method, realm 5th turn realm. In an instant, a torrent of spiritual energy surged within Lin Feng, a peculiar sensation spreading through his dantian. Lin Feng, astonished yet elated, realized he had acquired the 9-turn glazed heart method. It was said that the Wanjian sect possessed a top-tier, secret heart method known as the 9-turn glazed method, renowned throughout the entire Dao state. This method had traditionally been passed down solely within the direct bloodlines of the sect, and today, it had unexpectedly fallen into Lin Feng's hands. With such a premier heart method, his future cultivation of any technique would become exceedingly effortless, allowing for rapid advancement, as if aided by divine intervention. I am truly delighted to have you as a friend, Chun Hong. I shall take my leave now, Lin Feng declared, turning away with satisfaction. What is the meaning of this? Chun Hong glanced at Chen Luoshua. She shook her head, equally sensing something unusual about Lin Feng today. Meanwhile, as Lin Feng exited the mountain gate, a figure swiftly approached, appearing flustered and speaking urgently. Young master, dire news, something has occurred within the clan. The individual immediately bowed, speaking at a rapid pace. Lin Feng cast a glance at him, recognizing him as a guard from the clan. What has happened? The clan head has been gravely injured by the head of the Li family from Luiyue City. The situation is critical. We implore the young master to return to the clan and take charge. What? Lin Feng's brow furrowed deeply, and he hastened back. Half an hour later, the Lin family estate was eerily silent. The clan members were already aware of the clan head's injuries, and anxiety permeated the air. Perhaps, the Lin family's calamity was at hand. Lin Feng rushed into the great hall, where he found his father, a middle-aged man with graying temples, a stern visage, and an imposing presence, seated at the center. He was Lin Geng, the current head of the Lin family. A millennium ago, the Lin family head would have been at least at the creation realm, yet Lin Geng had only reached the heavenly origin realm, a clear indication of the family's decline. At this moment, he appeared pale, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, his attire tattered, and spiritual energy surging chaotically around him. Clearly, he had just engaged in a fierce battle. Father! Lin Feng rushed forward to inspect, his brow deeply furrowed. Fomer, you have arrived. Lin Geng coughed violently as he spoke. What on earth happened? Why would the head of the Li family suddenly attack you? Lin Feng inquired, puzzled. The Li family was a prominent clan in Luiyue City, a powerful force known throughout the Dao state. In recent years, the Li family had been eager to expand, setting their sights on the increasingly weakened Lin family. Although the two clans had long-standing enmity, it should not have escalated to direct conflict. Lin Geng sighed heavily. Today, that old wretch invited me to negotiate. I thought little of it and went, only to find it was a trap. I barely escaped with my life, but I was gravely injured. The Li family has declared that we must surrender all our territory within 3 days, or face permanent expulsion from the Dao state. At these words, a surge of unbridled fury ignited within Lin Feng, and he clenched his fists tightly. Does my father have any countermeasure? Lin Geng pondered for a moment, then shook his head in resignation. If our ancestor were still alive, we would have no fear of the Li family. With a mere wave of his hand, they would be obliterated. Alas, our ancestor passed a century ago, and without the protection of a creation realm expert, we are no match for them. The realms of cultivation are divided into Chi condensation, Chi si, void flight, heavenly origin, creation, nirvana, returning ruins, oblivion, and tribulation. Crossing Lin Geng's cultivation was at the 9th layer of the heavenly origin realm, while the head of the Li family was also at the 9th layer, both being half a step away from the creation realm. The difference lay in the fact that the Li family still possessed a creation realm ancestor, while the Lin family had only Lin Gung. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng suggested, "Father, is it not true that our family had a cordial relationship with the Hellion clan's ancestors? The Hellion ancestor is a top-tier expert, why not seek his assistance?" Lin Feng quickly articulated his thoughts. Lin Gung continued to shake his head. "If our ancestor were still alive, that would indeed be a plausible course of action. However, the present circumstances are different, those were relations of the past, and the current Lin family cannot summon him. The ancestral residence of the Hellion clan is located in Luoxing City, a superpower in the Dao state, an existence deemed unattainable by countless cultivators. It is said that a century ago, the Hellion ancestor discovered an Imperial-Level technique, breaking through to the Nirvana realm, propelling the clan to become a leading force in the Dao state. Allow me to give it a try. It is certainly better than having no recourse," Lin Feng asserted. Lin Gung contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. He then produced a jade pendant, saying, "Very well, this is a token of trust. Take it with you, it should allow you to meet with the Hellion ancestor. Go." "Yes." In light of the urgency of the situation, Lin Feng accepted the command and immediately departed the Lin family, hastening towards the Hellion clan. Indeed, it was somewhat unrealistic to persuade the Nirvana realm elder to deal with the Li family, yet Lin Feng contemplated that if he could somehow befriend him and obtain some precious techniques, it would surely suffice to alleviate the Lin family's current crisis. If fortune smiled upon him and he were to directly acquire the elder's cultivation, would that not be an immense gain? Imagine, not only dealing with the Li family but potentially annihilating the entire clan. How effortless that would be. However, the Hellion clan was no ordinary force, and everything remained uncertain. An hour later, Lin Feng, clutching the jade pendant, arrived at the Hellion estate. The Hellion clan, the foremost of the three super clans in Luoxing City, boasted grand and majestic architecture akin to a palace. The air above the Hellion estate was thick with spiritual energy, and an imperceptible force seemed to guard the place. The estate sprawled extensively, with a flourishing population, having produced numerous talented cultivators over the century and earning a stellar reputation. This was indeed a clan protected by a Nirvana realm powerhouse, undeniably extraordinary. Merely casting a glance would instill fear in the heart. Lin Feng could not help but marvel. At that moment, a servant from the Hellion estate noticed Lin Feng and approached, cupping his hands in greeting. "May I inquire if this young master has business at the Hellion estate?" "Please inform them that Lin Feng, the young master of the Lin family, requests an audience with the head of the Hellion family regarding an urgent matter," Lin Feng replied with a cheerful demeanor. "Young master of the Lin family, Lin Feng? I have not heard of him, please wait a moment. Who is it that seeks an audience at my Hellion estate?" After a brief pause, a melodious female voice resounded from behind Lin Feng. He turned to see a stunningly beautiful young woman with a cold demeanor, dressed in a flowing red gown, her gaze frosty and her countenance exquisite, exuding an extraordinary aura. It was evident she hailed from a prestigious background. Lin Feng recognized her. It was Hellion Fu, the daughter of the Hellion family. "Step aside, I will attend to this guest," Hellion Fu commanded. The servant retreated. Lin Feng cleared his throat and bowed slightly. "Miss Hellion, I am Lin Feng of the Lin family. I have matters to discuss with the elder of the Hellion family. May I request an audience?" "Ha!" Hellion Fu let out a cold snort. "Do you think the elder of the Hellion family is someone you can meet at your whim?" Chapter 3. The ancestor Hellion and his deceitful affections. Lin Feng gazed at Hellion Fu for a considerable duration before suddenly breaking into a smile. His father had indeed spoken the truth. The bonds between the Lin family and the Hellion family had diminished significantly over time. Were the ancestor still alive, the head of the Hellion family would have personally welcomed any envoy from the Lin family, yet now, merely a direct descendant of the Hellion family had the audacity to deny entry to the young master of the Lin family. However, Lin Feng remained unfazed. He had mentally prepared himself prior to his arrival, knowing that as long as he could forge a friendship, he would reap certain benefits. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect. "Miss Hellion, we were acquainted in our childhood. I wonder if you still remember those times when we got along quite harmoniously. The head of the Hellion family even mentioned the prospect of a betrothal between us." Hellion Fu's cool visage flushed slightly, her delicate brows knitting together as she cast a cold glance at Lin Feng. "Are you attempting to curry favor? It is futile. My ancestor is currently in seclusion and cannot entertain you. I suggest you take your leave." Perhaps the head of the family had mentioned such matters in the past, but given the passage of time and the decline of the Lin family, bringing it up now seemed rather presumptuous on Lin Feng's part. At least, that was Hellion Fu's perspective. Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng remained unperturbed, his face still adorned with a smile. "Miss Hellion, I am well aware that we can no longer be betrothed. That is much more agreeable." Hellion Fu nodded, perceiving that Lin Feng was at least being sensible at this moment. However, Lin Feng shifted his tone. "Surely, we can still be friends, can't we?" Hellion Fu appeared momentarily taken aback. "Friends?" "Indeed," Lin Feng affirmed with an air of conviction. "The Lin family and the Hellion family have historically enjoyed a close rapport. As the young master of the Lin family, am I not qualified to be your friend, Hellion Fu?" A derisive snort escaped from Hellion Fu's lips, seemingly mocking Lin Feng's naivety. "You think you are worthy?" Lin Feng was taken aback by Hellion Fu's forthrightness, surprised that she would reject even such a modest proposal. It seemed that one's diminished stature would indeed invite disdain. "Enough!" Just as Lin Feng was about to speak further, a deep voice, laced with irritation, resonated from within the Hellion residence. In the next moment, a middle-aged man clad in a crimson robe, exuding a composed demeanor, materialized beside them. I pay my respects to the head of the Hellion family. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed upon recognizing the visitor, and he bowed respectfully. This individual was none other than Hellion Chang, the current head of the Hellion family and Hellion Fu's father. Hellion Chang nodded with a smile before casting a stern gaze at Hellion Fu, his tone tinged with reproach. What possessed you to speak to the young Master Lin in such a manner? Are you not aware that the ancestors of our families were once close friends? You refused to entertain his request for friendship? Faced with her father's rebuke, Hellion Fu felt a wave of indignation wash over her. What was so remarkable about the Lin family, compared to the current Hellion family? They paled in comparison. What right did Lin Feng have to be her friend? She understood that her father likely had no desire to engage with the Lin family. He was merely feigning goodwill. Should Lin Feng spread rumors, it would tarnish the Hellion family's reputation, yet, she dared not voice these thoughts. Fully aware of her father's severity, pouting in annoyance, she reluctantly nodded and extended her hand toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I must apologize for my earlier rudeness. Our families have always been on good terms, naturally, we can be friends. Ding, a notification sounded, indicating that Hellion Fu acknowledged Lin Feng as a friend, triggering a random reward. Reward acquired a fragmented volume of the Thunderbolt technique. Lin Feng's expression shifted to one of perplexity, a mix of joy and disappointment. The Thunderbolt technique was a closely guarded secret of the Hellion family, discovered by their ancestor in the depths of the Emperor's secret realm, and it was likely of Imperial grade. It was said that once perfected, it wielded immense power, capable of splitting mountains and causing tremors in the earth. This technique surpassed the 9-turn glazed heart method he had obtained from Chun Hong by a significant margin. Yet, the question remained, why was there only a fragment? Did Hellion Fu, as a direct descendant of the Hellion family, possess only the right to practice this incomplete volume? However, it was understandable. The Thunderbolt technique was not an ordinary art. Even the first volume alone was sufficient to sustain the Hellion family's prosperity. Alas, if he could gather the complete volume for his father to cultivate, it would be enough to help the Lin family weather this grave crisis. This thought left Lin Feng feeling a tinge of regret. Young Master Lin, my daughter lacks discipline, and I apologize for the embarrassment caused. Hellion Chang spoke, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. It is of no consequence. I have come here for a specific purpose. Lin Feng hastily explained his intentions. Very well, if the ancestor were to meet the descendant of an old friend, he would surely be pleased. Please, follow me. Hellion Chang readily acquiesced. Thus, the two made their way into the Hellion residence, prompting Hellion Fu to pout in dissatisfaction. If it weren't for my father being present, I wouldn't have bothered to extend you this courtesy. Half an hour later, within the inner sanctum of the Hellion residence, in the damp and dimly lit stone chamber below the ancestral hall, the sound of 2 steady footsteps echoed. The flickering candlelight along the walls ignited as they approached the end of the stone corridor, where they halted before a stone door. Ancestor, the descendant of the Lin family, seeks an audience, claiming to have a request. Hellion Chang bowed respectfully. Predecessor of the Hellion family, the Lin family is in dire straits, and I have no choice but to intrude. Please do not take offense, Lin Feng called out. Moments later, a gentle breeze swept through the stone passage, accompanied by a distant, melancholic sigh that resonated from all directions. Alas, I had no wish to involve myself in the affairs of the city, yet as you are the descendant of that individual, I shall grant you this favor. Step inside and meet me. Subsequently, the stone door creaked open, and Lin Feng entered. While Hellion Chang swiftly departed, inside the chamber sat an elder clad in white robes, his hair and beard as white as snow, exuding an ethereal presence. He sat cross-legged upon a mat, his eyes closed, surrounded by a palpable aura of spiritual energy, radiating an imposing majesty akin to an ancient pine tree atop a mountain. This is the token of the Lin family. I present it for your perusal, venerable elder. Lin Feng's heart raced as he placed the token before the elder, feeling a sense of awe at the formidable presence of the Nirvana realm cultivator. The elder did not open his eyes but nodded slightly. This token is indeed authentic. Speak, young one, what brings you to the Hellion family? The Lin family is beset by calamity, and thus I come seeking assistance. I hope the venerable elder will extend a helping hand to the Lin family. Lin Feng was acutely aware that the elder was unlikely to acquiesce but felt compelled to make the attempt. Alas, the elder sighed deeply, slowly opening his eyes to regard Lin Feng. I cannot intervene, even as you are the descendant of that individual. Each family has its own destiny. With the passing of the Lin family's ancestor and the ensuing calamity, it signifies that the Lin family's fortunes have run out. Do you comprehend this? Lin Feng inwardly scoffed, thinking, what do you understand? If you do not wish to help, just say so instead of invoking the concept of destiny. Venerable elder, is there truly no possibility of providing even the slightest assistance? Lin Feng implored, a sense of unwillingness gripping him. To be frank, I am also nearing the end of my days, with both my lifespan and cultivation dwindling. Even if I wished to assist, it would be beyond my capability, the elder replied, wearing an expression of helplessness. Lin Feng thought to himself, you hardly resemble someone on the brink of death, given your formidable aura. It is evident you are merely using this excuse to avoid taking action. Chapter 4 of the Frenzied Thunder Technique, fragmented scroll within the stone chamber. A brief silence enveloped the space as neither of the two spoke for a time. The elder's eyes glimmered with cunning, showing no inclination to assist. In truth, he still had several centuries of life ahead, and his strength had recently seen further advancement, yet, in the elder's perspective, all he could offer was protection to the Hellion family. As for extending a hand to aid the utterly declining Lin family, that was simply out of the question. It would only serve to invite trouble for the Hellion clan. However, since Lin Feng was a descendant of a dear friend, he could not entirely dismiss the request, for doing so would mean he was forsaking the dignity of the Hellion family. Should Lin Feng publicize this matter, he might even earn a reputation for being ungrateful and unjust. Contemplating this, the elder sighed once more. Youth, I truly wish to assist, yet I find myself powerless. I regret to admit that in 2 or 3 years, I shall face a tribulation of thunder. During this period, it is imperative that I do not deplete my cultivation, otherwise, even if you manage to protect your Lin family, should I perish from the thunder tribulation, the Hellion clan would be plunged into peril. As a friend, I ought to lend my hand, yet as the elder, I cannot disregard the safety of my own family. Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng felt a tinge of disappointment. He had initially believed that the elder would be a man of profound understanding and loyalty, yet now he found him evading responsibility, intertwining the matter of aiding the Lin family with the safety of the Hellion clan. This reasoning seemed rather far-fetched, even portraying himself as a figure concerned with the greater good. After a moment, Lin Feng spoke up. Very well, esteemed elder, may I request one favor from you? Rest assured, this request will not involve the Hellion family offering assistance to the Lin family, nor will it require any sacrifices. It is merely a personal appeal of mine. Oh? The elder was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Well, you, a junior, wish to befriend an old fogey like me. You certainly possess courage to voice such words. Though your generation is indeed lower, I am not one to concern myself with that. From this day forth, we shall be friends. In the elder's eyes, Lin Feng's actions had undoubtedly provided both of them an opportunity to step down from the awkward situation, alleviating some of the tension. After all, it was merely a friendship. It would hardly cost the Hellion family a single soldier. Why not indulge in it? Ding. The system detected the Hellion elder acknowledging the host as a friend and began to randomly select a reward. Selection successful. The host receives the reward, a fragmented scroll of the Frenzied Thunder technique. Lin Feng's pupils contracted slightly. It was indeed the lower scroll of the Frenzied Thunder technique, the very technique that the Hellion family's rightful daughter, Hellion Fu, could not obtain, was now in the possession of the elder. With this complete Frenzied Thunder technique, the calamity facing the Lin family could be resolved. It is worth noting that the Hellion family's rise was built upon this supreme technique, created by the Hellion elder when he ascended to the Nirvana realm. Without it, there would be no Hellion family today. With it in the hands of the Lin family, they could also ascend to new heights. A smile crept upon Lin Feng's lips as he bowed respectfully. Now that my wish is fulfilled, I shall take my leave. Following this, Lin Feng stood and departed. The elder watched Lin Feng leave, a smile gracing his lips. Without the expenditure of any precious treasures or spirit artifacts, he had sent the youth on his way, chuckling to himself. Little did he know, Lin Feng had taken away his most treasured possession. Upon exiting the Hellion estate, Lin Feng hurried back to the Lin family that very night. Time was of the essence. He needed to present the Frenzied Thunder technique to his father for cultivation as soon as possible. If his father could achieve even a small success with the technique before the Li family fully acted against the Lin family, it would suffice. The following day, Lin Feng rushed into the main hall, approaching Lin Geng with reverence. Alas, I suspect the Hellion elder did not agree to lend assistance, did he? Lin Geng spoke with a hint of weariness. He had anticipated this outcome and had only consented to let Lin Feng attempt it as a last resort. You are half correct, father, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Oh? Lin Geng straightened up instantly. Could there have been an unexpected turn of events? While the Hellion family was indeed reluctant to intervene, just as Lin Feng was about to depart, the Hellion elder entrusted him with an item, stating that it could help the Lin family weather this calamity, but it must not be made public. This explanation was merely a fabrication by Lin Feng. To assert that the Hellion family had agreed to assist the Lin family by providing the Frenzied Thunder technique would be inappropriate. If his father were to express gratitude later, it would complicate matters. What is it? Lin Geng stood up, excitement evident in his demeanor. It is a technique called the Frenzied Thunder technique. Lin Feng produced the scroll, presenting it to Lin Geng. This is indeed the Frenzied Thunder technique. Lin Geng's eyes widened, his hands trembling as he accepted the scroll, nearly moved to tears. He had never imagined that Lin Feng would bring back such a legendary technique. The Frenzied Thunder technique was renowned throughout the entire Dao province as a top-tier technique. With it, the Li family's ambitions to annihilate the Lin family were nothing but a pipe dream. In fact, the Lin family could leverage this opportunity to ascend even further, becoming a super family within the Dao province. The heavens do not forsake us, the Lin family shall not perish. Lin Geng proclaimed, his voice filled with fervor. After a brief moment, Lin Geng managed to regain his composure and looked at Lin Feng with admiration. Fomer, you have accomplished a great feat this time. Were it not for your insistence on visiting the Hellion family, how could we have obtained this technique? Fear not, with this, I shall hasten my cultivation. Should the Li family dare to come, I shall ensure they pay a steep price. Lin Feng nodded, his face beaming with joy. Then, as if recalling something, he cautioned, Father, it would be best not to express any gratitude to the Hellion estate regarding the Frenzied Thunder technique in the future. It must not be made public, the elder has warned me about this. Lin Geng nodded solemnly, understanding the gravity of the matter. Rest assured, I comprehend. After discussing family matters for a while longer, Lin Geng could hardly contain his eagerness and hurried off to the training room with the technique in hand. Lin Feng's expression gradually turned serious as he flipped his palm, revealing another copy of the Frenzied Thunder technique inscribed upon it. The copy he had given to his father was merely a replication, identical to the one he now held. If my father can cultivate this technique, so too can I. Chapter 5. Breakthrough to the Qi realm. Lin Geng emerges. In the following 3 days, the Lin family had not seen the patriarch or the young master. Rumors circulated that the patriarch had recently acquired a top-tier cultivation technique and was immersed in arduous training. However, the Li family was currently eyeing the Lin family with hawkish intent, leaving the members of the Lin family in a state of unease. Within the meditation chamber, Lin Geng sat cross-legged upon a mat, his eyes tightly shut, a thin sheen of sweat beading on his forehead, while spiritual energy surged around him. He diligently followed the mental pathways of the Thunderous Fury technique, channeling the spiritual force within his body. Remarkably, in merely 2 days, Lin Geng had already transcended the entry-level realm, with his strength advancing at an astonishing pace. Ha ha ha. The Thunderous Fury technique truly lives up to its reputation. It has more than doubled my power in such a short span, truly extraordinary for a top-tier cultivation method. Lin Geng exclaimed with excitement. Even if he were to face the patriarch of the Li family now, he felt a confident certainty of triumph. Thus, the threat posed by the Li family had been rendered utterly non-existent. All of this was thanks to Lin Feng. Lin Geng believed that Lin Feng's journey to the Hellion family would undoubtedly not be as straightforward as he had described. Lin Feng must have encountered some obstacles along the way. My son, Lin Feng, is indeed remarkable, Lin Geng mused, smiling with pride. He felt completely at ease entrusting the entire Lin family to Lin Feng at this moment. Meanwhile, in Lin Feng's chamber, he sat bare-chested on his bed, his body flushed and exuding steam. Countless tiny purple lightning snakes coiled around him, emitting a hissing sound akin to thunderclaps. After a while, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, raised his hand, and murmured, "If I had cultivated according to my previous spiritual root aptitude, my progress would have been far slower." Truly, the exceptional spiritual root makes the practice of the Thunderous Fury technique effortless. Nearly a few days of practice have allowed me to break through to the Qi realm. The Hellion family's ancestral technique is indeed as illustrious as rumored. Previously, Lin Feng possessed only a low-grade spiritual root, but after absorbing the exceptional spiritual root of Qianluoshui, his comprehension of cultivation had improved significantly. Now, his understanding of both the cultivation process and the Thunderous Fury technique had reached a terrifying level. His cultivation realm had directly broken through, elevating him from being an 8th-level Qi condensation waste to an accomplished practitioner. This 8th-level Qi condensation was achieved only through the extensive resources provided by his family. Were he not the young master of the Lin family, he might not even measure up to an ordinary person. With the aid of the exceptional spiritual root and the Thunderous Fury technique, his cultivation had surged directly into the Qi realm, crossing 2 levels, including a major realm. Of course, beyond the spiritual root, the assistance of the 9 Revolutions Glazed Heart technique was also significant. Lin Feng had been overjoyed when he extracted the 9 Revolutions Glazed Heart technique from Chun Hong. Although its direct effects were not as pronounced as that of the exceptional spiritual root, it excelled in facilitating cultivation. Without it, given Lin Feng's physique and cultivation realm, he would likely have been torn to shreds by the violent lightning snakes before even entering the initial stage. At this point, even Lin Geng, whose cultivation far surpassed his, could not match Lin Feng's current training speed, for Lin Feng had mastered the Thunderous Fury technique. After a day of further cultivation in his room, Lin Feng emerged to the family's training grounds. The Lin family members practicing there immediately noticed the young master's arrival and turned to look. Isn't there a rumor that the young master is in seclusion? Has he emerged so soon after just a few days? To speak frankly, it's not that the young master's seclusion would yield much. His cultivation aptitude doesn't even compare to mine. Shoo, you mustn't let the young master hear that. I'm merely stating the truth. Although the young master holds a prestigious position, his spiritual root is too poor, so naturally, his cultivation speed is slow. Wait. What is the young master doing standing in front of that massive stone? At that moment, Lin Feng was staring intently at a black stone over a meter high, his eyes narrowed, and the faint sound of thunder seemed to emanate from beside him. The onlookers were curious. Was the young master planning to strike that black stone? This was black rock, renowned for its hardness, produced in abundance in the region. With the young master's current cultivation, a punch would likely result in broken bones. Ha! Suddenly, Lin Feng assumed a stance and shouted, startling everyone. The next second, they witnessed an astonishing sight. Countless tiny purple lightning snakes manifested around Lin Feng, coiling around his arms like constricting serpents, before slowly merging into his palm. With a thunderous roar, a brilliant bolt of lightning shot forth, instantly shattering the black rock into a shower of rubble. Seeing this, the crowd gasped in disbelief. What just happened? To shatter that black rock would require at least 1,000 pounds of force. The young master's thunderous punch wielded such power, yet it doesn't seem to be a technique passed down by the Lin family. No, the Lin family has no technique capable of such might. Am I seeing things? When did the young master become this formidable? Could it truly be that his days of intensive training have resulted in such rapid progress? But that defies logic. How could one improve so quickly? I must be hallucinating. Is this still the young master with the low-grade spiritual root and 8th-level Qi condensation? Faced with the astonishment of the crowd, Lin Feng merely smiled serenely. At long last, he was no longer the wasteful young master and now, he could be considered an extraordinary talent in cultivation, among the elite of his generation. As Lin Feng turned to leave, applause erupted from the crowd. When they recognized the figure approaching, they parted to make way. It was none other than the patriarch, Lin Geng, who had also emerged from seclusion. Fomer, I never expected you to have reached the mastery realm. As your father, I feel somewhat embarrassed. Moreover, your cultivation realm has advanced to the Qi realm. Congratulations. Lin Geng expressed, astonished. He had always believed himself to possess decent aptitude, being a high-grade spiritual root and having the family's heart techniques to assist his cultivation. His realm could hardly be compared to Lin Feng's, yet, at this moment, while he had only just reached the entry level with the Thunderous Fury technique, Lin Feng, with a low-grade spiritual root, had advanced more swiftly than he had. While he was naturally pleased with his son's achievements, he couldn't help but wonder if Lin Feng possessed extraordinary talent for cultivation techniques, previously overlooked. Regardless of the reason, it was a good thing that his son was progressing. Little did Lin Geng realize that Lin Feng had now surpassed him in both spiritual root and auxiliary techniques, with only the cultivation realm remaining as his advantage. Father, you too have emerged from seclusion, Lin Feng said with a smile, feeling a weight lifted from his heart. It seemed his father's training had gone smoothly, allowing the Lin family's issues to be resolved once and for all. Indeed, Lin Geng nodded, his expression shifting to one of curiosity. Fomer, the Thunderous Fury technique is notoriously esoteric, with a complex spiritual energy pathway. It took me an entire night to truly begin cultivating it, and I have only just reached the entry level. How did you manage to attain the mastery realm? Lin Feng smiled nonchalantly. Simply good fortune. Upon hearing this response, Lin Geng was momentarily taken aback. Fortune? My son must possess extraordinary luck indeed. However, he was not overly concerned with this matter. The pressing issue at hand was to confront the Li family. Chapter 6, The Li family strikes, Lin Geng's breakthrough. The Li family has granted the Lin family a mere 3 days, and today marks the expiration of that deadline. Fenger, summon the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and the Third Elder of the Lin family, and instruct them to convene the formidable warriors of the Tianyuan realm within our clan. Today, should the Li family dare to approach, they shall find themselves unable to return. Following Lin Geng's mastery of the Frenzied Thunder technique, his confidence has surged, and he senses an impending breakthrough in his strength, being but a step away from the creation realm. He no longer fears the patriarch of the Li family. As long as the Li family's ancestor remains absent, he shall undoubtedly suppress the patriarch of the Li family with great force. Understood, father. Without hesitation, Lin Feng proceeded to summon the elders of the Lin family. In truth, their preparations for battle were already well underway. The entire Lin family was united in purpose, and the news of the Li family's impending assault was common knowledge. Half an hour later, several powerful auras soared toward the Lin family in Yari City. These presences were all above the Tianyuan realm, numbering a full 10, instilling fear in those within the city. Typically, masters of the Tianyuan realm are a rare sight, with only a few dozen such beings in the entirety of Yari City, and the Lin family, being a millennium-old clan, boasts no more than that. The citizens had heard whispers of the Lin family's plight, and upon witnessing the arrival of the Li family, they could not help but lament the impending doom of the Lin family. The Lin family's decline over the years has been evident, and the audacity of the Li family to approach signifies their thorough preparations. Even if the Lin family were to survive today, they would likely suffer greatly, descending into the ranks of a minor family. In the city, aside from a few powerful factions, families hastily shuttered their doors and windows, fearful of the impending danger. Meanwhile, the Li family's formidable warriors had arrived at the gates of the Lin family. The gates stood wide open, offering no semblance of defense against the looming threat, yet the Lin family's warriors had already gathered in the courtyard, braced for combat. Lin family patriarch, the 3-day deadline has passed. Still, we do not see you surrendering the Lin family's assets. Are you truly prepared to resist to the bitter end? A middle-aged man with graying hair emerged from the ranks of 10. His demeanor was refined, his stature imposing, and the aura of a peak Tianyuan realm master was unmistakable. He was none other than the patriarch of the Li family. Resisting to the bitter end? What audacity! If you seek the Lin family's wealth, you must first consider whether you are worthy. Li Tian, you have come here today, and I shall ensure you understand that crossing the threshold of a millennium-old clan is not a matter to be taken lightly. Since you have arrived, I shall guarantee that you leave with no chance of return. Lin Geng's aura surged, a formidable presence radiating from him as he prepared for battle. Li Tian was taken aback by Lin Geng's defiance. He had not anticipated such resolve, nor the audacity to threaten him. Scanning the surroundings, Li Tian noted that the Lin family's warriors matched his intelligence reports. They were indeed formidable fighters. Could there be some hidden formation within the courtyard? He glanced at an elder beside him, whose white hair and clouded eyes revealed his age. Upon meeting Li Tian's gaze, the elder shook his head. The Lin family had evidently made thorough preparations, and the elder beside him was the clan's sole formation master. Since the formation master affirmed there were no traps, it was clear that no ambush lay in wait. Lin Geng, cease this empty bravado. If you refuse to surrender the Lin family's assets, then let us dispense with idle chatter. My warriors are not idle, and you shall soon wish you had complied. Tension crackled in the air, the stage set for conflict. Very well, then let it be war. With Lin Geng's command, the Lin family's warriors unleashed their terrifying might, engaging in fierce combat with the Li family's champions. The ferocity of the battle was astonishing, even the shockwaves could obliterate surrounding structures. From a distant corner, Lin Feng observed in secret, astonished that the confrontation had indeed erupted. He hoped fervently that his father could maintain his composure and subdue the adversary with the Frenzied Thunder technique. Should the Lin family truly be defeated, his position as the junior patriarch would offer him little solace, and the carefree days he once knew would swiftly vanish. Lin Geng did not disappoint Lin Feng. His aura surged with a terrifying intensity as he soared into the sky, engaging in a fierce struggle with the patriarch of the Li family. With each movement, thunder rumbled and the air crackled violently. What an astonishing technique! What is this? Li Tian was caught off guard as Lin Geng landed a blow, his robe singed, and his body jolted with numbness, even his internal organs sustaining severe injuries. This is a technique that will take your life. Lin Geng scoffed, continuing to unleash his overwhelming power. He felt an inner thrill. The frenzied thunder technique was indeed extraordinary. Even in his current state, not fully recovered from previous injuries, he was able to dominate Li Tian. Should he master the frenzied thunder technique further, it would not be beyond possibility to annihilate Li Tian in one blow. When did you become so strong? Li Tian could hardly believe it. Previously, when Lin Geng had been summoned to the Li family, he had not possessed such a technique, yet now, he wielded such powerful martial arts against him. Nonetheless, Li Tian had come prepared. Even faced with Lin Geng's might, he would not yield. It seems you have encountered some fortuitous opportunity in recent days, but it is far too naive to think you can thwart the Li family. Li Tian consumed a medicinal pill, one he had procured at great expense for this very day, intended to facilitate the annexation of the Lin family. After consuming it, his cultivation surged dramatically. Originally at the threshold of the creation realm, he soon ascended to that very realm. Boom, the aura of the creation realm enveloped everyone present, and with a single strike, Lin Geng was sent flying. Blood erupted from Lin Geng's mouth as he struggled to rise against the wall. Despicable, to engage in battle while consuming medicinal pills. Lin Geng cursed vehemently, appalled by the Li family's shamelessness. Such pills bore certain side effects, yet the patriarch of the Li family had no hesitation in using them, demonstrating his determination to conquer the Lin family. Unfazed by Lin Geng's vitriol, Li Tian merely smiled. Once I claim the Lin family, my family's foundation will ascend to new heights. Being labeled a millennium-old clan will be well within our grasp. Prepare to meet your end today. Li Tian wasted no time, launching another assault on Lin Geng. The overwhelming pressure sent shivers down Lin Feng's spine as he watched anxiously from a distance. The other elders shouted in unison, "Patriarch!" Just as Li Tian closed in on Lin Geng, the latter erupted with an unparalleled force. Lin Geng's aura soared, breaking through to the creation realm like a dam bursting. The approaching Li Tian was sent flying with a single punch, arcs of electricity dancing across his body, leaving him charred and blackened. Chapter 7, suppressing Li Tian, detaining the Li family, ascending to the realm of creation. You have unexpectedly broken through to the realm of creation. Li Tian, who had been sent flying, gazed in astonishment, unable to fathom that Lin Geng possessed such innate talent, achieving a breakthrough in the midst of battle. Although he himself had attained the realm of creation, it was merely through the coercive aid of medicinal pills, a temporary elevation that paled in comparison to a true master of this realm. Li Tian, today marks the end of your days. Lin Geng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Following his ascent to the realm of creation, his injuries dissipated as if a withered tree had encountered the spring, restoring him to his peak condition. He felt an inexhaustible power within him. This the essence of the realm of creation. After the passing of the ancestral elder a century ago, the Lin family had been devoid of any masters in this realm. The once illustrious name of a millennium-old clan had waned, now facing the constant threat of being erased from history. This was the very reason the Li family had set their sights on them. However, now that Lin Geng had ascended to the realm of creation, the Lin family once again boasted a formidable master, ensuring their safety for the next century. Lin Geng, since you have reached this realm, we can revisit the grievances between our families. You are aware that the Lin family stands on shaky ground, and it is only natural for the Li family to take notice. Since you have ascended, the Lin family is no longer a mere soft target for bullying. We can negotiate. Li Tian, still reeling from the force that had sent him sprawling, felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body, as if countless electric arcs were swirling within him, suppressing his internal energy. He realized that battling Lin Geng in his current state was futile. Only with the intervention of the ancestral elder could there be a chance to subdue the Lin family. This expedition was destined to be in vain, and it would be wiser to set aside pride and engage in discourse. Negotiate, you, the Li family, invade my Lin family and wish to retreat unscathed. Are you not dreaming a grand dream? Lin Geng showed no courtesy, unleashing a formidable aura. Instantly, the air shattered, and the earth trembled, as countless elders of the Li family buckled under the pressure, unable to withstand the overwhelming might. The terror of the realm of creation was truly formidable. Patriarch, the arriving elders of the Li family gasped, turning their gazes towards Li Tian, whose situation had drastically changed. He was now unable to raise his head under the weight of the oppression. Meanwhile, the members of the Lin family were jubilant. Patriarch, seize Li Tian. A throng of Lin elders had not anticipated Lin Geng's breakthrough amidst the conflict. It appeared that following Lin Feng's plea for assistance from the Hellion family, Lin Geng's strength had surged dramatically. This breakthrough in the heat of battle was undoubtedly linked to the treasures Lin Feng had brought back. They owed it all to Lin Feng. At that moment, the tides of fortune had turned, and an indescribable joy surged within them. The peril that had loomed over the Lin family had been dispelled. They erupted with newfound vigor. The Li family members, beset by Lin Geng's overwhelming presence, found it increasingly challenging to advance. Faced with the now emboldened members of the Lin family, they had long since lost the strength to fight, surrendering in droves. Witnessing the capture of numerous Li elders, Li Tian's expression twisted with resentment. Lin Geng, are you truly intent on making an enemy of the Li family? As soon as Li Tian's words left his lips, Lin Geng suddenly appeared before him, delivering a resounding slap. Was this not mere folly? They had already been thrust into a life and death struggle. Such idle words were meaningless. Your Li family is merely a rising faction, unworthy to contend with my Lin family. At this moment, your elders are in my custody, their lives and deaths now at the mercy of the Lin family. Should I choose to eliminate you, what recourse would the Li family have to reclaim their standing? Lin Geng declared with a scornful sneer. Indeed, this time, in their bid to annihilate the Lin family, the Li family had mobilized all their elders aside from a few less capable individuals remaining at the Li family estate. Only the ancestral elder remained in command. Should they suffer total annihilation in this endeavor, it would spell the decline of the Li family, leaving them in a precarious position, especially after the passing of their ancestral elder. Li Tian comprehended this dire predicament and immediately wilted. Lin Geng, I understand that our provocation of the Lin family was a grave mistake. I have already expressed willingness to negotiate. Lay your terms, and the Li family shall comply, only beseeching your magnanimity to overlook our transgressions. Li Tian gritted his teeth, pleading from a position of submission. I demand the entirety of your Li family's wealth. Lin Geng replied, that is inconceivable. To strip the Li family of all its riches would render us nothing more than a hollow shell. Li Tian retorted promptly. So you come to extinguish the Lin family, do you? Lin Geng mocked. Lin Geng, do not overstep your boundaries, the Li family still has an ancestral elder overseeing matters. You are merely at the initial stage of the realm of creation. Should my elder come, you will find no favor, Li Tian threatened. Then let your ancestral elder come forth, I shall see if he dares to act recklessly, Lin Geng countered. At this juncture, Li Tian was akin to a captive of the Lin family. With so many formidable members of the Li family within the Lin family stronghold, even should their ancestral elder arrive, he would think twice before acting rashly, weighing the potential losses of such a significant number of his kin. So, you intend to detain us? Li Tian had not anticipated this outcome. Why ask when you already know the answer? Lin Geng waved his hand, and a multitude of Lin family warriors proceeded to shackle the Li family members, escorting them to the Lin family dungeons. Lin Geng, you shall come to regret this. Li Tian's voice echoed with defiance as he was led away. Following Li Tian's departure, Lin Feng stepped forward. Father, haha, it is all thanks to you, Fenger. Were it not for you, our Lin family would have faced dire straits this time, Lin Geng exclaimed, laughing heartily as he patted Lin Feng's shoulder with considerable force, eliciting a wince. He was indeed in high spirits. Were it not for Lin Feng, the Lin family might have faced annihilation. Lin Feng's fortune had turned thanks to the supreme technique, the thunderous fury, which he had retrieved from the Hellion family, propelling him to unprecedented heights and allowing him to breach the realm of creation with but a thread separating him from that pinnacle. In the heat of battle, he had successfully transcended that barrier, directly reaching the realm of creation. Lin Feng smiled gently. Nay, it is merely the Lin family's auspicious fortune. Ah, good son. Lin Geng laughed once more, realizing he had previously overlooked his son's eloquence. At this moment, a host of Lin family elders, having concluded their tasks, approached to pay their respects. Congratulations, Patriarch, hail to the Patriarch, with your breakthrough to the realm of creation, our Lin family once again possesses a master of this realm, the elders chorused, with many Lin family youths emerging to extend their congratulations. Lin Geng nodded. Excellent, with me at the helm, the Lin family shall never again be the target of petty schemes. Many Lin family youths displayed knowing smiles. Since the demise of the Lin family's ancestral elder and their subsequent decline, they had walked on eggshells. Now, with the Patriarch's ascension to the realm of creation, a protective barrier had been established around the Lin family, ensuring their safety at last. Patriarch, what shall we do about the Li family members? An elder inquired. The Li family members, let them remain detained for now. With so many incriminating pieces of evidence at hand, I dare say even their ancestral elder would think twice before acting recklessly. Should they come to negotiate for their release, we shall demand an exorbitant price, making them aware that provoking the Lin family incurs grave consequences, Lin Geng stated decisively. As the head of the family, he naturally had his strategies. Although he harbored a deadly enmity with Li Tian, he could not act impulsively, for the opposing side still had an ancestral elder. Meanwhile, Lin Feng contemplated whether to visit the dungeon and forge an alliance with the head of the Li family. However, reconsidering, he realized that Li Tian seemed rather ordinary. Aside from his pinnacle status in the Tianyuan realm, he possessed no particularly formidable traits, and forging a friendship would only tarnish his family's reputation. This time, the Lin family's resurgence had greatly benefited him as the young master. Chapter 8, the Li family's ancestor seeks peace. The Hellion clan's reaction. The news that the Lin family suppressed the Li family, who had come to annihilate them, spread swiftly. It first echoed throughout Dao City, then reached Luiyue City, Luoxing City, and the surrounding towns, large and small. There was hardly anyone unaware of the Lin family's rise, as their head had broken through to the realm of creation. In an era where ascension was rare, and many had retreated into obscurity, achieving nirvana already signified immense power, while the realm of creation heralded a formidable force. It could be said that a being at the realm of creation could sustain a family for a century. Even the Wanjian sect, where Lin Feng resided, had a master who was merely at the brink of nirvana. At this moment, within the Li family in Luiyue City, in a hidden chamber on the back mountain, an elder approached, seeking an audience with the ancestor. An aged man with hair and beard as white as snow bowed before the chamber, but there was no response from within. Raising his voice, he called out, Ancestor, the Li family is in dire straits. The ninth elder seeks an audience. At that moment, the stone door of the chamber slowly creaked open. A tattered-robed elder with murky eyes emerged, exuding an extraordinary aura. Indeed, it was the ancestor of the Li family. Although he appeared somewhat vigorous, his lifespan was nearly spent, and he had long been in seclusion, striving for a final breakthrough. Ninth elder, why are you the one to see me? Where is Li Tian? The ancestor inquired. Typically, ordinary elders would not merit an audience with him, hence the reason the ninth elder had to call out twice. Ancestor, the family head has been captured. Tears welled in the ninth elder's eyes. Nearly all the elders of the Li family had been seized, which was tantamount to the family facing extermination. The weight of the calamity rested solely upon him, a burden he found exceedingly difficult to bear. He had always been the most carefree among the elders, which was why he had been left behind to guard the family. Li Tian has been captured. Who dares to provoke our Li family in such a manner? The Ancestor's fury erupted at the news. He was not yet deceased, yet someone had the audacity to treat the Li family in such a way, capturing their head? Li Tian is at the 9th level of the Tianyuan realm. How could he be taken? What on earth transpired? He asked coldly. Not only the family head, but several other elders have also been captured. I am the only one left to guard the Li family. The 9th elder explained the situation in detail. Sigh, the Ancestor lamented, the Li family has expanded so greatly that we must inevitably face this tribulation. Since they have taken our family members, they must have intentions for negotiation. You should lead a group to inquire how they might release them. Ancestor, the Lin family is a 1,000-year-old clan, and now that they have produced a being at the realm of creation, they will likely kill the chicken to scare the monkey. It is improbable they will easily release anyone, the 9th elder replied sorrowfully. The Ancestor, hearing this, felt helpless. With so many powerful figures from the Li family falling into the hands of the Lin family, there is indeed little room for negotiation. I am now advanced in years and should not take action myself. Let them present their terms, and we will try to meet them as best as we can. The 9th elder, seeing the Ancestor's resolve, could only nod in agreement and began to assess the Li family's assets. It would be impossible to redeem the family head and others without significant sacrifice. After the 9th elder departed, the Ancestor of the Li family sighed deeply, a flicker of determination glimmering in his eyes. In my lifetime, I have been a warrior. Now I must concede, time is indeed unforgiving. However, as long as I can surpass the threshold. What none knew was that the Li family's Ancestor had already reached the 9th level of the realm of creation, merely a step away from nirvana. Yet, it was this very step that had led to repeated failures in his breakthroughs, leaving him severely injured in seclusion. Now, he was on the brink of exhaustion. Faced with the threat of the Lin family, he had no choice but to compromise. However, if he could achieve a breakthrough before his lifespan expired, he would reclaim everything. Lin family, I shall remember this. With that, the Ancestor of the Li family silently retreated into the chamber once more. Meanwhile, in Luoxing City, the Hellion family was abuzz with news. Father, daughter has heard that the Lin family in Dayo City emerged victorious, not only repelling the Li family from Luyue City but also capturing many of their members. Lin Geng, the head of the Lin family, has successfully broken through to the realm of creation, Hellion Fu reported beside her father. Lin Geng has reached the realm of creation. It seems the Lin family's fate is not sealed. However, compared to our Hellion family, they remain insignificant. Fear not, the engagement from your childhood still holds no weight, Hellion Chang reassured, thinking his daughter was concerned about the Lin family's resurgence affecting her betrothal. Father, it is not that I am worried, Hellion Fu clarified. There are rumors that the head of the Lin family has cultivated an extraordinarily powerful lightning-based martial technique, strikingly similar to our Hellion family's Storm of Thunder. I suspect whether our Ancestor has imparted the Storm of Thunder to Lin Feng. Hellion Fu placed great importance on the Storm of Thunder, as it was integral to the Hellion family's endurance. As the legitimate daughter of the clan, she could only cultivate the first half of the technique. Impossible, the Storm of Thunder is the foundation of our Hellion family, our Ancestor knows the stakes well and would never share it outside. It must be mere coincidence, Hellion Chang asserted, dismissing the notion of their Ancestor being mad enough to share it with the Lin family. Father, should I investigate? I suspect Lin Feng has stolen the Storm of Thunder. Otherwise, how could the head of the Lin family fortuitously achieve a breakthrough? Hellion Fu seethed at the thought of Lin Feng, recalling past grievances. Very well, you may investigate, but do not go too far. Our families share deep ties, Hellion Chang conceded to his daughter's request. Hellion Fu nodded and vanished from the Hellion family hall. Meanwhile, Lin Feng expressed to Lin Geng, Father, I have been at home for several days now. It is time for me to return to the sect, or else the Wanjian sect may expel me. Expel, our Lin family is no longer the Lin family of your even the Wanjian sect must give your father some face, Lin Geng boasted. This was indeed not without merit. Although Lin Geng was only at the early stage of the realm of creation, he was quite young at just 40, marking him as a prodigy among his peers. It was no surprise he had been appointed as the family head. However, he had not anticipated Lin Feng to be born a waste, prompting the elders to lament the saying about a tiger father and a dog son. Even Lin Feng's position as heir was met with considerable disapproval. Lin Geng, now at the realm of creation at 40, possessed limitless potential and a genuine chance of reaching nirvana. While the master of the Wanjian sect was merely at the brink of nirvana, he would still afford Lin Geng some respect. Previously, Lin Geng had sent Lin Feng to the Wanjian sect, hoping to leverage its influence, banking on his son's low aptitude, so that if any issues arose, the sect would provide protection. However, now that he had entered the realm of creation, he felt Lin Feng need not go at all. Father, please, I believe I can only properly cultivate at the Wanjian sect, Lin Feng insisted. His awakened system was one of forging friendships, and where could he find the most geniuses within 100 miles? Certainly at the Wanjian sect, although it was not the top sect in Daizhou, it still held a prominent position. Countless prodigies resided within, and Lin Feng's exceptional spiritual root had been obtained from Qian Luoshui of the Wanjian sect. Furthermore, the annual sect competition was about to begin, a perfect opportunity for him to forge connections. Chapter 9 The Gathering of Distinguished Guests, the arrival of the Li family. Are you truly remaining here because of Qian Jiaxue from the Wanjian sect? Lin Geng inquired, his voice laced with concern. Let me advise you, that girl is not worth your affection. Her lineage pales in comparison to ours, though she possesses exceptional beauty and is a paragon among her peers. What could she possibly desire in you, apart from my family's wealth? Lin Feng regarded his father with a dismissive expression, believing that Lin Geng's worries stemmed from his son's infatuation with Qian Jiaxue. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Geng spoke earnestly, "Father, I assure you, I have long since severed ties with Qian Jiaxue. Such a person is beneath me. I would not accept her even if she were offered to me for free." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Lin Geng felt a wave of relief wash over him. In the past, such sentiments would have provoked a spirited debate from Lin Feng. The fact that Lin Feng now spoke so resolutely suggested he had moved on. It seemed that the boy had indeed experienced some heartache, which, in a way, was fortuitous. Since you wish to remain at the Wanjian sect, so be it. However, there is no rush to return to the sect. The Li family has yet to arrive. It would be prudent to observe the unfolding drama before we depart, Lin Geng remarked with a smile. Very well, I shall heed my father's wishes, Lin Feng replied with a nod of agreement. As long as the Li family's patriarch did not make an appearance, they were sure to come bearing apologies. When the time came, they would undoubtedly present a plethora of treasures, of which Lin Feng would gladly accept a portion. Good, I must attend to family matters now, Lin Geng stated. Since his ascension to the creation realm, his reputation had spread far and wide, attracting visitors from all corners. The Lin family's doorstep had been trampled by countless guests, and Lin Geng had much to attend to. Despite the busyness, the Lin household was filled with joy, preparing to host a grand banquet in honor of Lin Geng's achievement. By midday, Lin Feng found himself reluctantly engaging with the guests. Ah, so this is the young master. Truly, like father, like son, handsome and accomplished at such a tender age, exclaimed a flamboyantly dressed middle-aged man, the head of the Zheng family from a neighboring town, who had come to congratulate Lin Geng. Not at all, my son is rather unremarkable, merely possessing an agreeable appearance, Lin Geng replied with a smile. In previous times, such modesty would have been sincere, devoid of any intent to downplay his son's qualities. Lin Feng, while possessing a commendable appearance, exhibited no extraordinary attributes. However, Lin Geng had adopted a more reserved demeanor since discovering his son's remarkable comprehension of the Thunderbolt technique, akin to unearthing a new continent. It became apparent that Lin Feng possessed latent talent, albeit not immediately evident. Having already cultivated to the Qi realm, there remained the potential for future greatness. The patriarch of the Lin family is overly modest, the Zhang family had remarked, though internally, he held a measure of disdain. The reputation of Lin Feng's ineptitude had spread throughout the region, rumored to lack any talent for cultivation and purportedly serving as a sycophant within the Wanjian sect. The notion of him being accomplished was indeed an exaggeration. Yet, with a father like Lin Geng, it seemed this young man had struck a fortunate chord in life. Lin Feng discerned the insincerity in the man's flattery, yet remained unfazed, confident that he would soon have the opportunity to prove his worth. As the Lin family's hall filled with esteemed guests, Lin Geng had laid out a lavish banquet. The attendees extended their congratulations to Lin Geng for his breakthrough into the creation realm. Some even sought to introduce their daughters to Lin Feng, hoping to forge connections through marriage, presenting him with several strikingly beautiful women. Although Lin Feng felt a fleeting temptation, he resolutely instructed his father to decline these overtures. Having been a sycophant in 2 lifetimes, he understood that true strength was the only means to attract worthy companions. Relying on family status was a fleeting strategy. The patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Changqing, presented a rare piece of jade, congratulating Lin Geng on his ascension to the creation realm and his newfound strength. The Zhang family patriarch, Zhang Ning, gifted a fine Qingxia sword, wishing Lin Geng continued success in his cultivation endeavors. Wu Haotian, the head of the Wu family, offered a pair of jade rui, wishing for the Lin family to achieve even greater glory and endure for a millennium. As the banquet commenced, numerous family heads approached with increasingly valuable gifts, bringing joy to Lin Geng and the elders who sat nearby, their faces alight with smiles. It had been ages since the Lin family had received such respect. Thank you all for attending this banquet of the Lin family. I graciously accept your goodwill from this day forth. We are all family, Lin Geng proclaimed, raising his cup. The others followed suit, lifting their glasses in unity. At that moment, an incongruous voice pierced the air. The Li family has arrived. All eyes turned toward the entrance, halting their actions as Lin Geng set down his cup and gazed toward the Lin family gates. An elderly man, his hair and beard as white as snow, strode through the entrance. Upon noticing the multitude of carriages laden with gifts behind him, a collective sigh of relief escaped the guests. Ha ha ha. The 9th elder of the Li family wishes to congratulate the patriarch of the Lin family on his ascent to the creation realm. May the Lin family flourish. The 9th elder of the Li family entered with a hearty laugh, his face brimming with mirth, as if he shared a close bond with the Lin family. Only he knew the extent of his forced joviality. 9th elder of the Li family, what brings you here? I do not recall extending an invitation to your family, Lin Geng remarked, setting down his cup and taking a step forward, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. The presence of the 9th elder indicated that the Li family's patriarch had chosen not to appear, opting instead for negotiations. Given this context, Lin Geng had no intention of letting the Li family off easily. Ha ha ha. I come uninvited, of course. With the patriarch of the Lin family achieving such a significant breakthrough, it is only natural for me to extend my congratulations. Allow me to drink 3 cups in penance, the 9th elder proclaimed, nonchalantly pouring himself a drink from a nearby table and downing 3 cups in quick succession. This wine is remarkable. It is worthy of a millennia-old family. Seeing the 9th elder lavish praise upon everything, Lin Geng responded, since you have come to partake in our banquet, please take a seat. Elder Wu, please have someone collect the gifts. Lin Geng appeared amiable but was, in truth, quite astute, instructing Elder Wu to manage the gifts without acknowledging the true nature of the 9th elder's visit. As the ninth elder observed his family's gifts being unloaded, he felt a rising sense of anxiety, realizing he had yet to articulate the purpose of his visit. Patriarch, I must clarify that my visit today is not solely to congratulate the Lin family. There are deeper intentions at play, he stammered. If that is the case, then I must assert that the Lin family does not welcome your presence, Lin Gong replied, his expression growing stern and his aura shifting ominously. The ninth elder felt a chill run down his spine at Lin Gong's demeanor. That is not my intention, I simply wish to join your gathering, he stuttered, sensing the pressure mounting, realizing he had little choice. The ninth elder reluctantly took a seat, watching as the gifts meant for his family's appeasement were transformed into congratulatory offerings for the Lin family. Chapter 10. Do you think such a meager sum can secure a person's release? With all their possessions laid bare, onlookers found it quite amusing to witness the Lin family's tyranny and the Li family's predicament. The world of cultivation operates on the principle of cyclical fortune. Today, the Li family may be dominant, seeking to eradicate their foes, yet tomorrow they may find themselves in a position of subjugation, forced to endure humiliation. The Lin family, being a time-honored lineage, undoubtedly possesses a certain depth of heritage, and in the eyes of many, the Li family should never have provoked them. Such actions were merely self-inflicted suffering. However, the Lin family patriarch's unexpected breakthrough to the transformation realm altered the dynamics. Had he not achieved this, the situation might have been vastly different, yet, a breakthrough is a breakthrough. Now, the Lin family is on the rise once more, while the Li family is destined to suffer significant losses. Witnessing the Lin family's overwhelming strength, others are increasingly eager to curry favor, and Lin Gong is determined to display this to all, serving as a warning to others by demonstrating the Lin family's authority. Amidst the revelry, laughter resonated through the venue, save for the ninth elder of the Li family, who appeared anxious and cautious, treading lightly. As a mere elder, he understood that should the Lin family choose to act against him, he would inevitably become a prisoner. Soon, the banquet concluded and guests began to depart, leaving only Elder Li behind. Elder Li, why do you linger? Do you wish to impose upon my Lin family for the night? Lin Gong inquired from his elevated position, casting a condescending gaze upon Elder Li. My lord of the Lin family, it is not that I wish to overstay, but rather I have a request. Let us speak plainly. Of the head of my Li family and several elders remain detained within your Lin household, Elder Li replied, his tone earnest. Lin Gong, displaying a rare magnanimity, allowed Elder Li to fully express himself without interruption. Oh? Is that so? I seem to recall such an impression. However, Elder Li, what do you mean by claiming that my Lin family has detained your kin? Is my Lin family truly of such a nature? Lin Gong retorted, suddenly glaring at him. Nay, nay. The Lin family merely hosted us. The head of the Li family and the elders are simply guests in your abode, Elder Li hurriedly clarified, fearing any hint of defiance. Indeed, that is, surely, we must settle an accommodation fee. After all, you cannot expect to stay without charge for so many days, can you? Certainly, that is only right, Elder Li replied eagerly, sensing an opportunity. My lord, do consider whether the gifts I brought earlier suffice to cover the lodging costs. What nonsense is this? You yourself declared it a gift, yet now you equate it with accommodation fees. Such matters must remain distinct. Surely, the Li family cannot be so petty as to seek to profit from this situation, Lin Gong replied coldly. Observing this exchange, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming admiration for his father, who had displayed such poise. Elder Li felt as though he had been struck, realizing that Lin Gong had audaciously classified the substantial ransom as mere gifts, now demanding further payment. Yet, faced with the reality of their circumstances, Elder Li gritted his teeth and pressed on. What sum does the Lin family demand for lodging? Let it be the same as the gifts you previously presented, and then another portion to match. Lin Gong declared nonchalantly. What did you say? Elder Li could barely contain his shock. The ransom delivered earlier had already equated to half of the Li family's wealth, and now Lin Gong was demanding an equal amount once more. Did he wish to annihilate the Li family entirely? Why, cannot the Li family afford it? Lin Gong countered with an icy tone. Elder Li's expression warped in desperation. My lord, might we negotiate? The previous gifts already represent half of my family's wealth, we cannot possibly produce more. Where is the impossibility? Did you not state it was half your wealth? Lin Gong replied, his demeanor unyielding. My lord, the remaining half constitutes our fixed assets. If we were to liquidate them, the Li family would be left with nothing. Such a proposition is utterly out of the question, Elder Li declared through gritted teeth that he had already sold off much of the Li family's property merely to gather the ransom he had presented. To comply with Lin Gong's demands would necessitate selling their ancestral home, leaving them homeless. If you cannot provide it, it appears Elder Li has no wish to negotiate further. Kindly escort him out, Lin Gong gestured dismissively, summoning servants to usher Elder Li away. My lord of the Lin family, do not overstep your bounds. If you demand the entirety of my family's assets, you will drive us to desperate measures. Even a cornered rabbit may bite. Elder Li exclaimed, rising abruptly with indignation. Then let it come, Lin Gong replied coolly. Your absence of an elder signifies a lack of support. Thus, I will have what I demand. I require the totality of your family's wealth, otherwise, feel free to depart. Lin Gong stood, exuding an aura of authority that sent shivers through Elder Li, who struggled to maintain his composure. Are you truly so resolute, my lord? Elder Li questioned, his features contorted in fear. Who is truly resolute here? Had I not attained the transformation realm, my family might have been extinguished long ago. I seek only the totality of your wealth, sparing your kin's lives, a generous concession. Indeed. Do not mistake my leniency for weakness, Lin Gong scoffed, his voice laced with power. Elder Li's expression shifted repeatedly, yet he dared not utter another word, recognizing the thin veil of anger that had begun to shadow Lin Geng's countenance. Should Lin Geng choose to eliminate him, escape would be impossible. It was not that Lin Geng was merciful, refraining from obliterating the Li family, rather, he was wary of their elder, but with the Li family now in his grasp, what did he have to fear? He would take whatever wealth they possessed. Very well, I shall return to consult with the elder. My lord, await my news. Elder Li acquiesced reluctantly, acutely aware that such a momentous decision required the elder's counsel. Having been cornered into such desperation, the Li family had no choice. Once Elder Li departed, the members of the Lin family erupted into joyous laughter. After years of conflict with the Li family, they finally faced their comeuppance. What a delight! My lord, the wealth brought by the Li family has indeed been assessed, and it is equivalent to half their fortune. They have suffered a significant loss. Not merely a loss, I intend for the Li family to be stripped of all they possess. Lin Geng asserted with commanding authority. My lord, might this be excessive? Should their elder truly arrive, we could face dire consequences. One elder voiced his concern. The absence of their elder indicates that he cannot intervene. The Li family is left with no choice but to bleed profusely. Even if he were to come, would he abandon his own kin? Lin Geng countered. Yet, my lord, if the Li family were to surrender all their wealth, what then of their family head? Upon hearing this, Lin Geng hesitated momentarily. Should they accept the entirety of their wealth without relinquishing the head of their family, the Li family might retaliate in desperation, prompting their elder to seek vengeance. However, surrendering the head would mean relinquishing their leverage. Although the Li family would be impoverished, they would still possess people, and it was plausible they might seek to trouble the Lin family again in the future. Father, let us take half. Retain the other half. This way, the Li family may harbor grievances, yet will not be driven too far, Lin Feng suggested, stepping forward. Agreed, we shall heed Feng's counsel. Chapter 11. The Li family's affairs come to a close. Returning to the Wan Sword sect, Lin Geng decisively embraced Lin Feng's counsel. The method proposed by Lin Feng proved to be an excellent strategy. While deducting half of the personnel would certainly incite anger from the other party, it was not an extreme measure, preventing them from becoming desperate. It struck a perfect balance, effectively irritating the members of the Li family. This was not merely a reflection of their lack of martial ethics, rather, the Li family was simply too malevolent. Had it not been for Lin Geng's breakthrough into the transformation realm, the fate of the Lin family would undoubtedly have been 1,000 times more tragic than that of the Li family. With the family head's advancement, the young master has also made significant progress, proving himself capable of strategizing. It seems fortune has finally smiled upon our Lin family, the elders remarked in admiration as they looked at Lin Feng. In the past, Lin Feng had been frivolous, lingering here without contributing anything substantial, yet now, he had offered such an astute suggestion, showcasing considerable growth. Haha, Fenger has long since awakened to his potential. To speak candidly, had it not been for Fenger, our Lin family would have scarcely escaped this calamity. Lin Geng elucidated the entire sequence of events to the assembly, stating that without Lin Feng's return with the thunderclap technique, the Lin family would not be what it is today. The young master's exceptional abilities had indeed been overlooked by us. Several elders rose and bowed respectfully to Lin Feng. Although the return of the thunderclap technique seemed inconsequential to Lin Feng, it represented a salvation from a catastrophic fate for the Lin family, a rebirth of sorts. Now, not only had the Lin family repelled the Li family, but they had also advanced into the transformation realm and were poised to acquire the entirety of the Li family's assets. Such a prospect would have been unimaginable in the past. All of this was attributable to Lin Feng. The elders were being overly courteous. Lin Feng also stood and clasped his fists in response. Within a few days, the Li family delivered all of their assets. Naturally, this wealth was considerably less than the ransom discussed at the banquet. The Li family could not truly afford to sell their ancestral estate. If they did, the Li family's patriarch would have nowhere to seclude himself, if the Lin family did not impose excessive demands, understanding that this was indeed the Li family's utmost limit. Lin Geng brought forth the Li family head and half of the elders. What does this mean, Lin family head? Did you not say that if I brought the other half of the assets, you would release everyone? Elder Zhou exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury. When did I ever promise to release everyone? Releasing this half is already a display of mercy from the Lin family. Should I go back on my word? What can you, Elder Zhou of the Li family, do about it? Moreover, this does not constitute the entirety of the Li family's assets. If it were, why hasn't the Li family estate been sold yet? Lin Geng replied, his demeanor relaxed, showing no regard for Elder Zhou. Lin Geng, do not push your luck. Are you truly forcing my ancestor to intervene? Release all the elders of the Li family at once. Elder Zhou of the Li family was seething with rage, feeling utterly powerless against Lin Geng's blatant disregard. Meanwhile, the patriarch and others brought out by the Lin family bore visible injuries, a testament to the torment they had endured and the secrets they had divulged. Elder Zhou, do not overstep your bounds. This is the territory of the Lin family, not a place for your reckless behavior. Elder Wu interjected, since Elder Zhou is unwilling to negotiate for their release, take the Li family head back and ensure he is well attended to. Lin Geng's expression darkened, his face clouded with frost, and he waved his hand, signaling Elder Wu to escort them away. Not so fast. Elder Zhou quickly blocked their path, his face contorting in disbelief at Lin Geng's audacity. No words could adequately describe Lin Geng's shamelessness. Elder Zhou, please, promise him, take me away. The patriarch of the Li family, now resembling a beaten dog, pleaded weakly, having suffered inhuman torment during his captivity. As a time-honored family, the Lin family possessed numerous methods of interrogation, and in capturing members of the adversarial family, they employed a rigorous and systematic approach to extract every secret. The Li family patriarch's capture was hardly surprising, as he had been subjected to relentless torture and severe coercion, with even the knowledge of the Li family's ancestors' dwindling lifespan thoroughly pried from him. Therefore, they were unperturbed by Elder Zhou's threats. Patriarch. Elder Zhou's eyes brimmed with tears, witnessing the once mighty Li Tian reduced to such a state that he now understood the harsh reality of victory and defeat. They had lost, and regardless of the victor's actions, they had to concede. He turned back to Lin Geng. Fine, Lin family head, half will suffice. I shall comply. However, I hope the Lin family does not come to regret its actions today. With a cold snort, Elder Zhou led the others away. Lin Geng merely smiled. Then we shall await your Li family's return and farewell. After escorting Elder Zhou out, the affairs between the Lin and Li families finally reached a conclusion. That day, at the entrance of the Lin family, Lin Feng stood bidding farewell to his father. Father, I am returning to the Wan Sword sect now. There is no need for you to see me off. Very well, travel safely. By the way, this is a token I prepared for you, take it with you. Lin Geng handed Lin Feng a storage ring. Lin Feng probed inside with his consciousness, discovering it filled with numerous treasures, all of high quality and likely hand-picked by Lin Geng from the Li family's wealth. Thank you, father. I will return often. In this world, Lin Feng's mother had tragically passed away during childbirth, leaving Lin Geng to fulfill the dual roles of father and mother as he raised Lin Feng. Not only was Lin Geng a competent family head, but he was also a devoted father, ensuring Lin Feng grew up smoothly. Touched by his father's love, Lin Feng secretly resolved to grow stronger to protect the Lin family in the future. Though the Lin family appeared splendid now, it was still rife with peril. The news of Lin Geng's use of the thunderclap technique would inevitably spread, and the Li family's ancestor could retaliate at any moment. Before that time came, he needed to amass sufficient strength to shield the Lin family from impending disaster. Traveling eastward, Lin Feng soon returned to the Wan Sword sect, perched upon a mountain range. The sect's towering peaks pierced the clouds, resembling a multitude of sharp swords, which is how it earned the name Wan Sword Mountain. Upon arriving at the sect's entrance, a disciple stationed at the gate called out, "Halt, who are you? Come register." Lin Feng approached and crossed out his name from the sign-in sheet, indicating his recent departure from the sect. Lin Feng? Do you know that outer disciples are only permitted to leave the sect for 5 days? You have already violated this rule. If you wish to return, you must come with me to the law enforcement hall to face the consequences, the gatekeeper disciple declared coldly. Lin Feng halted. Brother, I did not intend to delay my return. My family encountered some issues, which caused my late arrival. Your reasons are irrelevant. Late is late, unless, the gatekeeper disciple's eyes gleamed with avarice, his fingers playing with a coin. His strength was considerable, and he had taken this position to seize opportunities for financial gain. Observing Lin Feng's somewhat luxurious attire, he surmised that Lin Feng likely possessed some wealth. It would be a missed opportunity not to exploit him. Chapter 12 of the Elder Guardian and the Inherent Sword-Bodied Brother Wu. He appears to be Lin Feng. At that moment, a disciple rushed over, another guardian of the mountain gate. Observing Brother Wu's intent to extort money, he hurriedly whispered, "I know he is Lin Feng." He even introduced himself. Brother Wu was perplexed by the disciple's agitation and disdainfully remarked, "Brother, have you not heard the recent news? The head of the Lin family in Yaori City has broken through to the transformation realm, and Lin Feng is supposedly the young master's disciple." The disciple whispered. What? Brother Wu was suddenly taken aback. As a gatekeeper, he was quite knowledgeable about the various familial powers within the sect, aware of whom he could provoke, whom he could not, and who could be exploited for wealth. Previously, the Lin family had been in decline, and Lin Feng had been a mere non-entity within the sect. Brother Wu had not given him a second thought, viewing him as no threat at all. However, with the recent breakthrough of the Lin family head to the transformation realm, news of it had spread like wildfire, even reaching the Wanjian sect. Now, the very person he intended to extort was the young master of the Lin family? With the Lin family head newly elevated to the transformation realm, it was a time for him to assert his dominance. To provoke Lin Feng now was nothing short of courting disaster. You should have mentioned this sooner. Brother Wu shot the disciple a fierce glare, who looked completely innocent. He then returned to Lin Feng, realizing he had been remiss. My apologies, young Master Lin, I was unaware of your identity. It's merely a slight delay. Everyone knows the Lin family has encountered significant events recently, and a delay surely carries its own justifications, nothing of consequence. Please, young Master Lin, do come in. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback, initially expecting to be subjected to some form of humiliation. To his surprise, the other party's attitude had shifted dramatically. It seemed that having a prominent background truly served as a foundation for one's standing in this world. Lin Feng nodded slightly and entered the sect. He did not return to his own courtyard but instead made his way to the martial arts pavilion. Having recently broken through to the Qi realm, he was entitled to claim a sword technique manual from the pavilion. In the Wanjian sect, every disciple was permitted to obtain a sword technique manual free of charge upon achieving a significant cultivation breakthrough. Other techniques and martial arts, however, required payment in the form of contribution points to practice. Previously, Lin Feng had lacked any talent, and joining the Wanjian sect had yielded no sword techniques for him. He found this somewhat regrettable. The sword path ranked among the top 3 martial arts in this world, powerful and graceful. It was the preferred method for many cultivators. Moreover, weapons in this world were predominantly swords. With his entry into the Wanjian sect, Lin Feng had decided that his primary focus would indeed be the sword path. Upon entering the martial arts pavilion, he glanced at the elder at the entrance, who was meditating with closed eyes. "Elder, I have broken through to the Qi realm and wish to claim a technique." The elder opened his eyes slightly, regarded Lin Feng, and nodded. "Enter. You have half a stick of incense to choose a technique." Lin Feng stepped inside, perusing the extensive array of sword techniques before him. After much deliberation, he found nothing particularly suitable. Given his exceptional spiritual root and high talent, he could discern the quality of the techniques with just a few glances, yet all he could conclude was their mediocrity. None truly captivated him. After all, it was free, how good could it be? His gaze inadvertently wandered to the second floor of the pavilion. The techniques on the first floor were relatively basic, whereas those on the second floor were of a higher grade. However, access to the second floor was restricted to inner disciples. Among the outer disciples, Qian Luoxuet and her partner, Chen Hong, were candidates for inner discipleship. A modest display of talent in the upcoming outer sect competition would earn them that qualification. Cough, cough, cough. The persistent sound of coughing at the entrance broke Lin Feng's train of thought. He intercepted a passing disciple and inquired, "Brother, why does the elder keep coughing at the door?" The disciple, unbothered by the interruption, explained, "You are unaware? The tale of the sword elder has circulated for over a decade. Once the foremost disciple of the Wanjian sect, possessing an inherent sword body, he was gravely injured while defending the sect against rival forces, leaving him on the brink of death. The sect leader saved his life but left him with a chronic ailment, preventing any further advancement. Now, he serves as a guardian elder, overseeing the martial arts pavilion. It is a pity that despite his obsession with sword techniques, he can no longer cultivate." The disciple sighed, clearly lacking sympathy for the sword elder. An inherent sword body yet unable to wield a sword, what a tragic fate indeed. Lin Feng shared this sentiment. However, the introduction of the sword elder piqued his interest. If he could befriend the sword elder, perhaps he might gain the inherent sword body for himself or at least receive his guidance. In this martial arts pavilion, no one could possess greater knowledge of the finest techniques than the sword elder. Lin Feng's eyes brightened as a plan formed in his mind. He set aside the techniques he had been considering and approached the sword elder. He offered a slight bow. The sword elder opened his eyes once more. "What is it that you seek?" "Elder, I recently heard of your illustrious accomplishments, and I am deeply inspired and in awe." "I have a humble request," Lin Feng said, somewhat hesitantly. "What request?" The sword elder's curiosity was piqued by Lin Feng's words. "I wish to befriend you, elder," Lin Feng stated. "My past is merely a memory now. I am but a useless old man. Befriending me would yield no benefit." He waved his hand and returned to his meditation, but just then, an old ailment resurfaced, causing him to cough uncontrollably. Lin Feng promptly offered him a medicinal pill. The sword elder accepted it without refusal and, upon consuming it, felt a noticeable improvement in his condition. "What kind of pill is this?" "I do not know. It was given to me by my father." "Do not overthink it. It must be a good thing acquired from the Li family," Lin Feng replied, handing the entire vial to the sword elder. The sword elder nodded. "You are considerate. If there is anything you wish for my assistance with, feel free to speak candidly. I prefer not to beat around the bush. It is nothing of consequence." "I simply wish to befriend you, elder," Lin Feng reiterated. "Oh?" The sword elder regarded Lin Feng with mild surprise, then smiled. "You are quite interesting. Very well, let us be friends." Ding, the system detected that Jian Tian acknowledged Lin Feng as a friend and began to extract random rewards. Extraction successful. The host receives the reward inherent sword body. In an instant, a powerful and unmatched energy surged through Lin Feng's body, akin to a refreshing spring cleansing his meridians, while his Dantian was also being transformed. In a matter of moments, Lin Feng had become endowed with the inherent sword body. At this moment, sensing Lin Feng's aura, Jian Tian's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly losing his composure. Chapter 13 Pure Relations, the sword classic of the vast sea, the innate sword body. The sword elder's eyes widened in astonishment. Possessing the innate sword body, he was intimately familiar with this aura. Once, he himself had been an innate sword body, hailed as a once-in-a-century genius, even receiving special attention and high hopes from the sect leader. Had he not met an untimely demise, the position of sect leader might very well have been his. Thus, he understood the terrifying nature of the innate sword body, a rarity to behold in a millennium. Yet, before him stood this young lad, who also possessed an innate sword body. "You are an innate sword body?" the sword elder inquired, astonished. Lin Feng, having quickly concealed his aura after acquiring the innate sword body, feigned confusion and replied, "What is this innate sword body? I do not comprehend." However, he felt fortunate to have gained the sword elder's recognition as a friend and promised that he would certainly express his gratitude to the elder in the future. Lin Feng sensed a transformation within himself. The sword techniques he had just observed were vividly etched in his mind, and he comprehended their content with remarkable clarity. This astonishing talent in swordsmanship left him in awe. Indeed, the innate sword body was incredibly formidable. With such an endowment, even if the sword techniques he practiced were not flawless, he could likely unleash a thousandfold power. Earlier, Lin Feng had merely wished to befriend the sword elder. Thus, he had no intention of reneging on his word to seek the elder's assistance in selecting techniques. Consequently, he resolved to casually take a sword technique and take his leave. "Hold on, young man," the sword elder called out sharply, his eyes gleaming with tears, seemingly overwhelmed with emotion. "Young one, I perceive that you possess the innate sword body, and this is undoubtedly true. You have heard my tale and should know that I was once an unparalleled genius with the innate sword body. Would you be willing to take me as your master? I can not only guide you in cultivating the finest sword techniques but also provide you with the best resources." Although I have been residing in the martial arts pavilion for these years, my annual offerings are considerable. These resources are sufficient to cultivate you to the profound level, and you will undoubtedly become a prodigy of swordsmanship. Perhaps the Sword Elder saw a reflection of his former self in Lin Feng or wished to make amends for past regrets. He decisively sought to take Lin Feng as his disciple. Sword Elder, I consider myself immensely fortunate to befriend you, yet taking you as my master feels somewhat inappropriate, Lin Feng replied. Although he understood the elder's excitement, he was reluctant to accept the role of a disciple. Their initial intention was friendship, albeit a somewhat superficial one, and the sudden shift to a master-disciple relationship felt like a significant breach of hierarchy. Moreover, given the Sword Elder's current state, and with his own system promising a long and prosperous journey, he believed that not everyone was worthy of being his master. Are you perhaps disdainful of my condition? Let me clarify, cough cough, though I have not made any progress, my cultivation in the Heavenly Origin realm remains intact. There are few in the Wanjian sect who could rival me. Otherwise, I would not be entrusted with guarding the martial arts pavilion, the Sword Elder retorted defiantly. Taken aback, Lin Feng had initially believed the Elder to be a mere shadow of his former self, rendered useless by injury. It seemed he had misjudged. The Elder's foundation was damaged, preventing further advancement. However, the absence of cultivation was not the primary reason for Lin Feng's refusal. He simply felt that no one was truly qualified to be his master. While his innate sword body stemmed from the Sword Elder, marking the beginning of his swordsmanship legacy, that was a separate matter. The Elder's kindness would surely be repaid in the future, but the notion of becoming his disciple was not appealing. Sword Elder, that is not my intention. I merely lack the desire to take on a master. Lin Feng shook his head in refusal. Very well, shall we engage as equals then? You possess the innate sword body. Should you not falter, your understanding of swordsmanship will undoubtedly surpass mine in the future. Let us be peers, and I shall impart some martial skills to you while you are still in your formative years. Upon hearing this, the Sword Elder did not press further but proposed an equal companionship, his gaze keenly fixed on Lin Feng. A smile broke across Lin Feng's face. Sword Elder, I indeed wish to befriend you, and I believe we shall become good companions. Ha, splendid. In the future, do not refer to me as Sword Elder. Call me Old Jian instead. After all, I am not much older than you. The Sword Elder, a prodigy in his youth, had only been with the Wanjian sect for about 20 years. Now, at most, he was in his 30s or 40s, but the damage to his foundation had aged him prematurely, making him appear as if he were in his 60s. In the realm of cultivation, where lifespans are extensive, a mere few decades of age difference is hardly significant. As one progresses, the disparity becomes increasingly negligible. For instance, the difference between 300 and 400 years old is merely a century, allowing for camaraderie akin to brothers. I shall call you Sword Brother then. Lin Feng smiled slightly, feeling that Old Jian was too intimate, and while they were peers, there remained a generational gap. Very well, what shall I call you? The Sword Elder suddenly realized he did not yet know Lin Feng's name. I am Lin Feng replied. Excellent, Brother Lin. While you are within the Wanjian sect, should there be anything I can assist you with, do not hesitate to ask. You may also seek me out for sword discussions. Although I cannot engage in combat frequently, occasional sparring is certainly feasible. Since you have called me Sword Brother, I must present you with a gift. This sword classic of the vast sea is a treasure I stumbled upon in a secret realm. It is a highly esteemed sword technique. Should you cultivate it to its utmost, you may even refine your sword intent. Alas, I have yet to begin my training due to my damaged foundation. Please take this technique, I hope you will carry it forward. The Sword Elder's eyes shimmered with regret as he entrusted the sword technique to Lin Feng. He was eager to forge a friendship with Lin Feng, even willing to engage as equals, perhaps because he saw in Lin Feng a chance to rectify his own past disappointments. He yearned to witness the heights Lin Feng could reach, unfettered by the tribulations he himself had faced. Lin Feng accepted the technique and, having merely glanced at it, immediately recognized its formidable nature. Sword Brother, this technique is astonishing! Lin Feng exclaimed. The Sword Elder's gaze radiated approval. It was no surprise that Lin Feng, with his innate sword body, could discern the extraordinary essence of the technique so swiftly. Sword Brother, is this technique not too precious? Lin Feng observed, suspecting its rank rivaled that of the legendary Thunderbolt technique of the Hellion clan, if not surpassing it. In a family, such a technique would be a closely guarded secret, only a figure of the family head's caliber able to cultivate it. Even the eldest daughter of the Hellion family could only practice the upper half of the Thunderbolt technique. Yet here was the Sword Elder, a mere acquaintance, offering him such a formidable sword technique without reservation. Ha, take it, it would be wasted if left with me, the Sword Elder replied, satisfied with Lin Feng's reaction. He had possessed this technique for decades, yet had found no suitable successor to pass it on to. Now, upon seeing Lin Feng, his heart was finally at ease. Chapter 14 Qian Luoshua arrives, directly refusing entry. Thank you, Brother Jian, Lin Feng said with a respectful fist salute. In his heart, he was also silently resolving that if he ever had the capability, he would surely assist Elder Jian in restoring his body and reclaiming his mastery of the sword path. Like Elder Jian, he too possessed a congenital sword body, which could forge a profound friendship between them. There is no need for gratitude among friends. Take this for your cultivation. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek my counsel. However, I suspect such circumstances will be rare, Elder Jian replied with a smile. Lin Feng's innate sword body rendered him unparalleled in his talent for the sword path. Although the Songhai Sword Classic was indeed challenging, it should not be overly arduous for Lin Feng, who could likely comprehend it entirely on his own. I shall diligently cultivate and not squander your kindness, Brother Jian, Lin Feng responded with a smile and a fist salute. Very well, you may depart. It would not be appropriate to linger in the martial arts pavilion. Once my duties are concluded, let us enjoy a drink together, Elder Jen said with a chuckle. Lin Feng bowed and took his leave, recognizing that it was indeed not proper to engage in prolonged conversation during Elder Jen's working hours. After work, sharing a drink and discussing sword techniques would be entirely acceptable. As Lin Feng exited, the onlookers in the martial arts pavilion were left dumbfounded. While selecting martial techniques, they suddenly heard Elder Jen's hearty laughter. Upon closer inspection, they realized he was engaging in brotherly banter with an outer sect disciple. Had they lost their minds? Who was this disciple? Was he perhaps the illegitimate son of the sect leader, to be on such friendly terms with Elder Jen? I think I know him. He is the outer sect disciple Lin Feng, who has gained a certain notoriety for his fervent pursuit of Qian Luoxue, one murmured. So, it was the infamous admirer. Was it possible that with the Lin family's recent rise, Elder Jen had begun to curry favor with Lin Feng? Surely not. What was Elder Jen's stature compared to Lin Feng's? How could Lin Feng even aspire to such heights? What had just transpired? Surely, among so many of us, we could not have misheard. Confusion and incredulity painted the faces of the crowd as they speculated about the peculiar bond between Lin Feng and Elder Jen, which had seemingly blossomed into brotherhood. Truly, it was beyond comprehension. While the crowd buzzed with speculation, Lin Feng had already returned to his modest courtyard. The Wan Jian sect was a prominent faction in this region, and even outer sect disciples had their own quarters. Being the heir of a millennium-old lineage, Lin Feng's residence was relatively lavish, surpassing that of the average outer sect disciple's abode. This had incited jealousy among some outer sect disciples, who often sought to harass him. Previously, Lin Feng was too weak to fend them off, relying on others for assistance. However, now, should anyone dare to disturb him, he would ensure they regretted it. Yet, upon his return, the usual harassers were absent. Instead, his former love interest had arrived. Oh, not quite. Strictly speaking, she was not a former girlfriend, as she had never accepted the original's affections, merely a friend. Qian Luoxue, what brings you to my courtyard? Lin Feng inquired, gazing at the enchanting figure clad in white before him. Qian Luoxue had not anticipated that after severing ties with Lin Feng, the Lin family would suddenly soar to prominence, swiftly suppressing the Li family and confiscating their wealth, thus becoming the most powerful clan within 1,000 miles. Therefore, upon hearing of Lin Feng's return, she hastened to visit. Lin Feng, are we not good friends? Am I not welcome here? Qian Luoxue's voice rang like a melodious lark, crisp and delightful. To win Lin Feng back, she had even infused her tone with a hint of coyness, making her all the more alluring. We are indeed good friends, Lin Feng replied, initially tempted to scoff. What kind of friend do you think you are? However, recalling the system's presence, he conceded to the relationship. Ding, detected that Qian Luoxue acknowledges being the host's friend. Commencing random reward extraction. Extraction successful. Host receives reward. Max level Barbarian Tiger Technique. The Barbarian Tiger Technique was a common cultivation skill among outer sect disciples, characterized by its ability to unleash tremendous power in an instant, making it an excellent technique for surprise attacks. Previously, Lin Feng had merely grasped the basics of this technique. Now, with Qian Luoxue's extraction of the max-level Barbarian Tiger Technique, it was indeed a fitting culmination. Upon hearing Lin Feng acknowledge their friendship, a glimmer of triumph flashed in Qian Luoxue's eyes. Lin Feng, it seemed, was still the same devoted admirer. Undeterred by her previous abrupt rejection, had she known the Lin family would flourish, she would never have considered parting ways with Lin Feng. Yet, it was not too late. Lin Feng, I have been contemplating our relationship lately. I believe it is far more profound than mere friendship. In truth, our connection is. Qian Luoxue's cheeks flushed slightly, as, are we to be lovers? Lin Feng's expression remained cool. Well, that's not entirely inaccurate. My feelings for Chen Hong were rather lukewarm. I had previously misconstrued my relationship with him, Qian Luoxue admitted, her face tinged with embarrassment. Very well. End your relationship with Chen Hong, and then we can publicly declare ourselves as a couple, Lin Feng stated directly. That is out of the question. Qian Luoxue responded firmly. However, immediately after speaking, she regretted her hasty retort. Lin Feng, I still need some time to resolve my relationship with Chen Hong. Please allow me a moment to reflect on what true emotions are and who genuinely cares for me. Can you wait for me? She implored, reverting to her previous coy demeanor. In the past, whenever Qian Luoxue expressed such sentiments, Lin Feng would eagerly shower her with treasures and cultivation resources, striving to prove himself as the one who truly understood her, demonstrating his sincerity. However, the Lin Feng of today was not the same as before. So, you have come here merely to ask me to wait for you? Lin Feng inquired. His demeanor had shifted from that of an eager admirer, leaving Qian Luoxue momentarily taken aback. Of course, Lin Feng, I care about you, she responded bashfully. Very well then, I understand. If there is nothing more, you may take your leave, Lin Feng said, preparing to close the door. Wait, Lin Feng, not is there something else? He asked directly. Qian Luoxue was puzzled by Lin Feng's reaction, but with his inquiry, she promptly voiced her request. Lin Feng, I have recently encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation and require some resources. I heard that the Lin family has eradicated the Li family and acquired a substantial amount of wealth. Surely, there must be something beneficial for me among it. What do you think? Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Qian Luoxue was indeed her true self, so predictable. With the Lin family's rise, she had come seeking resources. I'm afraid I have none to spare. Perhaps you should ask Chen Hong, Lin Feng said, decisively shutting the door of his courtyard. The Barbarian Tiger Technique that Qian Luoxue presented was hardly worth the time it took for him to engage with her. He felt it would be a loss to invest more than that, as it soured his mood. Qian Luoxue stood outside the door, momentarily stunned, disbelief washing over her. Lin Feng, how could you do this? She stamped her foot in frustration. However, she was not foolish. She realized that Lin Feng likely harbored some resentment after her previous rejection. The old tactics would no longer suffice. It would not be so easy to win him back. It seemed a change of strategy was in order. After all, Lin Feng was still merely a fool in love, and if necessary, she could resort to leveraging her charm. A flicker of annoyance crossed her eyes. He was just a useless boy. Ordinarily, a mere gesture from her would suffice, yet now she found herself needing to exert effort. When Lin Feng returned, she would ensure he paid dearly. Chapter 15 Lin Feng enters seclusion. Comprehending the sword intent of the vast sea, Lin Feng remained oblivious to Qian Luoxue's thoughts. Were he to grasp her intentions, he would likely scoff at her naivety. Her aspirations were far too fanciful. Had it been the former Lin Feng, he might have been susceptible to Qian Luoxue's allure once more. However, in his current state, he would not spare her. Of course, if it were offered for free. Shifting his focus, Lin Feng retrieved the sword technique of the vast sea from his possession. According to Elder Jian, this technique was procured from a hidden realm. Though Lin Feng was unaware of its precise rank, it was undoubtedly superior to the thunderous fury, if not equal. The sword technique of the vast sea, when cultivated to its depths, could even unlock a unique sword intent, the vast sea sword intent. Such a sword intent could only be comprehended by the most formidable of beings. Those who grasp the sword intent in their youth often rise to become powerful figures of great renown. Given Lin Feng's intention to master this technique, he naturally aspired to comprehend its sword intent, yet, such an aspiration seemed distant. For now, he resolved to succeed in his cultivation. Thus, Lin Feng began his seclusion. Although the sword technique of the vast sea posed certain challenges, with his exceptional spiritual root and innate sword body, he found the seemingly obscure technique surprisingly accessible. 3 days later, Lin Feng executed a move from the sword technique of the vast sea, the dragon emerging from the sea. Striking the large tree in the courtyard, leaves rustled and the air resonated with a profound sound. In an instant, the tree appeared to succumb to a violent impact, disintegrating into dust. Countless minuscule sword intents swirled in the air, and wherever they landed, flowers and grass were reduced to powder. In awe, Lin Feng's expression reflected his astonishment. At first glance, the sword technique of the vast sea seemed unremarkable, yet upon deeper understanding, he realized its myriad transformations, lacking fixed names for its techniques. The move dragon emerging from the sea was a synthesis of countless variations that Lin Feng had formulated into a specific technique. This sword technique was likely of imperial grade. Recognizing the intricacies of the sword technique of the vast sea, Lin Feng felt that the thunderous fury paled in comparison. While the latter was characterized by its brute force, the former was exquisitely refined and simultaneously formidable. The two techniques were perhaps on par, but as Lin Feng possessed an innate sword body, he could unleash the full extent of the sword technique of the vast sea. However, he had merely scratched the surface. After 3 days of cultivation, Lin Feng had only made slight progress. He could hardly claim to have mastered it. He estimated that to fully grasp the sword technique of the vast sea, he would require at least a month, significantly longer than for the thunderous fury. Continuing his training, he hoped to refine his sword intent within that time frame. Lin Feng consumed a pill to suppress hunger, intending to persist in his cultivation. During his earlier practice, he had caught a fleeting glimpse of sword intent, but as he had yet to master it, the sensation was faint, insufficient for full comprehension. He resolved to enter seclusion for another month, confident that he would succeed upon his return. A month swiftly elapsed. During this time, Lin Feng endured Qian Luoxue's persistent disturbances, which consisted of her usual tactics, seduction and lamentation to express her feelings. However, he had long since discerned her true nature and was not easily swayed. To prevent her from disrupting his training, he explicitly marked his door, declaring himself in seclusion and barring her entry, which infuriated her greatly. Never had she anticipated Lin Feng to be so resolute. To sever ties, he falsely claimed to be in seclusion and humiliated her with his sign. If it weren't for the Lin family's wealth, she would have little desire to be here. In her eyes, Lin Feng was a mere wastrel, and with the imminent outer sect competition, many disciples were indeed in seclusion. But Lin Feng, what a farce! Even if he were to seclude himself for 100 years, he would remain a wastrel. Since he was so unyielding, she saw no point in continuing her attempts to entice him. Once she triumphed in the outer sect competition and entered the inner sect, she would have her pick of affluent suitors, rendering Lin Feng insignificant. Moreover, those wealthy heirs were formidable in their own right, far beyond the scope of Lin Feng, the outer sect wastrel. Yet, she was still in the outer sect, and with the competition approaching, she required resources to prepare adequately, ensuring her performance was impeccable to secure her place in the inner sect. Initially, she had dismissed Lin Feng, considering Chen Hong as her alternative. However, she was disillusioned to find that Chen Hong, despite being the young master of the myriad sword sect, was excessively stingy, demonstrating that money was merely for show, not for spending on women. This left her yearning yet unable to acquire any treasures. As time passed, her interest in Chen Hong began to wane. The items she received from him paled in comparison to what she had obtained with Lin Feng. Yet, she hesitated to abandon him entirely, having invested considerable effort into Chen Hong, and with Lin Feng currently unwilling to accept her, she found herself in a predicament, losing both ways. However, she was not without her resources. Through her relentless persuasion, Chen Hong had ultimately provided her with some materials, and along with contributions from other admirers, she felt increasingly confident about the upcoming outer sect competition. Soon, she would ascend to become an inner sect disciple, a paragon of excellence, while those outer sect admirers would have no choice but to revere her, and she would look down upon them all. Lin Feng, merely an outer sect wastrel. In the future, should she deign to glance at him, it would be he who aspired to her. Were Lin Feng privy to Qian Luoxue's thoughts, he would burst into laughter. As the scion of a millennia-old family, he would never consider Qian Luoxue, even if she became a true disciple, his equal, yet, he had no time to ponder Qian Luoxue's musings. As for Elder Jian, they had originally agreed to share a drink after work before Lin Feng's seclusion. However, he became so engrossed in his training that he momentarily forgot. Day after day, he practiced his swordplay, and while he occasionally recalled his promise to Elder Jian, he felt it inappropriate to interrupt his seclusion, choosing instead to await his mastery of sword intent before seeking forgiveness. Meanwhile, Elder Jian, having not seen Lin Feng approach him, decided to seek him out. However, sensing the overwhelming sword energy emanating from the courtyard, he refrained from intruding, aware that the outer sect competition was approaching and that a talent like Lin Feng was surely preparing. To disrupt him now might well hinder Lin Feng's comprehension of the sword technique of the vast sea, a challenging technique that even an innate sword body would find difficult to grasp. During this month of relentless training, Lin Feng, through sleepless nights, finally succeeded in mastering the sword technique of the vast sea and comprehended the vast sea sword intent. The words vast sea sword intent escaped Lin Feng's lips as he exhaled. Although his sword remained still, a surge of sword intent erupted forth, weaving through the air, rendering his already chaotic courtyard even more tumultuous. The power of this intent, directed towards a wall, left a terrifying scar upon its surface. Had Lin Feng not exercised control, the courtyard wall would have been reduced to dust. With his eyes shimmering with the brilliance of a sword star, Lin Feng felt immense satisfaction with the might of his sword intent. It was time to emerge from seclusion. Chapter 16 Drinking and Chatting. Registration for the Outer Sect Grand Competition begins. Lin Feng took a refreshing bath and changed into a well-fitted outfit. Having relied solely on the energy of fruits from his fasting for a month, he found it somewhat arduous. Therefore, upon exiting, he resolved to purchase some food and drink to visit Elder Jian. However, he soon noticed that the streets were bustling with people, all seemingly preoccupied with their own affairs. Although Lin Feng was curious, he refrained from inquiring and instead proceeded to the martial arts pavilion of Elder Jian, carrying the provisions. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Elder Jian was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "I'm glad you haven't forgotten me. How goes your swordsmanship training?" Lin Feng observed that the martial arts pavilion was quite empty, with no one around, so he decided to take a seat on a stool he retrieved from his storage ring and placed the food and drink on Elder Jian's desk. "Brother Jian, I have made some progress in my swordplay. I regret not keeping our appointment during my retreat, and upon my emergence, I specifically came to pay you a visit," Lin Feng said, smiling apologetically. He noted that since Elder Jian seemed unperturbed, he would not need to offer. "I visited your courtyard recently and saw you practicing your sword techniques, so I chose not to disturb you. Your visit reassures me that my teachings were not in vain," Elder Jian replied with a grin. "Brother Jian, you are too kind. The sword techniques you imparted to me, along with our brotherly bond, will forever remain etched in my memory," Lin Feng asserted. He considered himself an ordinary person, but he could never be so ungrateful as to forget the kindness Elder Jian had shown him in sharing his sword techniques. "You rascal! So, how have you fared with the Tsang Hai sword technique?" Elder Jian inquired, clearly pleased with Lin Feng's attitude. "I have mastered it completely, and I have successfully comprehended the essence of the Tsang Hai sword intent." "I trust one have not disappointed your expectations," Lin Feng replied candidly. Very well, you have comprehended the Tsang Hai sword intent?" Elder Jian, upon hearing the first part of Lin Feng's statement, believed he had learned the Tsang Hai sword technique. However, upon hearing the latter part about mastering the sword intent, he was momentarily stunned, incredulously exclaiming, "Is this truly the case?" Indeed, it is worth mentioning that the Tsang Hai sword intent is quite challenging to cultivate. Merely mastering the technique took me half a month, and comprehending the sword intent consumed another half-month, during which I abstained from all sustenance. It was a grueling endeavor. Lin Feng recounted the hardships of his month-long retreat. At that moment, Elder Jian was utterly flabbergasted. "Half a month to comprehend the Tsang Hai sword technique, followed by another half-month for the sword intent. Are you truly a prodigious talent?" Observing Elder Jian's expression, Lin Feng began to wonder if his progress in cultivation might have been too rapid. It shouldn't be the case, after all, with the innate sword body, Elder Jian should be aware of its extraordinary nature. Was there truly any surprise in this? Sensing Lin Feng's curiosity, Elder Jian was even more bewildered, questioning whether Lin Feng was oblivious to the astonishing speed of his own cultivation. "You claim to have comprehended the sword intent, show me," Elder Jian commanded. "Very well," Lin Feng replied without hesitation, releasing a wisp of Tsang Hai sword intent. This intent was ancient and profound, as if it had originated from the mists of time, simultaneously exuding a powerful, overwhelming force. Even Elder Jian felt a hint of threat emanating from. "Rather, your cultivation speed is exceedingly rapid. Comprehending sword intent is not something that can be achieved overnight. It took me 10 years to hone my sword, and I spent 5 years grasping the sword intent. However, the intent I cultivated was not the Tsang Hai sword intent but another form altogether. Your rapid comprehension of the Tsang Hai sword intent may be related to the characteristics of its technique, yet it is undeniable that your innate talent surpasses mine," Elder Jian exclaimed in astonishment. "It is likely due to my innate sword body in conjunction with an exquisite spiritual root," Lin Feng suggested. "Actually, it is more than that. Both the Wrath of Thunder and the 9 turns of Liuli Mind method enhance one's perception. Therefore, your capacity for comprehension is not merely a result of your innate sword body. Your aptitude is several times greater than mine," Elder Jian remarked. "No wonder, you truly are a remarkable genius." Elder Jian gazed at Lin Feng with the eyes of one observing a prodigy. Lin Feng's talents exceeded Elder Jian's expectations. Though Elder Jian had not conducted any investigation into Lin Feng's background, he was aware from the records at the martial arts pavilion that Lin Feng had last visited 3 years prior to collect the entry-level cultivation technique, the Barbarian Bull Strength. 3 years had passed, and to his surprise, Lin Feng was still an outer sect disciple. This struck him as bizarre, considering the innate sword body had not yielded better results. He speculated that Lin Feng's lack of sword training had hindered the revelation of his talents, but now that Lin Feng had begun to cultivate sword techniques, it was likely he would soon ascend to the inner sect. However, he was taken aback to learn that Lin Feng also possessed an exquisite spiritual root. Logically speaking, one would not expect such a remarkable spiritual root to languish, taking 3 years merely to break through to the Qi realm. Elder Jian voiced his confusion, to which Lin Feng simply smiled and replied, "It was merely a lack of motivation for cultivation in the past. Now, however, I believe that cultivation is of paramount importance in life." Elder Jian laughed heartily and downed the cup of wine, then picked up a dish to enjoy. "Lin, my younger brother, now that you have developed a mindset for cultivation and advanced to the Qi realm, is this preparation for the outer sect grand competition?" Elder Jian asked. "Not exactly. I simply wish to cultivate at my own pace. By the way, I noticed the outer disciples outside appeared quite hurried. Could the grand competition have commenced?" Lin Feng suddenly recalled the bustling disciples and inquired. "You mean you were unaware?" "It has indeed begun, but today is merely for registration. The actual competition will commence in 3 days, Elder Jian responded, astonished that Lin Feng was unaware of this. "I truly did not know. However, Brother Jian, do you think it necessary for me to participate in the outer sect grand competition? Transitioning from the outer sect to the inner sect does not seem to hold much significance," Lin Feng mused. "How could it not be significant? Take my martial arts pavilion on the 2nd floor, for instance. Only inner sect disciples are permitted entry. Moreover, resources available to inner sect disciples are far more abundant, along with various elders leading training sessions, which greatly accelerates their progress compared to those in the outer sect," Elder Jian explained. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. At present, he did not particularly lack the so-called resources of the inner sect, but he felt that striving for entry into the inner sect would not be detrimental. After all, one should always aim higher. However, as the young master of the Lin family, his current status was already quite elevated. Competing in the outer sect grand competition felt more like a chore than an ambition. Moreover, this outer sect grand competition appeared to offer substantial rewards. The disciple who secured first place could even have one condition granted by the sect leader, whether it was to enter a blessed land for cultivation or to receive a precious elixir to enhance one's cultivation. As long as the request was not excessive, the sect leader would likely acquiesce. Such an opportunity was rare for ordinary disciples. As Elder Jian continued to elaborate, upon hearing this, Lin Feng downed another cup of wine. "Brother Jian, enough talk, I must hurry to register to avoid missing out." Chapter 17. Chen Hong's mockery. The commencement of the great competition. Had the rewards been of a mundane nature, Lin Feng would have remained indifferent. After all, his father had plundered the Li family, leaving no treasures unclaimed. As the young master of the Lin family and a significant contributor to the downfall of the Li clan, he would undoubtedly have his desires fulfilled. However, this particular reward was an opportunity promised by the sect leader of the 10,000 Swords sect to grant one request. Should he secure first place, that request would be at Lin Feng's discretion. What conditions would be most alluring to Lin Feng? Naturally, the chance to forge a friendship. To befriend the leader of the 10,000 Swords sect would likely yield rewards of tremendous value. Based on Lin Feng's past experiences with drawing lots, the initial reward tends to be the most treasured possession of the other party. For instance, the supreme spiritual root of Qian Luoxue, Chen Hong's 9-turn glass heart technique, the frenzied thunder technique of old Ancestor Helion, and Elder Jian's innate sword body. If he were to draw the mightiest treasure from the sect leader, it would be a remarkable windfall. Even if not, as a half-step nirvana powerhouse, the sect leader undoubtedly possessed countless treasures. Any random selection would be an undeniable gain. With this enticing condition, Lin Feng felt compelled to participate in the outer sect competition and to strive for first place. Absent this condition, his interest would have been tepid, perhaps even leading him to forego the event altogether. After all, the outer sect competition offered little in terms of tangible benefits. In his current circumstances, it would instead invite unwarranted attention. Witnessing a once downtrodden individual transform into a genius in a mere half-month would undoubtedly stir suspicion and envy among many. Although, as the young master of the Lin family, he was not particularly afraid of such troubles, it did not imply that Lin Feng relished them. And furthermore, should Qian Luoxue catch wind of his burgeoning strength, she might very well become a relentless seeker of favors. In summary, Lin Feng was initially quite reluctant to engage in the outer sect competition. However, with this newfound condition, he felt compelled to participate. He made his way to the registration desk, where the crowd, while still considerable, was less than at the outset, allowing Lin Feng to weave through with relative ease. After completing his registration, he was called out by a familiar voice. "Lin Feng, what brings you here? Have you registered as well?" Upon hearing this somewhat familiar tone, Lin Feng turned to find Chen Hong. "Ah, Brother Chen," Lin Feng acknowledged with a nod, wishing to avoid further entanglements, and attempted to walk away. Yet Chen Hong scoffed. "Lin Feng, are you truly unaware of your own capabilities, to dare register for the outer sect competition? If Qian Luoxue were to find out, she would surely laugh her head off alongside me." Chen Hong harbored some resentment regarding Lin Feng's relationship with Qian Luoxue. Although she had claimed Lin Feng was merely her sycophant, it was but one side of the story. Initially, he had believed her, but recent rumors of Qian Luoxue seeking Lin Feng out repeatedly had fueled his animosity. That wretched Qian Luoxue, breaking up with Lin Feng when he was downcast, now sought to rekindle their connection as the Lin family rose again. While Chen Hong's interest in Qian Luoxue was merely flirtatious, he felt a pang of unwillingness when faced with Lin Feng. Thus, upon witnessing Lin Feng's registration for the outer sect competition, he couldn't resist mocking him, even using Qian Luoxue to provoke him. He spoke the truth. Given Lin Feng's abilities, his audacity to register for the outer sect competition was indeed loud. If my presence brings you amusement, then I have not wasted your friendship, Lin Feng replied with a faint smile, his tone remarkably serene. After uttering these words, he turned to leave. At present, he did not wish to provoke any enemies. Amicable relations were far more desirable. Chen Hong, after all, was a young master of the 10,000 Swords sect. Perhaps there would be opportunities to cultivate a friendship in the future. Thus, Lin Feng refrained from retaliating directly. Chen Hong was taken aback, not expecting Lin Feng to be so unfazed by his taunts. Was this truly a normal person? No wonder he was labeled a sycophant. Even when ridiculed, he remained amiable. Truly pathetic. Chen Hong's contempt deepened, as he deemed Lin Feng fortunate merely for being the young master of the Lin family. Without that status, he would not even be allowed entry into the 10,000 Swords sect. How foolish of me to engage in banter with a mere waste of space, Chen Hong thought, suddenly feeling embarrassed for having mocked someone he considered mentally unstable. Shaking his head, he departed, unaware that Lin Feng had taken note of him. This fool, let us hope we do not cross paths in the competition. Should we, I shall make you regret your words, Lin Feng mused. Although he preferred not to make enemies, his feelings towards Chen Hong were anything but amicable. If fate brought them together, he would not hold back. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. The atmosphere within the outer sect buzzed with excitement. Most had been in seclusion, and as the competition approached, it was best to avoid excessive training and instead focus on restoring their energy, leaving ample time for leisure and gossip. During these days, several topics dominated discussions. The foremost was, of course, the outer sect competition. The second centered around the relationship between Elder Jian and Lin Feng. Several individuals had witnessed Lin Feng and Elder Jian dining at the martial arts pavilion on the day of registration, and multiple witnesses corroborated the event. On that day, disciples entering and exiting the martial arts pavilion noted the remnants of their feast left on the elder's table, further solidifying the rumors. If it were merely an ordinary elder and disciple, such news would likely have gone unnoticed. However, this involved the legendary Elder Jian and the recently prominent Lin Feng of the Lin family. The tales of Elder Jian had been passed down through generations, with every cohort of outer sect disciples having heard his name. Meanwhile, while Lin Feng's fame was less established, many had learned of him through his unwavering devotion to the goddess Qian Luoxue. The Lin family had recently gained notoriety, and as the young master, Lin Feng's reputation soared. The sight of these two figures sharing a meal naturally led to speculation about potential ulterior motives. Yet, as Lin Feng remained confined within his quarters, there was little opportunity for inquiry. As for Elder Jian, they dared not pry. His notoriously irritable temperament was well known. Lin Feng's previous success in befriending him had been a fortunate coincidence, occurring during a period when the elder's mood was particularly amiable. In the blink of an eye, those 3 days passed. On this day, the streets were deserted, with all making their way to the outer sect competition. The event was set to take place at the martial arts square on Sword Echo Peak, the traditional venue for both outer and inner sect competitions. Attendees included not only disciples from both sects but also elders and even the sect leader, all eager to witness the proceedings. The competition often revealed promising talents, and should any catch the eye of the elder, securing a position as a true disciple meant a meteoric rise to prominence. Many of the registered outer sect disciples harbored such aspirations, as being chosen by an elder could exempt them from the competition and grant them immediate elevation to the ranks of true disciples within the sect, along with benefits and resources beyond the imagination of ordinary disciples. It was a temptation hard to resist, yet Lin Feng remained indifferent to such prospects, focusing solely on his ambition to secure first place in the competition. Chapter 18 In familiarity with the extraordinary figures, Lin Feng takes the stage. As the sect leader took his seat, the external competition officially commenced. An elder stood upon the arena, announcing the rules and precautions for the contests, followed by a few congratulatory remarks, before declaring the competition open. From his position below, Lin Feng was able to discern the appearance of the sect leader. The leader of the Wanjian sect was, in truth, over 100 years old, yet he bore the countenance of a seemingly ordinary middle-aged man, with black hair and grey whiskers, and a youthful visage, an embodiment of the art of maintaining one's appearance, achieved not merely through skill but rather through profound cultivation, which naturally extends one's lifespan significantly. At this age, the sect leader of the Wanjian sect, being on the cusp of nirvana, was still considered quite youthful. Lin Feng's father, Lin Geng, was similarly endowed. Following his breakthrough to the creation realm, Lin Geng's lifespan had been extended to at least 500 years. Many live to see 1,000 years and more. This explains why it is said that the creation realm can ensure a family's prosperity for a century. Upon reaching the nirvana realm, and even the returning to the void realm, one's lifespan is measured in thousands of years. When one attains the state of transcendence through tribulation, lifespans begin at 10,000 years, thus achieving true liberation from the shackles of time. As for those who ascend beyond, they likely reach the longevity of the heavens themselves. However, such formidable beings seldom emerge. It has been many years since anyone has laid eyes upon one. In this small region of Daozhou, the creation realm is already a formidable force, belonging to the upper echelon of second-tier powers. The Hellion family, as the pinnacle of influence in Daozhou, boasts ancestors who have merely attained the nirvana realm. Lin Feng gazed at the sect leader with a spark of fervor in his eyes, wondering what treasures such a powerful figure might possess. The sect leader of the Wanjian sect seemed to have noticed Lin Feng's gaze, meeting his eyes briefly before nodding slightly and averting his attention. The Wanjian sect was renowned for its intelligence, likely having recognized Lin Feng. The head of the Lin family achieving a breakthrough to the creation realm is no small feat, hence, upon seeing Lin Feng, the sect leader offered a subtle nod of acknowledgement. Lin Feng was taken aback that the sect leader would notice him, though he quickly surmised it was due to the Lin family's reputation. Lin Feng, you truly came. A melodious female voice reached Lin Feng's ears. He turned to see Qian Luoxue. He chose to ignore her. A flicker of irritation crossed Qian Luoxue's eyes as she spoke, her tone lacking the previous politeness. Lin Feng, this is not a place for you. Although anyone can register for the external competition, it is meant for those disciples who possess confidence and strength. Are you here to be humiliated? Her words dripped with mockery. Having endured a period of compromising her pride, she recognized that Lin Feng had indeed severed all ties with her. Today, she was to ascend to the inner sect, while Lin Feng remained an outsider, leaving no further entanglements between them. There was no need to continue flattering Lin Feng, as she would gain nothing from it. Lin Feng, slightly surprised, retorted mockingly, "Oh, the fox's tail is showing, no more pretense?" Previously, she had spoken to him with such kindness, and now she no longer feigned affection. His tone was saturated with derision, provoking Qian Luoxue to feel both humiliated and enraged. As a favored daughter of heaven, being ridiculed by Lin Feng, whom she deemed a useless waste, was intolerable. The thought of having to lower herself to curry favor with him added to her displeasure. Lin Feng, I was merely granting you the opportunity for reconciliation, but you refused my hospitality. Do not be too pleased with yourself. Should we meet in the competition, I shall show no mercy. With that, Qian Luoxue distanced herself from Lin Feng, clearly unwilling to engage further. Lin Feng found amusement in her departure. With the external competition underway, all registered disciples had been assigned their matches by the elders and began to take the stage sequentially. Soon, the first group was called forth, 2 unremarkable external disciples whose techniques were rather mundane, lacking any remarkable flair. The subsequent groups mirrored this trend. After observing, Lin Feng closed his eyes to meditate. This prompted Qian Luoxue to scoff, dismissing his pretense of superiority. Chen Hong also took a seat beside Qian Luoxue, grasping her hand with the intent of drawing Lin Feng's attention to showcase their prowess, yet Lin Feng remained oblivious, his eyes shut tight. As matches continued, a particularly fervent cheer caught Lin Feng's attention, prompting him to open his eyes slightly. He inquired of a nearby disciple, who informed him that the contestant was Wu Hao, the son of an external elder. Wu Hao was a formidable contender, one of the most likely candidates for first place. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. He had heard of Wu Hao's reputation but had never seen him in person until now. His performance was indeed commendable, yet Lin Feng felt he still fell short in comparison to his own capabilities. After mastering the Tsunghai sword technique, Lin Feng, though at the first level of the Sea of Vitality, could easily contend against those at the fifth. Naturally, this assessment was made considering he relied solely on sword techniques. Should he employ the Thunderous Fury and the intent of the Tsunghai sword, his strength would only increase. Lin Feng further inquired about the other prominent participants likely to vie for first place. The disciple listed several names: Wu Hao, Chen Hong, Qian Luoxue, as well as the eldest disciple of the external sect, Li Yuntian, the sword prodigy Lu Changqing, the seasoned external disciple Gu Shi, and the young silver-haired Ji Ruxue. Essentially, all were renowned figures within the external sect, solidifying their positions among the top contenders in the competition, with no surprises anticipated. In a realm where strength reigns supreme, it is rare for individuals to conceal their true capabilities to conserve resources, thus the emergence of dark horses is virtually non-existent, save for extraordinary cases like Lin Feng's rapid advancement. After gathering this information, Lin Feng presented the nearby disciple with a spirit stone, instructing him to alert him when these competitors took the stage, before once again closing his eyes to meditate. Given his exceptional talent for swordsmanship and remarkable comprehension, any time not spent refining his techniques would be a waste. Although he had grasped the essence of sword intent, he was still far from mastery. It was said that those with profound insights into swordsmanship could create their own unique sword intent. While Lin Feng was not yet capable of such feats, contemplation would serve him well. As time trickled by, a sudden tap on his shoulder drew his attention. Lin Feng, it's your turn. The disciple beside him kindly reminded him, collecting the spirit stone with great diligence. Lin Feng nodded slightly in gratitude, then descended from the spectators' platform, steadily ascending to the stage. While others rushed impatiently with agile movements to take the stage, Lin Feng approached with an unremarkable demeanor, each step measured and tranquil. Those unfamiliar with him erupted in laughter, their derision echoing throughout the arena. Chapter 19 Defeating opponents in an instant. Did Lin Feng cheat? Who is this person, incapable even of basic footwork? Could he be a new disciple who has just arrived this year, making a fool of himself? I recognize him. Is he not the Lin Feng we've been discussing fervently of late? Lin Feng, it turns out, is indeed he, the very one who dined and drank with Elder Jian. He appears rather ordinary, with nothing remarkable about him. Therefore, I surmise he must be relying on the Lin family's connections. He is nothing but a waste of space. Even a waste dares to take the stage. What an eye-opener, utterly lacking in self-awareness. Continuous snickers echoed around. As to them, this Lin Feng had become quite a spectacle. The head of the Lin family is indeed a notable figure, yet his son, Lin Feng, is but a failure, having toiled in the sect for years, and still unable to perform even the most basic footwork, audaciously stepping onto the competition stage. He truly brings shame to the title of the Lin family's young master. One cannot fathom how Elder Jian ended up associating with such a person. Elder Jian, a prominent figure within the 10,000 Swords sect, is revered by many who are aware of his exploits. In their eyes, Elder Jian's amiable interactions with Lin Feng seem to diminish his own stature. Lin Feng, upon hearing the subtle jeers, paid them no heed. Another outer disciple ascended to the stage, a person he did not recognize. This outer disciple demonstrated impressive agility, swiftly leaping onto the stage, starkly contrasting Lin Feng's demeanor, thus accentuating Lin Feng's perceived ineptitude. So, you are Lin Feng, the one who has recently garnered some attention, the outer disciple remarked, scrutinizing Lin Feng closely. Observing Lin Feng up close presented a different sensation. He appeared like a sharp, unsheathed sword, poised and compact, exuding an intimidating aura. Although slightly taken aback, the disciple thought little of it. Lin Feng's reputation as a failure was notorious, and this impression merely felt like a fleeting illusion. "I am Lin Feng," he replied, his gaze steady and devoid of any excess emotion. "Very well, considering your status as the young master of the Lin family, I shall grant you a modicum of courtesy when I defeat you. I hope you do not harbor resentment towards me." The disciple, harboring a slight apprehension towards the Lin family, felt compelled to assert his own victory first. Lin Feng remained silent. A flicker of displeasure crossed the disciple's eyes. "Were it not for your lineage, I would not be so courteous. Do not blame me for being ruthless in the competition." At that moment, the elder referee announced, "Let the contest begin." The disciple opposite Lin Feng drew his sword with remarkable swiftness, almost instantaneously launching an attack against Lin Feng as the words left the elder's lips. The speed was such that the onlookers deemed this disciple commendably resolute, exerting full effort against a perceived weakling like Lin Feng, leaving no room for error. Just as everyone anticipated Lin Feng's imminent defeat, a resounding clash echoed. The blade gleamed, and within a heartbeat, shards erupted, as a figure was sent hurtling off the stage. Before anyone could process what had transpired, Lin Feng descended from the martial arts platform with the same calmness and composure with which he had ascended. "What an astonishingly swift sword! What just happened?" Gasps erupted from the crowd. The previous strike had been executed with such speed that spectators could scarcely discern the blurred silhouette. The outer disciple had been propelled away, his sword shattered into fragments. Following this, Lin Feng descended the stage with an air of nonchalance. Was that swordplay truly Lin Feng's? I barely caught a glimpse of the event. It seemed as if the disciple was flung away the moment he charged at Lin Feng, and then his sword was reduced to mere splinters. Such swiftness, what technique was that? Can Lin Feng genuinely wield such prowess? It cannot be. Lin Feng is renowned as a failure. Perhaps there was something amiss with the sword he used. Having conversed with Elder Jian for days, he might have acquired some treasure from him. Many concurred, believing Lin Feng's newfound strength to be unrealistic. After all, how could he, who was once inferior even to ordinary outer disciples, now obliterate his opponent? Only the likes of Wu Hao, Chen Hong, and Lu Changqing possessed such formidable power. How could Lin Feng ever compare? Referee, Lin Feng's sword must be enchanted. Numerous disciples voiced their suspicions of Lin Feng's alleged cheating. How could the Lin Feng, once a mere failure, now exhibit such formidable martial skills, defeating his opponent in an instant at the outer competition? The elder referee scanned the crowd, stating calmly, "In competitions, as long as disciples do not consume prohibited elixirs, any method employed is not considered cheating. In the realm of cultivation, one's background is also a facet of strength. If you possess the ability to acquire formidable treasures, then that too is a testament to your power. At times, even luck can be deemed a part of one's strength. Some sects recruit disciples through a lottery system, where only those fortunate enough to draw a favorable lot may enter, euphemistically termed a test of destiny. They assess not only spiritual roots and talents but also luck, believing that only those blessed with good fortune will have a smooth path in their cultivation journey. Lin Feng's circumstance follows a similar logic. Yet, the elder's expression flickered with surprise. He had not discerned anything unusual about the sword Lin Feng wielded. It was merely an ordinary blade. However, the swiftness and ferocity of Lin Feng's swordplay left him astounded. Initially, he had thought Lin Feng to be an ordinary disciple, but it now appeared that this Lin Feng was far from simple. Meanwhile, the sect master of the 10,000 Swords sect, seated upon the high platform, happened to witness this unfolding scene. He turned to an adjacent outer elder, inquiring, "That disciple on the stage just now, have you heard of him?" "Sect master, are you referring to Lin Feng? I too have only recently taken note of him. He has been rather close to Elder Jian of late." The outer elder, who had previously paid no attention to Lin Feng, had begun to hear whispers of his recent prominence. "Close to Jian Tian?" The sect master's eyes widened in astonishment. Jian Tian, a prodigy endowed with an innate sword body, had withdrawn into silence and despondency following a setback years at Go.To care for the swordsmanship disciple. He had assigned Jian Tian to the martial arts pavilion as a guardian elder, compensating him handsomely each year. However, it was said that Jian Tian had remained mute and rarely interacted with outsiders. Still trapped in the past, it was unexpected that he had developed ties with Lin Feng. "Sect master, that is merely hearsay. I am not privy to the specifics," the outer elder replied. "Rumors do not arise from thin air. It seems that Lin Feng indeed possesses a certain intrigue." The outer elder's awareness of Lin Feng was initially due to the Lin family's rise, and it now appeared that this young master of the Lin family was not without talent. Meanwhile, the disciples below the stage, witnessing the elder referee's non-denial of Lin Feng's use of a treasure and his assertion that any means employed constitutes a part of one's strength, were increasingly convinced that Lin Feng had indeed relied on a magical artifact to vanquish his opponent. Chapter 20 A new round of competition commences. Lin Feng was knocked down, and the audacity was astounding. He shamelessly utilized a supreme treasure. What difference was there from cheating? The offspring of noble families always seem to enjoy the protection of their influential elders. If he relied on the power of such artifacts to ascend into the top 50, would that not be akin to seizing an opportunity? Many were indignant, feeling it was grossly unfair. Who was unaware of the Lin family's recent rise, Lin Feng must have acquired numerous valuable items, and the sword in his possession was undoubtedly a fine magical instrument, allowing him to effortlessly propel his opponent away and secure victory. Even the disciple who had been defeated felt a sense of dissatisfaction. How could he accept being bested by this seemingly inept Lin Feng? "Lin Feng, I shall remember you. Though unable to act on his resentment, for he silently vowed to remember Lin Feng, the thought of actual revenge was daunting. After all, Lin Feng was the young master of the Lin family. How could a powerless ordinary cultivator dare to provoke him? Among the onlookers, Qian Luoxue's eyes glimmered with jealousy. Lin Feng, with such a remarkable treasure, how could you not share it with me? If you had, my chances of entering the top 3 would have increased by 30%. If I fail to achieve a top 3 finish, I shall lay the blame squarely on you, you worthless fool. Qian Luoxue silently harbored resentment towards Lin Feng, convinced that everything he possessed rightfully belonged to her. Yet, this insufferably servile Lin Feng had unexpectedly turned aloof, unwilling to make sacrifices for her. It felt as though all that was hers had been snatched away, leaving her deeply unsettled. Had Lin Feng been aware of her sentiments, he would have rushed over to deliver a couple of sharp retorts. How could someone be so brazenly shameless? He absorbed the surrounding discussions without intending to clarify anything. The sword he wielded was merely an ordinary longsword. While it was indeed a decent weapon, it hardly qualified as a treasure, let alone the means by which he secured victory. However, as Lin Feng mingled with the crowd, some began to scrutinize the sword he held, realizing that it bore no extraordinary qualities, just a regular sword. In fact, some had swords that were identical in style to Lin Feng's. Many were taken aback, yet this did not alter their preconceived notions. Did Lin Feng truly win the duel without relying on treasures? Was it possible he relied on his actual strength? Upon returning to his seat, a nearby disciple approached him. So, you are Lin Feng, it is an honor to meet you. How did you win your match just now? I could barely catch a glimpse. Could you share the details? This disciple believed that having exchanged a few words with Lin Feng might yield some insights. Lin Feng merely glanced at him and replied, by suppressing with strength. Strength? The disciple shook his head, evidently unconvinced by the response, believing Lin Feng was merely trying to fool him. Nonetheless, he refrained from pressing further, since Lin Feng was unwilling to elaborate. Further inquiries would serve no purpose. Among the outer disciples, only a select few discerned the true extent of Lin Feng's abilities, such as the sword prodigy Lu Changqing. After Lin Feng's match, Lu's gaze remained fixed upon him. Others may have been oblivious, but he possessed an acute sensitivity to swordplay, instantly recognizing that Lin Feng's victory stemmed from an exceptionally swift and forceful sword technique, rather than any treasure. Such formidable swordsmanship, could it have been imparted by the elder of the martial techniques pavilion? He mused softly, already contemplating a potential confrontation with Lin Feng. The competition continued apace. Soon, the crowd was treated to the stunning performances of the talented Li Yuntian, Lu Changqing, Gu Shiji, and Ru Shui. In this first round, these prodigies dispatched their opponents with little effort, leaving no room for doubt. Aside from Lin Feng, everyone believed this was the true display of prodigious talent. These individuals were the ones most likely to advance to the finals. Lin Feng observed their performances in sword techniques. Dai and the Wan Jian sect, most wielded swords, but Lin Feng found their skills to be rather average. This was not due to arrogance on his part, rather, it was evident that these prodigies had not exerted themselves to their full potential, defeating their opponents with mere commonplace skill. Of course, Lin Feng regarded this average skill as exceedingly high. Before long, the second round commenced. Following the elimination in the first round, the disciples in the second round were notably more exceptional. While there remained a fair amount of disparity, the overall performances began to exhibit a touch of brilliance. Soon, Qian Luoxue took the stage once more. This time, she also dispatched her opponent with ease, albeit employing an additional technique compared to before. Though she had utilized one more move, her power was undeniably formidable. Lin Feng could gauge her level of skill. Had she faced him before he mastered the Songhai sword classic, she likely would have subdued him in just a few dozen moves, for Qian Luoxue had reached the late stage of the Qi realm, while Lin Feng was merely at the first level. Even though the Quan Lei Ju allowed for combat beyond one's level, the disparity in realms was too vast, and Qian Luoxue, as a favored daughter, was a challenge he could not easily overcome. Their match would likely result in a stalemate. However, things would be different once he had absorbed the Songhai sword classic with 2 imperial grade techniques and the innate sword body. Even if Qian Luoxue's realm was superior, he could overpower her. As Qian Luoxue stepped off the stage, she cast a provocative glance at Lin Feng. In her eyes, since Lin Feng was unwilling to continue catering to her, he was either a friend or an enemy, with no need to offer him any kindness. Remembering her previous humble pleas for reconciliation, she felt a flush of embarrassment and resolved to reclaim her dignity at Lin Feng's expense. After all, she was the favored daughter of the heavens. Lin Feng maintained his composure, seemingly oblivious to her gaze. Meanwhile, Chen Hong, witnessing this exchange, felt a surge of jealousy, convinced that Qian Luoxue still held feelings for Lin Feng. Though her glance was one of provocation, it bore a resemblance to flirtation. Clearly, there was some unresolved tension between the two. Lin Feng, you had best make it to our match. I shall ensure you receive a lesson you will never forget, Chen Hong silently vowed. After Qian Luoxue's descent from the stage, numerous disciples continued to cheer for her. Truly worthy of being a goddess. She is simply too powerful. As rounds of competition progressed, it was soon Lin Feng's turn once more. This time, his opponent was yet another ordinary outer disciple, albeit one slightly more formidable than the previous contender. As that individual took to the stage, mutters of discontent arose. Once again, he walks up as if he owns the place. This pretentious fool should refrain from cheating. Lin Feng, step down. Even if you win, it will be through underhanded means. Fear not, everyone. Lin Feng's opponent is my friend, who possesses commendable strength, having reached the second level of the Qi realm. Even with treasures, Lin Feng may not triumph. He might even face a thorough thrashing. Second level of the Qi realm. That indeed sounds promising. Quickly, bring Lin Feng down. I find him utterly insufferable. The crowd buzzed with disdain for Lin Feng, whose basic information had circulated widely, merely a waste of potential at the late stage of the condensation realm, barely reaching the 9th level. His opponent, being at the 2nd level of the Qi realm, would likely prove a significant challenge, even if Lin Feng possessed treasures, yet, at that moment, Lin Feng stood upon the stage, unfazed and serene. I, Zhang, have always held disdain for the likes of you, a shameless cheat, declared a slender disciple opposite him, his gaze fixed on Lin Feng, as if he intended to topple him at any moment. The match commenced. Chapter 21. Who isn't in the Sea of Qi? The jealous Qian Luoxue. As the elder's words echoed through the arena, the disciple opposite unsheathed his long sword from within his sleeve. He gazed at the crowd below, their fervent cheers invigorating him with a surge of energy, as if he had been bestowed with boundless strength. Filled with the expectations of the audience, he was determined to cast Lin Feng from the stage. Lin Feng, it is the will of the multitude that I defeat you. You, a cheater, should step down. With that, he pointed his sword menacingly at Lin Feng's brow. The force of his attack was formidable, and in an instant, he was upon Lin Feng. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, remaining silent as his swordsmanship unfolded with astonishing speed. Clang, just as Lin Feng had previously dispatched his opponents with ease, a flash of swordlight sent the opponent's long sword soaring into the air, and in the next moment, the disciple was sent hurtling off the stage. The sequence of events unfolded with such swiftness that many in the audience were unable to discern how Lin Feng had so effortlessly vanquished his foe. The fallen disciple felt as though he had been struck by an overwhelming surge of explosive power, propelling him away. The essence of the oceanic sword technique lay in its ability to cut through waves and ride the winds, its momentum akin to a bamboo being split. The instantaneous force was both rapid and potent, ensuring that any opponent not of equal caliber would be defeated in a single move. The disciple, now on the ground below the stage, was still in a daze, unable to process his defeat. Have I truly lost? He murmured to himself. Then, he turned to Lin Feng and shouted, what trickery have you employed? How can your sword force be so formidable? I am a 2nd level Sea of Qi disciple, and you, a mere waste of the Qi condensation stage, should never have been able to defeat me. Lin Feng ignored him and proceeded to descend the stage. At that moment, the crowd erupted in curses, denouncing Lin Feng's audacity and lack of shame. To them, Lin Feng, as a Qi condensation practitioner, could not possibly triumph over a 2nd level Sea of Qi master, unless he had resorted to cheating with his sword. Lin Feng, halt, the 2nd level Sea of Qi disciple persisted, refusing to accept his defeat, even after the elder referee had declared Lin Feng the victor. He raised his long sword and, in a flash, launched a fierce assault on Lin Feng, employing a particularly savage sword technique. As he unleashed his strike, the air seemed to split, and the long sword emitted a resonant hum. The Chanqiao sword technique was a high-tier profound sword skill, exceedingly difficult to master. Among 10 disciples, one might not even exist who could comprehend it. The fact that this brother wielded such a technique only deepened the sense of injustice at his defeat. Well, I can't accept being so easily bested. The crowd cheered at this spectacle, believing that this sword strike aimed at Lin Feng would surely overwhelm him, regardless of his defenses. At this moment, the elder referee narrowed his eyes, recognizing the disciple's reckless disregard for the rules. He was about to intervene but hesitated, wanting to witness Lin Feng's true capabilities. Buzz, the sound of the sword's resonance filled the air as the Sea of Qi disciple darted toward Lin Feng, yet Lin Feng did not draw his sword. Instead, he merely frowned slightly and extended 2 fingers, effortlessly pinching the incoming long sword. The match has concluded. Your persistence is excessive. Lin Feng's voice was calm and indifferent. Then, with a surge of true qi, the thunderclap technique erupted forth, and with a resounding clang, the once formidable long sword shattered into fragments. This scene left the audience utterly astonished. Lin Feng had not only caught the long sword but had also crushed it with a single hand. How is this possible? Wasn't it said that he relied on treasures? They gasped. He didn't even wield a sword. To break a sword with mere flesh, what profound inner strength must he possess? Is this truly the Lin Feng you speak of, or has someone else taken his place? The crowd's exclamations grew louder. The Sea of Qi disciple, equally incredulous, stared at Lin Feng in disbelief. How is this possible? How did you accomplish that? He looked upon Lin Feng with a mixture of fear and astonishment. Do not assume that just because you are weaker, everyone else shares your limitations. Lin Feng's voice was devoid of emotion. To him, the disciple's behavior was a violation of martial ethics. A duel is a duel, yet he could not accept defeat without resorting to a sneak attack. What are you saying, Lin Feng? I am a Sea of Qi disciple, and you, what are you? The Sea of Qi disciple felt a wave of humiliation, unable to accept that he had lost to Lin Feng in terms of strength. In response, Lin Feng let his aura flow freely, radiating outward. Just a Sea of Qi, what is so special about it? With that, Lin Feng turned and returned to his seat in the audience. At this moment, the crowd erupted into chaos. Who claimed that Lin Feng was merely a Qi condensation disciple? I sense a profound and substantial aura emanating from him. He is undoubtedly in the Sea of Qi stage, perhaps even at the 3rd level. Indeed, it was as they said. The rumors had long painted Lin Feng as a waste of Qi condensation, but it seemed those whispers were unfounded and misleading. If Lin Feng truly possessed such strength, then his amicable interactions with the Sword Elder were not so difficult to comprehend. Who spread these rumors? Could it be that, due to Lin Feng being the young master of the Lin family, someone sought to tarnish his reputation? I suspect it may have been those sycophants of Qian Luoxue, who, discontented with Lin Feng's presence, spread falsehoods. Although Lin Feng had only recently achieved the initial stage of the Sea of Qi, he was far from being a waste. His swordsmanship was unparalleled, marking him as a mid-tier disciple. To label him as a waste reflected a deeply distorted mindset. As Lin Feng showcased his strength, the tide of public opinion began to shift. Such is the nature of the world, when one displays sufficient prowess, the whispers of rumor will inevitably be transformed. Meanwhile, Qian Luoxue, seated beside Chen Hong, wore an expression of disbelief. How is this possible? This waste has broken through to the Sea of Qi, and with such might? She found it hard to fathom. Then, a realization struck her. It must be that the Lin family triumphed over the Li family, acquiring numerous valuable assets. Furthermore, there are rumors that the head of the Lin family obtained a powerful martial skill, which he must have imparted to Lin Feng, enabling his rapid advancement. How infuriating, this should have been mine. Qian Luoxue's face contorted in rage, her teeth grinding in frustration. Chapter 22 The Top 50, facing the senior disciple Gu Shi. At this moment, Qian Luoxue felt a twinge of regret. Had she not confronted Lin Feng earlier, he would undoubtedly have treated her differently, bestowing upon her the treasures he possessed. Perhaps even the mysterious techniques acquired by Lin Gun, the head of the Lin family, could have been extracted from Lin Feng's lips. After her cultivation, her prowess would have surged, establishing her as an unparalleled talent among the outer disciples, even surpassing others upon entering the inner sect. Unfortunately, that wretched Lin Feng, a mere sycophant, severed all ties with her over a trivial matter. Had she not stated that if they could not be lovers, they could at least be friends? Once they had become friends, there was no reason their relationship could not develop further. How could Lin Feng be so heartless? In her eyes, his actions were utterly excessive, bordering on the despicable. It was also possible that with the Lin family's rise to prominence, Lin Feng had deliberately distanced himself, feeling superior. This Lin Feng, he was simply revolting. Qian Luoxue gritted her teeth, her mind swirling with thoughts of Lin Feng's shamelessness, viewing him as nothing short of a pathetic man. Little did Lin Feng realize her sentiments. Had he known, he might have coughed up blood in despair. Qian Luoxue was indeed a remarkable individual. Had she lived in modern times, she would surely have been a seasoned martial artist. Meanwhile, Chen Hong observed the myriad expressions flitting across Qian Luoxue's face, and his gaze darkened. To him, it was evident that Qian Luoxue felt a pang of regret over her separation from Lin Feng. That wretched woman, however, he was equally astonished by Lin Feng's sudden strength. It was clear that with the Lin family's ascent, Lin Feng must harbor numerous secrets, otherwise, he would not have transformed so dramatically. He recalled how, in front of Lin Feng, he had openly flirted with Qian Luoxue, while Lin Feng had not dared to utter a word, even proposing friendship. At that time, he had thought it ridiculous for Lin Feng to consider himself worthy of being his friend. Yet, to witness Lin Feng's farcical display, he had consented to the request. Now, seeing Lin Feng's newfound strength left him feeling uneasy, sensing that Lin Feng was poised to reclaim his dignity. Brother Hong, what are you thinking? Qian Luoxue snapped back to reality from her musings about Lin Feng, noticing Chen Hong lost in thought, and inquired. Oh, nothing, just contemplating how I might thoroughly defeat your ex-boyfriend later, Chen Hong replied cryptically. Brother Hong, what nonsense! When did Lin Feng become my ex-boyfriend? He is merely a pathetic sycophant, Qian Luoxue quickly retorted. Then why have you been staring at him so intently? Chen Hong remarked. I was merely surprised, astonished that this waste has suddenly become so formidable. Qian Luoxue hastily defended herself, recognizing that Chen Hong, as the heir of the 10,000 sword sect, could prove advantageous to her in the future. She could not afford to alienate him. Though Chen Hong was rather stingy, he was still preferable to having no ally at all, especially since she could no longer rely on Lin Feng. The other sycophantic families lacked sufficient influence as well. I see, Chen Hong said, one hand resting on Qian Luoxue's slender waist. She merely sighed softly, offering no resistance, and leaned closer, as if to affirm her virtue. Had Lin Feng witnessed such a scene, he would surely have lamented that sycophants end up with nothing, and that a woman like Qian Luoxue must be kept on a tether to gain advantages. Chen Hong certainly knew how to manipulate the situation to his favor. Unfortunately, he and Lin Feng stood on opposing sides, otherwise, he could have sought to learn from him. Returning to the matter at hand, after Lin Feng's performance, the competition continued unabated. Contestants took the stage one after another, battling fiercely until results were determined. With each successive round, the remaining disciples grew ever stronger. Qian Luoxue, Chen Hong, and others subsequently took the stage, transitioning from one-hit knockouts to 2 or 3 moves. Senior brother Li Yuntian and the swordsmanship prodigy Lu Changqing maintained their elegant prowess, often defeating their opponents with a single strike, which was quite impressive. Lin Feng also displayed extraordinary talent. On the arena, he consistently defeated his opponents with a single move, executing no unnecessary actions. One sword stroke sufficed. This instilled trepidation in those who faced him, often causing them to falter before the battle even began. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. I truly misjudged him. Rumors can be deadly. Lin Feng is no mere waste. He is clearly capable of contending for a top 10 position among the outer disciples. Aside from the disciples, several inner sect elders nodded in approval, taking note of Lin Feng. They believed that Lin Feng's swordsmanship demonstrated great potential. Although they had yet to witness his full capabilities, he had already begun to stand out. Should Lin Feng's performance continue to excel, they would not hesitate to accept him as a direct disciple. Likewise, Qian Luoxue and Chen Hong found themselves under scrutiny. Another round of matches passed, and at this moment, the competition had progressed to the top 50. The 50 disciples remaining were the elite of the elite. It could be said that the top 10 of the outer competition would emerge from this group, with each possessing a significant chance of success. Lin Feng faced off against Gu Shi. Soon enough, it was Lin Feng's turn again, and the announcement of this match drew exclamations from the crowd. Lin Feng was up against Gu Shi. Gu Shi was a senior disciple who had been in the outer sect for 5 years. He had previously had opportunities to enter the inner sect, but unfortunate circumstances had thwarted him, as he had faced formidable opponents ranked among the top 3 in the outer sect during the selection rounds, resulting in his defeat and loss of that chance. Now, having fought his way into the top 50, his opportunity to enter the inner sect seemed promising, though not assured. If he could defeat Lin Feng, it would be a certainty. Lin Feng's impressive performance thus far had raised questions about who might prevail against Gu Shi. The consensus leaned towards Gu Shi's victory. He was a seasoned disciple who had vowed that his next participation in the outer competition would only occur when he was capable of securing a top 3 finish. With his return to the arena, it was clear he possessed the strength to claim a top 3 position, if not first place. Although Lin Feng had demonstrated exceptional skill, how could he possibly compete with an experienced disciple of Gu Shi's caliber? The onlookers nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of this perspective. Lin Feng's strength was undeniable, but when compared to Gu Shi, who was well prepared and had long been established, he seemed less formidable. Had Lin Feng not encountered Gu Shi, he might have reached the top 20, but facing Gu Shi, he appeared destined for elimination. It was worth noting that Lin Feng had also spent several years in the outer sect. Indeed, had he not performed admirably this year, he would have been indistinguishable from a waste, especially since he was still the Lin family's junior master. Thus, both he and Gu Shi could be considered experienced disciples, though Gu Shi had been renowned far longer, while Lin Feng was only just making his debut today. It seemed cruel for either to remain in the outer sect. Both possessed remarkable strength. Let us await the outcome. I believe their performance will be nothing short of spectacular, as they both excel at dispatching their opponents in a single strike. Chapter 23: The Defeat of Gu Shi, the most formidable dark horse. The crowd brimmed with anticipation for the thrilling showdown between Lin Feng and Gu Shi. With an air of calmness, Lin Feng ascended the stage step by step, much like before. Gu Shi had long been awaiting him on the platform. The spectators noted a stark contrast in Lin Feng's demeanor compared to previous encounters. Once subjected to ridicule while making his way to the stage, he now exuded a humble and understated presence, his brilliance restrained. He ascended the steps with such nonchalance, eschewing any display of agility. For Lin Feng, it was not a deliberate choice to walk unhurriedly, rather, it stemmed from his innate disposition of not indulging in flamboyant gestures. To him, this was merely a contest, one that required no haste, and his measured approach conveyed a certain strength of character. Lin Feng, I have observed your recent performance, and you are indeed formidable. However, upon encountering me, you must take a step back. I have fully prepared for this external competition and will not allow any unforeseen setbacks to impede my progress. Since our paths have crossed prematurely, consider me the stepping stone to your ascent, Gu Shi declared, his tone eerily tranquil, akin to a serene pool of water, as if stating an undeniable truth. Yet, Lin Feng was unfazed by the so-called facts presented by his opponent, retorting, your words ring hollow. Victory cannot be claimed through mere rhetoric. I too have come here with the intention of claiming first place. Do you truly believe you are my stepping stone? Lin Feng's voice bore an equal measure of calmness, and merely standing on the stage together, the two radiated an impressive aura, prompting admiration from the crowd. This was the essence of true prodigies. This is intriguing. Since we are equally confident, let us see who prevails. Gu Shi proclaimed, and with that, his sword shot forth like a meteor, hurtling towards Lin Feng. The oppressive force of his strike seemed capable of reversing the flow of rivers and shattering stones. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and drew his sword in response. Clang! The two blades clashed in a flash of light, unleashing a flurry of sword energies that pierced the air with mournful cries, their energies crisscrossing in all directions. Until now, both had effortlessly dispatched their previous adversaries with a single blow, yet, at this moment, they exchanged blows with remarkable intensity. What an exquisite sword technique! Were it not for my superior spiritual power, I might have succumbed within 2 moves. Gu Shi mused, astonished by Lin Feng's prowess, which surpassed his expectations. If Lin Feng were aware of Gu Shi's thoughts, he would undoubtedly smirk, thinking, isn't it obvious, my Imperial-Level sword technique is no trifling matter. What is your cultivation level? Gu Shi inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. Lin Feng replied with a nonchalant smile, first level of the Qi realm. What? Gu Shi was taken aback. He had already perceived Lin Feng's swordsmanship as extraordinary, but he had not anticipated such a vast disparity in their cultivation levels. So you have already lost. Now you are merely relying on your realm to stubbornly hold your ground, Lin Feng stated coolly. Gu Shi's expression soured as Lin Feng's words struck a chord of truth. Had they been on equal footing, he would have been defeated long ago. His reliance on superior cultivation had left him with little dignity, yet, he was unwilling to concede so easily. Though Lin Feng was powerful, Gu Shi's ambition was to secure a position among the top 3. He could not afford to give up now, even if it meant relying on his realm for support. With a sudden surge of energy, Gu Shi unleashed the 3rd level of the Mudstone sword technique. His eyes gleamed with a golden light as he executed a more formidable swordplay. The air resonated with the sound of ringing swords, its volume so intense it felt as though it could pierce eardrums. It was indeed the Mudstone sword technique. This technique, left behind by the esteemed Mudstone ancestor on a monument within the Wanjian sect, had been comprehended by fewer than 100 individuals within the sect. The fact that Gu Shi had mastered it, and to the 3rd level no less, attested to his terrifying talent. The spectators murmured in a Gu Shi felt a whirlwind of emotions. He had intended to wield this technique against his senior brother Li Yuntian and the prodigy Lu Changqing in the top 3, yet fate had compelled him to reveal it against Lin Feng instead. Lin Feng was simply too powerful. The origins of his swordsmanship were a mystery. Gu Shi sensed that Lin Feng had yet to unleash his full potential, as he was still probing for weaknesses, while Gu Shi himself was nearing his limit. If he wished to defeat Lin Feng, he needed to strike decisively when Lin Feng was unprepared. Meanwhile, the audience was taken aback. Lin Feng was holding his ground against Gu Shi, appearing evenly matched. Now, Gu Shi was forced to resort to the legendary Mudstone Sword technique, a move he had previously withheld, indicating its status as a trump card. Who could have anticipated that Lin Feng would bring forth such exceptional talent, demonstrating an astonishing mastery of swordplay that rivaled even the Mudstone Sword technique? The Mudstone Sword technique, crafted by the esteemed Mudstone Ancestor, was already classified as a profound technique. Could it be that Lin Feng's swordplay had reached the heavenly tier? The notion was terrifying. Heavenly tier? That seems implausible. Such techniques are beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Even superlative geniuses might only scratch the surface. How could he possibly possess a heavenly tier skill? Could it be that Elder Jian imparted his knowledge to Lin Feng? After all, there are rumors of a close relationship between them. It is conceivable, Elder Jian oversees the martial arts pavilion and undoubtedly possesses many powerful techniques. If Lin Feng has a good rapport with him, it wouldn't be impossible for him to receive a priceless tome. Yet, given Lin Feng's esteemed family background, he hardly seems in need of such assistance. After all, he hails from a millennia-old clan. The crowd buzzed with speculation, but Lin Feng's strength was now beyond question. On the stage, Gu Shi exerted himself to the fullest, yet still found himself unable to breach Lin Feng's defenses. This is impossible. I refuse to accept it. Gu Shi gritted his teeth, for to him, spending 5 years in the outer sect without entering the inner sect was already a misfortune. Now, he was on the verge of securing a place in the top 3, yet faced the prospect of being eliminated from the top 50. How could he possibly accept such a fate? With a sudden outburst of energy, Gu Shi unleashed his full potential, yet, even then, he remained at a disadvantage against Lin Feng. You may withdraw now. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled like stars, and a powerful sword intent surged forth, enveloping the sea of swords as he struck with a single, decisive blow. The overwhelming sword intent permeated his technique, sweeping towards Gu Shi with unbridled might. Gu Shi was utterly unable to withstand it, and he was sent flying off the stage. Gu Shi had been defeated? How could this be? Gu Shi was a seasoned outer sect disciple. Such a defeat was inconceivable. How could he falter at the 50 strongest? It must be that Lin Feng is exceptionally formidable. Just now, I sensed an aura of intent from his swordplay. Could it be that he has already cultivated sword intent? Now that you mention it, there is indeed a resemblance. However, that seems impossible. Sword intent can only be comprehended by those at the pinnacle of the sword path, and with his cultivation level, he should be incapable of grasping it. Nonetheless, Lin Feng's astounding strength has truly opened our eyes. I initially thought his earlier success was mere luck, but since his victory over Gu Shi, he has undoubtedly secured a place among the top 5. This individual is truly the most formidable dark horse of this external competition. Chapter 24. The true swordsmanship genius, Lu Changqing. Countless individuals engaged in fervent discussion. The defeat of Gu Shi by Lin Feng left many incredulous. In their eyes, Gu Shi's prowess undeniably placed him within the top 5 of the outer sect. How could he possibly succumb to Lin Feng, a name previously unheard of? It was as if an exceptionally formidable master of swordsmanship had suddenly emerged. At that very moment, several elders and sect leaders observing from the high platforms exchanged glances of astonishment. If they were not mistaken, Lin Feng's final move appeared to embody the essence of sword intent. Was it mere coincidence, or perhaps an illusion? The concept of intent is an exceedingly profound phenomenon, encompassing not only sword intent but also blade intent and fist intent. Intent signifies a realm of understanding that arises when an individual has comprehended a technique to its utmost limits, transcending from the self. When such a domain manifests as a tangible attack, it is referred to as intent. Sword intent is razor-sharp, unparalleled, and belongs to the upper echelon of all intents, making it incredibly difficult to comprehend. Once attained, it exponentially enhances one's swordsmanship, with its power expanding in an explosive manner. Moreover, it offers numerous indescribable benefits, graspable only through intuition. Due to the challenge of comprehending sword intent, it is typically only the most accomplished and high-ranking practitioners who possess it. Naturally, a novice like Lin Feng would not be expected to have such a capability, yet, the essence he exhibited earlier did indeed resemble sword intent. Consequently, the elders surmised that Lin Feng had stumbled upon this phenomenon by chance. It is not uncommon for a rare genius to experience such an occurrence. This situation, in turn, significantly increased the likelihood of him grasping sword intent in the future. Lin Feng, indeed, is a prodigy among prodigies. Once the outer sect competition concludes, I shall certainly take him as my disciple. Many elders had already resolved within their hearts that such a talent as Lin Feng must not be overlooked, even if there existed merely a flicker of potential for awakening sword intent. Speaking of sword intent, Lin Feng's performance on the arena was already astonishing enough to warrant the exceptional privilege of being accepted as a direct disciple. Direct disciples typically possess talents and intellect that far exceed those of ordinary individuals, and Lin Feng currently exhibits such promise. Meanwhile, Gu Shi, who had been sent flying from the arena, bore a bloodied lip and an expression of unwillingness. He found it difficult to accept his defeat, having fallen short of the top 50 after 5 years of preparation, only to meet such an abrupt end. Yet, regardless of his reluctance, the reality remained that Lin Feng was indeed stronger, a fact that could not be contested. After a few moments of adjustment, he finally clasped his fists together and expressed, "Thank you, Brother Lin, for your guidance. Your swordsmanship far surpasses mine, and I concede my defeat with utmost respect. Particularly your final move made me acutely aware of the chasm between myself and a true genius of swordsmanship. I dare say even Lu Changqing pales in comparison." Lin Feng reciprocated with a fist salute, acknowledging Gu Shi's courtesy. "You flatter me, Brother Gu." Gu Shi shook his head and departed the scene. The audience erupted in astonishment upon overhearing the exchange between Gu Shi and Lin Feng. Gu Shi had actually admitted to being inferior to Lin Feng, conceding his defeat with grace? To suggest that Lin Feng, hailed as a genius of swordsmanship, could even eclipse Lu Changqing, had Gu Shi lost his sanity? How could this be? Lu Changqing was renowned as the foremost swordsmanship genius of the outer sect, and past inner sect prodigies were utterly eclipsed by him. Perhaps Gu Shi was merely fabricating excuses for his defeat. I doubt Gu Shi is the type to shy away from loss. It seems Lin Feng is genuinely formidable, capable of rivaling Lu Changqing's techniques. This seems improbable, yet Lin Feng's strength is undeniable. Were it not for today, I would have remained oblivious to the existence of such hidden talents within our outer sect. At that moment, Chen Luoshuet and Chen Hong wore expressions of sheer disbelief. They had not anticipated Lin Feng's sudden surge in power. Defeating Gu Shi was beyond their expectations. They believed they themselves might not even be able to best Gu Shi, at best holding their ground. Gu Shi's display of the mudstone sword technique was exceptionally formidable, one they were uncertain how to contend with, yet Lin Feng had navigated it with ease, ultimately striking down Gu Shi with a single move. This Lin Feng was astonishingly strong. It was unfathomable. Just a month prior, he had been considered worthless. How could he have progressed so rapidly in such a brief span? Even consuming a mystical elixir would not suffice. As for the Li family's opportunities, if they possessed such rapid enhancement, they would have long since ascended to become the most powerful family in the realm, rather than be suppressed by the Lin family. What, then, was the true nature of Lin Feng? Chen Luoshua was filled with curiosity and confusion. Lin Feng was utterly incredible, as though he had activated some hidden prowess. Chen Hong, recalling his previous bold words about teaching Lin Feng a lesson, now thought it likely that merely achieving victory against Lin Feng would be a considerable feat. This Lin Feng truly knew how to play the part of a pig to eat the tiger. Unlike Chen Luoshue, who had a deeper understanding of Lin Feng, Chen Hong perceived him as an individual with profound thoughts, surely having concealed his capabilities beforehand. Otherwise, how could his strength have improved so absurdly? The notion of Lin Feng being deep-minded became apparent from their last encounter, where he had so nonchalantly spoken of friendship after having his girlfriend stolen from him. Who could maintain such composure in such circumstances? To him, Lin Feng was undoubtedly a cunning individual, his emotions carefully concealed. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. It would be prudent to avoid offending someone like Lin Feng in the future. As Lin Feng descended from the arena, the next round of competition commenced. In this round, aside from Gu Shi, the other outer sect prodigies were fortunate, having been spared from facing each other. Had they been matched against one another, it would have been inevitable that one would be eliminated prematurely. However, with the conclusion of the top 50, the competition progressed to the top 25, and the likelihood of prodigies clashing increased significantly. Lin Feng was set to face Lu Changqing. The crowd was taken aback. Having just mentioned Lu Changqing, he was now pitted against Lin Feng. Did Gu Shi not claim that Lin Feng's talent in swordsmanship surpassed that of Lu Changqing? Their confrontation would soon reveal who was superior. I never anticipated that a name I had never heard before, Lin Feng, could stand in comparison to Lu Changqing. Lu Changqing had showcased unparalleled swordsmanship talent within just a year of entering our outer sect, even attracting the attention of inner sect elders who sought to recruit him. Yet, Lu Changqing had declined, aspiring to prove himself worthy of entering the inner sect on his own merit. Could such an exceptional genius truly be rivaled by Lin Feng? The crowd voiced their doubts. Although Lin Feng had triumphed over Gu Shi, his strength was indeed formidable, but when it came to talent, he could not possibly surpass Lu Changqing. While Lin Feng might defeat Lu Changqing in battle, he could not overpower him in terms of innate ability. Lu Changqing had merely been in the outer sect for a year, yet was already a third-layer Qi realm practitioner, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with other top-ranking disciples. His extraordinary talent in swordsmanship had subdued countless geniuses. Lin Feng, though powerful, likely relied on his cultivated realm for his strength. Of course, he possessed genuine prowess, but he could not compare to a true prodigy. Chapter 25 of The Resilient Willow. In the first swordsmanship prodigy of the outer sect, what the crowd remains unaware of is that Lin Feng's strength is merely at the first level of the Qi realm. However, due to the exceptional nature of his swordsmanship, many have mistakenly believed that he has already reached the mid to late stages of the Qi realm. In his confrontation with Lu Changqing, Lin Feng finds himself evenly matched. Both being prodigies of swordsmanship, the outcome of their duel hinges primarily on the superiority of their respective sword skills. Of course, Lin Feng is not obliged to engage Lu Changqing solely in swordplay. He possesses the formidable thunderstorm technique at his disposal. Nevertheless, given that they are in the Thousand Sword sect, a place where sword techniques reign supreme, Lin Feng naturally opts to employ his swordsmanship first, resorting to other techniques only as a last resort. Lin Feng, I have been observing your previous matches. When I first heard that you defeated your opponents with a precious sword, I scoffed, yet I can clearly see your terrifying mastery of swordsmanship, which makes me eagerly anticipate our battle, Lu Changqing stated calmly, his eyes glimmering with intense fighting spirit. Since joining the Thousand Sword sect, he has continuously familiarized himself with various sword techniques, yet he has never encountered the swordplay that Lin Feng possesses. Moreover, Lin Feng's profound understanding of swordsmanship is rare among his peers, earning even Lu Changqing's admiration. He senses that Lin Feng is a remarkably formidable opponent, indeed, the strongest he has faced thus far. Without exception, the crowd remains oblivious to Lu Changqing's regard for Lin Feng. Had they known, they would undoubtedly be astounded. After all, Lin Feng is merely a relatively strong prodigy, yet he has garnered such accolades from the sword genius Lu Changqing. Noticing the fervent fighting spirit emanating from his opponent, Lin Feng smiled gently. Then this presents a splendid opportunity for a spar. Come, I have heard much about you. Having practiced the Oceanic Sea Sword technique, Lin Feng is aware of his high level of comprehension in swordplay, yet he also seeks to gauge the disparity between himself and the so-called sword geniuses in the eyes of his fellow disciples. At present, Lu Changqing indeed possesses an extraordinary aura. His sword intent is as steadfast as a pine, reminiscent of an unmanifested precious sword. As the competition commenced, with the elder referee's voice echoing in the air, Lu Changqing unleashed an immensely powerful sword momentum. The essence of sword momentum and sword intent shares a profound connection, both embodying an indescribable aura. The distinction lies in that sword intent can materialize into lethal attacks, serving as a fierce offensive technique. In contrast, sword momentum is merely an aura that invisibly amplifies one's oppressive presence, effectively intimidating opponents through sheer force of will. One must grasp sword intent before one can condense sword momentum. Thus, sword momentum serves as a testament to a sword cultivator's might. With a hum, Lu Changqing's long sword spun forth, suspended in midair, quivering incessantly before he seized it. Subsequently, an exceptionally potent sword technique surged toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, his expression growing slightly more serious. While his opponent's sword technique was of a high caliber, such a level merely conferred a minor advantage. What was truly impressive was Lu Changqing's deep understanding of swordsmanship. This strike was nothing short of exquisite, with myriad variations embedded within what appeared to be a simple move, allowing him to respond to Lin Feng's counterattack seamlessly. The power of the strike was formidable, imbued with a fierce edge. Come at me. Lin Feng's expression remained indifferent, yet his long sword was unleashed with remarkable speed. The oceanic sea sword technique melded harmoniously, erupting like a cataclysmic wave, capable of obliterating all in its path. When their swords clashed, a thunderous sound of metal on metal resonated through the air. Each sword seemed on the verge of succumbing to the terrifying swordplay, trembling and emitting mournful cries. As Lin Feng engaged with earnest intent, every strike he executed bore unparalleled might. Even Lu Changqing found it challenging to withstand the onslaught. Lu Changqing's eyes flashed with disbelief. The more he dueled with Lin Feng, the more he felt the strain, recognizing the brilliance of Lin Feng's swordsmanship. Lin Feng's technique resembled that of a swordsmanship master, honed through decades of practice, exhibiting unmatched skill and finesse. Each of Lin Feng's strikes cascaded like an overwhelming tide, vast and uncontainable, and after only a few exchanges, Lu Changqing felt he had reached the limits of his endurance. This is impossible. Despite having regarded Lin Feng with great respect from the outset, the realization that his own prized swordsmanship talent was being utterly dominated by Lin Feng was a blow to his pride. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed a surge of even greater power. Lin Feng's expression sharpened, activating his innate sword body. His techniques became even more formidable. Lu Changqing's outburst was merely a fleeting spark, a momentary resurgence. After several exchanges, Lu Changqing could no longer withstand the ferocity of Lin Feng's swordplay. He fell to one knee, gripping the sword hilt with both hands, desperately attempting to block one of Lin Feng's strikes. You have lost, Lin Feng stated with a calm demeanor. Lu Changqing gritted his teeth, struggling internally before conceding. I admit defeat. I am not as strong as you. To refine a sword technique to such an extraordinary level requires not only prolonged immersion but also a talent that far surpasses my own. Lu Changqing's gaze dimmed slightly. He never imagined that the day would come when he, hailed as the sword genius of the outer sect, would acknowledge his inferiority in talent. Indeed, Lin Feng did not feign humility, but rather acknowledged the truth. After all, he had amassed numerous friends and acquired an abundance of techniques and spiritual roots. To claim otherwise would be absurd. Sighing, Lu Changqing sheathed his sword, preparing to depart. Lin Feng kindly remarked, your swordsmanship is formidable. Although your talent may slightly lag behind mine, my victory over you was largely due to the advantage of my technique. This was not an act of false modesty. Rather, Lin Feng recognized that despite having a lower realm than Lu Changqing, he was able to triumph through the superiority of his swordplay, the oceanic sea sword technique granting him significant leverage. Do not feel the need to console me. The ability to cultivate such powerful sword techniques is also a testament to your strength, Lu Changqing replied nonchalantly, waving his hand as he exited the stage. Lin Feng, having secured another victory, was met with an eruption of incredulous gasps from the crowd. Lin Feng has triumphed once more, first against Gu Shi, and now against the sword genius Lu Changqing? This must be a dream. Both are super prodigies of the outer sect, and it should be a foregone conclusion that they would secure the top 3 spots, especially Lu Changqing, the foremost sword genius of the outer sect. To think he would fall to Lin Feng, the crowd erupted in disbelief, their gazes toward Lin Feng filled with astonishment. With Gu Shi and Lu Changqing acknowledging Lin Feng's exceptional talent, the question lingered. Could Lin Feng truly be a super prodigy? It hardly requires elaboration. Defeating both Gu Shi and Lu Changqing clearly signifies his extraordinary prowess. Even Lu Changqing's defeat to Lin Feng in swordsmanship suggests that the title of the outer sect as foremost sword genius may soon belong to Lin Feng. This outer sect competition is indeed a gathering of hidden talents. Lin Feng, who had remained low-key for so long, has revealed a strength that hints at his formidable prowess developed long ago. The fact that he has only now come to the forefront is truly remarkable. I previously heard rumors that Lin Feng is merely a sycophant to Qian Luoxue. Could such a powerful individual truly engage in sycophancy? Such gossip is baseless, akin to the unfounded claims that Lin Feng is a waste. I agree. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Despite their doubts, one undeniable truth emerged. Lin Feng is indeed a genuine prodigy. Aside from the likes of Master Brother Li Yuntian, Chen Hong, and Qian Luoxue, he has yet to be defeated by anyone else, firmly establishing himself as the first prodigy of the outer sect. This is widely recognized, as it is well known that Li Yuntian, Chen Hong, and Qian Luoxue are of comparable strength to Gu Shi and Lu Changqing, with no significant disparity. Since defeating the two, Lin Feng has maintained an air of nonchalance, displaying no considerable pressure. Chapter 26 Qian Luoxue's plan, confronting Lin Feng. This revelation sent a shiver of trepidation through the remaining top 10 competitors, instilling a sense of alarm within them. Had it been earlier, facing formidable external experts like Li Yuntian and Lu Changqing might have stirred a flicker of apprehension in their hearts, yet they would not have felt true fear. They believed themselves to be evenly matched, where victory hinged merely on who performed better or was in superior form. After all, when the disparity in strength is minimal, chance plays a substantial role in determining the outcome of a contest. However, witnessing Lin Feng's overwhelming triumph over Gu Shi and Lu Changqing, their confidence began to wane. Lin Feng's prowess was evidently a cut above theirs, leading them to fear that meeting him might seal their fate in defeat. Their anxiety stemmed from the desire for Lin Feng not to take the stage too soon, hoping he could endure long enough to secure a place among the top 3, which would render any loss more palatable. The rewards for the top 3 were astronomically greater than those for the top 10. Meanwhile, Chen Luoxue and Chen Hong were left astounded. They had been utterly unaware that the individual they had previously offended was such a formidable opponent. At this moment, Chen Luoxue no longer viewed Lin Feng as merely an exceptionally rapid learner who had become a remarkable swordsman. She believed it was improbable for anyone to progress so swiftly unless they had undergone a legendary reincarnation through the possession of a powerful entity from beyond. Yet, that notion belonged to the realm of myth within the cultivation world. The reality of possession and transformation was far more complex. Even the most esteemed cultivators in Daozhou would lack such capacity. If it were indeed possible, there would not be so many ancient ancestors lost to time. Furthermore, even if such an ability existed, it would hardly be wasted on a perceived wastrel like Lin Feng. Thus, the only plausible explanation was that Lin Feng had been concealing his true strength, masquerading as a weakling. Given the previous decline of the Lin family, Chen Luoxue found this line of reasoning increasingly convincing. Lin Feng, fearing that his family's diminished status might attract unwanted attention from rival clans, had feigned weakness, allowing others to underestimate both him and the Lin family. This strategy ensured he attracted minimal trouble, while opponents overlooked the Lin family as a potential threat. Recently, with Lin Gong's rise to prominence and breakthrough into the creation realm, Lin Feng no longer needed to maintain this charade and could finally reveal his true self. Consequently, upon his return, Lin Feng had treated her with a marked coldness, leading her to surmise that his previous sycophantic demeanor had been a mere act. After all, how could such a genius exhibit such subservience? Chen Luoxue, possessing a modicum of self-awareness, noted Chen Hong's demeanor. Men with even a slight degree of strength often harbored a certain pride, not easily reduced to mere sycophants. Lin Feng, you have hidden your true self so profoundly. A complex array of emotions flickered in her eyes. Who could have anticipated that Lin Feng was such a person? Soon, a spark of anger ignited within her. Does being a genius grant you the right to toy with others? Deceiving my affections warrants recompense. The more she pondered, the more her resentment brewed. After all, she was a celebrated beauty among the outer disciples, a goddess in the eyes of countless admirers. How could she be deceived by someone like Lin Feng? Could a genius so easily manipulate others? Her mind began to churn with possibilities. Now that the Lin family was on the rise, they would undoubtedly value their reputation. Lin Feng had deceived her, and she could easily extort treasures from him under the guise of being his partner, which could serve as a form of compensation. She devised a plan in her heart. With Lin Feng's newfound prominence, she felt no regret in her jealousy, rather, it felt justifiable. Yet, another thought lingered. Perhaps Lin Feng secretly harbored feelings for her. After all, why would he choose to fawn over her instead of others? He had even allocated half of the limited resources of the Lin family to her. Even if he were merely pretending to be infatuated, such actions must surely come from a place of genuine affection. Now, Lin Feng sought to reclaim his identity as a genius, showcasing his masculine allure, and thus deliberately distanced himself from her. This could be seen as a classic case of playing hard to get. After all, a genius would naturally be concerned with their image. Chen Luoxue quietly resolved to praise Lin Feng after the outer competition concluded, expressing her admiration for his strength. She would then apologize and sever ties with Chen Hong, hoping to rekindle her relationship with Lin Feng. Of course, if that failed, she would resort to extortion. She certainly did not intend to lose both the watermelon and the sesame seeds. In her mind, she envisioned 100 ways to vex Lin Feng. Just then, the elder's voice called out her name. Chen Luoxue, Lin Feng, please take the stage. Chen Luoxue paused momentarily, taken aback by the swiftness of her encounter with Lin Feng. Luoxue, when you face Lin Feng, endeavor to wear him down. It would be best to injure him, Chen Hong whispered to her. Lin Feng has fought so many matches, his strength must be waning out. If you can wound him, I am confident I can defeat him if he faces me again. A rather naive expectation. Chen Luoxue shot Chen Hong a disdainful glance in her heart, utterly speechless. Asking her to expend her energy while he reaped the rewards was quite the audacity, especially considering she was ostensibly his girlfriend. Chen Hong was truly insufferable, yet, despite her thoughts, she refrained from voicing them, instead responding with a playful smile. All right, brother Hong, watch me shine. Though she had resolved to completely sever ties with Chen Hong, she felt the timing was not yet right. Deep down, she aimed to dangle Chen Hong while simultaneously coaxing Lin Feng back into her fold, much like she had done with him previously. However, Chen Hong was a more complex character, and she hesitated over the decision. Perhaps it was best to postpone such matters until after the competition concluded. Contemplating now would yield little benefit. Facing Lin Feng, she felt utterly lacking in confidence. If only he would show her some leniency. As Chen Luoxue gracefully descended onto the competition stage, Lin Feng approached at a leisurely pace. She twirled a strand of hair, a charming smile gracing her lips. Lin Feng, I never expected you to conceal yourself so thoroughly, emerging as a genius of the sword. If I had known you were this remarkable, I would have always been by your side, obedient to your every whim. Lin Feng remained silent, patiently awaiting the elder's declaration to commence. Lin Feng, why are you silent? Are you still upset about our breakup? I merely sought to provoke you by being with Chen Hong, Chen Luoxue spoke, attempting to feign humility. You know how we girls are, drawn to strength. Now that you are so powerful, I would do anything you ask, let us reunite. She felt she had lowered herself adequately in her demeanor. Previously, she would not have uttered such words in an attempt to reconcile. Her insinuations were laden with humility. Even if Lin Feng requested a more intimate encounter, she would not refuse. Reunite? What nonsense! Lin Feng inwardly cursed, though he held his tongue. At this juncture, he had no desire to engage with Qian Luoxue. It seemed pointless. He merely wanted to finish the match and move on. Compared to competing in this outer contest, he preferred to practice swordsmanship for a while longer or enjoy a drink with the sword elder, rather than endure the presence of Qian Luoxue, whom he found utterly distasteful. Lin Feng, do you truly refuse to grant me even one opportunity? Qian Luoxue deliberately lowered the neckline of her robe, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. Her reputation as the outer goddess was not unwarranted, as her attire accentuated her alluring figure. She often donned white robes of fine silk, each movement revealing glimpses of her snow-white complexion, captivating many of the younger disciples. Yet, knowing Qian Luoxue's true nature, Lin Feng felt no allure whatsoever. Chapter 27. As single strike defeats Qian Luoxue, battling Chen Hong. Elder, let us commence. Lin Feng, disinterested in engaging in idle chatter with Qian Luoxue, feared that any additional words might provoke her to pester him like a fly drawn to flesh. Previously, he could afford to converse with her due to their friendship, but now, having surpassed her in strength by a considerable margin, that relationship served no purpose other than to annoy him. Lin Feng, I've spoken at length, yet you offer not a single response. Don't you think you are being excessively unreasonable? Qian Luoxue exclaimed, her voice laced with indignation. Numerous disciples outside the arena, unable to discern her words, nonetheless perceived her dejected demeanor and began to harbor resentment towards Lin Feng. What is wrong with my goddess? Could it be that Lin Feng has humiliated her? One murmured, noting her distressed expression. How could she be humiliated? Lin Feng hasn't even spoken, another countered. Then it must be that he is ignoring her, which could only serve to embarrass Qian Luoxue. Impossible. She is my goddess. Although Lin Feng is a genius, he cannot possibly resist her allure. Please, I just saw your goddess acting flirtatiously, and Lin Feng paid her no mind, someone retorted. The crowd buzzed with speculation, yet most were disinterested in the drama, eager only to witness how far Lin Feng could ascend and whether he could claim the top position. Some had heard the rumors of Lin Feng being Qian Luoxue's devoted admirer. Although many dismissed these claims after witnessing Lin Feng's prowess, a faction remained curious to see if he would show any leniency towards her. With Lin Feng's urging, the elder promptly stepped forward to announce the start of the match. A buzz. Without mercy, Lin Feng unleashed the Sung Hai sword technique the moment the elder declared the contest underway. In an instant, sword energy surged forth like a vibrant rainbow, hurtling directly towards Qian Luoxue. She furrowed her brow, taken aback that Lin Feng would bypass any pleasantries and charge at her directly. Did he not fear injuring her? In Qian Luoxue's mind, Lin Feng still resembled a devoted admirer, merely disregarding her due to his genius status. However, the current situation suggested that he showed no mercy whatsoever. Lin Feng, while your swordsmanship is formidable, I, Qian Luoxue, am not to be underestimated, she declared, her long sword coalescing in her grasp, a fine quality treasure. Her sword technique was exquisite, flowing like water, her strikes sharp and precise, akin to an elegant ribbon among ordinary disciples. Her skills could be deemed elite, standing out remarkably. Her training was commendable, justifying her reputation as a genius. Yet, before Lin Feng, she remained woefully inadequate. With eyes gleaming like stars, Lin Feng discerned her flaws within a mere exchange. Directing his sword straight at her brow, the overwhelming force of his sword energy surged forth like a mighty river. Clang! Qian Luoxue's eyes widened in shock as she stumbled back several steps, her sword slipping from her grasp under the imminent threat. Lin Feng's blade now hovered at her brow, perfectly positioned. That's all there is to it, Lin Feng remarked nonchalantly. Previously, Qian Luoxue had humiliated him, believing herself to be a powerful figure. Now, he realized she was no match for him. Recovering from the shock of her defeat, Qian Luoxue's expression soured. Lin Feng, are you truly attempting to humiliate me in front of so many? She spat, her teeth clenched. Renowned as the goddess and a paragon of beauty, she had been vanquished in the outer sect competition by a single strike from Lin Feng. Compared to other prodigies, her standing had diminished greatly, resulting in an embarrassing defeat. Lin Feng replied coolly, to be defeated in a single strike merely indicates your inadequacy. You do not deserve the title of genius. If you were not so weak, I could hardly humiliate you. His indifferent words only fueled Qian Luoxue's ire. She scrutinized Lin Feng, struggling to comprehend the transformation in his character. How could one person undergo such a drastic change? The Lin Feng of old had been a sycophant, utterly foolish, lacking the sharp tongue he now wielded. It was as though he had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Very well, Lin Feng, I shall remember this, she vowed, sensing that the situation had spiraled beyond her control. Before their duel, she had considered that perhaps Lin Feng's newfound strength had altered his demeanor, leading him to harbor feelings for her. Yet now, it was clear that he bore her no affection whatsoever. With that realization, she resolved to be ruthless. In her heart, she devised a plan to ruin Lin Feng's reputation. Lin Feng wins. With the elder's proclamation, gasps of astonishment rippled through the audience. Third in line, the most promising genius was defeated by Lin Feng. While many had anticipated this outcome, few had expected the goddess to falter against him so easily. What a monster! Not only were the spectators astounded, but several elders also regarded Lin Feng with keen interest. This young man, I must take him as my disciple, a rare talent indeed. He is likely to claim the top position in this outer sect competition. His swordsmanship was commendable, deserving of being passed down through generations. However, the technique appeared quite profound among those not directly involved in the competition. The elders and onlookers found their emotions most affected by the competitors who had now entered the top 10. Their anxiety was palpable, akin to the sensation of flying in an airplane, fearing that Lin Feng might be their next opponent. If they could avoid facing him, perhaps they could secure a position in the top 3. But encountering Lin Feng would mean certain defeat. Meanwhile, Chen Hong, observing Qian Luoshue's swift defeat, voiced his dissatisfaction. Luoshue, did I not instruct you to wear him down, to fall in a single strike? Surely you did not let your past feelings for him influence your performance? Already seething, Chen Luoshue's frustration flared at his words. If you think you can do better, step up and witness your own defeat. Qian Luoshue. Chen Hong was taken aback by her tone, irritation brewing within him. Yet, recognizing the impropriety of his earlier comment, he chose to remain silent. If Lin Feng were to evaluate their relationship, he might very well declare them a perfect match, both lacking in virtue. As Lin Feng triumphed over Qian Luoshue, the other matches began to unfold. With 5 more competitors eliminated and the top 5 solidified, Lin Feng surveyed the remaining contenders. The previously mentioned top contenders now included the eldest disciple, Li Yuntian, Chen Hong, Ji Rushue, and an unsuspecting dark horse. The last 5 were slated to draw lots for match pairings, with one contestant receiving a bye. However, recognizing his limitations, the dark horse voluntarily withdrew, securing 5th place. Next, Lin Feng would face Chen Hong. Chapter 28 Defeating Chen Hong. Aren't we friends? The chief judge announced the next contestant. Lin Feng, perplexed, found it strange that, amidst the already limited number of participants, he had encountered those who had declared their intentions to give him a hard time before taking the stage. With so many competitors, both Qian Luoshue and Chen Hong had crossed paths with him. However, Lin Feng paid little heed to this and, having long contemplated teaching Chen Hong a lesson in response to his earlier provocations, walked towards the arena with a calm demeanor. At that moment, Chen Hong's expression shifted, dismay washed over him. Damn it, how could his luck be so poor, landing him against Lin Feng? Previously, he had instructed Qian Luoshue to wear Lin Feng down, fearing precisely this scenario where he would face Lin Feng and be unable to prevail. Who could have anticipated that his greatest fear would manifest? He had indeed drawn Lin Feng as his opponent. He ascended the martial platform in a state of mild panic. Ordinarily, Qian Luoshue, as Chen Hong's ostensible girlfriend, would feign encouragement at this juncture, cautioning him to be wary. Yet, after being mocked moments ago, her expression was one of indignation, eager only to witness Chen Hong's embarrassment. Chen Hong, acutely aware of this shift, inwardly cursed her. Were it not for Qian Luoshue's decent looks and charm, which provided him a semblance of status when in public, he would have severed ties with her long ago. As he stepped onto the competition stage, he opened with, Brother Lin, do you recall our earlier conversation where I suggested we become friends? I have recognized you as such. Lin Feng pondered briefly before replying, I remember. You stated that our relationship is one of friendship, correct? Friends do not take sparring too seriously, and now that we have both reached the top 5, how about you let me through to the top 2? You should be aware that I am the young master, with a future opportunity to inherit the sect leader's position. If you grant me this favor, I assure you that I will not treat you poorly in the future. Chen Hong found himself at an impasse. Under normal circumstances, his pride would never allow him to grovel before Lin Feng, yet, this external competition was of utmost importance. Although he was the young master of the Wanjian sect, he was merely an illegitimate child, a fortuitous offspring of the sect leader. The sect leader had not bestowed upon him any special privileges as his only child. At best, he received a slight tilt in resources and some clandestine support from a few elders. In reality, he had to rely on his own efforts to make a name for himself within the sect, starting from the outer door. This was precisely why he found himself in the outer sect. Under usual circumstances, he would have been a true disciple from birth. Alas, one could only blame his father, the sect leader, for his obstinate nature. Yet, there was no point in lamenting this situation, for changing his father's mind was beyond his reach. All he needed was to showcase exceptional prowess in this outer sect competition, possibly earning his father's respect and better resources. After all, the condition for securing first place in this competition was to have the sect leader agree to a certain matter. He could seize this opportunity to reclaim the rights that belonged to the young master. Furthermore, if he performed admirably, those elders who already held expectations for him would likely offer him even greater benefits. Perhaps he could even take this chance to be acknowledged as a true disciple. Once he entered the inner sect, the resources allocated to him would undoubtedly be significantly larger. By then, would he still have eyes for Qian Luoshue? Would Lin Feng even be worthy of standing across from him? To demonstrate his capabilities, it was essential for him to triumph over Lin Feng, this dark horse. Otherwise, he would not even secure a second place, unworthy of being the son of the Wanjian sect's leader. He cast a furtive glance at his father. The sect leader, seated high above his father, was indeed watching him, awaiting his performance. Brother Lin, what do you think? Chen Hong continued to probe. An intriguing proposition. However, I too aspire to claim first place. While we are friends, our relationship does not extend to relinquishing rankings. Besides, I distinctly recall your previous mockery of me, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Brother Lin, that was merely jest. Wasn't it that wench Qian Luoshue who influenced me? Chen Hong laughed heartily, attempting to barter with Qian Luoshue as a means to gain favor. Lin Feng's eyes glinted with amusement. Is Qian Luoshue truly worth such a price? You're jesting, Chen Hong. Then what do you desire? I shall fulfill whatever you wish, Chen Hong pressed, taken aback by Lin Feng's unexpected transformation. He had initially thought that Qian Luoshue held considerable allure for Lin Feng. After all, that wench was indeed quite attractive, and she herself had shown a willingness to reconcile with Lin Feng, which he thought could be leveraged. Yet, Lin Feng's outright rejection left him dumbfounded, with no hint of hesitation. He inwardly cursed Qian Luoxue, deeming her utterly useless, never of any assistance. Let me ponder, Lin Feng feigned contemplation. How about you grant me your family's 9 transformations of glazed heart technique? Lin Feng, are you dreaming? That is the premier technique of the Wanjian sect. Chen Hong, momentarily forsaking the title of brother, nearly erupted in anger at Lin Feng's audacity. The significance of the 9 transformations of glazed heart technique was evident. Lin Feng smiled faintly, for unbeknownst to Chen Hong, he had already acquired this technique and replicated it at an equivalent level. Then it appears I have no further desires, let us settle this through combat, Lin Feng declared with a smile. Chen Hong hesitated before conceding, very well, after the competition concludes, I shall provide it to you. I wish to have it now out if you fear detection, simply hand over your storage ring, Lin Feng insisted. That is out of the question, Chen Hong firmly declined. He had merely been toying with Lin Feng, the premier technique of the Wanjian sect was the only one his father had passed down to him, a rare concession. Should it be leaked to Lin Feng, he would surely face dire consequences, potentially losing even his nominal status as young master. It seems brother Chen lacks resolve, Lin Feng remarked. In that case, let us dispense with the pleasantries. The chief judge has been waiting for quite some time, let the competition commence. Indeed, the chief judge had been biding his time. As an outer sect elder with limited power, he possessed a keen sense of awareness. With one a genius and the other a young master, he was loath to initiate the match prematurely and risk offending either, thus, he patiently awaited the conclusion of their dialogue. With Lin Feng's declaration to begin, he stepped forward, stating, the competition starts now. As the elder's words fell, Lin Feng's longsword materialized, poised and ready. Lin Feng, are you truly unwilling to negotiate? Chen Hong, evidently not yet prepared for the impending clash, queried. What is there to negotiate? Wouldn't it be better to discuss matters after you step down? Lin Feng replied with a smile. Oof. Chen Hong scoffed, initially intending to issue a fierce retort. However, recalling how Gu Shilu and Shang Qing had both been defeated by Lin Feng, he realized that he was unlikely to contend successfully with him and thus remained silent. Chapter 29 Lin's favorite pastime is beating friends. Lin Feng regarded his adversary Chen Hong with little concern. Once a man of some refinement, Chen now struck Lin as no more distinguished than the likes of Gu Shiqian and Luo Shui, perhaps even inferior to Lu Changqing. After all, Lu Changqing possessed a remarkable talent for swordsmanship. Individuals like Qian Luoxue and Chen Hong, though once hailed as prodigies, were merely average, as the outer sect lacked truly gifted contenders, allowing them to bask in the glory of such titles. Of course, Lin Feng's current exceptional talent enabled him to criticize these individuals freely. Had it been in the past, he would have been but a mere stepping stone beneath their feet. With the duel underway, Lin Feng spared no further words. That Songhai sword technique erupted forth, as formidable as ever, surging towards Chen Hong with unassailable might. While Chen had previously observed this technique from the stage and deemed it impressive, he now realized its true ferocity, a power far beyond the reach of his current abilities. Yet, the competition had commenced, and he had no choice but to brace himself for the confrontation. The meteor sword technique, an intersect style reserved for those who had ascended to its ranks, was not a gift from his father but rather a token of flattery from an elder attempting to curry favor with him. As the young sect master, many elders believed he was destined to be the next leader of their sect. Faced with the meteor sword technique, Lin Feng did not even glance at it, striking with a single stroke. Clang! Chen Hong, exerting every ounce of strength through the 9 turns glazed heart method, managed to barely fend off the attack. However, this defense consumed nearly all of his energy, and it was merely a casual strike from Lin Feng. Brother Lin, we can still negotiate. After all, we are friends, Chen Hong blurted out in a panic. He found the very notion of calling Lin a friend absurd, yet in the heat of the moment, the words escaped him. Ding! Acknowledgement of Chen Hong's claim of friendship detected. Random rewards will now be extracted. Successful extraction. Meteor sword technique awarded to the host. Lin Feng had not anticipated such an unexpected boon during the battle. However, with the Songhai sword technique now at his disposal, he regarded these trivial skills with disdain. My greatest pleasure is in beating my friends, Brother Chen, I hope you understand, Lin Feng remarked, unleashing an even more potent sword strike. How dare you, Lin Feng? You show me such disrespect, I shall make you pay for this. Chen Hong seethed internally, though he dared not voice his thoughts. After all, they were still locked in combat, and any sign of dissatisfaction from Lin Feng could result in a more brutal assault. Yet even without malicious intent, Lin Feng's swordsmanship was beyond Chen Hong's capacity to withstand. I will endure at least one more strike, I must not be outshone by Qian Luoxue, Chen Hong thought, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at his own reasoning. As the young sect master, he could not possibly be compared to Qian Luoxue. The likes of Gu Shi and Lu Changqing had managed to exchange several blows with Lin Feng, and if he were to falter after just 1 or 2 strikes, it would be a source of immense shame. He would not be able to hold his head high before his father or the elders who had pinned their hopes on him. It was evident that Lin Feng had become the benchmark against which their talents were measured. Yet Lin Feng had no intention of granting Chen Hong that opportunity. Regarding both Qian Luoxue and Chen Hong with disdain, he preferred to dispatch them swiftly rather than engage in protracted conflict. His previous desire to inflict a thorough beating had shifted. It was better to eliminate them outright rather than risk allowing them any semblance of satisfaction. Clang! Just as Lin Feng had done with Qian Luoxue, with a second strike, Chen Hong's longsword was sent flying from his grasp, crashing to the ground. Without his weapon, Chen Hong found himself severely wounded, utterly devoid of any means of defense. Yield, Lin Feng stated coolly. Impossible, I refuse to concede. Chen Hong glanced at his father, the sect leader, seated high above. Though his father maintained an impassive demeanor, Chen Hong could feel the palpable disappointment emanating from him, anger ignited within him, directed solely at Lin Feng, yet before he could voice his grievances, Lin Feng seized him and cast him from the stage. If you refuse to concede, then down you go, Lin Feng stated flatly. With a resounding thud, Chen Hong tumbled unceremoniously to the ground below. The elder referee stood in stunned silence, having not anticipated such a swift resolution to the match against the young master of the sword sect. Previously, opponents had treated Chen Hong with a measure of courtesy, refraining from unleashing their full strength for fear of causing injury. This leniency had undeniably contributed to Chen Hong's ascent through the ranks. Lin Feng prevails, the elder referee declared. 2 strikes, just 2 strikes had sufficed to cast Chen Hong down. A dismissal even more humiliating than that inflicted upon Chen Luoxue. Gu Shi and Lu Changqing, of comparable caliber, had managed to exchange multiple blows with Lin Feng, while Chen Luoxue and Chen Hong had been dispatched in mere moments. Was there truly enmity between Lin Feng and the others? Perhaps the rumors held some truth that Lin Feng was but a sycophant to Chen Luoxue, now seeking retribution to it was plausible, but equally likely that Chen Luoxue and Chen Hong were simply inept. Chen Hong, despite his noble lineage as the young master, acted recklessly and had made many enemies. Chen Luoxue, too, was known for her manipulative ways, and it was hardly surprising that she had crossed paths with Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng had surged into the top 2, meanwhile, the other stage had also yielded results, with Master Brother Li Yuntian emerging victorious. His triumph was expected. He could have entered the inner sect 2 years prior, had it not been for an injury sustained during a secret trial that had set him back, yet his strength had not. In fact, he had grown even stronger, rumored to have even cultivated sword intent, marking him as the true first among the outer sect. Impossible, the rumor of him having cultivated sword intent is far-fetched. Such mastery is beyond the grasp of us outer disciples, some murmured. You lack understanding. Brother Li is of the Li family. Though he is merely the son of a family elder, he is highly regarded within his clan, receiving abundant top-tier resources, thus making the cultivation of sword intent a distinct possibility. But I heard Lin Feng is of the Lin family, came the response. The crowd turned their attention to the dueling platform, searching for the figures of Lin Feng and Li Yuntian. If indeed the whispers were true, and Lin Feng hailed from the Lin family while Li Yuntian belonged to the Li family, their clash would be a spectacle to behold. This would transcend a mere duel, infused with the weight of familial vendettas, yet, whether a genuine confrontation would materialize remained uncertain, especially considering that the Li family had recently softened their stance towards the Lin family. Perhaps Li Yuntian would find himself compelled to yield to Lin Feng. Chapter 30 of the embryonic form of sword intent, the complete sword intent. The incident of Li Yuntian yielding to Lin Feng did not transpire. Both individuals ascended the competition stage with expressions devoid of emotion, as if they were entirely unrelated. Indeed, there was no connection between them. Lin Feng had never interacted with Li Yuntian within the sect, or rather, his previous qualifications precluded any chance of meeting Li Yuntian. Likewise, Li Yuntian may not even recognize Lin Feng. After all, family affiliations do not have a direct correlation with the sect. Upon arriving at the arena, neither spoke a word, in stark contrast to their encounters with other competitors, where at least a few words would be exchanged. Lin Feng was not one to take the initiative to speak, and Li Yuntian seemed equally aloof, his demeanor grave and devoid of mirth. The presiding elder, noting the silence between the two prodigies, promptly declared the competition to commence. At this moment, the audience below was rapt with attention. This match marked the culmination of the outer sect competition, a moment to witness the emergence of the first prodigy of the outer sect. Lin Feng, as a dark horse, had astonished everyone by advancing to the finals. Should he defeat Li Yuntian, he would undoubtedly become the most sensational dark horse of this year's competition, with countless elders eager to extend olive branches to him. It was uncertain who would ultimately claim victory. From the earlier matches, Lin Feng had demonstrated remarkable prowess, yet Li Yuntian had never suffered a defeat, consistently subduing his opponents with overwhelming force, shedding his usual gentleness, suggesting he placed significant importance on this competition. Indeed, Li Yuntian was not typically this serious, though one might speculate that family issues had arisen, perhaps the Li family facing oppression. Regardless, at this moment, Li Yuntian's potential for inflicting harm was undoubtedly substantial, with the outer sect competition serving as his outlet. The crowd buzzed with speculation, eagerly anticipating the clash between Lin Feng and Li Yuntian. Meanwhile, Chen Luoxue and Chen Hong bore dark expressions. Although Chen Hong had been cast off the competition stage by Lin Feng, he had not sustained any severe injuries, merely enduring profound humiliation. Now, his gaze towards Lin Feng was filled with venom. This was an unparalleled disgrace. In his lifetime, he had rarely faced such indignity. To be seized and tossed off the stage, a source of embarrassment. Lin Feng, it would be best if you were to be struck down by Li Yuntian, otherwise, I shall ensure you regret it. Chen Hong felt confident in his ability to deal with Lin Feng once he entered the inner sect. The inner sect was far more rigorous than the outer sect, often requiring disciples to undertake tasks, and he was well acquainted with many elders there. He could easily orchestrate an opportunity to eliminate Lin Feng. Chen Luoxue, on the other hand, harbored hopes of witnessing Lin Feng receive a thorough beating. She had previously held a glimmer of hope for such a person, but now felt that his demise would be a fitting end. Meanwhile, upon the stage, the battle between Lin Feng and Li Yuntian had commenced. Both drew their swords, and an immense wave of sword energy erupted between them. It must be acknowledged that Li Yuntian, being called the elder brother, truly possessed remarkable skill. Lin Feng could sense the power of intent emanating from him. Could it be that he had also cultivated sword intent? No, though he exhibited sword intent, it was too bland, merely a nascent form of it, an embryonic manifestation. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Li Yuntian was unaware of Lin Feng's inner thoughts, although his gaze towards Lin Feng was indifferent, it was laced with deep-seated hatred. He charged at Lin Feng with full force. Clang, the clash of their swords produced a sharp, resonating sound, while sword energy surged forth like a roaring tempest, and in an instant, they exchanged dozens of strikes, their spiritual energies erupted rapidly, with sword lights flashing and sword energies surging like a vast ocean. The air vibrated with thunderous sounds, causing many spectators to feel the subtle currents of sword intent in the air. Instinctively stepping back several paces, Li Yuntian suddenly leapt into the air, uttering a single word, his eyes brimming with intense murderous intent. He then raised his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy, infused with the essence of swordsmanship, aimed directly at Lin Feng. Instantly, a tempest arose, and unmatched sword intent exploded in the air, producing waves of sword cries. Within this maelstrom, Lin Feng sensed an overwhelming murderous aura, alongside the sword techniques laced with sword intent. This strike was exceedingly powerful, seemingly unstoppable. Were Lin Feng to rely solely on his current strength, he would likely face defeat. Sword intent, this child has indeed cultivated sword intent. At that moment, an elder in the audience rose to his feet. Soon after, several other elders followed suit. Sword intent? No, it is merely an embryonic form of sword intent. This Li Yuntian, at such a young age, has managed to cultivate an embryonic form of sword intent, truly a genius of the sword path, capable of comprehending complete sword intent within a mere 2 to 3 years. This individual, I must take as my true disciple. No one shall contest this, an elderly man with hair as white as snow proclaimed, his keen eyes ablaze with the desire to accept a disciple. Such a talent is not yours to claim alone. I too wish to take him as my disciple. Another elder stood, declaring, this individual is from the Li family. You too should cease your contention. Who was unaware that the Li family has recently faced turmoil while the Lin family has soared. Taking in a member of the Li family would undoubtedly provoke conflict with the Lin family. The Lin family, what do they amount to? Though the Lin family has produced a powerhouse at the creation realm, can they really intimidate our 10,000 sword sect? I will protect this Li Yuntian. He shall be my disciple. Yet, at this moment on the stage, facing Li Yuntian's explosive sword intent, Lin Feng found himself somewhat overwhelmed. He had not anticipated encountering such a prodigy among the outer sect disciples, one of the few capable of exchanging blows with him. However, now that his opponent wielded sword intent, he had no reason to hold back. Buzz, in an instant, Lin Feng's sword erupted with a sharp, piercing sound. It was as if the sword could no longer contain the will surging throughout his being. A potent wave of sword intent exploded forth, enveloping the entire arena. Countless onlookers felt as though they were adrift in a vast ocean current. This current appeared calm, yet it exuded an unmistakable aura of danger, as if it could churn the seas and summon tempests. Then, the sword intent began to swell. Boom, a formidable wave of sword intent surged forth with Lin Feng's strike, forcing Li Yuntian back several paces. You too possess sword intent. This was the first time Li Yuntian spoke, his eyes filled with uncontainable astonishment. During their battle, he had sensed Lin Feng's strength. Ordinary sword techniques were insufficient to subdue him. Consequently, he had been compelled to unleash his trump card, sword intent. Though merely an embryonic form of sword intent, it was sufficient to amplify his strength severalfold, overwhelming all adversaries. Yet, he had not anticipated that Lin Feng would also wield sword intent, and furthermore, that this sword intent was richer, more profound, as if it hailed from ancient times. Oceanic sword intent. A spark of brilliance ignited in Lin Feng's eyes, and as he spoke, the sword intent surrounding him intensified, as if anyone who drew near would be consumed by the unfathomable power of his sword intent. Chapter 31. A sea of blood and deep grudges. The surge in power at this moment, the elders seated on the elders' platform could no longer remain still. The mere emergence of the nascent sword intent from Li Yuntian had already left them astounded, igniting fervent thoughts of taking him as a disciple, with some even contemplating physical confrontation. Just then, Li Yuntian's adversary, Lin Feng, unexpectedly unleashed his own sword intent, one that was complete in form. How could this be possible? As elders of the 10,000 sword sect, they were all sword cultivators, acutely aware of the challenges inherent in comprehending sword intent. Indeed, some elders had yet to grasp even the nascent form, let alone the complete sword intent. Only the sect master had achieved such mastery. Yet, here stood two disciples from the outer sect who had both comprehended sword intent. Lin Feng possessed complete sword intent. This shattered their worldview. When had sword intent become so easily attainable? Even possessing a nascent form of sword intent in the inner sect was considered the hallmark of a genius. Yet now, it appeared in the outer sect as well. Who was Lin Feng? Really, the old man had previously had no inkling of this, only noticing him when he reached the finals. Such terror, at such a young age, he had attained complete sword intent. Our sect was about to witness the rise of an unparalleled prodigy. A brilliant light ignited in the eyes of the numerous elders. Even the sect master found it difficult to remain composed. A genius, indeed, a top-tier genius. It was no wonder that Gentian had grown so close to him. The sect master's eyes sparkled with insight, for who could have anticipated that the once obscure Lin family would harbor such a remarkable heir? Having concealed his true capabilities as a mere outer sect member for years, his temperament was such that it was no wonder he had emerged as a prodigy. Even the sect master believed Lin Feng had been hiding his talent all along, and now, with the Lin family's resurgence, his gifts were finally revealed. I shall take him as my disciple. It is impossible. This genius is destined to be my disciple. No one can snatch him away. You, who have yet to comprehend even sword intent, wish to take such a prodigy as your disciple? The elders began to fervently compete for Lin Feng, their eagerness more intense than before. In comparison to Lin Feng, Li Yuntian was rendered insignificant. Meanwhile, the multitude of spectators below was utterly dumbfounded. The rumors of senior brotherly comprehending sword intent were, indeed, true, but what was going on with Lin Feng? How had this fellow also grasped sword intent? The outer sect was teeming with talent, and now there emerged an extraordinary genius capable of comprehending sword intent, surpassing even senior brotherly in aptitude. It was almost unbelievable. Who was this Lin Feng? Previously, there had been no hint of his existence in the sect. Had such a genius been revealed sooner, he would have already garnered immense fame. Countless individuals were abuzz with speculation. Only those who had prior knowledge of Lin Feng and the outer sect understood just how absurd this situation was. Wasn't Lin Feng merely a sycophant? A waste, he had only relied on his identity as the young master of his family to act arrogantly within the sect, otherwise, he would have been beaten to a pulp long ago. And now, he had emerged as a swordsmanship prodigy. This was preposterous, especially Qi Luoxue and Chen Hong, whose eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Lin Feng, impossible, absolutely impossible. Qi Luoxue had never imagined she had missed out on such a prodigy. Sword intent. She, as a member of the sword sect, understood its significance. Those who possess sword intent could only be considered swordsmanship prodigies, destined to become formidable figures of immense potential. Yet, she had spurned such a genius over a month ago, choosing instead to associate with someone like Chen Hong. Her face was etched with despair, and in that moment, she truly regretted her choices, feeling she had lost something of utmost importance in her life. She was acutely aware of Lin Feng's current attitude towards her. There was no room for reconciliation. She could only blame her own lack of discernment. As for Chen Hong, in that moment of shock, his hatred grew even more intense. The stronger Lin Feng became, the deeper his loathing sank. He could not tolerate anyone shining so brightly, especially someone like Lin Feng who had offended him. However, despair soon crept into his expression, for he realized that with Lin Feng demonstrating such formidable talent, entering the inner sect would not be an easy feat. Numerous elders sought to take Lin Feng as their disciple. His status might even surpass his own. Meanwhile, on the stage, Lin Feng was oblivious to the astonishment his swordsmanship talent had evoked in others. To him, sword intent was merely sword intent, easily comprehensible and not overly challenging. Previously, he had been a complete novice in swordsmanship, so he naturally had no understanding of the shock sword intent invoked in the eyes of ordinary people. Nonetheless, he recognized that sword intent was indeed rare, otherwise, there wouldn't have been only Li Yuntian among those who had comprehended it on his path to the finals. You may have comprehended sword intent, but you are still too inexperienced. You should withdraw, Lin Feng stated calmly. As usual. Li Yuntian's expression twisted momentarily. Had he been an ordinary person, their relationship would have been equally ordinary, and he might have stepped down in the face of Lin Feng's complete sword intent. However, they were bound by deep-seated enmity, and thus, one of them must die. Li Yuntian suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. Lin Feng took a step back, sensing the intensifying pressure from his opponent, most likely a forbidden technique that would burn through his life force to exhaust his potential. This is what I trained for before the competition, to ensure I can kill you without fail. Fortuitously, we have indeed crossed paths, and you truly are that strong. A murderous intent surged in Li Yuntian's eyes. Lin Feng, perplexed, inquired, what deep-seated enmity do we share? You may not know, but my father was killed by your Lin family, Li Yuntian replied coldly. Your father was? Lin Feng asked. He was the fifth elder of the Li family. During the interrogation, your Lin family caused his death. To this day, his body has yet to return. As the young master of the Lin family, I will kill you to avenge my father. Li Yuntian declared. Lin Feng had not anticipated such a grievous backstory. He had assumed that his family merely detained members of the Li family for a routine interrogation, never imagining it had resulted in a death. As a son, you are indeed justified in seeking revenge, but our stances differ. It was your Li family that acted first. You cannot blame my Lin family, nor can you blame me. If you wish to kill me, I do not mind becoming a corpse. Lin Feng stated nonchalantly. He cared not for who had killed whom. In this world, there was no right or wrong, only positions and strength. With differing stances, there was no need for further discussion. Strength alone would dictate the outcome. If you have the strength, seek revenge. If not, you shall die. It is that simple. Were it not for our enmity, I would have admired you greatly. Li Yuntian's momentum erupted, and in his gaze towards Lin Feng, a profound killing intent had already manifested, his sword intent infused with boundless malice. Prepare to die. Li Yuntian shouted, unleashing an overwhelming wave of sword intent towards Lin Feng. The elders in the audience grew increasingly restless. Had Li Yuntian gone mad? He was clearly burning through his lifespan to enhance his power for the outer sect competition. Was this truly worth it? Li Yuntian's temperament was severely lacking. One must preserve their resources, for one would not fear lacking firewood with the Green Mountains intact. Coming in second was acceptable, but this course of action was exceedingly unwise. Countless elders exchanged disappointed glances at Li Yuntian. I suspect he is intent on killing Lin Feng. They seem to share a blood feud. Chapter 32. Breaking through the sky-soaring realm. Lin Feng must die. Could it be that this young man is a member of the Lin family? The elders began to speculate. Indeed, Lin Feng bears the surname Lin, confirming his lineage from the Lin family. It is astonishing that in such a small sect as the Wanjian sect, a disciple from the Lin family would clash with one from the Li family, both of whom have comprehended the essence of sword intent and are vying for the top position. This matter seems to transcend mere competition for first place. Li Yuntian harbors murderous intent against Lin Feng, seeking to seize this opportunity to eliminate him. This cannot be allowed. Lin Feng is a prodigy of our Wanjian sect. It may take a century before we encounter such an exceptionally gifted disciple again. If Li Yuntian wishes for both to perish, I shall surely intervene. This is an outer sect competition, and should Lin Feng wish to withdraw, he may concede. There is no need for haste. All the elders' gazes were intently fixed upon the arena. Although both are prodigies who have grasped sword intent, their focus is more on Lin Feng, this extraordinary talent. While Li Yuntian can be considered a genius, Lin Feng stands as a paragon among them. Should Li Yuntian seek to extinguish Lin Feng's life, they would spare no effort to protect him. Faced with a choice between the two, they would undoubtedly choose to safeguard Lin Feng, for while Li Yuntian is commendable, he pales in comparison to Lin Feng. At this moment, the gaze of the sect master of Wanjian sect sparkled with intensity. A talent like Lin Feng is undoubtedly destined to become the next leader of the sword path within Wan Jian sect, possibly even bearing the great responsibility of continuing its legacy. He is far superior to his disappointing son, yet, now Lin Feng and Li Yuntian find themselves in conflict. It seems the Li family has made an enemy of the Lin family, and Lin Feng must be protected at all costs. He observed Li Yuntian on the arena, whose aura surged relentlessly, having reached the 9th level of the Qi realm and was on the verge of breaking through to the sky-soaring realm. At such a level, even if Lin Feng possesses complete sword intent, he would still be at a disadvantage. Ultimately, he must act to safeguard Lin Feng. However, he could not intervene directly. He must wait for Lin Feng to voluntarily concede, and only then could he step in to prevent any violations of the rules. Of course, if Lin Feng stubbornly refuses to yield, he would have to sacrifice a bit of his reputation to intervene, for he truly cannot bear to lose such a prodigy. Meanwhile, on the stage, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Faced with Li Yuntian's ever-increasing momentum, Lin Feng remained silent. The latter's realm enhancement was undeniably formidable, yet it had not reached the point where Lin Feng would concede. Moreover, this was not merely a contest for first and second place, it was a clash between the Li and Lin families. Back at the Lin family, Lin Feng had not been able to offer much assistance, having observed for quite some time. Now, amidst the conflict between the younger generation, he could not afford to be at a disadvantage and bring shame upon his family. The third layer of the oceanic sword cannon. In an instant, a tempest arose, and Lin Feng's sword intent surged forth like a torrent, his aura beginning to coalesce and rise. While Li Yuntian's power had increased through secret techniques, Lin Feng relied on the further release of his sword intent. The oceanic sword cannon consists of 7 layers. After a month of seclusion, he had comprehended merely the surface of the third layer, having cultivated the oceanic sword intent within it. In previous battles, he had not utilized even the first layer, but now, facing Li Yuntian, who had also cultivated sword intent, he was compelled to employ the first layer of the oceanic sword cannon. With the third layer now activated, Lin Feng's sword intent reached new heights. As Li Yuntian struck, Lin Feng met the blow with his sword buzz. As the two swords clashed, both blades struggled to withstand the immense sword intent, emitting a mournful wail. The sheer volume of released sword intent was palpable, and countless observers sensed its overwhelming power. Such potent sword intent, could this truly be the essence of sword intent? If I could one day comprehend such sword intent, it would be worth dying for. What manner of prodigy is Lin Feng, whose sword intent seems deep and profound, as if it hails from ancient times? One cannot successfully cultivate such mastery without centuries of refinement. How has he accomplished this at such a young age? Simply feeling the intensity of their clash ignited a fire within my veins, and my sword trembled in response. Is this the terrifying power of sword intent? Countless sword cultivators displayed fervor on their faces, and witnessing such a magnificent exchange of sword intent inspired awe in their own pursuits of swordsmanship. At this moment, Chen Hong and Chen Luoxue observed the two on the stage, utterly devoid of the fervor exhibited by other outer sect disciples. Chen Hong harbored thoughts of how Li Yuntian, empowered by his enhanced realm, would vanquish Lin Feng with a single strike, ensuring Lin Feng's demise and retribution for his own grievances. Chen Luoxue entertained similar thoughts, though she was not as merciless. She primarily pondered how to win Lin Feng back or gain some benefits from him. After all, she considered herself a half-ex-girlfriend. It wouldn't be unreasonable to split a property with her former partner, right? He is a prodigy, after all, and should not bear any blemishes on his record. Chen Luoxue's mindset was thus, always scheming to derive some advantage from Lin Feng, which diminished her conviction regarding his death. However, their thoughts bore no influence on the situation unfolding on the arena. As Lin Feng's sword intent surged, boundless power erupted within him. Sword intent is a manifestation of will, unlike spiritual energy which has limits. As long as Lin Feng's dedication to the sword path is unwavering and his understanding profound, the release of his sword intent would be inexhaustible. Lin Feng, you shall perish. Li Yuntian unleashed a powerful strike, reverberating through the air and shattering the atmosphere, threatening to obliterate the arena itself. Yet, Lin Feng's sword remained steadfast, blocking the onslaught. Li Yuntian, your sword is indeed formidable, yet it is merely a fatal strike derived from the depletion of your own life force. This alone is far from sufficient to defeat me. Lin Feng's gaze was resolute. He could not deny that each of Li Yuntian's blows had compelled him to exert every ounce of his strength, but even so, it was still inadequate. Hearing this, Li Yuntian's eyes turned crimson. If that is the case, let us perish together. Li Yuntian's aura erupted once more, resonating with a thunderous boom. His momentum surged, breaking through to the sky-soaring realm. As he felt the unparalleled power coursing through him, he mused, under normal circumstances, I would reach this realm in less than 2 years. Alas, for the sake of defeating you, I have forcibly ascended to this level. This may be my final entry into this realm, but blood debts must be repaid. Li Yuntian's eyes burned with fury, not merely from rage, but also due to the secret technique being pushed to its limits. Should he proceed any further, he might bleed from all 7 orifices, rendering him utterly powerless. The elders seated nearby furrowed their brows, shaking their heads in disapproval. Li Yuntian's forced breakthrough to this realm would undoubtedly come at a tremendous cost. Even if he survived this battle, his foundation would likely be shattered. He was prepared to risk everything to defeat Lin Feng. Chapter 33 Lin Feng's breakthrough, the full release of Imperial-Level techniques. No, he intends to kill Lin Feng. Numerous elders clenched their fists tightly, their gazes fixed upon the arena, ever ready to intervene and rescue Lin Feng. To them, Li Yuntian is a promising talent. While it is indeed regrettable that his foundation is being damaged due to the use of secret techniques, they cannot afford to dwell on such matters at this critical juncture. If Li Yuntian is to be ruined, then so be it. They cannot allow another to suffer the same fate. Is it merely a case of being the outer sect's number one? There is no need to cling to this for so long. In my opinion, Lin Feng should simply concede, and I shall descend from the stage to protect him, promising him a genuine position of inheritance. You old rascal, you may be ugly, but your ambitions are quite lofty. If anyone is to save him, it shall be I, ensuring that this child becomes my disciple. Elder Lu, have you consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard to dare speak to me in such a manner? Though they exchanged barbs, their eyes never strayed from Lin Feng. If one were to say that Lin Feng stood a chance against an opponent at the Qi realm, there might be hope for victory. However, against someone in the Void Flight realm, the prospect of defeating them is almost non-existent. This is a battle that transcends an entire realm, and the chances are exceedingly slim. Not even the mightiest sword intent could alter that. The disparity between each major realm is akin to an insurmountable chasm. Thus, they now await Lin Feng's concession. At this moment, Lin Feng's expression is grave. It is indeed true that he finds himself at a disadvantage against the Void Flight realm. He contemplates whether he should concede. Doing so would allow him to retreat honorably from the arena, although he is uncertain if Li Yuntian would let him go in his current state. No, there is still a chance. With 2 Imperial-level techniques at my disposal, how could I not surpass a mere single realm? Lin Feng vigorously channels the 9 revolutions glazed arc within him. Although the surroundings are bustling with onlookers, this technique is internal and may not be discernible to the casual observer. Pushed to its utmost limits, Lin Feng's cultivation rises once more. However, this increase is limited. Since he has reached the pinnacle of his current realm, it is time to break through. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng directly attempts to ascend to the second level of the Qi realm on the arena. Witnessing this, gasps of astonishment ripple through the crowd. What is Lin Feng doing? It appears he is attempting a breakthrough. A breakthrough? Is he out of his mind? This is a battle taking place in the arena. How could one possibly break through during combat? If he succeeds, what does that say about our own painstaking meditation during our breakthroughs? Countless spectators express their disbelief, perceiving Lin Feng as someone driven to madness by desperation. Even the elders find it difficult to remain composed. Are all these prodigies truly insane? What sane individual would attempt to break through amidst a fight? Such an endeavor is fraught with peril. A moment's lapse could lead to catastrophic consequences. Breaking through in battle is a mere tale-spun in novels. True practitioners would never dare to engage in such a reckless act. Clearly, Lin Feng is not a conventional practitioner. He is a transmigrator, and coupled with the original owner's lack of talent, he possesses little understanding of cultivation. He simply believes that his current realm is insufficient and feels compelled to break through. Moreover, in the martial arts novels of his past life, there are numerous examples of breakthroughs occurring amidst battle, are there not? A surge of formidable energy swirls within Lin Feng. With the 9 revolutions glazed heart method, the Thunder Fury technique, and the Oceanic Sword Cannon, 2 supreme techniques and 1 advanced technique all in operation, he experiences a moment of explosive power, resulting in the shattering of internal barriers. At that instant, he steps into the second level of the Qi realm. Lin Feng's strength already far surpasses that of the second level of the Qi realm, rendering this breakthrough nearly trivial for him. In fact, within a mere second, he adapts to the power that accompanies his newfound realm. The aura of the second level of the Qi realm radiates from Lin Feng, leaving countless spectators dumbfounded. Has he truly broken through? He achieved this so swiftly, as if it were a natural progression. Wait, the second level of the Qi realm? How is that possible? Don't tell me he was fighting at the first level of the Qi realm all along. I assumed he had at least reached the 3rd or 4th level. I too am astounded. What a monstrous talent. Countless individuals stare in disbelief, struggling to accept that Lin Feng had indeed been at the first level of the Qi realm just moments before. Although it appeared that Lin Feng's breakthrough took some time, in reality, only a few seconds had passed on the arena. During this brief interval, Li Yuntian's aura had reached its zenith. To break through in battle, I must concede that you, Lin Feng, are the most talented swordsman I have ever encountered. It is unimaginable. Given you some time to grow, my family will face utter calamity. For the sake of avenging my father, I shall take you down with me today. It is worth it. Indeed, Li Yuntian lets out a maniacal laugh, teetering on the brink of madness. Sword, rise. Having reached the Void Flight realm, he employs the ability to manipulate objects from thin air, summoning boundless spiritual energy with each motion. The unparalleled might of the Void Flight realm surges forth from him. With a single strike, Lin Feng senses an overwhelming danger. Should he fail to withstand this blow, it could very well cost him his life. Thunder Fury technique. At this moment, Lin Feng pays no heed to anything else. The Thunder Fury technique surges forth, lightning crackles across his entire being, enveloping him in an aura of supreme thunderous energy. In the month since he arrived at the sect, he has not ceased his practice of the Thunder Fury technique. Compared to the Oceanic Sword Cannon, he has completely mastered the Thunder Fury technique. This innate talent is truly terrifying. As an Imperial-level technique, mastery over it enables him to slay foes across realms. Surpassing an entire major realm is not out of the question. Coupled with the Oceanic Sword Cannon, Lin Feng possesses the strength to face off against a prodigy like Li Yuntian. He can fight back. With a flash, Lin Feng's sword explodes forth with the ferocity of thunder, achieving peak power in both strength and speed. The clash of their swords produces not a mere hum, but a resounding roar of immense force. In that instant of confrontation, the arena floor shatters beneath them, with thunder reverberating throughout. For an ordinary person to stand upon the stage would be to feel their feet tingle with the force of the energy unleashed. Li Yuntian's eyes, now crimson, flicker with disbelief. How is this possible? You dare to withstand me? For him, this revelation is akin to a thunderous bolt from the blue. He has gone to great lengths to break through to the Void Flight realm solely to slay Lin Feng, yet he never anticipated that Lin Feng would be able to counter his assault. Lin Feng, just how strong are you? The scene unfolds before the eyes of countless elders, who are equally astonished and horrified. To them, such a feat seems utterly implausible. Who could possibly fight across such disparate realms? It simply defies reality, the audience gasps in shock and disbelief. Only the sect master of the 10,000 Swords sect observes Lin Feng, enveloped in thunder, his eyes glimmering with intrigue, pondering the implications. This thunder is eerily familiar. It seems he has witnessed it before on the members of the Hellion family in Falling Star City. Could it be that this is the legendary Imperial-Level technique? Chapter 34. Defeating Li Yuntian, champion of the Outer Sect competition as the esteemed leader of the Wanjian sect, he was undoubtedly well-versed in erudite. If he was not mistaken, this was indeed the Quanglei of the Hellion family. Only their technique possessed such formidable momentum and power. The Imperial-Level martial arts were truly deserving of their reputation, yet the brows of the Wanjian sect's leader furrowed deeply. Imperial-Level techniques were not commonplace, especially those belonging to the Hellion family. Was it conceivable that they could be disseminated? It was likely that Lin Feng's martial arts had dubious origins. Although the Wanjian sect boasted several powerful practitioners within the transformation realm, the Hellion family was a top-tier force in Daozhou, with ancestors at the Nirvana stage, their foundation unfathomably deep. Even he would not dare to offend them lightly. The matter concerning the Quanglei needed to be kept under wraps. Lin Feng was a member of the Wanjian sect, and such talent must be preserved at all costs. The leader of the Wanjian sect made a resolute decision. After all, Lin Feng's talent had indeed astonished him. It had been many years since he had encountered such a genius. Even the once-renowned Jiantian did not possess such terrifying aptitude. As long as Lin Feng encountered no unforeseen circumstances and continued to grow, he would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable force, with a significant possibility of breaking through to the Nirvana stage. At that point, what would there be to fear from the Hellion family? The leader of the Wanjian sect gazed upon Lin Feng, who was unleashing thunderous might on the stage, initially believing he would be defeated, but at this moment, he sensed a glimmer of hope. Li Yuntian's explosive power was ultimately fleeting. If Lin Feng could endure, he might indeed overcome Li Yuntian. In stark contrast to the spectators who observed the duel with casual indifference, Lin Feng was under immense pressure in the arena. He unleashed the Quanglei and the Songhai sword intent, pushing his physical limits to the extreme. Li Yuntian's current surge of power had also reached its final phase. It was a matter of life or death for either Lin Feng or himself. No, he desired a mutual demise. This overexertion would render him a mere husk if he survived. Better to perish alongside Lin Feng. Die for me. Li Yuntian unleashed an even more potent aura, the formidable force of the Void Realm compelling the nearby disciples to retreat a full 10 zhang. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with thunderous sword intent as he activated the Quanglei. The Quanglei surged to its utmost limit, and it seemed as if a dark cloud brewed in the sky, crackling with lightning, enveloping the arena. The heavens dimmed slightly at Songhai Sword Sutra. Fourth layer. Lin Feng was not particularly proficient with the fourth layer of the Songhai Sword Sutra, but at this juncture, he had to employ all his means. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult to conclude the battle. Boom, in an instant, the two clashed once more, an infinite sword intent tearing the competition stage asunder. They found themselves evenly matched again. Once more. A flicker of madness flashed in Li Yuntian's eyes as he sought to unleash his power again. However, he discovered that as his physical strength surged, it was extinguished, and he continued to plummet. A profound sense of terror and unwillingness flickered in his eyes. He realized he had reached his limit. No, I have yet to kill Lin Feng. His heart raced with desperation as he sought to employ secret techniques once more. Yet, his will was strong but his body weak. His realm plummeted wildly, soon descending to the Qi realm, and it continued to fall, even lower than when he had not used any secret techniques. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng sighed inwardly. Finally, it has come to an end. Li Yuntian, you have been defeated, your family bears the blame, and thus, you must reap what you have sown. Depart. Lin Feng's sword intent erupted, and with a gentle tremor, he sent Li Yuntian crashing down from the stage. Lin Feng refrained from killing his opponent, for in this state, Li Yuntian would not live for long. There was no need to stain his hands with blood and tarnish his reputation. Li Yuntian attempted to resist Lin Feng's overwhelming aura, but at this moment, Lin Feng had become an insurmountable force. After tumbling off the stage, Li Yuntian coughed up a mouthful of blood, mixed with internal organ fragments, before losing consciousness. At that moment, the dazed elder referee stumbled over from a distance, announcing, Lin Feng is the victor. A chorus of astonishment erupted from the audience below. Everyone was engulfed in shock and admiration. Lin Feng had triumphed. It was well known that Li Yuntian had unleashed the power of the Void Realm, yet, Lin Feng, merely at the second layer of the Qi realm, had defeated him? This contest was extraordinarily thrilling, unprecedented in its spectacle. The annual Outer Sect competition had never been so magnificent. Two disciples who comprehended sword intent engaged in a climactic battle, their sword energies colliding in a tumultuous display, a sight rarely seen in decades. Lin Feng is simply incredible. I declare him my idol from this day forth. Regrettably, he would soon enter the inner sect, otherwise, I would surely worship him wholeheartedly. Lin Feng would become a senior brother in the inner sect. No, I believe he will ascend to become a true disciple. This was indeed magnificent. As a swordsman, to witness such an intense battle was a fulfillment of a lifetime. Merely observing has elevated my own comprehension of the sword path. This battle has significantly advanced my swordsmanship. Lin Feng, Lin Feng. As discussions ensued, countless Outer Sect disciples erupted in cheers. The Outer Sect competition had concluded, with Lin Feng emerging as the champion. How infuriating. How could he have won? Is the Void Realm truly so weak? Chen Hong on the spectator platform cursed, clenching his fists, utterly unable to fathom how Li Yuntian, who had broken through to the Void Realm, had fallen to Lin Feng. In his mind, Lin Feng should have perished in the struggle against Li Yuntian. How could he possibly defeat someone of the Void Realm? Had Lin Feng truly grown so formidable that he could contend with the Void Realm? Deep resentment and dissatisfaction flickered in his eyes. He summoned a nearby subordinate. Chen Gu, what is the matter? Go find Elder Wu and inquire about this Lin Feng. I refuse to believe he could battle against someone from the Void Realm across such a disparity in realms. He must possess some extraordinary technique. The sword techniques and that lightning he employed were unheard of. I must cultivate them. Understood, Chen Gu, I will ask immediately. The subordinate, sensing Chen Hong's fury, hastened to comply, not daring to delay. Elder Wu was a well-respected elder in the inner sect who frequently supported Chen Hong. Possessing vast knowledge, Chen Hong often sought his guidance regarding matters he did not understand. Chen Hong believed that Lin Feng's extraordinary prowess was undoubtedly linked to the techniques he employed. If he could also cultivate Lin Feng's martial arts, he would surely grow powerful, even surpassing Lin Feng. Lin Feng, enjoy your moment of triumph. Once you enter the inner sect, we shall see how I suppress you. Although Chen Hong understood that with Lin Feng's talents, it would not be easy to keep him suppressed in the inner sect, as the young master of the Wanjian sect, he would not be daunted by Lin Feng. Beside him, Zhen Luoxue gazed at Lin Feng, her beautiful eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. It would be a lie to say she did not regret his extraordinary talent. Yet, with no possibility of turning back, she resolved to pursue her own path and secure the greatest benefit for herself. At this moment, the elders seated in the elevated section collectively exhaled in relief. The leader of the Wanjian sect also rose, preparing to announce Lin Feng's victory. Chapter 35 of the Master of the Wanjian sect refuses friendship request. As for Li Yuntian, who had been knocked down from the stage, individuals were promptly dispatched to carry him away for treatment. As the outer sect's senior disciple, Li Yuntian had numerous followers. Some elders still valued his innate talent for swordsmanship, while Lin Feng possessed the most formidable swordsmanship. He was but one individual. It was inconceivable to forsake others merely for Lin Feng. However, given Li Yuntian's self-destructive actions, even if he survived, his progress would likely be stunted unless an elder was willing to invest heavily in helping Li Yuntian rebuild his foundation. The likelihood of such an occurrence was slim. It was more challenging than nurturing a prodigy, yet, depending on the elder's willingness to commit resources, Li Yuntian might still have a chance to recover. Nevertheless, this had no bearing on Lin Feng. Even if Li Yuntian made a comeback, Lin Feng would not fear retaliation. By that time, his strength would have ascended to remarkable heights, far beyond what someone of Li Yuntian's caliber could contend with. As the results of the competition were announced, the master of the Wanjian sect slowly rose to declare the first place winner. Lin Feng, as the champion of this contest, I shall grant you one request. What is it that you desire? The master of the Wanjian sect gazed at Lin Feng, his eyes shimmering with inscrutable meaning. He was curious about what this talented individual might wish for. With the Lin family on the rise, and Lin Feng as its young master, it was unlikely that he lacked resources for cultivation. It was probable that he sought guidance, access to secret realms, or protective assistance, all aspirations typical of ordinary disciples. After all, the master could not concede to anything excessively extravagant. However, he suspected that Lin Feng would not make such a simple request, particularly considering the matter of the thunderstorm technique. If he were in Lin Feng's position, he would request protection, as Lin Feng could be subject to retaliation from the Hellion family at any moment. Such retaliation could spell disaster, potentially leading to the annihilation of the nascent Lin family. Standing at the center of the competition stage, Lin Feng hesitated not for a moment, declaring, I seek nothing but the chance to befriend the master. At these words, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, as if they could scarcely believe Lin Feng's audacity. They had anticipated that Lin Feng might request guidance on techniques or even a position of true inheritance, perhaps even an elder's title, yet, the notion of requesting friendship from the master of the Wanjian sect had never crossed their minds. While this condition appeared commonplace, it was, in essence, quite presumptuous. The crowd turned their gaze toward the master of the Wanjian sect, uncertain whether he would acquiesce to such a request. What standing did the master possess that a mere disciple could befriend him? If the master were ill-tempered, Lin Feng might find himself in a precarious position. To address such a prominent figure in such a manner could be perceived as a slight, diminishing the master's stature. Has Lin Feng lost his senses, thinking he could befriend my father, knowing my father's temperament? There is no way he would agree to this. Lin Feng should prepare for a scolding. He won't receive a single reward. Chen Hong believed he understood his father's temperament all too well. When speaking with him, one dared not even breathe audibly. As the master of the Wanjian sect, maintaining his dignity and prestige was paramount, and he could not tolerate even the slightest affront. At that moment, the master of the Wanjian sect's brow furrowed. Lin Feng was merely a disciple, and such a request was akin to charity bestowed upon these disciples. The very idea of Lin Feng wishing to befriend him blurred the lines of their hierarchical relationship. If a commoner had made such a request, the master would have surely been incensed, deeming it a profound insult, a display of ignorance regarding decorum. However, upon further reflection, perhaps Lin Feng was aware of having offended the Hellion family and was devising a strategy to have the master acknowledge their friendship, hoping it would provide him with some protection against potential reprisals. This young man was undoubtedly too inexperienced. Shaking his head, the master of the Wanjian sect replied, That is not possible. I am the master of the Wanjian sect. You are merely a disciple. If you wish to associate with me, you may become my true disciple, or alternatively, you may seek to learn under me. I would be amenable to such arrangements. However, friendship is out of the question. You and I are not of the same generation. Even Zhen Tian, who has interacted with you, could not claim such a relationship with me. Only your father could achieve that. The master of the Wanjian sect coldly rebuffed the proposal. There was no circumstance under which he would agree to such a notion. Doing so would undermine his own standing. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, taken aback by the master of the Wanjian sect's refusal to entertain his request. He had initially believed that establishing a friendship with a peak realm expert would yield significant benefits, yet, he had not anticipated the master's unwillingness to acknowledge such a connection to IT was, in truth, a reasonable stance. Were he in the master's position, he too would not entertain the idea of befriending a disciple. Not even an elder would likely do so. Only someone like Elder Jian, with his easygoing nature, would consider such a friendship. For others, it was unlikely. Observing Lin Feng's prolonged silence, the master of the Wanjian sect continued, "If you do not wish to become my disciple and have no desire to join my inner circle, but cannot articulate your needs, you may inform me at a later date." The master displayed a measure of leniency, refraining from rebuking Lin Feng, and instead, granting him the opportunity to consider his request in the future. "Thank you, master. I truly have not yet determined what I desire," Lin Feng responded, cupping his fists in apology. Given that the master had already declared it impossible to forge a friendship, it was futile to pursue it further. As the master, his word was paramount and could not be easily altered, thus, it would be best not to press the matter. It was a pity, as his initial intention had been to cultivate a friendship with the master. Who could have anticipated such a decisive rejection? The master of the Wanjian sect regarded Lin Feng with a glance. "No matter. If you are unwilling to become my disciple, do you have another elder in mind? With your talent, any elder would be fortunate to accept you as a disciple." The master presumed Lin Feng's refusal to join him was indicative of his interest in another elder. "Thank you for your kind offer, master, but I currently have no intention of seeking a mentor." Lin Feng held a firm belief in his own abilities and was reluctant to submit to a master, as he was confident he would surpass any current mentor in due course, potentially creating unnecessary complications. "What? Lin Feng has no intention of taking a master. He refuses the master and the elders alike." Such an attitude might be seen as excessive pride. The elders of the Wanjian sect were renowned swordsmanship masters. Ordinary outer sect disciples were required to first enter the inner sect and ascend the rankings to become true disciples before even considering approaching an elder. Perhaps this was the nature of genius. Lin Tianjiu had his own convictions. At that moment, many elders, upon hearing these words, were left in disbelief, lamenting the loss of such a promising talent who showed no interest in becoming a disciple. Meanwhile, Chen Hong's eyes turned red with indignation. His father had not admonished Lin Feng. Instead, he had forgiven Lin Feng's presumptuousness, which was far from what he had anticipated. Chapter 36. Entering the inner door, Xian Luoxue visits again in his mind. The dignity of the sect master was not to be trifled with. Even his own son often faced admonishments, yet Lin Feng remained unscathed. "Lin Feng, what merits do you possess?" Chen Hong's eyes flickered with deep resentment. If Lin Feng were to learn of his thoughts, he would merely reply, "Apologies, but a genius enjoys special privileges." Had it been any ordinary disciple daring to offend the sect master of the Wanjian sect, they would have faced punishment, with the more severe cases being expelled from the sect. However, due to Lin Feng's status and talent, the sect master not only refrained from reprimanding him but also agreed to defer to Lin Feng's conditions for the future. After Lin Feng declined the offer to take on a master, several elders could not help but rise. "Lin Feng, you must consider this carefully. Taking us as your masters would bring you nothing but benefits. As for myself, I began practicing swordsmanship at 8, manifested sword energy by 12, and by 30 had cultivated the rudimentary form of sword intent. Though I may not match your genius, I have lived over 200 years, having consumed more salt than you have rice. I can guide you and help you avoid many detours." "I too," another elder chimed in. "I have kept this to myself until now, but today, in hopes of accepting you as my disciple, I shall reveal that I have practiced the heavenly tier sword technique for over a century, having concealed it from prying eyes for fear of envy. Should you choose to study under me, I shall impart this technique to you. Join my tutelage, and I am willing to offer you 1,000,000 spirit stones as resources for your future cultivation. Furthermore, my close friend is an expert in alchemy, ensuring that your cultivation resources will never be a concern." The various elders eagerly extended their olive branches, hoping to win Lin Feng over to their side. For them, Lin Feng's talent was an extraordinary find, a once-in-a-century opportunity that could guarantee the continuation of their legacies. Once Lin Feng became a formidable figure, their own later years would be exceedingly secure. Lin Feng was undoubtedly a potential asset. At present, he was still young enough for them to cultivate. Once he matured, even addressing him as an equal would become challenging. Witnessing such generous offers from numerous elders, many disciples were filled with envy. Not only the ordinary disciples but also the prodigious ones and those from the inner door were moved. When had they ever seen the elders so fervently vying for a disciple? Each year, during the outer sect competition, a few exceptional talents would emerge, yet no elder had ever exhibited such fervor as they did today. Lin Feng, observing the enthusiasm of the elders, felt somewhat reluctant to decline. However, he remained firm in his refusal. "I am grateful for the kindness of all the elders, but I truly do not wish to take on a master at this time. Should I develop an intention to do so in the future, I will certainly choose one among you." At present, Lin Feng had no desire to call anyone master. The conditions they offered, while generous, held little allure for him. With 2 Imperial-level techniques already in his possession, he had little interest in ordinary resources. "Ah, it appears that fate has eluded me," sighed one elder. "If you ever wish to take on a master, do not hesitate to contact me first. I take great pleasure in teaching, and should you visit me with questions, I will share all my knowledge without reservation." "I too," another elder added, "though we may not share a master-disciple bond now, who knows what the future may hold. Feel free to visit. I reside at Ruyan Peak." The elders sighed in unison but bore no ill will toward Lin Feng. After all, he was a genius, and they understood the difficulties in recruiting such talents. If one of them were to successfully take Lin Feng as a disciple, the others would undoubtedly harbor jealousy. Perhaps this was for the best. No one had gained a disciple today. Indeed, Lin Feng politely acknowledged the elders. He then slowly descended from the platform. Although he did not utilize the condition promised by the sect master, as the victor of the outer sect competition, the rewards were still substantial, including an opportunity for secret realm training, although he currently had no intention of pursuing it. Upon leaving the platform, Lin Feng returned to his courtyard. With the outer sect competition concluded, there was little reason to linger. Soon, a couple of disciples knocked on the door of Lin Feng's residence, delivering the inner disciple tokens and attire, along with the rewards from the outer sect competition. Lin Feng placed the rewards into his storage ring and donned the inner disciple's garments. "Junior brother Lin, please follow us." The two disciples, after delivering the items, did not leave. It was then that Lin Feng realized they were disciples dressed in the attire of the inner sect. "Are you two taking me to the inner sect?" Lin Feng inquired. "Indeed, junior brother Lin," the two disciples responded. "You have qualified as an inner disciple and may now enter the inner mountain peaks. Additionally, due to your status as the champion of the outer sect competition, we have prepared a high-grade cave dwelling for you." The two inner disciples smiled warmly, showing great courtesy to such a talented individual as Lin Feng, with a hint of flattery in their demeanor. Though their cultivation levels surpassed his, Lin Feng's genius shone brighter than theirs. It would not be long before he would ascend to a status they could only aspire to, perhaps even becoming a true inheritor. "Very well, I would appreciate your guidance," Lin Feng replied, eager to escape his dilapidated courtyard, which had suffered from the relentless practice of sword techniques for a month. This promotion to inner disciple provided the perfect opportunity for a change of scenery. Before long, Lin Feng arrived at the inner mountain peak, known as Zhanglong Peak, symbolizing the aspiration for all to become like dragons. Upon ascending the peak, he reached the entrance to the cave dwelling prepared for him. While it was referred to as a cave dwelling, it more closely resembled a charming estate, adorned with scenic waters and lush bamboo, offering a breathtaking view. Not only was it several times larger than the outer sect courtyards, but the spiritual energy within was also dozens of times richer. "Junior brother Lin, this estate is truly enviable. Ordinary inner disciples would never receive such treatment. It nearly rivals that of true inheritors, demonstrating the sect's high regard for you," the two senior brothers remarked in admiration. Lin Feng smiled slightly. "Thank you for your guidance. Would you care to join me for a cup of tea inside?" The two senior brothers, recognizing Lin Feng's subtle hint to dismiss them, chuckled and replied, "No, we must attend to other talented disciples." "No need to trouble yourself, junior brother. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out to us." Lin Feng nodded as the two senior brothers departed. After their exit, he took a moment to admire the views of the estate, which were indeed delightful. He then sat cross-legged to meditate and cultivate. After the rigors of the outer sect competition and facing numerous prodigies, especially the formidable Li Yuntian who had broken through to the skyward realm, he felt utterly drained and needed to restore his energy. Simultaneously, he needed to stabilize the realm he had advanced to during battle. Yet, before Lin Feng could meditate for long, he was interrupted. Upon opening the door, he found the same two senior brothers had returned, accompanied by another individual. Upon seeing this person, Lin Feng's expression soured. "Qian Luoxue, what brings you here again?" Chapter 37 of The Shamelessness of Qian Luoxue, the discovery of the thunderous decision. Two senior brothers, what brings you here with her? Lin Feng inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. The two inner sect brothers exchanged awkward smiles. "This junior sister claimed to be familiar with you and requested that we escort her to speak with you. It appears that you seem somewhat displeased," they explained, noting Lin Feng's evident discontent. It was clear to them that Lin Feng was not particularly fond of this junior sister, who ranked among the top 5. They regretted being deceived, as their relationship was not only unfamiliar but also somewhat antagonistic. Should they offend Lin Feng for this reason, they would surely come to regret it. "I came of my own volition, Lin Feng. I believe we can still reconcile," Qian Luoxue said, her demeanor radiating a charming smile. Lin Feng's expression tightened. "Qian Luoxue, are you being foolish again? Is my rejection not clear enough, or is it simply in your nature to be so insistent?" Faced with Lin Feng's scorn, Qian Luoxue's smile faltered momentarily, yet she maintained her cheerful facade. The two brothers, feeling like mere bystanders, quickly excused themselves, hesitant to indulge in the unfolding drama for fear of inciting Lin Feng's ire. Between them, there was not merely a lack of camaraderie. It seemed there was a deep-seated animosity. With the outsiders gone, Qian Luoxue dropped her pretense. "Lin Feng, let us dispense with the charade. I shall speak plainly. You pursued me previously, deceiving me for so long. I, Qian Luoxue, am not a soft persimmon to be easily bullied. I demand compensation for emotional distress, or you may await the reputation of a scoundrel to echo throughout both the inner and outer sections." "Deceived you? Emotional distress?" Lin Feng was taken aback by her claims. "I did pursue you, indeed, but when did I ever deceive you, and what do you mean by emotional distress? Are you out of your mind, Qian Luoxue?" Lin Feng found himself drawn into her narrative, feeling rather foolish for indulging her line of reasoning. Yet, as Qian Luoxue continued, her words left him utterly astounded. "When you pursued me, you deliberately concealed your talents and realm, masquerading as a mere waste. Was that not a deception? You know I am enamored with the strong, and you feigned weakness only to later reveal your prowess, leaving me to grovel for your affection. Did you not relish in the humiliation you inflicted upon me, making me regret? Your manipulation of my feelings is the mark of a true scoundrel, and do you not owe me for the emotional turmoil?" Qian Luoxue's face expressed a poignant grievance, as if she were narrating a tale of universal outrage. Ahaha, remarkable. Truly remarkable. Lin Feng laughed heartily, nearly losing his composure. What an extraordinary character she was, even contemporary celestial maidens could not rival her audacity. Qian Luoxue was indeed a formidable fighter, a veritable sensation in any social media realm. It was astonishing how she had turned her own faults into accusations against him, blaming him for her own vanity. The fact that he had not been recognized for his talents was somehow his fault, transformed into a guise of deceit. Heaven knows that had he not traversed here, the original owner of this body would have remained an abject sycophant, potentially provoking Chen Hong and meeting a humiliating end. And now, in Qian Luoxue's narrative, he had become the base manipulator, testing her character. Little did she realize that had she not been so reckless, she would not have been tested at all. Qian Luoxue, I must admit, you are quite the talent. It is a pity that you exist in such a narrow space. I shall not say more, feel free to spread whatever rumors you wish. If I were concerned about my reputation, I would not be Lin Feng, you shall see. For Lin Feng, reputation within the sect was of little consequence. As long as he could cultivate and grow stronger, no amount of gossip would deter him. Moreover, with his current prominence, few could challenge his standing. This maneuver by Qian Luoxue might only serve to backfire. Lin Feng, you. Just as Qian Luoxue was about to retort, Lin Feng firmly closed the door, leaving her to stew in her indignation. She had not anticipated Lin Feng's indifference, nor his audacity in making such dismissive statements. She had assumed that as the first prodigy of the outer sect, having entered the inner sect, he would be particularly concerned about his reputation. Yet, she was taken aback by his apparent nonchalance. Am I truly to be made to fabricate rumors? No, that would ruin my reputation. Gaining entry into the inner sect allows me to mingle with even more affluent prodigies. But to endure this humiliation is intolerable. Lin Feng, you have forced my hand. Qian Luoxue's eyes glimmered with palpable indignation. She would not let this matter rest easily. Meanwhile, Chen Hong had also moved into the inner sect. However, rather than settling into his quarters immediately, he made his way to the residence of an elder within the inner sect. Elder Lu, I pay my respects, Chen Hong stated respectfully before Elder Lu's cave dwelling. Elder Lu, while not particularly powerful, was one of the elders who frequently aided Chen Hong. As the scion, Chen Hong found that the sect leader did not extend many favors to him, yet several elders believed he would eventually inherit the position of sect master, thus courting his favor early on. Elder Lu was among them. Come in, Elder Lu beckoned, gesturing for the door to open. Chen Hong entered and found a cushion to sit upon. Elder Lu, what brings me to you today? He inquired. Elder Lu, did you attend the inner sect competition? Chen Hong asked. I did. I noticed your furious demeanor when dealing with Lin Feng. He defeated you quite soundly. Do you wish for me to assist you in seeking retribution? Elder Lu surmised, understanding Chen Hong's tendencies. Not at all, Chen Hong shook his head. Elder Lu, I am not foolish. Lin Feng has become a prominent figure in the sect, having comprehended complete sword intent by the age of 20. He is undoubtedly a prodigy among prodigies and cannot be easily avenged, not even by you, Elder Lu. Elder Lu nodded. You are quite perceptive. So, what is it that you seek from me? Elder Lu, I wish to know the origins of Lin Feng's techniques. In his battle against Li Yuntian, he employed two techniques that are entirely foreign to the sect. Not only are they immensely powerful, but their intricacies suggest they may not even be ordinary techniques, perhaps of heavenly rank. Ah, you are quite observant. I too have taken note of this, Elder Lu acknowledged, a glimmer of contemplation crossing his features. As for the sword technique, I am unfamiliar, but regarding the thunder technique, what of the thunder technique, Elder Lu? Chen Hong pressed eagerly. The thunder technique resembles a closely guarded secret of a prominent family. If my memory serves correctly, Elder Lu began, speaking slowly. Which family? Lin Feng dared to steal the secrets of another? Chen Hong's curiosity piqued. It is the Hellion family, Elder Lu finally revealed. Chapter 38, breaking through the fourth level of Qi. Another incident occurs at home. The Hellion family? Chen Hong was somewhat familiar with this name, having heard whispers about it. As a leading power in Daozhou, the Hellion family boasted formidable Nirvana realm experts, their overall strength even surpassing that of the Wanjin sect. Even his father dared not act recklessly before the Hellion family. Old Elder Lu, are you certain? Chen Hong inquired. Lin Feng hails from a humble family, there is no way he could have any connection with the Hellion family. Where would he acquire such a technique? Old man merely finds it somewhat similar, not entirely sure however, the manner in which he utilized it during the grand competition, along with its power, closely resembles the Hellion family's thunderous fury technique, Elder Lu replied, shaking his head. He emphasized that it was impossible to be 100% certain, yet, he had witnessed the direct descendants of the Hellion family wielding the thunderous fury technique, its might was terrifying, and Lin Feng's execution was strikingly akin. It might be slightly weaker than Lin Feng's, but largely the same. What Elder Lu was unaware of was that Lin Feng's version of the thunderous fury technique was indeed stronger, as he practiced the complete form. In contrast, many of the Hellion family's descendants could only cultivate the upper half of the technique. If Lin Feng truly practiced the thunderous fury technique, it was a mystery how he obtained it. It should be considered a closely guarded secret of the Hellion family. Surely, they wouldn't have bestowed it upon Lin Feng, would they? Chen Hong's eyes flickered with intrigue. The Hellion family held this technique in exceptionally high regard, making it impossible for it to leak, even amidst friendships. Perhaps it was a legacy passed down within the Lin family. After all, the Lin family was also a 1,000-year-old clan. Elder Lu spoke slowly. Young Master Chen, if you wish to practice this lightning technique, it may not be feasible. Our sect lacks such high-level lightning martial arts. However, you can visit the martial arts pavilion. Having entered the inner sect, you are eligible to peruse higher-level techniques. The elder guarding the pavilion has some rapport with me and can assist you in selecting a suitable book. Elder Lu assumed Chen Hong sought a powerful martial art. Chen Hong shook his head. The techniques available for borrowing at the martial arts pavilion are of inferior quality. To surpass Lin Feng, I must cultivate techniques stronger than his. However, from my current observations, Lin Feng has significant issues. Oh? Elder Lu was puzzled by Chen Hong's intentions. The sudden rise of the Lin family seemed to stem from their acquisition of a high-level technique. The technique Lin Feng showcased during the grand competition must have been exceptional. After all, how many high-level techniques could possibly exist? If the Hellion family learned that Lin Feng possessed such an outstanding technique, do you think they wouldn't come to investigate? Chen Hong's eyes glinted as he contemplated his strategy. Elder Lu responded, if the Hellion family were to discover that someone possesses a technique comparable to their ancestral Thunderous Fury technique, especially if it belonged to a small family like the Lin family, I surmise they would resort to forceful acquisition. Chen Hong nodded, a cold snort escaping his lips. Precisely. Lin Feng dares to offend me, I shall make him pay dearly. What do you plan to do? Elder Lu inquired. A letter to the Hellion family, informing them that the Thunderous Fury technique has been leaked. Even if Lin Feng is not practicing the Thunderous Fury technique, he will still suffer the consequences, Chen Hong replied with a sinister tone. Elder Lu looked at Chen Hong, finding no fault in his reasoning, but rather a hint of admiration in his gaze. Young Master Chen possesses such ambition. It seems achieving success in the future will not be difficult. Rest assured, Elder Lu, and lend me your support, Chen Hong replied casually before departing. Time passed unnoticed in the realm of cultivation. Lin Feng had secluded himself for an entire month. The external competition against numerous prodigies had proven fruitful for him. The rewards for securing first place in the competition included ample cultivation elixirs, which Lin Feng diligently consumed while sequestered in his courtyard. His techniques and swordplay had grown considerably stronger, and his primary focus now was on elevating his realm. Advancing his realm would significantly bolster his strength. A month slipped by like fleeting moments, and during this time, Lin Feng remained oblivious to outside affairs. Many inner sect disciples attempted to disrupt his solitude, eager to witness the prodigy who had comprehended the complete technique at such a young age, but Lin Feng granted them no opportunity. At the end of the month, Lin Feng successfully broke through to the 4th level of Qi Si. His innate talent was commendable, compounded by his cultivation of the Thunderous Fury technique and the 9 turns glaze technique, both top-tier methods. While ascending realms was not as effortless as sipping water, the accumulation of resources allowed for rapid breakthroughs. He had advanced once in just half a month. Upon concluding his seclusion, Lin Feng intended to stretch his limbs, enjoy the sights of the inner sect, and later find Elder Jian for a drink. However, before he could set his plans in motion, a figure rushed to call out to him. This figure was a guardian from the Lin family, stationed within the Wanjian sect to relay messages to the sect's disciples. It was this guardian who had previously conveyed the urgency for Lin Feng to return home. Guardian Chen, what is it? Lin Feng recalled the guardian's surname and sensed that something was amiss at home. Young master, the family head requests your immediate return. There has been an incident at home concerning you, Guardian Chen replied hastily. Concerning me? Lin Feng pondered what could possibly be related to him within the family. Had he killed Li Yuntian, the worst Li Yuntian could suffer was being incapacitated. He had not reached the point of being killed. Given the nature of martial competitions, injuries were not uncommon, and with the current status of the Li family, they would likely refrain from causing trouble. If it wasn't about Li Yuntian, then what was it? Young master, I am uncertain. You will find out upon your return. It seems to relate to your reputation, Guardian Chen elaborated. Lin Feng contemplated briefly. Very well, I shall return at once. With no pressing matters at hand, a trip home seemed reasonable. The Wanjian sect was not far from the Li family previously. He would have taken a carriage and spent half a day traveling back as a Qi condensation realm cultivator, and now, with his Qi Si realm cultivation, he could traverse the distance with ease. 3 hours later, Lin Feng arrived at Yaori City. Upon entering the city, he felt the weight of many gazes upon him, with whispers and pointed fingers directed his way. Lin Feng found it peculiar but chose to ignore it, making his way directly to his family residence. Upon arrival, he noticed the front door was wide open, and within, guests appeared to be entertained in a corner of the living room. The steward spotted Lin Feng and hurried inside to announce his arrival. Lin Geng slowly emerged. Father, what has transpired? Lin Feng inquired. Enter and ask for yourself. I know your temperament well, but I am quite troubled, Lin Geng replied. Upon entering, Lin Feng saw Qian Luoxue seated in the living room, sipping tea while awaiting him, her eyes bearing traces of tears, as if she had been crying. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Qian Luoxue, what are you doing here? This is my home. It is precisely because it is your home that I have come. What, you injured me, and I cannot come to the Lin family for an explanation? Qian Luoxue replied slowly, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Chapter 39 Qian Luoxue's utter shamelessness. Father, what is happening? Lin Feng inquired of his father. Lin Geng replied, I am unaware of the events that transpired between you two. A few days ago, she came to Ryu City, spreading rumors that you had wronged her, tarnishing the reputation of our Lin family to the point of worthlessness. You have become notorious. Initially, I intended to dismiss her, but she brandished her identity as a true disciple of the Wanjian sect, compelling me to relent somewhat. To my astonishment, she audaciously demanded 500,000 spirit stones as compensation. Father, I have never had any relations with her, nor could I have wronged her in any way. This person is despicable and unscrupulous. It would suffice to send her away, Lin Feng stated directly. He had not anticipated that Qian Luoxue would be so ruthless, slandering him and coming to Ryu City to spread rumors and demand compensation. I am aware, but she currently possesses the status of a true disciple of the Wanjian sect, her master being the inner sect elder Lu Xiang. Although our Lin family has recently risen to prominence, it is indeed unwise to provoke her. Lu Xiang, albeit merely an elder of the Wanjian sect, has already attained the realm of transformation. Should he choose to support Qian Luoxue, our Lin family would undoubtedly acquire another adversary. Lin Geng lamented. He had always looked down upon Qian Luoxue, knowing that his son was but her sycophant. When his son had returned last time, claiming there was no possibility between them and expressing disdain for Qian Luoxue, he had thought their paths would no longer intertwine. However, 2 months later, the situation had drastically changed, with Qian Luoxue insisting that she was Lin Feng's woman. She spread rumors that Lin Feng had wronged her, even claiming that she was on the verge of madness due to heartbreak from him. Lin Geng was well aware of his son's character. He had originally intended to dismiss Qian Luoxue, but now she had the backing of an inner sect elder from the Wanjian sect. Having just entered the realm of transformation, he felt compelled to tread carefully. During this month of seclusion, it appeared that Qian Luoxue had secured powerful alliances. He wondered if Chen Hong had played a part in this. Lin Feng was equally surprised that Qian Luoxue, the 5th-place competitor in the outer sect competition, had managed to become a true disciple under an inner sect elder. He felt an overwhelming sense of indignation towards these two scoundrels. Lin Feng strode into the living room and addressed Qian Luoxue. Qian Luoxue, while I may overlook your rumors in the Wanjian sect, you dare to cause a ruckus in my Lin family? What do you mean by that, Lin Feng? Am I not a mere girl who could slander you? Are you unaware of your own actions? You deceived and toyed with me, and I have suffered such humiliation. Am I not justified in seeking compensation? Qian Luoxue retorted, her arguments laced with a facade of innocence, appearing pitiful enough that a passerby might well believe her fabricated tale. I do not seek much, nearly 500,000 spirit stones. I have wasted at least half a year of my time on you. Is that not a reasonable compensation? Surely, I cannot be the only one to bear the loss, Qian Luoxue shamelessly asserted. Lin Feng remained silent. Father, do not concern yourself with her, simply expel her. The rumors do not warrant our attention. Let her continue her slander if she so desires. As for the inner sect elder, there is no need to worry. With my standing, he would not dare to make things difficult for me, Lin Feng declared decisively. He was, after all, the pride of the sect, with countless elders eager to curry favor with him. How could they possibly trouble him? Moreover, the sect's master had promised him a favor, so with the masteress backing, he feared no one within the sect. Fenger, is it true that you secured first place in the outer sect competition of the Wanjian sect? Lin Geng suddenly inquired. Indeed, when Lin Feng had achieved first place in the outer sect competition, a potential guardian from the Wanjian sect had conveyed the news to him. His initial reaction had been disbelief, suspecting a mistake on the guardian's part. He had intended to summon the guardian to confirm the matter. However, once Lin Feng entered the inner sect, he had immediately entered seclusion, making it difficult to locate the guardian. It was only after emerging from seclusion and returning to the family that Lin Geng was able to inquire for clarity. Father, it is true. I am no longer the Lin Feng of the past. I have made significant progress in my cultivation, and achieving first place in an outer sect competition is not remarkable, Lin Feng responded with a smile. Is it truly so? Haha, splendid. My Lin family shall have a worthy successor, Lin Geng exclaimed, first assessing Lin Feng's cultivation level before bursting into laughter. He was astonished to see that Lin Feng's progress had been remarkably swift. In just 2 months, he had already reached the 4th level of the condensing sea realm. Of course, compared to Lin Geng's own accomplishments at that age, it was not particularly impressive. He had also reached that level at the same age, after which he had ascended to the position of family head, yet, compared to the previous Lin Feng, the current Lin Feng was indeed a transformed individual. How could he not feel joy, as if his ancestors' graves were emitting green smoke? Fenger has finally grown up. Lin Feng, what are you saying? Your actions have brought disgrace upon the entire Lin family, and you remain indifferent. Do you wish for the Lin family to suffer daily ridicule? Upon hearing Lin Feng insist on ignoring the matter and treating it as inconsequential, intending to expel Qian Luoxue, her fury erupted. In her eyes, this course of action had already severely damaged her reputation, hence her demand for 500,000 spirit stones from the Lin family. She did not desire more. She merely feared that asking for more would lead the Lin family to refuse her. This was already a level of compensation she could accept, yet, Lin Feng had just returned and outright refused her request. How could she tolerate such resoluteness? Lin Feng fixed his gaze on Qian Luoxue and coldly stated, Qian Luoxue, I do not care how you conduct yourself within the sect, but should you provoke my Lin family and cause distress to my father, I assure you, your path shall come to an end. What can you do? Kill me. Unless your Lin family is willing to forsake its reputation, I will come to Ryu City to stir trouble every month, Qian Luoxue exclaimed defiantly. She observed Lin Feng's displeasure, yet unbeknownst to him, her own ire towards him had reached a boiling point. If she had returned even a moment later, her compensation might have already been secured. At this moment, her loathing for Lin Feng had accumulated to its zenith. If possible, she wished for the Lin Feng of old, the one she could humiliate. I have no intention of killing you, nor do I need to, but do you remember that the sect master of the Wanjian sect owes me a favor? If you continue to act so shamelessly, I shall have the sect master expel you from the Wanjian sect, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Qian Luoxue was taken aback that Lin Feng could still threaten her. Her ascension to true disciple status under an inner sect elder had been facilitated by Chen Hong, aimed at tormenting Lin Feng, hoping he would kneel to her in apology. Who could have predicted that Lin Feng would not be swayed by her tactics and would instead turn the tables on her with threats? Now, as a true disciple of the Wanjian sect, her status was substantial. The sect master's word was law. If expelled from the sect, all she had achieved would be lost. With no recourse, Shen Luoxue glared fiercely at Lin Feng before storming away in frustration. At that moment, an unexpected guest arrived at the Lin family residence. Lin family, come forth. Chapter 40. Caught in the act of stealing the thunderous lightning technique, a resounding voice echoed throughout the Lin family estate, commanding attention. Even Shen Luoxue, who was about to depart, found herself pausing in her steps. The atmosphere was overwhelming, grand, and far from the ordinary disturbances typically generated by common cultivators. Father, what is happening? Lin Feng inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. Lin Geng shook his head, equally perplexed. The Lin family has not provoked anyone recently. If there is trouble, it is likely due to your actions. Let us investigate. The group stepped outside the Lin family residence, while Chen Luoxue distanced herself, observing from a nearby location. Lin Geng frowned as he regarded the formidable figure arriving at the entrance of the Lin family estate. This powerful individual hovered in the air, gradually descending to the ground. At the base, a striking young woman clad in a flowing red garment stood with her arms crossed, her expression contemplative as she scrutinized the Lin family. It was only when the Lin family members emerged that her gaze shifted toward them, ultimately resting upon Lin Feng. Lin Feng recognized her instantly. It was He Lianfu, the direct descendant of the He Lian family, with whom he had previously shared a brief encounter. His brow knitted tighter in confusion. What brought He Lianfu here? Could it be Lin Feng recalled his actions during the outer sect competition, where he had publicly employed the thunderous lightning technique to triumph over Li Yuntian? The myriad of lightning techniques in existence, was it truly so simple to expose his secret? A rational individual would hardly suspect a mere junior of the Lin family to have ties with the prestigious He Lian clan unless they had conducted a thorough investigation. Though Lin Feng had contemplated the possibility of exposure one day, he had anticipated it would come years later. Not so swiftly. Lin Geng recognized the visitor as a cultivator of the transformation realm and clasped his hands respectfully, inquiring, "What brings you to my Lin family, esteemed guest?" "I do not believe we are acquainted." Lin Geng maintained a cordial demeanor, for the visitor was indeed a powerful figure. As a newly initiated transformation realm cultivator, he understood the importance of avoiding conflict with such a formidable opponent. In a hushed tone, Lin Feng remarked, "Father, they are from the He Lian family." "That woman is He Lianfu, the He Lian family's legitimate daughter." Upon hearing this, Lin Geng's expression shifted, his demeanor transforming from one of uncertainty to one of exuberance. "Ah, esteemed guests from the He Lian family. How remiss of us not to have prepared for your arrival in Yaori City. I would have ensured proper arrangements had I known. Moreover, our Lin family's recent crisis was alleviated largely due to your esteemed family's assistance, a testament to our ancestral bonds. We must extend our utmost hospitality to you." Lin Geng's face radiated joy, completely oblivious to Lin Feng's earlier deception regarding the technique's origins. Lin Feng quickly grasped his father's arm, subtly signaling, "Father, what is it, my son? Considering you have an engagement with the He Lian family's daughter, should you not extend your greetings to your betrothed?" Lin Geng chuckled, failing to notice Lin Feng's discomfort, and promptly began issuing orders for a banquet. From her concealed vantage point, Shen Luoxue listened intently, observing He Lianfu's graceful figure, fair complexion, and exquisite features. She realized that the woman was even more beautiful than herself. Ah, so this is why Lin Feng's heart has wavered. It is indeed because of this woman, a true scoundrel. Upon hearing Lin Geng mention their engagement, Shen Luoxue's eyes burned with jealousy. She had previously been baffled by Lin Feng's drastic changes. Now the truth was laid bare before her and her eyes. Lin Feng was a faithless rogue, utterly repugnant for engaging with another despite their betrothal, and now, he even refused to offer her the 50,000 spirit stones. She felt an overwhelming urge to step forth and proclaim Lin Feng's true nature to the entire city of cultivators. However, recalling Lin Feng's threats, she abandoned that thought. With the Lin family's substantial influence and Lin Feng's position as the sect leader, any disruption on her part would only result in her own humiliation. "Humph, Lin Feng, enjoy your triumph while it lasts. There will come a day when you will face the consequences." With a cold huff, Shen Luoxue departed. Little did she know, had she lingered a moment longer, she would have discovered that the situation was far from what she had imagined, and she would have witnessed a captivating drama unfold, one that would certainly elicit applause. For at this moment, the Lin family faced an existential crisis. No need for that. At this juncture, He Lianfu interjected, interrupting Lin Geng's command to prepare a feast. "How can that be?" Lin Geng was about to protest when He Lianfu continued, "We have come to inquire about one matter. Has your Lin family been secretly studying our He Lian family's thunderous lightning technique?" The revelation sent ripples of astonishment through the onlookers, who had been eavesdropping from a distance. The thunderous lightning technique of the He Lian family had somehow become entangled with the Lin family? The very notion that the Lin family might have any connection to the He Lian clan was enough to leave them in shock. He Lianfu, the supposed legitimate daughter of the He Lian family, was now questioning whether the Lin family had stolen their technique. Was it possible that the two families were not merely fostering friendship, but rather confronting the Lin family? Stealing the thunderous lightning technique? Lin Geng was taken aback, scrutinizing He Lianfu's expression, and he too began to sense something amiss. If the thunderous lightning technique had been willingly given to them, the He Lian family would not have come seeking answers. Of course, it was also possible that, as Lin Feng had suggested, the technique had been bestowed by their ancestor with strict instructions to remain undisclosed, which could explain the He Lian family's ignorance. Yet, Lin Geng also noted Lin Feng's unusual demeanor, piecing together a growing understanding. "He Lianfu, could there be some misunderstanding at play here?" He Lianfu replied directly, Lin family patriarch, not long ago, we received news of your family's victory over the Li family, claiming you employed a formidable lightning technique. I harbored suspicions at that moment. Shortly thereafter, I received correspondence stating that Lin Feng utilized the thunderous lightning technique during the outer sect competition at the Wan Sword sect, even achieving first place. Is this matter true or not? Lin Feng, Lin family patriarch, your explanation will clarify any misunderstandings. He Lianfu's tone was icy. The thunderous lightning technique was a closely guarded secret of the He Lian family, of utmost importance. The younger generation faced stringent conditions to cultivate it, and it would not be easily shared. Not to mention, the Lin family, a mere 1,000-year clan, would never pass muster, even if their ancestor were resurrected. Lin Gung's brow furrowed deeply. The middle-aged cultivator beside He Lianfu exuded an imposing aura, clearly prepared to hold the Lin family accountable. Lin Gung was left uncertain whether to fabricate a lie. The nuances of this misunderstanding were beyond his comprehension. Fenger, Lin Gung turned to Lin Feng, clearly seeking to align their accounts. Lin Feng stepped forward, stating, Miss He Lian, why don't we sit down and discuss this matter? It would be unseemly for the Lin family to neglect our duties as hosts. Given our ancestral ties, surely, we can discuss any matters amicably? Lin Feng raised his gaze. Lin Feng, it was you who visited my He Lian family, and I doubt you would leave so easily. I suspect you have indeed pilfered the thunderous lightning technique. Chapter 41. The entirety of the Lin family had their cultivation abilities stripped away, severing a limb. He Lianfu suddenly proclaimed. Lin Feng was also drenched in cold sweat. It was indeed true that he had stolen the thunderous fury technique and had even practiced it. He understood that once suspicion arose, regardless of the validity of the charges, He Lianfu would undoubtedly conduct an investigation. Even attempts at concealment would prove futile. I admit, I have taken the thunderous fury technique. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the formidable warrior beside He Lianfu no longer held back, instantly appearing before Lin Feng and seizing his wrist. The warrior turned to He Lianfu, nodding gravely. He has indeed cultivated the thunderous fury technique. Lin Feng, you truly practiced the thunderous fury technique? He Lianfu exclaimed, her voice rising sharply. Initially, she had only harbored doubts and sought to investigate, never anticipating that Lin Feng would genuinely practice the thunderous fury technique and even admit to it. Miss, this individual has cultivated the thunderous fury technique, which is a grave taboo for our clan. Should we not dispose of him immediately? Additionally, it is probable that others within the Lin family are aware of the thunderous fury technique. It must not be allowed to spread beyond our clan. Should we not eradicate the Lin family entirely? The middle-aged warrior's expression darkened like water, with a murderous intent that sent chills down one's spine. Lin Feng estimated that the opponent's cultivation level had reached the latter stages of the transformation realm, and if he too practiced the thunderous fury technique, the entire Lin family would likely not stand a chance against him. This time, He Lianfu did not speak to Lin Feng but instead focused her gaze on Lin Gung. Patriarch Lin, I will reluctantly address you as Uncle Lin. Given the circumstances, your Lin family has practiced the thunderous fury technique of my He Lian clan. How do you intend to account for this? The thunderous fury technique is the foundation of my He Lian clan. Had it not been for the past ties between our ancestors, I would have already commanded Lu Lao to eliminate you. He Lianfu's delicate brows furrowed tightly, and from her tone and expression, it was evident that she was extremely displeased. The younger generation of the He Lian family regarded the thunderous fury technique as immensely significant, and now it had been cultivated by outsiders, especially by someone as unworthy as Lin Feng. At this moment, if not for the slight connection to the Lin family's ancestors, she would have already ordered for the Lin family's annihilation. He Lian, my dear niece, I believe there is a misunderstanding. Our cultivation of the thunderous fury technique was not through theft, but at this point, Lin Gung felt as if he were an ant on a hot stove. Despite their past connections with the He Lian clan, their current statuses were worlds apart. The other party could extinguish the Lin family with merely a flick of their finger. Though he knew that all of this stemmed from Lin Feng's actions, and suspected Lin Feng had lied, he did not blame him. Had it not been for Lin Feng stealing the thunderous fury technique, the Lin family would have long been exterminated. If it wasn't theft, then what was it? Could it be that my He Lian clan would willingly hand over our secrets? He Lianfu retorted sharply. Alas! Lin Gung sighed heavily, relinquishing his struggle. This matter was solely my doing, unrelated to Fenger, nor to the younger generation of my clan. It was entirely my instigation. At this point, I will make no further excuses, and I only hope that, in light of our ancestors' past friendship, you will spare my clan's younger members. I will bear the responsibility alone. At this moment, a multitude of elders had already gathered around Lin Gung. Upon learning that the Lin family might be in peril, they had all assembled outside. Hearing that Lin Gung had utilized the powerful thunder technique, which was none other than the thunderous fury technique of the He Lian family, their expressions grew peculiar, and they were shocked within. They had assumed that Lin Gung's rapid advancement was due to the He Lian clan's assistance, believing he had received a formidable technique, without connecting it to the He Lian clan's secret teachings. However, they were taken aback to realize it was indeed the thunderous fury technique. Now, they were filled with trepidation, trembling in fear upon hearing Lin Gung state that he would bear all the blame. They hastily interjected "Oh, Patriarch. This blame cannot fall upon you alone. You are the sole individual at the transformation realm within our family, and our hopes for the Lin family's resurgence rest upon you. If anything were to happen to you, the Li family would undoubtedly retaliate furiously, and we might not even be able to protect ourselves. It is unthinkable for you to bear the blame. Then I cannot stand idly by while Fenger is in danger," Lin Gung replied. Miss Hellion, all the schemes originated from me. It was my suggestion to send Lin Feng to the Hellion clan to steal the technique. This matter is solely my doing, and no one else is involved. If punishment is to be meted out, let it be upon me. An elder stepped forward, his countenance resolute, having cast aside all thoughts of life and death. Seeing this, other elders followed suit. If Miss Hellion deems it insufficient for her anger, then let the old man be slain as well. The theft of the Thunderous Fury technique was truly a last resort. At that time, our Lin family had reached the end of the road. Indeed, Miss Hellion, if it must come to that, then for the sake of our ancestors, please spare us. Our Lin family has only just begun to show a glimmer of hope. We vow never to touch the Thunderous Fury technique again. Hellion Fu observed the fervent pleas of these individuals, her delicate brows furrowing. Witnessing a family display such unity in the face of life and death stirred something within her, yet, the actions of the Lin family had transgressed a fundamental principle. Miss, there is no need to pity them. They dared to steal the treasures of our Hellion clan, and they must be prepared for annihilation. Our Hellion clan has risen to prominence in Daozhou by stepping over the corpses of other families, which is the foundation of our current reputation. As for the past ties between their ancestors and ours, those are matters of bygone generations. Their forebears have long since departed, and it bears no relevance to us. The middle-aged man who spoke was not a pure blood of the Hellion clan, yet he had assumed the identity of one. Previously, he had been a servant of the Hellion family, but due to his contributions, he was accepted into the clan, granted the right to bear the Hellion surname, though he still retained his original surname, Liu. Hellion Fu lowered her head in contemplation. As the legitimate daughter of the Hellion clan, she had much to consider. The Hellion family, being a top-tier family in Daozhou, was undoubtedly concerned with its reputation. To extinguish the Lin family, given their ancestral ties, seemed excessively brutal. Although she held no fondness for the Lin family, she was still a young girl, relatively inexperienced in the ways of the world, and lacked the heart to bring about the total annihilation of a small family. Hellion Fu turned her gaze toward the members of the Lin family. You Lin family have secretly cultivated the Thunderous Fury technique. I wonder how many among you have practiced it. If you wish for the Lin family to survive, I have but one demand. All those within the Lin family who possess cultivation talent must forfeit their abilities, sever a limb, and be forbidden from cultivating for life. Furthermore, the Lin family shall be dissolved. What? Forcing all members of the Lin family to forfeit their abilities, sever a limb, and forbidding cultivation. How is this any different from killing us? Our Lin family is a venerable lineage of cultivation for a millennium. How could we endure such humiliation? To self-destruct our cultivation is preferable to death. Moreover, we have already offended the Li family. Should they learn of our misfortune, not a single Lin family member would survive. The members of the Lin family clamored in discussion, utterly unwilling to accept such terms. Chapter 42 The Terms of Exchange, comparable to the Thunderbolt technique. Thus, I have compelled you to forfeit your cultivation and disband the Lin family. I shall guarantee your departure from the city of Sunday. Subsequently, whether you choose to conceal yourselves in the remote mountains or live as ordinary citizens, I shall not interfere. Hellion Fu believed this to be a most favorable outcome. Were it another clan that dared to secretly learn the Thunderbolt technique, they would have annihilated them without hesitation, showing no mercy whatsoever. The Thunderbolt technique is the very foundation of their clan's rise. To cultivate it is akin to stealing the essence of their lineage. This represents a mortal enmity for any family, one that cannot be overlooked, and they would pursue to the bitter end. Out of respect for the ancestral ties between the Lin family and the Hellion clan, she chose to exercise restraint. In contrast, Lu Lao, who stood beside her, longed for no further discourse and would have swiftly executed the entire assembly. Hellion niece, this is no different from our family's annihilation. All the members of our clan are cultivators. To forfeit their cultivation and sever a limb is tantamount to executing them. Is there no possibility for leniency, for an alternate resolution? Lin Geng could not fathom accepting such an outcome. To him, this was a fate worse than the annihilation of the Lin family at the hands of the Li clan. If the entirety of the Lin family were rendered powerless, he would find himself unable to face his ancestors. Lin uncle, it is not that I lack compassion. I have exerted my utmost effort to preserve your lives. If this matter were to be divulged within the clan, the powerful members would not be so amenable to me. They would surely eradicate your entire lineage without question. To forfeit your cultivation is better than death, Hellion Fu stated, her expression unwavering. It was not that she was unfeeling, the grim realities of the cultivation world were beyond the reach of personal sympathy. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Lin Geng's heart ached as if it were being cleaved in two, drained of all strength, rendering any agreement impossible. Suddenly, his aura erupted, revealing the might of a transformation realm expert. Hellion niece, as the head of my family, I categorically refuse to accept such terms. At most, I will fight your Hellion clan to the death. Under my protection, my clan's disciples will escape as many as they can, which is far better than allowing them all to become crippled. Lin Geng's gaze was resolute. He understood the despair of confronting the Hellion clan, a top-tier power. Though the Lin family was a prestigious lineage for a millennium, they were but insignificant ants compared to the flourishing Hellion clan. The Lin family possessed only one transformation realm expert, while the Hellion clan had even their retainers at that level. Centuries ago, both families stood on equal footing, but Hellion's ancestor ascended to nirvana through the Thunderbolt technique, creating an insurmountable divide between their current strengths. Young lady, I see he is merely refusing to drink the wine offered to him, preferring the he is but a mere transformation realm novice. An elder beside Hellion Fu scoffed, unleashing an even more formidable aura. The Lin family elders and disciples gathered at the entrance felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them, rendering them breathless. Even the lower-ranked disciples collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who was still in the elder's grip, felt the immense weight of the pressure. The difference between me and a transformation realm expert is indeed staggering. At that moment, Lin Feng regretted having surreptitiously studied the Thunderbolt technique. Not only had he learned it in secret, but he had also revealed it publicly. He had not anticipated that this would expose him at the sword sect. There are numerous thunder techniques in the world. Even if someone were to suspect him, it was unlikely they would report him. Cultivators are often too preoccupied with their own affairs to meddle in others' business without cause. Lin Feng suspected that the revelation of his actions was linked to a few familiar faces, either Chen Hong or Qian Luoxue. Regardless of who it was, he had indeed miscalculated. With a heavy sigh, Lin Feng pondered that perhaps there was still room for negotiation. If he could buy himself some time for growth, there was still hope. Hellion Fu. Amidst the clash of the two powerful auras, Lin Feng spoke up. Hellion Fu turned her attention back to him. What do you wish to say? I have something to convey. May I ask you to release me first? Lin Feng requested. Upon hearing this, Hellion Fu glanced at Lu Lao, who, with an expressionless demeanor, let Lin Feng go. Lu Lao could swiftly suppress any action Lin Feng might attempt under his watchful gaze. He had only spared Lin Feng due to the young lady's indecision, granting her a measure of leniency. Otherwise, he would not have hesitated to strike. It was my fault for learning the Thunderbolt technique in secret, but may we exchange a condition? Lin Feng proposed. What condition? Hellion Fu regarded him with a hint of disdain. In truth, she found little interest in conversing with him. I possess a technique that rivals your Hellion clan's Thunderbolt technique. If I offer it to you, would you consider sparing the Lin family? Lin Feng sighed internally, hoping Hellion Fu would acquiesce to his proposal. However, upon hearing his words, Hellion Fu let out a cold laugh. A joke. What technique could possibly compare to my Hellion clan's Thunderbolt technique? If you had such a thing, your Lin family would have long since risen to prominence without resorting to stealing our family's technique. Hellion Fu's derision was not without merit. After all, techniques like the Thunderbolt technique were indeed rare, yet, coincidentally, Lin Feng did possess one. Then, allow me to demonstrate. Suddenly, Lin Feng unleashed a chilling sword intent that surged forth like an unending ocean. Even Lu Lao beside her turned slightly, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. Sword intent, what a profound and terrifying sword intent, you have comprehended it at such a young age. Hellion Fu was taken aback. In the realm of martial arts, regardless of the form of intent, it was exceedingly difficult to grasp. Those who could do so were truly geniuses, a rarity in the world. She had always perceived Lin Feng as a mere waste. When he first arrived at the Hellion clan, she had looked down upon him, deeming him a mere boy from the Qi condensation realm daring to provoke their clan. For one like Lin Feng, if there were any ancestral ties, merely speaking to him would be a condescension. Yet, unexpectedly, Lin Feng turned out to be a talent she could scarcely look up to. Miss, this young man possesses extraordinary talent. To comprehend sword intent at this age, he must not be allowed to remain. Lu Lao, at this moment, immediately radiated a murderous intent. Since they intended to annihilate the Lin family, they could not afford to leave any potential threats. Such a talent as Lin Feng, even if rendered crippled, would be akin to releasing a tiger back to the mountains. Hold on, while my comprehension of sword intent is partly due to my innate talent, the primary reason lies in my acquisition of a top-tier technique, Lin Feng quickly interjected. Chapter 43, offering the Song Hai Sword Manual in exchange for 3 years of what top-tier martial arts. At this moment, Hellion Fu and the elder both found themselves greatly intrigued. What Lin Feng spoke of could not be false. This sword intent, aside from being a product of extraordinary talent, must also be significantly related to martial skills. It was improbable that such prowess could be conjured out of thin air at this young age. It would require at least several hundred to several thousand years of immersion in the sword path. This sword intent is called Song Hai Sword Intent, learned from the Song Hai Sword Manual, Lin Feng stated calmly. The Song Hai Sword Manual? Hellion Fu and Elder Lu exchanged glances, both having never heard of such a manual before. It is understandable that you are unaware. This is a treasure acquired by a predecessor in a secret realm. I have only recently begun studying it, but I have also learned both the Kuang Lei Ju and the Song Hai Sword Manual. Both techniques are formidable, though the Song Hai Sword Manual surpasses the Kuang Lei Ju. Lin Feng sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat guilty towards the sword elder. However, he was indeed cornered and had no choice but to resort to the Song Hai Sword Manual, hoping it might offer a path to survival. The Hellion family was overwhelmingly powerful. Despite Lin Feng's clever ideas, he felt he could not escape this calamity. He had contemplated seeking the assistance of the Wan Jian sect's leader, who had promised to help protect the Lin family. Yet, such a notion was utterly impossible. Although the Wan Jian sect was a top sect in the region, it was insignificant when compared to the leading families of Daozhou. The Hellion family might afford the sect leader a modicum of respect, but when it came to matters of such fundamental importance, that respect would carry little weight. The leader of the Wan Jian sect was no fool. Offending a top family would bring him nothing but harm, and even if he managed to protect Lin Feng, the cost of doing so would outweigh the benefits of defying a prominent family. Young man, let us see it first, Elder Lu said, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Faced with such a top-tier martial art, he was filled with covetous desire, as was Hellion Fu. If such a supreme technique truly existed, perhaps conditions could be renegotiated. However, entirely sparing the Lin family seemed inconceivable. If this technique is indeed as remarkable as I claim, how much room for negotiation do you have? Will you spare the Lin family? Lin Feng inquired first. Helian Fu pondered for a moment. If the technique you present is truly comparable to our family's Kuang Lei Ju, I could spare the entirety of the Lin family from extermination, and I would not strip you of your cultivation. However, those who have practiced the Kuang Lei Ju must be rendered powerless, and the Lin family must leave no trace of the Kuang Lei Ju whatsoever. You, who have practiced the Kuang Lei Ju, must undergo soul cleansing. Soul cleansing is a perilous method that involves the development of one's spiritual consciousness, known only to those well-versed in such fields. However, it carries significant risks. After undergoing soul cleansing by a powerful being, one might forget their past entirely, injuring their intellect and becoming little more than a fool. So, you and your father would still not be spared? Lin Feng sighed within. If only the two of you practiced it, then we would only hold you two accountable. However, it is best to speak the truth. If there are others involved, the Lin family will have no further opportunities. Helian Fu continued, of course, this is contingent upon the technique you provide being genuinely comparable to the otherwise, all of this is mere empty talk, with no room for negotiation. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with determination. What if I offer that Song Hai Sword manual to you in exchange for 3 years of peace for the Lin family, with no inquiries made into any individuals? What do you intend? Helian Fu furrowed her brow. The condition sounded peculiar. 3 years is a considerable span wherein many changes could occur, and it was far more complex than simply rendering 2 members of the Lin family powerless. Moreover, after 3 years, her family would still have to address the matter. I wish to see if, after 3 years, I might be able to turn the situation around, Lin Feng replied, his eyes gleaming. Given his current talent combined with his system, he might achieve the Nirvana realm in 3 years, at which point he would stand on equal ground with the Hellion Ancestor. Perhaps then, the issue could be resolved. Are you suggesting to exchange the Song Hai Sword manual for 3 years of growth? Helian Fu's delicate brows knitted together. Even if you are exceptionally talented, how much can you truly achieve in 3 years? Cultivation knows no bounds, and this is not mere rhetoric. You are currently only at the Qi realm. To break through to Nirvana in 3 years would require you to advance every month, and some months you would need to achieve 2 levels of progression. How could that be possible? It is fundamentally unfeasible. Not just unlikely, but utterly impossible. If you truly possessed such capability, then you would be the next to dominate an era, rendering all top families of Daozhou insignificant before you. I merely propose this condition, and I hope Miss Helian will give it due consideration, Lin Feng replied calmly. The other options were untenable. Being stripped of his cultivation after practicing the Kuang Lei Ju would leave him with no opportunities, reducing him to a state of despair. As a transmigrator who had tasted the sweetness of cultivation, he could not simply halt his progress. Death would be a more merciful fate. Helian Fu shook her head. Your condition, if it merely postpones your death for 3 years, is not unreasonable. However, the uncertainties that could arise in 3 years are vast, and the risk of the Kuang Lei Ju being leaked is ever present. The elders of my family will not acquiesce. I ask that Miss Helian report this to the Helian family and advocate for me, Lin Feng urged. Are you so confident in yourself, or do you harbor some ulterior motive? Helian Fu inquired, her curiosity piqued. She felt a shift in her perception of Lin Feng, her previous underestimation of him transforming into a budding admiration for this youthful genius. There is no conspiracy, I merely wish to experience the world's splendor, even if it leads to my demise, Lin Feng sighed, his expression reflecting a resolute determination that belied any semblance of despair. Very well, hand over the Kuang Lei Ju, Helian Fu commanded. Please hold on a moment. Allow me to retrieve it from my home, Lin Feng replied. As Lin Feng stepped through the door, Lin Gang and the others retreated to the main hall of the Lin family, with Elder Lu and Helian Fu offering no resistance. Fenger, do you have a plan? If it is merely to secure the Lin family's safety for 3 years, what then? The Lin family will still be in the same predicament afterward. Lin Gang had contemplated interjecting during Lin Feng's negotiation with Helian Fu, but he refrained, believing Lin Feng might have his own strategy. Otherwise, he would willingly sacrifice himself to save Lin Feng rather than see so many members of the Lin family suffer. Now that Lin Feng had successfully negotiated a 3-year reprieve for the family, he pondered what could truly be accomplished in that time. Or did he intend to reach the Nirvana realm within 3 years? Though he considered himself a genius, achieving such a breakthrough in 3 years was utterly implausible. I have no specific plans. I simply hope that after 3 years, I will have the opportunity to break through to Nirvana, Lin Feng replied flatly. Chapter 44 Firstly, reporting to the family a breakthrough to Nirvana, how could that be possible? Fenger, you must not let your recent progress lead you into delusions. Such an achievement is utterly unattainable. Even I, your father, have no chance. 3 years is far too brief. As one advances in cultivation, the barriers to ascension become increasingly formidable. Each breakthrough demands a struggle against the very heavens for longevity. Do not merely consider the Lin family, even the most prodigious talents of the holy state could not hope to reach the Nirvana realm in a mere 3 years. Lin Gang was taken aback by Lin Feng's audacious thoughts. He had initially presumed Lin Feng harbored alternative plans. If this was all he had in mind, what difference would it make whether the Lin family faced extinction 3 years sooner or later? The Helians, a colossal force, would eradicate any small family utterly, leaving no room for the Lin family to maneuver or escape within these 3 years. Young master, your recent decision lacks due consideration. We ought to negotiate different terms. Even if half of our Lin family remains alive, it is better than total annihilation, one elder interjected. Your assertion of achieving Nirvana within 3 years is sheer fantasy, a fool's dream, utterly unrealistic. You are driving the Lin family toward a dead end, other elders echoed in agreement. In truth, a sense of disdain brewed among them towards Lin Feng. His previous persona had been that of a debauched youth. After he had managed to resolve a particular crisis for the Lin family, it had instead led to their potential demise. While they acknowledged that without Lin Feng, their family might have perished long ago, the current predicament was still a result of his actions. Had he refrained from cultivating the thunderous lightning technique and stirring up trouble, they might not have attracted the Helians' attention and faced such dire consequences. Were it not for Lin Feng currently possessing leverage in negotiating with the Helians, some elders would have chastised him. Lin Feng could sense the tense and grave atmosphere enveloping the family. He spoke with an air of calmness. I have confidence that in 3 years, should I fail to resolve this predicament, then it is simply fate's decree. Fathers and elders, there is no need to dissuade me, consider it my recklessness that endangers the family. His eyes were devoid of turmoil, as if the words of those present could not sway his resolve. Very well, I believe in you. Lin Geng declared resolutely. He understood that his son faced pressures no less than their own. Since Lin Feng was adamant in his conviction, as a father, he chose to place his unconditional trust in him. The elders remained hesitant, but seeing their patriarch's support for Lin Feng, they felt disinclined to voice further opposition. Young master, if you truly believe you can accomplish this, then I shall consider myself deceased, entrusting my life and fortune to you, one elder proclaimed. I have witnessed your talent. At merely 20 years of age, you have comprehended the entirety of sword intent, an unprecedented feat. While I do not believe you can reach nirvana in 3 years, I have faith that you will encounter other opportunities to resolve. All rests upon you, young master. As 2 elders expressed their support, others followed suit. Bowing in deference, Lin Feng looked at these individuals, feeling the weight of immense pressure. His decision bore the fates of all within the Lin family. Yet, having resolved his course of action, he found no room for doubt. He uttered but 2 words, rest assured. Subsequently, Lin Feng produced the Songhai sword scripture. All the elders gathered closely, gazing at the scripture in his hands, questioning whether this was indeed a sword technique comparable to the thunderous lightning technique. Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. Then, with a swift motion, he tore the Songhai sword scripture in half. Fomer, what are you doing? Lin Geng inquired, astonished. Although the Helian family was formidable, and Miss Helian appeared to wield significant influence, there was an underlying fear that she might lack authority within her family. Lin Feng explained, this half is merely for your initial assessment. Should you agree to our terms, the other half will follow. As for whether it can rival the thunderous lightning technique, you will ascertain that upon review. Lin Geng felt a twinge of concern. But will giving only half suffice? Fear not, father. This portion is sufficient to convey the value of the technique. Their ordinary disciples of the thunderous lightning technique only cultivate the upper half. Lin Feng reassured him that he intended to share only the first 3 tiers of the Songhai sword scripture, which comprised 7 tiers in total. Attaining the 4th tier would allow one to grasp the essence of the Songhai sword intent. This 4th tier represented Lin Feng's current limits. The latter 3 tiers were beyond his present cultivation capabilities. Surrounded by the members of the Lin family, Lin Feng stepped through the family gates, handing over half of the Songhai sword scripture to Helian Fu. Half? Helian Fu frowned slightly, while the elder beside her wore a cold expression, snorting in disapproval. Young man, what do you mean? We agreed upon the full technique, yet you present only half? Lin Feng replied coolly, this half is for your preliminary examination. Should you accept our conditions, I shall furnish you with the remaining portion. Whether this can equal the thunderous lightning technique, you will discover upon your review. As Lin Feng spoke, Helian Fu had already begun to peruse the Songhai sword scripture. Though she lacked deep understanding of sword techniques, the descriptions within conveyed an overwhelming grandeur, unmistakably a supreme technique seldom seen throughout the ages. The elder cast a glance and soon his expression morphed into one of profound astonishment. Indeed, this was a top-tier technique, intricate and elusive. Merely glimpsing its depths sent shivers down the spine. Lu Lao couldn't help but mutter to himself in awe. Helian Fu inhaled deeply, her eyes sparkling with shock. This was undeniably a premier technique. Although it was a fragment, its quality rivaled, if not surpassed, that of their clan's thunderous lightning technique, granting the Lin family substantial negotiation leverage. However, I must report this condition to my family before proceeding, Helian Fu stated earnestly. She recognized that even a cursory glance at the Songhai sword scripture suggested it required extraordinary talent to master. Even within the Helian family, few possessed such innate capabilities. Lin Feng had managed to cultivate it fully and comprehend the complete sword intent. He was indeed a remarkable genius, regrettably born into the Lin family, which was relatively small and now entangled with the Helian family, facing imminent danger. No wonder he claimed a breakthrough to nirvana within 3 years. While that assertion might have been exaggerated, Helian Fu believed that within a decade, it was not out of the question. Such a prodigy seemed to embody the qualities of her future partner, albeit regrettably. Helian Fu recalled a betrothal agreement with Lin Feng made by their ancestors in their youth, which caused her cheeks to flush slightly, yet she swiftly regained her composure. I shall depart immediately to inform my family. As for you, Lin family, please remain within your domain until my return, Helian Fu concluded. Chapter 45 of the arrival of the Lord of the 10,000 Sword Sect in the solution. Lin Feng clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, thank you, Miss Helian, for your trouble. Normally, Lin Feng would not be so courteous, even to a young lady of the Helian family, but given the current circumstances, it was a matter of bowing his head under the eaves an unavoidable predicament. Helian Fu soon departed, yet the elder who had accompanied her chose to remain, seemingly tasked with closely monitoring the Lin family to prevent any untoward actions. Although the members of the Lin family were enveloped in a haze of uncertainty, they quickly regained their composure and resumed their activities. Reflecting on his agreement with the Lord of the 10,000 Swords sect, Lin Feng contemplated a return to the sect to ascertain what strategies the Lord might propose. However, the elder forbade his departure. Is it that the Lin family is not permitted to leave? Miss Hellion has not issued such an order, has she? Lin Feng inquired. This is not a matter of orders, the elder replied coolly. You have cultivated the Wild Thunder technique, which carries the risk of exposure at any moment. Even if you do not leak information, it is possible that word could reach the ears of the Hellion family's adversaries. Should you venture out, it would be a perilous path. Lin Feng deemed the elder's words exaggerated, suspecting it was merely a pretext to restrict his movements. Nonetheless, he acknowledged the validity of the concern. Possessing two supreme techniques, if today's events were to be overheard, it could indeed lead to dire consequences. Then surely others besides myself are permitted to leave? Lin Feng pressed on. The servants of the Lin family may go out, but the Lin family members must remain within my sight for the time being, the elder stated. How can the vast Lin family function if everything must occur under your watchful eye? Lin Feng retorted. Patience for a couple of days. Once the young lady returns, you will understand how the clan intends to handle your situation, the elder replied. Very well, if Lin family members cannot leave, then surely the servants may? Lin Feng proposed. This time, the elder offered no objections, merely closing his eyes in silence. Should Lin Feng make any move, he would intervene. Lin Feng approached a Lin family guard. Though affiliated with the Lin family, the guard was not a true member. He was merely an external hire. Lin Feng handed the guard an envelope, instructing him to deliver it to the Lord of the 10,000 Swords sect. The guard accepted the task and made his way to the exit of the Lin residence, only to be halted by the elder once more. In a rather brusque manner, the elder snatched the envelope from the guard's hands, glanced at its contents, and then returned it. Elder Lu, it is not unreasonable for me to send word of my safety to my sect. Is my guard permitted to leave? Lin Feng inquired. Indeed, the elder replied tersely. Lin Feng instructed the guard to proceed swiftly. Upon finishing, the guard departed at once. Half a day later, a formidable presence descended upon Daylight City. The Lord of the 10,000 Swords sect was a peak expert of the transformation stage, his strength nearing the Nirvana realm, qualifying him as a half-step Nirvana master. Such individuals command reverence in any city they enter, and his arrival in Daylight City stirred considerable unrest. Suspended in the sky, the Lord surveyed the Lin family location before making his way there with measured steps. Upon arrival, he was intercepted by the elder. Although the elder was also a transformation stage expert, he was no match for the Lord of the 10,000 Swords sect, who merely clasped his hands in greeting and stated, Esteemed one, the Lin family is currently under the supervision of our Hellion family and cannot be entered freely. The Lord of the 10,000 Swords sect placed a reassuring hand on the elder's shoulder, an aura of intimidation radiating from him. I only wish to speak with Lin Feng of the Lin family. I mean no harm, I kindly ask for your understanding. Cold sweat trickled down the elder's brow. The aura of a sect leader was indeed not something an ordinary expert could withstand. He hastily acquiesced. Very well. The Lord descended and entered the Lin family courtyard, where Lin Feng had been awaiting his arrival. Young man, did you anticipate my visit? The Lord inquired with interest. Not at all. I was merely here to welcome you, Lin Feng replied. I have heard about your situation. Your letter was a greeting, but I presume you wish for my assistance in resolving this predicament, the Lord articulated. I must be candid. I am unable to assist you. The Hellion family is a top-tier force in Daozhou, and my 10,000 Swords sect is not significant enough to contend with them, the Lord stated matter-of-factly. However, I believe you have come to help me fulfill the conditions we agreed upon. Otherwise, your personal visit would be unnecessary, Lin Feng countered. Your analysis is astute. My visit stems from a reluctance to see such a promising talent extinguished. I can offer you a few suggestions, the Lord remarked, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Please enlighten me. Lin Feng replied, anticipation evident in his gaze. The Lord of the 10,000 Swords sect possessed vast experience. Perhaps he truly had some valuable insights. The Hellion family, as a leading power in Daozhou, had few rivals within the region. Only a handful of major sects and prominent families could stand against them. However, it was unlikely that these entities would take up the cause of a mere youth against the Hellion family. Yet, there exists a force that can protect you, the Lord of the 10,000 Swords sect suddenly declared. What force? Lin Feng inquired, intrigued. The Primordial Sanctum. The Primordial Sanctum? Lin Feng pondered, unfamiliar with the name. However, a place deemed a sanctum must undoubtedly be a transcendent power. Forgive my ignorance, esteemed Lord, might I inquire as to what manner of force this is? Lin Feng asked. The Primordial Sanctum is an organization I joined in my youth. It resides outside of Daozhou, so it is understandable that you have not heard of it, the Lord replied, a nostalgic expression crossing his face. The Primordial Sanctum is a place that only recruits extraordinary talents. It is not situated in Daozhou but rather in the Holy Province. The Holy Province? Lin Feng recalled the geographical divisions of the continent. This land was categorized into 4 major domains in 7 provinces. The 4 domains east, west, south, and north each contained their own provinces, with Daozhou and the Holy Province located within the east. The Holy Province is the most prosperous region in the east. It is rumored to be teeming with powerful beings and prodigies, not to mention the Nirvana realm. Even those in the returning ruins and the Annihilation realms are not uncommon, the Lord of the 10,000 Swords sect elaborated. Should the claims regarding the primordial sanctum and the holy province hold true, it would indeed provide Lin Feng and the Lin family with substantial protection. Could it be that you have connections there, allowing you to solicit their assistance? Lin Feng asked. The Lord of the 10,000 Sword Sect chuckled wryly and shook his head. You overestimate my influence. I was merely a disciple there once. After facing immense pressure, I sought other opportunities and thus left the sanctum for Daozhou. Then why bring this up? Lin Feng queried, intrigued. The primordial sanctum has stringent selection criteria for its disciples, and they extend considerable protection to these elite individuals. For instance, should you choose to join the primordial sanctum, they would dispatch a powerful protector to safeguard the Lin family. This protector would not only provide defense but would simply need to announce their presence. No force in Daozhou would dare to provoke the Lin family, not even the Hellion family. The Lord of the 10,000 Sword Sect explained. Chapter 46 The Primordial Sacred Land, nearly a year's time. This holds true even for ordinary disciples? Lin Feng was somewhat astonished. This so-called primordial sacred land possessed such immense power that even the most prominent families in Daozhou dared not provoke the families of ordinary disciples under its protection? Indeed, the primordial sacred land can be regarded as the most formidable force in our eastern region, certainly the most overtly powerful if we exclude certain hidden aristocratic families. Any elder within it is of the Nirvana realm. What significance does the diminutive Hellion family hold? When discussing the primordial sacred land, the gaze of the Lord of the 10,000 Sword Sect was laden with nostalgia, perhaps reminiscing about those days of yore. Lin Feng sensed that the Lord's departure from Shenzhou was likely not merely due to pressure. There were probably other underlying reasons, though such inquiries were beyond his purview and of no concern to him. Thus, the Lord's implication was that I should proceed to the primordial sacred land, join its ranks, and become one of its disciples? Would the Hellion family permit me to go? Lin Feng posed a question. The Lord of the 10,000 Sword Sect chuckled. That matter is beyond my jurisdiction. I merely offer a suggestion, fulfilling my original promise. As for your future fortunes, whether you live or die, I cannot assist you further. However, I must advise that if you have made your decision, it would be best to set forth within the next month, as the recruitment of disciples for the primordial sacred land will commence in just over a month. The Lord of the 10,000 Sword Sect stated. Lord, if your words are to be taken seriously, this indeed presents a commendable idea. But what are the admission standards for disciples of this sacred land? Lin Feng inquired. Exceedingly high, even I barely managed to surpass the passing mark back then. The Lord of the 10,000 Sword Sect sighed. Lin Feng instantly breathed a sigh of relief, concluding that it might not be insurmountably high. What do you mean by that, young man? Do you look down upon me? The Lord of the 10,000 Sword Sect detected Lin Feng's expression and let out a cold snort. Lin Feng quickly offered an apologetic smile. I dare not. I was merely contemplating that since you were accepted back in your day, and as a disciple of the 10,000 Sword Sect, having been influenced by you, I surely have a greater chance of entering that sacred land, hence my optimism. The Lord of the 10,000 Sword Sect glanced at Lin Feng, feeling that he was somewhat perceptive. Nonetheless, it must be said that Lin Feng's talent indeed surpassed his own, otherwise, he would not have risked offending the Hellion family by personally coming to offer Lin Feng this advice. With Lin Feng's capabilities, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed him. Well, I have said all I needed to say. I shall take my leave now. I hope we can meet again in the future. As he spoke, the Lord of the 10,000 Sword Sect prepared to rise and depart. Wait a moment, Lord, Lin Feng called out to him. What is it? The Lord replied. You haven't mentioned how to reach the primordial sacred land. I have never traveled far, Lin Feng said. Haven't traveled far and you can't ask for directions? The Lord shot Lin Feng a glance. Ha, you make a valid point, Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly. Never mind, take this token. I have no further use for it. The Lord suddenly tossed a jade pendant to Lin Feng. What is this? Lin Feng wondered if this might be some extraordinary token. Ha, do not overthink it. This is merely a token I had with an innkeeper back when I was in Shenzhou, that if you happen to get lost within the borders of Shenzhou, you may inquire with him, the Lord said with a laugh. Ah, I see. Lin Feng had initially thought it was a token of connection between the Lord and some powerful figure, capable of summoning winds and rain, only to discover it was merely an innkeeper. However, given that it was carried by the Lord, it surely bore more significance than merely asking for directions. Thank you, Lord. However, I have one more question. Does the sect know about the troubles in my Lin family? Lin Feng continued to inquire. Many disciples are finding amusement in your Lin family's misfortune. Your family's recent rise was a topic of conversation, and now with the impending annihilation, many are reveling in your plight. There are even rumors that your acquisition of first place in the outer sect competition is closely tied to your theft of the Hellion family's techniques. The Lord spoke candidly. Lin Feng was not taken aback. Human nature is such: when one is powerful, they are envied and resented. When one falls from grace, they are mocked and derided. Presumably, at this very moment, Chen Luoshuet and Chen Hong were secretly delighting in the news. After all, these two had previously harbored the deepest disdain for Lin Feng, wishing nothing more than to flay him alive. Lin Feng's musings were indeed not misplaced. At this juncture, Chen Luoshuet and Chen Hong, having learned of the news, were likely reveling in their glee, feeling as though their great vendetta had been avenged, experiencing unparalleled satisfaction. Within the inner sanctum of the 10,000 Sword Sect, Chen Hong's cave abode. Ah, Lin Feng, how unfortunate you are. Chen Hong guffawed. I initially merely speculated that your technique was a closely guarded secret of the Hellion family, and I thought to send a letter to test the waters. Never did I expect you actually to have stolen the Hellion family's Thunderbolt technique and now facing annihilation. You have reaped what you sowed. It serves you right. Ha! Chen Hong was utterly elated. This was precisely the downfall he had longed for Lin Feng to experience. The reality unfolded just as he had anticipated. Lin Feng was indeed being pursued by the Hellion family for extermination. However, it remained unclear why the Hellion family had yet to act, as the news of the Lin family's impending doom had not yet circulated. Nonetheless, Chen Hong was unperturbed. He understood the significance of core techniques to a family. The Hellion family had risen to prominence through the Thunderbolt technique and would undoubtedly not let go of anyone who dared to sully it. Therefore, Lin Feng was destined to perish, and his family was assuredly doomed. He awaited this moment with great anticipation. Meanwhile, in another cave, Chen Luoxue lamented the hasty departure that caused her to miss the grand spectacle. I initially thought the Hellion family was merely paying a visit. Never did I anticipate they would come to annihilate the Lin family. Lin Feng, this is the consequence of offending me. You refused to part with 500,000 spirit stones and dared to disdain me. This is karmic retribution, Chen Luoxue remarked coldly, her face twisted with malice, entirely devoid of her usual goddess-like radiance. Back at the Lin family, Lin Feng had a general sense of how much joy these two were likely experiencing, but it mattered little to him, for he already had a solution in mind. As long as the Lin family could evade this calamity, in the future, as he grew stronger, they would only be left to look up to him, and there would be no further entanglements. Young man, is there anything else? The Lord of the 10,000 Sword Sect inquired after casting a glance at Lin Feng. There is one more matter. I ask that you kindly wait, Lin Feng replied. He then proceeded to his study and emerged shortly after with a letter in hand. This letter, I ask that you deliver it to Elder Jian. I share a bond with him, he has extended me kindness, and he is the one who imparted my sword techniques to me. Thus, as we part, I feel it necessary to inform him. Lin Feng sighed. His earlier inquiry about whether the news had reached the sect was not out of fear of ridicule from the disciples, nor was it concern over Chen Luoxue and Chen Hong's glee. Rather, he felt that if the news reached the sect, Elder Jian might worry upon learning of the situation. Therefore, he deemed it necessary to leave behind a letter before departing. You are indeed a person of sentiment. It was not in vain for me to make this journey, the Lord of the 10,000 Sword Sect said with a beaming smile, growing increasingly fond of Lin Feng. I shall take my leave now. May you successfully navigate the trials ahead. With that, the Lord of the 10,000 Sword Sect departed entirely. What remained was to await the outcome from Hellion Fu's side. Now, all that was left for Lin Feng was to wait. However, he had faith that the Songhai Sword Cannon would grant him the opportunity to weather this storm. 2 days later, Hellion Fu arrived in the company of several powerful members of her family. The Lin family had long been waiting at their gates. Hellion niece, what was the outcome? Upon seeing the Hellion family descend, with Hellion Fu at the forefront, Lin Geng surmised that she was the one with the authority to speak on this matter, thus he stepped forward to inquire. Uncle Lin, I have negotiated. The Hellion family is willing to spare the Lin family for a time, but it is not for 3 years, only 1 year. 1 year, how can that suffice? It is utterly inadequate. 3 years would be insufficient. The elders behind Lin Geng immediately erupted in uproar. Chapter 47 cannot be entirely surrendered. We must dispatch someone to monitor the Lin family members. I have already made every effort, and this is the utmost leniency that our Hellion family can extend towards the Lin family. Were it not for the Songhai Sword Manual, the Lin family would have perished by now. Hellion Fu shook her head, struggling to fathom the anger of all the elders at the council. Even her father had been reprimanded, for it was he who allowed Lin Feng into the family. Although the means by which Lin Feng acquired the thunderous lightning technique remains a mystery, had he not been permitted entry into the Hellion family, he would have had no opportunity to exploit. Therefore, disregarding the ancestral ties of the Lin family, if her father were not a member of the Hellion clan, he would undoubtedly face immediate execution. Nonetheless, the allure of the Songhai Sword Manual is undeniably potent. Thus, after deliberation, the elders have granted the Lin family a year to await their demise. During this year, they must ensure that no unforeseen events befall the Lin family. They are allowed only a year to languidly await the arrival of death. The world of cultivation is, indeed, merciless when it comes to fundamental matters. There is no room for compassion. Lin Feng pondered this. Initially, in order to leverage the scant goodwill of the Lin family's ancestors, even the Hellion patriarch did not hesitate to agree to befriend a junior. This illustrates just how much the Hellion family values its own interests. Yet, dear niece, a year is hardly sufficient. What can we accomplish in a mere year? Must we truly resign ourselves to a path of certain death? Lin Geng choked back his words. As the head of the family, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. This feeling of powerlessness brought him an unprecedented despair. The elders of the Lin family shared his sentiment. They had once harbored hopes for a sliver of possibility, yet now found themselves bereft of any hope. Witnessing this, Hellion Fu could not help but feel a twinge of pity. Yet, she too was powerless. She had said all that needed to be said and done all that could be done. The Lin family could only blame their own lack of strength for their plight, having brought this upon themselves by stealing from her family's techniques. Very well, if it must be a year, then let it be so. At this moment, Lin Feng stepped forward and spoke calmly. He could not bear to see the Lin family members wallowing in despair. After all, it was merely a year. Once he joined the Taichu sacred ground, there would be a chance for a turnaround. Feng Lin Geng had intended to say something, but as the words reached his lips, he realized that nothing would be of any use. Since Hellion Fu had come to convey the decree, there was no longer any room for reversal. Hellion Fu turned to Lin Feng. In a year's time, what do you think you can accomplish? What do you wish to do? She was genuinely curious as to why, despite the dire circumstances, Lin Feng remained so confident. I may not be able to do much, but I believe I can resolve this crisis adequately, Lin Feng replied with a calm demeanor. Well, since you have agreed, hand over the latter half of the Tsung High Sword Manual, Helian Fu instructed. Lin Feng presented her with the remaining portion. Why is it still incomplete? Helian Fu furrowed her brow. Lin Feng explained, the Tsung High Sword Manual consists of 7 volumes, what I previously provided were the first 3. This is the latter 2.as for the final 2 volumes. It is not that I refuse to give them to you, but rather they are lost in the world, and I must retrieve them. Helian Fu regarded Lin Feng, uncertain of his intentions. She certainly did not believe his words. You may tell me the location, and my Helian family will send someone to retrieve them. No, only I can go, Lin Feng insisted. Lin Feng, are you not contradicting yourself? Helian Fu retorted, displeased. Not at all. I am merely ensuring my own safety. If you submit these 2 volumes to the Helian family, they will undoubtedly recognize the power of the Tsung High Sword Manual, which is sufficient for your current cultivation needs. I fear that if I were to relinquish everything at once, my Lin family would lose all bargaining chips. Our fate would then rest entirely in the hands of the Helian family. Lin Feng spoke calmly. He would not simply surrender his life and fortune to the Helian family, without any conditions for exchange. They could easily betray their promises and exterminate the Lin family if displeased. The 2 volumes he was offering already demonstrated his sincerity. Lin Feng understood that the core of the Tsung High Sword Manual resided in the final 2 volumes. The allure of those last 2 volumes surpassed that of the preceding 5. By retaining the last 2 volumes, even if he ultimately failed to secure a chance for his own survival, he would still possess a glimmer of hope. Thus, he could never hand them over so easily. Lin Feng, do you not fear that I might simply kill you? Even in death, I could still uncover the secrets, Helian Fu challenged. I do not fear, for only I know the whereabouts of the final 2 volumes. Should you take my life, you would never lay hands on those final volumes, and this supreme technique would be lost to the world, which would be quite a pity, Lin Feng replied with serenity. Helian Fu was indeed unsettled by Lin Feng's threat. His strategy was effective. Although the Helian family possessed numerous methods, such as soul-searching techniques, they could not guarantee their efficacy against Lin Feng. They were uncertain whether he had memorized the content, concealed it, or if it was truly lost. Very well, I shall report this to the family. However, for the next year, the Lin family is not permitted to leave. Our clan has dispatched powerful individuals to guard Riya City. You may move about within the city, but every member of the Lin family will be under close surveillance, Helian Fu stated impassively. Many elders found this surveillance intolerable. What meaning is there in living such a humiliating existence for a year? I shall take my own life now to spare myself this indignity, one elder bellowed, drawing his sword to commit suicide. For such elders, who had long since grown old, life held little value. They simply wished to live out their remaining years in peace, never expecting to face such a fate at their end. Do not. Lin Gung urgently intervened. Elders, we still have hope. Do not speak of giving up so lightly. We are to live under their watchful eyes. What hope do we have left? The elder's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Seeing this, Lin Feng could not help but offer reassurance. Elders, trust in me. Since I have caused this trouble, I will surely resolve it properly. Lin Feng, you have quite the bravado. I find myself somewhat admiring you, but you are overly confident and underestimate the Helian family, Helian Fu remarked, her eyes glinting with a hint of intrigue. Lin Feng chuckled softly, his expression unchanging. After all, I am young and brimming with vigor. However, there is one matter I hope Miss Helian might consider. I have a fair idea of what you desire. You wish to venture outside? Helian Fu conjectured. Indeed, as I mentioned earlier, the Tsung High Sword Manual is scattered, and I must go out to search for it. I cannot remain here, Lin Feng asserted. You are quite the schemer, thinking you can negotiate terms with our Helian family at any moment, Helian Fu replied. Just tell me whether it is possible, Lin Feng said, spreading his hands. It is feasible, but if you wish to act freely, you are mistaken. The clan will assign a powerful individual to accompany you at all times. This is not my decision, but that of the clan. You and Uncle Lin will be under special supervision, as both of you have practiced the thunderous lightning technique, Helian Fu declared. Understood, Lin Feng responded. Chapter 48 Farewell to the Lin family. Departing for the sacred state, Lin Feng understood that regardless of his agreement or refusal, he had no choice but to comply. Should he dissent, it was likely he would find it impossible to leave the City of Daylight. At this very moment, the Lin family was entirely at the mercy of the Helian clan, compelled to bow their heads as their lives and deaths lay firmly in the hands of their oppressors. Only with the possession of the Tsung High Sword Manual could he negotiate any terms. Without it, he would have no opportunity whatsoever. I in the letter he sent to the Sword Elder, Lin Feng elucidated the situation and offered his heartfelt apologies. After all, it was the Sword Elder who had bestowed upon him the precious manual, and he had handed it over to the Helian family without seeking permission in exchange for a chance at survival. He felt a profound sense of guilt towards the Sword Elder. He could only hope that once he regained his footing, he could personally visit to express his contrition. However, knowing the Sword Elder's character, he believed he would not be unduly harsh. Lin Feng feared that the Sword Elder might feel somewhat disappointed in him. After all, he was regarded as a promising candidate by the Elder, and now he found himself embroiled in an overwhelming crisis. Dismissing such thoughts, Lin Feng resolved to place his faith in Miss Helian, trusting that she would care for the Lin family during this year-long reprieve, hoping that she would not allow her entourage to impose difficulties upon them. With a respectful gesture, Lin Feng spoke, "This will not be the case. My Hellion family is a top-tier clan. When we say a year, we mean a year. As long as the Lin family conducts itself with propriety, my kin will not overstep their bounds." "Very well," Lin Feng replied, turning to Lin Geng, "Father, since the Hellion family has granted us a year, I must ask you to advise all members of the Lin family to pass this time prudently, avoiding any actions that might provoke conflict. I may need to be away for some time and cannot remain by your side." Lin Feng had long since prepared for his departure from the city. He needed no possessions. As a cultivator, his storage ring contained all that he owned. The Lin family had suppressed the Li family, and a portion of the spoils had been directly entrusted to Lin Feng by Lin Geng. Along with the reward for placing first in the outer sect competition, Lin Feng's wealth was considerable, making his departure from the Lin family entirely feasible. "Are you truly leaving, Fenger?" Lin Geng, whose hair had grown white from worry, forced a smile upon hearing Lin Feng's words. "Rest assured, I shall take good care of the Lin family. During your absence, do look after yourself. If this calamity is unavoidable, do not burden yourself with guilt. It is not your fault, but rather a reflection of my inadequacy." Lin Geng's tone bore a hint of melancholy, yet he quickly regained his composure. Although Lin Feng was adamant that he could resolve the crisis, as a father, he ought to have faith in his son. However, he understood that extricating themselves from this predicament would be exceedingly difficult. He hoped that during his time away, Lin Feng might discover a means of escape, thereby preserving the Lin family's bloodline. "Father, have no worry. Within a year, I shall certainly return. If fortune allows, I shall return even sooner," Lin Feng asserted. "Hey, Lin Feng, your words are rather brazen. Are you implying that you intend to seek the latter half of the Sunhai Sword Manual? It sounds as though you're off in search of a solution. What exactly do you plan to do?" Hellion Fu questioned. Perplexed, she pondered what possible means could exist to evade the pursuit of the Hellion family. In her mind, unless a more formidable force was willing to intervene, the resolute and ruthless Hellion clan would never relent in their pursuit of the Lin family. While there were a few families of comparable status to the Hellion clan, she wondered how those families could possibly aid the Lin family. If they were capable of offering assistance, the Lin family would not have been coerced by the Li family into stealing techniques from the Hellion clan in the first place. Hellion Fu was not accustomed to being confounded, yet Lin Feng showed no inclination to clarify. "I am indeed seeking the latter half of the Sunhai Sword Manual, but I am also venturing forth to explore whether I can find a solution. As for my intentions, there is no need for Miss Hellion to concern herself with that," Lin Feng replied with a faint smile. I hope that a year from now, you will still be able to smile," Hellion Fu retorted coldly. Although she feigned a desire to witness the Lin family's misfortune, in truth, she did not wish for their complete annihilation, perhaps deeming such a punishment excessively severe. After all, she was still a young girl who had not encountered much of the world. "Very well, I take my leave," Lin Feng said, casting a lingering glance at the Lin family. Though he felt some reluctance, he did not hesitate and promptly turned to exit the city. A year is neither too short nor too long, and he intended to make the most of this time. Despite the sect leader proclaiming that joining the Taichu sacred land would ensure their protection, the leader had not ventured to the sacred state in decades. Who could say what the current dynamics were? Whether the Taichu sacred land could still provide protection as it once did, or if the conditions for joining remained as stringent as before, was all uncertain. As the members of the Lin family watched Lin Feng depart, they silently placed their hopes in him. They wished that this previously unreliable young master would indeed be able to resolve the Lin family's perilous predicament. He had no other recourse. The Hellion family was at the height of its power, far beyond their capacity to challenge. In the very moment Lin Feng stepped out of the city, an elderly man clad in grey quietly followed closely behind him. Lin Feng recognized him as a member of the Hellion family, tasked with ensuring he did not flee or create any disturbances. With both the Storm Thunder technique and the Sunhai Sword Manual in his possession, word might leak, and many would have their eyes fixed upon him. This was also a form of protection. Lin Feng did not mind. The journey to the sacred state might be fraught with danger, yet having a strong ally nearby could be deemed a stroke of fortune. However, he feared that if he wandered too far, the old man would intervene, and he was uncertain how he might elude him. Taking each step as it came, Lin Feng exited the city and arrived at a vendor's stall. Purchasing a map of the Dao province. He inquired about the best route to the sacred state. The elderly man behind him displayed a flicker of unease in his eyes but remained silent. Once Lin Feng received the information, he set off immediately, acquiring a swift steed. "Elder, would you care for a horse? My destination lies quite far, towards the borders of the Dao province, and it may require a month of relentless travel," Lin Feng casually asked. The old man initially remained silent, merely observing Lin Feng with a contemplative gaze. "What business do you have in such a distant place?" he queried. The family had commanded him to accompany Lin Feng, but if Lin Feng sought to journey so far, he felt it necessary to report to the family. To find the Sunhai Sword Manual, as you know, such an unparalleled sword technique must be shrouded in mystery, and it is reasonable to venture further afield, Lin Feng replied with a smile. The old man did not respond, silently concealing his presence, leaving Lin Feng uncertain whether he was off to report or seeking transportation for himself. Lin Feng paid little mind to it and promptly set off. Chapter 49 The Morong Family Martial Arts Competition for Marriage. After a relentless 7-day, 7-night journey, Lin Feng's steed, a remarkable horse, finally succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed under the weight of its burdens. Throughout the journey, Lin Feng encountered little in the way of challenges. His path was extraordinarily smooth. It remained unclear whether this was due to the presence of the elderly man or if there were simply no assailants lurking to ambush them. "Senior, the day is waning. I have not eaten or drunk for 7 days and require a moment's respite, Lin Feng declared. Though he could not see the old man, he sensed his constant presence. The journey had been tedious, and he would occasionally engage in idle conversation with the heir, well aware that the elder could hear him. Lin Feng sought dialogue with the old man primarily because he had yet to devise a solution regarding the elder's presence. With the elder around, it was impossible for him to join the Taichu sacred land. He might not even be permitted entry into the holy province. However, the old man remained unresponsive, as if he were a mere figment of Lin Feng's imagination. Releasing his weary horse, Lin Feng made his way to a nearby small town. Consulting his map, he noted that after 7 days of travel, he had only reached the central region of Daozhou, with a considerable distance yet to cover before arriving in the holy province. During this time, in addition to traversing the road, he needed to swiftly enhance his cultivation. It would be ideal if he could improve his innate talent and comprehension. Lin Feng pondered whether his current aptitude and cultivation level would catch the eye of the sacred land. To be prepared for any eventuality, he deemed it prudent to forge connections with several individuals along the way, thereby reaping potential benefits. Yet, Lin Feng's possessions could already be deemed quite impressive, surpassing the interests of ordinary cultivators. As such, he continued to reflect while making his way to an inn for a brief rest. He intended to secure a room, only to be informed that all accommodations were fully booked, with patrons crowding the establishment for tea and wine. Intrigued, Lin Feng inquired about the cause of the commotion. The innkeeper explained, the Morong family is hosting a martial arts competition to find a suitor for their daughter. Any man who can defeat her shall win the hand of Morong Ning. Although she may not be a stunning beauty, her exceptional talents make her a remarkable partner. Moreover, marrying her would forge a significant alliance with the Morong family. Oh? Lin Feng's interest was piqued as he raised an eyebrow. How does the Morong family compare to the Hellion family of Falling Star City? Suddenly, Lin Feng felt he might not need to undertake the arduous journey to the Holy Province to find a solution. With his talents and appearance, becoming a son-in-law to a prominent family might indeed resolve his familial crises. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. Setting aside whether he would even be willing, it was unlikely that many families would recruit a son-in-law who might provoke the Hellion family. Comparisons were futile. The Morong family, while a prestigious lineage, was merely a 1,000-year-old clan. Although they had a few individuals at the transformation realm, they could not rival the Hellion family in strength. The Hellion family's ancestors were not only in the Nirvana realm, but several elders also stood at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, poised to give rise to additional Nirvana realm cultivators. The Hellion family was significantly more powerful. However, it was overly harsh to measure the Morong family against the Hellion family. The Morong clan was indeed a top-tier family. Young man, it seems you have some thoughts brewing. Would you care to offer a few spirit stones in exchange for a guide? The innkeeper inquired with a smile. There's no need, I have no interest in that, Lin Feng declined, clarifying that his curiosity was merely for informational purposes. Very well, but I must inform you that we truly have no rooms available. If you wish to stay, you'll need to seek accommodations elsewhere, the innkeeper replied, realizing that his opportunity for profit was slipping away. Are you certain there are no rooms? I can pay more, Lin Feng insisted. After 7 days of relentless travel, though he no longer required sustenance, he had not rested since returning to the Lin family and felt utterly fatigued. Alas, I am sorry, but we have no rooms left, the innkeeper stated firmly, unwilling to forfeit his business. Lin Feng produced a bag of high-grade spirit stones. Is there truly nothing available? If you have a room, I can offer these. All I need is a place to rest. The innkeeper hesitated momentarily, accepting the spirit stones, and upon inspection, he was astonished to find they were all high-grade. Such an amount could have secured his entire establishment for an entire year. We do have a room available. With such generosity from you, we shall make it happen. Please allow me a moment to prepare. While the inn had no rooms to spare, the owner needed to sleep and had reserved one for himself. Under normal circumstances, he would never part with it, but Lin Feng's lavishness compelled him to do so. He promptly transformed the room, replacing all bedding and furnishings with the finest materials, ensuring that Lin Feng, as a distinguished guest, received nothing short of the best. My esteemed guest, your room is ready. If you are interested, I can also provide you with this guide to the Morong family, the innkeeper announced, emerging with a smile as he noticed Lin Feng perusing the yet-to-be-copied guide. This guide was a hastily assembled document of little value, and given Lin Feng's generosity, the innkeeper felt no qualms about offering it to him. Lin Feng merely glanced at it out of boredom. However, he accepted it graciously. I'll take a look, Lin Feng remarked, taking the document and heading toward his room. Morong Ning, with exceptional talent, had already broken through to the late GC stage at the tender age of 17. Rumors suggested she possessed a supreme spiritual root, purportedly a divine-grade spiritual root. She was combative and enjoyed engaging with strong individuals. Lin Feng read from the guide. Not only did it detail the primary characteristics and personalities of several key figures within the Morong family, but it also outlined their habits and weaknesses. What particularly drew Lin Feng's attention was the mention of Morong Ning's suspected divine-grade spiritual root. It was worth noting that he himself only possessed a supreme spiritual root, which he had extracted from Shan Luoxue. Fortune favors the prepared. He had an immediate need to enhance his innate abilities. If he could befriend Morong Ning, he might just acquire that divine-grade talent for himself. Of course, Lin Feng remained unaware of the veracity of this guide, whether it was mere rumor or grounded in truth. Nonetheless, he felt little concern regarding such matters given Morong Ning's accomplishments, breaking through to the late GC stage at such a young age. She was undoubtedly a prodigy and would not lack for valuable assets. Even in the absence of a divine-grade spiritual root, her other attributes would surely be noteworthy. Morong Ning, I am determined to forge a friendship with you, Lin Feng resolved, and with that thought, he drifted off to sleep. Before long, the next day arrived, and the area before the Morong residence was teeming with people. As a millennium-old family, the grandeur of the Morong estate loomed impressively, with its entrance spanning over a kilometer, far surpassing the Lin family's abode. Yet, despite the vastness of the grounds, they were utterly filled to capacity. Lin Feng arrived somewhat late, and from a distance, he spotted a striking young woman upon the stage. She possessed delicate brows and a slender waist, clad in a striking ensemble of black and red, wielding a long spear with remarkable flair. Though she could not be deemed a breathtaking beauty, her captivating features, particularly the spirited expression on her face, added to her allure. At that moment, a dignified middle-aged man emerged from the gates of the estate, his voice commanding attention. The martial arts competition for marriage has commenced. Chapter 50 of the tournament commences. The mighty Morong Ning today marks the grand event of my daughter's martial arts competition for suitors. It is worth noting that my beloved daughter has already reached the tender age of 18, yet she possesses an indomitable spirit akin to that of a young warrior, fiercely competitive and resolute. As her father, I wish to find her a suitable husband, not only because our illustrious Morong family is grand and prosperous, but also due to the scarcity of direct male heirs, necessitating the expansion of our lineage. Moreover, I desire that Ning's future consort be capable of tempering her fiery disposition, allowing them to support one another as they traverse life's journey together. However, my spirited daughter adamantly refuses to allow me to orchestrate her matrimonial arrangements. She insists on seeking a partner on her own, declaring that any man worthy of her affection must be capable of besting her in combat, lest she remain unmarried for life. The predicament is quite vexing for me, and thus I have acquiesced to her wishes by organizing this contest. Henceforth, I shall say no more. Let it be known that those who can vanquish my daughter may have the privilege of taking her hand in marriage. The competition shall be conducted with fairness and restraint. Participants are expected to gauge their strength accordingly. Upon concluding my speech, I took my seat upon the prepared dais, with numerous elders standing beside me, observing with hands clasped behind their backs. As I finished speaking, the elder appointed as the referee proclaimed the commencement of the tournament. Soon, a figure emerged, excitement evident upon his countenance, eager to take the stage, only to be promptly pulled back by another robust man. I shall go, the burly figure bellowed, his powerful physique radiating strength, causing the platform to tremble slightly with his ascent. This individual appeared to be Lu Chao, the eldest son of the Lu family, known for their trade in spiritual pig meat. He is reputed for his exceptional strength and formidable knife techniques, said to be a family heirloom. Lu Chao, having spent years in the slaughterhouse, has honed his skills to the level of the Qi realm, a formidable contender, indeed, who might just have the capacity to best Morong Ning. However, it is evident that Morong Ning would not take a liking to such a man, and the contest for suitors does not merely hinge on defeating her. Her consent is paramount. At the very least, a suitor must possess commendable looks, which Lu Chao decidedly lacks. Upon stepping onto the stage, he brandished his knife and chuckled. Miss Morong, though my education is lacking, I am aware of the rules of this contest. Defeat you, and I can carry you home. Is that true? Such a statement was, of course, absurd to the patriarch of the Morong family. Furrowed his brow, bewildered by the intentions of this simpleton. Morong Ning, with a cold demeanor, retorted, You, of all people, cannot hope to defeat me. Well, we shall see if I can indeed defeat you, but I must confirm, do not dismiss me simply because of my rough appearance, Lu Chao replied with a grin, for if he were to win her hand, it would indeed be a stroke of fortune from a past life. Morong Ning's brow furrowed slightly as she surveyed the onlookers below, stating, I, Morong Ning, proclaim this, as long as the challengers are of the same generation and do not exceed the Qi realm, any who can best me, regardless of their looks, lineage, or character, shall have my hand in marriage. This declaration did not signify a lack of concern for her future husband's appearance. Rather, it demonstrated her unwavering confidence. Within the Qi realm, no one stood as her equal. Even those hailed as prodigies from various sects would find themselves evenly matched at best. Should a challenger truly possess the ability to defeat her, they would undeniably be extraordinary, and even if they bore an unappealing visage, she would yield in admiration. Ha, I await your words, Miss Morong. Lu Chao exclaimed, laughing heartily as he twirled his butcher's knife, baring his teeth, and charged at Morong Ning. Such is my daughter's temperament, the patriarch of the Morong family thought to himself, feeling a wave of concern wash over him. She was far too proud. Should she encounter someone with superior talent, she might suffer a significant setback. Nonetheless, he remained indifferent. As a family with a millennium of history, should the situation arise where she refused, he could still impose his will. At worst, their reputation would suffer a minor blemish, a matter he had never placed much weight upon. His daughter's happiness was paramount. It was likely this very attitude that had fostered Morong Ning's defiant nature. Allow me to demonstrate my butcher's knife technique, Lu Chao declared, his eyes gleaming with desire as he referred to Morong Ning as my lady. His movements, however, were devoid of mercy as he unleashed his family's signature skill, the butcher's knife technique. Despite its seemingly crude nomenclature, the technique held formidable power, characterized by swift and agile movements, accompanied by a fierce aura. Morong Ning's expression remained impassive, devoid of any tremor in her gaze, as if the fearsome butcher's knife posed no threat to her, utterly beneath her notice. Seizing the opportune moment, she deftly maneuvered her spear, sending Lu Chao's knife flying from his grip while the red tassel spear pressed firmly against the nape of his neck. Yield, she commanded, her voice resonating like a clear spring striking stone. Lu Chao, his throat dry and feeling the chill of her icy glare, swallowed hard. Without uttering a word, he promptly descended from the stage. My goodness, this Miss Morong is truly not to be trifled with, he muttered to himself as he hastily retreated, for he still had pigs to slaughter at home. I shall go. Soon, another gentleman stepped forward. Compared to the previous butcher, this man possessed a far more handsome visage and wielded a folding fan, presenting himself as a refined gentleman. However, Morong Ning held no affection for such a delicate flower. In her view, he lacked the rugged masculinity of Lu Chao. "Miss Morong, I offer my respects," the gentleman intoned, bowing slightly. Yet Morong Ning was disinterested in pleasantries. She swiftly launched an attack without further ado. As anticipated, within mere moments, the gentleman found himself defeated, landing unceremoniously on his backside, stripped of his previous elegance. "Miss Morong is truly formidable," murmured the onlookers. "She is indeed the daughter of the Morong family. Even against two opponents of the Qi realm, she dispatched them with ease, barely breaking a sweat. It seems securing a suitor from the Morong family is no simple feat." Many began to converse amongst themselves, realizing that becoming a son-in-law of the Morong family was not a privilege for just anyone. Those who reached the Qi realm at such a young age could be considered prodigies, yet, when faced with Morong Ning, even the most talented individuals stood little chance. Consequently, after the previous gentleman exited the stage, an air of hesitation fell over the crowd, none willing to step forth. However, it was not long before another contender emerged, the scion of the Zhou family, a 9th-level Qi practitioner. In our city, if anyone could rival Miss Morong's talent, it would surely be the Zhou family's young master. Not only was he handsome, but his prowess was formidable, and his character highly regarded in the community, truly an exemplary match. "I concur, it is likely that few from the younger generation can surpass Zhou's young master. If he cannot defeat Morong Ning, it seems no one shall succeed in this contest," the crowd murmured. Even the patriarch of the Morong family held a favorable view of the Zhou young master. Had he been permitted to speak freely, he would have urged his daughter to show some leniency. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, after a few exchanges, Zhou's young master too was bested by Morong Ning. Chapter 51. Lin Feng takes the stage, making a friend. Ninger, enough is enough. This young master Zhou is indeed a fine match. The head of the Morong family lamented his inability to communicate with Ninger. In his eyes, this young Master Zhou was already a commendable choice, with few surpassing him. Although Morong Ning had triumphed over young Master Zhou, a sheen of fine sweat graced her forehead, indicating that the disparity in their strengths was marginal. It was merely that Morong Ning had ascended a level higher. However, for Morong Ning, anyone who could not defeat her was deemed worthless, leaving no room for consideration. Lin Feng observed from below for quite some time, discerning the prowess of Morong Ning. How should one put it, she was slightly superior to an unenhanced Li Yuntian. If she were to join a sect, she would undoubtedly be hailed as a prodigy, effortlessly dominating the outer sect competitions. Yet, to Lin Feng, she seemed merely adequate. After some contemplation, Lin Feng ascended the stage. He had not intended to engage in combat with Morong Ning, as his purpose was not to compete for a bride, but rather to forge a friendship. Nevertheless, the likelihood of privately contacting Morong Ning seemed slim. Thus, he took to the platform. Another contender stepped up, and with young Master Zhou's defeat, who was this brash young lad daring to challenge? He appeared unfamiliar, likely not from any prominent family, though his attire suggested he was not impoverished. This lad seemed somewhat overconfident, appearing frail and unlikely to match Morong Ning, though his youthful visage was quite handsome, perhaps appealing to her tastes, not resembling a fop. I suspect this individual is merely here to seize an opportunity. After Morong Ning's battle with young Master Zhou, she must be somewhat fatigued. This young man might be hoping to take advantage of that. It is possible, but one must assess their own capabilities. At the very least, he should wait. Morong Ning could only be considered slightly weary, likely below her usual training standards following the string of defeats of the previous contenders. The audience held no expectations for Lin Feng. They believed he was simply testing his luck, overestimating his abilities. Lin Feng paid them no mind and addressed Morong Ning. "Miss Morong, I am Lin Feng, and it is a great honor to engage in combat with you. What is this lad doing? Is he attempting to capture Miss Morong's attention? Does he not realize she despises such antics? How amusing. Could he truly be an outsider who hasn't even done his homework on her? I wager he will be toppled from the stage in mere seconds." Indeed, as the onlookers speculated, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Morong Ning's expression remained unperturbed, merely finding his excessive chatter tiresome. She prepared to strike. "Wait," Lin Feng interjected hastily. "Before we begin, I have something to say. You may take this opportunity to consume some restorative elixirs, as I fear our match may lead to misunderstandings afterwards." Morong Ning furrowed her brow. "What do you have to say?" "I am not here to compete for a bride," Lin Feng clarified. "I merely wish to spar with you, to share in the thrill of the hunt. Therefore, should I be fortunate enough to emerge victorious, I hope you would consider becoming friends. Of course, if I am defeated, I shall apologize for my presumption and for wasting your time." Lin Feng bowed respectfully. "This lad has a scheme. He seems a bit cunning. I suspect he intends to lower Miss Morong's defenses, suggesting they start as friends. Clever, yet I see through his wolfish ambitions, such fanciful thoughts. Miss Morong shows no mercy to anyone. As anticipated, upon hearing his words, Morong Ning did not utter a single word in response but instead launched an attack at Lin Feng. "Let us discuss this after I have knocked you off the stage." Morong Ning's melodic voice accompanied by her crimson spear surged towards him, yet Lin Feng remained unfazed, his eyelids barely fluttering. Just as the red cherry spear was about to strike him, Lin Feng suddenly unleashed a formidable aura. What sword intent? A realm of countless sword intents surged forth, compelling Morong Ning to retreat. This young man appears to be in his early 20s, and he has comprehended sword intent. Astonishing, such talent. I have never heard of him. Lin Feng, indeed, I have not heard of him. Could he be a prodigy from another city? No wonder he dares to speak boldly and challenge Morong Ning. Excellent, splendid. The head of the Morong family was filled with excitement, watching Lin Feng with great satisfaction. Not only was Lin Feng handsome, but his talent was also exceptional. He had never heard of anyone comprehending sword intent at the age of 20 in the Qi realm. Furthermore, Lin Feng's courteous demeanor suggested he was of good character, a worthy match. The head of the Morong family completely forgot Lin Feng's earlier words. It is indeed sword intent, and a complete one at that. Truly impressive. Morong Ning regarded Lin Feng with newfound gravity, her beautiful eyes sharpening as if she were assessing a formidable opponent. Draw your sword, she commanded. Morong Ning positioned her spear horizontally, and a wave of intent erupted. The crowd gasped, realizing she too possessed intent. However, it was not sword intent, but spear intent, an incomplete form, merely a nascent manifestation of spear intent. Miss Morong, I wield complete sword intent. Drawing my sword may be seen as bullying you, Lin Feng remarked with a calm demeanor, showing no inclination to draw his weapon. His aim was solely to demonstrate his strength and cultivate a friendship with Morong Ning, not to harm her. Your refusal to draw your sword is an insult to me, Morong Ning retorted coldly. Very well, I shall draw my sword. With a casual motion, Lin Feng summoned an ordinary long sword into his hand. Since Morong Ning demanded respect, he would not hold back. Come forth, dragon spear. Morong Ning called out, unleashing a martial technique. The spear intent roared to life, transforming into a ferocious dragon that lunged toward Lin Feng, its power overwhelming as if conjured by a storm. Ocean Sword Technique, first layer. Lin Feng responded in kind, activating the first layer of the Ocean Sword Technique. Instantly, sword intent surged forth, a myriad of sword energies cascading across the arena, sweeping toward Morong Ning with immense force. Suddenly, Morong Ning's spear intent began to falter, biting her crimson lip. She unleashed a more potent spear intent, revealing that under the pressure of Lin Feng's sword intent, her own had evolved. Lin Feng observed in surprise. He had never seen intent elevate in battle. This was more challenging than his own breakthroughs. Although her strength had increased, it was still insufficient. Press on, Lin Feng murmured softly. The ocean sword intent surged to a new level, akin to the roar of a deep abyss, bearing down upon Morong Ning's spear intent. Under Lin Feng's overwhelming sword intent, Morong Ning's spear intent crumbled. In that fleeting moment, Lin Feng's sword was poised at her neck. Chapter 52. The Reward of the Supreme Innate Bone. You have been defeated, Lin Feng remarked with a calm demeanor. I have been defeated, Morong Ning replied, gazing deeply at Lin Feng, struggling to believe her own words. Having always considered herself unmatched among her peers, she never anticipated losing to an obscure youth whose name she had never heard before. Ha ha, what remarkable cultivation, my esteemed son-in-law, I cannot help but be in awe. At that moment, the laughter of the Morong family patriarch jolted everyone back to reality. Many spectators, still enthralled by the thrilling duel, felt a sense of longing as the contest concluded too swiftly. The unexpected outcome, that Lin Feng had triumphed over Morong Ning, who had barely withstood 5 of his strikes, left them astonished. Where did this extraordinary genius come from? I have never heard of him. Could he be from the outer city? They marveled at his striking appearance, seemingly in his early 20s, yet possessing a complete understanding of sword intent, certainly a prodigious talent, surpassing even Morong Ning. Ultimately, Morong Ning had been carried away, and it seemed both Miss Morong and the family patriarch were satisfied. This young man possessed both looks and martial prowess, with extraordinary potential, making him more than worthy of being the Morong family's son-in-law. If it were anyone else marrying Miss Morong, one might liken it to a toad courting a swan. However, with this young man, one could only say that he and the young lady were a match made in heaven, destined to bear illustrious offspring. The onlookers buzzed with excitement, recognizing that the Morong family's martial competition had not been in vain, as they had attracted such a promising talent as Lin Feng. Yet, I recall him mentioning that he was not here to seek Morong Ning's hand in marriage, but merely to engage in friendly competition. That notion was merely a pretext. Who would participate in a contest for marriage? This young man was simply feigning gentlemanly manners. This was what one might call a strategic retreat. Surely not. Could this fellow, who must be pursued by numerous beauties, truly wish to wed Morong Ning? After all, she was the daughter of a venerable family. The elder's words held merit. Amidst the discussions, the Morong patriarch had already ascended the stage, scrutinizing Lin Feng with increasing satisfaction. This young lord, Lin Feng, is it? Your display of sword intent was quite astonishing, a clear indication of a rare swordsmanship talent. May I inquire about your lineage and which family you hail from? The Morong patriarch directly sought to uncover Lin Feng's background. Lin Feng replied earnestly, Patriarch Morong, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I did not come here to seek Miss Morong's hand. I merely wished to engage in a friendly exchange and perhaps forge a friendship. The patriarch paused momentarily before responding with a hearty laugh. Ah, how delightful. It appears I have been presumptuous. Let us start as friends. I too believe that such martial competitions for marriage are somewhat antiquated. Young people should first get to know each other, cultivate their feelings gradually. He lamented that his spirited daughter had insisted on this contest, as he had no genuine desire to see her wed merely anyone who could defeat her. The Morong patriarch was exceedingly enthusiastic, viewing Lin Feng as his prospective son-in-law. Hearing the patriarch's words, Lin Feng felt reassured and turned to Morong Ning, saying, Miss Morong, upon witnessing your elegance from the audience, I was compelled to extend my hand in friendship. Might I be so fortunate? Morong Ning, gazing intently at Lin Feng, replied earnestly, I would be pleased to be friends with you. She was filled with curiosity about the man who had bested her, uncertain whether his intentions were genuine friendship or a more strategic pursuit. Nevertheless, this uncertainty was of little consequence. She had vowed that anyone who defeated her would be her husband, and as long as Lin Feng's ultimate aim aligned with that, she would acquiesce. Of course, if he truly only sought friendship, she was not one to eagerly chase after a marriage proposal. Thank you, Lin Feng said with a slight smile. At that moment, he heard the long-awaited voice of the system in his ear. Ding! Detection of Morong Ning acknowledging you as a friend, commencing random reward extraction. Extraction successful, you have received Supreme Innate Bone. Boom, a tremendous sound reverberated in Lin Feng's mind, and he felt a warmth in his chest as a bone began to undergo a transformation. In a matter of moments, that bone became translucent and dazzling, radiating heat akin to molten lava. An extraordinary power surged through him, making Lin Feng feel as though his innate talent had been magnified 100-fold. Could it truly be the Supreme Bone? Although Lin Feng had not heard of its name before, he was familiar with such extraordinary talents. Some individuals possessed innate physiques or bloodlines, like Lin Feng's own innate sword body, which endowed him with prodigious swordsmanship aptitude. The Supreme Bone was similarly a part of one's innate foundation, and to be deemed supreme surely indicated its exceptional nature. If all goes as expected, Morong Ning will undoubtedly achieve great accomplishments in the future, and of course, having replicated her Supreme Bone, Lin Feng's own future would not be lacking either. Thank you, Miss Morong, Lin Feng expressed once more, bowing deeply. This replication of another's bone warranted sincere gratitude. His previous thanks had been merely polite, this was heartfelt. Morong Ning remained silent, finding Lin Feng rather peculiar. He had merely made a friend, yet expressed gratitude twice. Not only is young Master Lin martial prowess extraordinary, but he is also remarkably courteous. Since you have bested my daughter, there is no longer a need for this martial competition for marriage. Why not come to my residence for a small gathering, or perhaps take a stroll with my daughter and explore our little city? I presume this is your first visit. The Morong Patriarch spoke to Lin Feng with a genial smile, while he took Morong Ning's delicate hand and placed it in Lin Feng's. Morong Ning's cheeks flushed slightly. Lin Feng hastily withdrew his hand and replied, "No need, I appreciate your kind offer, Patriarch Morong, but I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot linger." He had not forgotten the true purpose of his visit. He was not genuinely there to propose to Miss Morong but merely to make a friend along the way. The Lin family awaited his assistance. My dear nephew, what do you mean by that? You participated in this competition, and my daughter has been defeated, yet you wish to leave? Is this not a sign of disrespect towards the Morong family? The Patriarch's expression grew stern upon realizing that Lin Feng had no intention of pursuing his daughter's hand, merely treating the event as a passing amusement. As a powerful figure in the transformation realm, the Patriarch emanated a formidable pressure. Lin Feng felt a jolt of alarm, realizing that his attempt to make a friend might have unwittingly offended the Morong Patriarch. Patriarch Morong, please allow me to explain. It is not that I do not wish to seek Miss Morong's hand, but rather Lin Feng began to recount his background, sharing the recent turmoil his family faced. He even fabricated a small lie, admitting that he had indeed felt an attraction upon first seeing Morong Ning, which was why he had chosen to compete, but he was too aware of his family's situation to dare pursue a marriage. Chapter 53, Profitable Gains and Farewell to the Morong family. Upon hearing the news, the head of the Morong family could not help but be moved. He patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and remarked, so you are the young master of the Lin family from Yari City. It is indeed a difficult situation for you. Although he was unaware of the current state of the Lin family and whether they had truly offended the prominent Hellion family, he assumed that Lin Feng would not fabricate such a story. Such matters would become evident upon inquiry. As a fellow ancient family, the old man felt a twinge of compassion, yet he found himself powerless to assist the young gentleman. I fear that my daughter's union with you may not come to fruition, he stated regretfully. Despite his fondness for Lin Feng and his desire for him to marry his daughter, the head of the Morong family realized that if Lin Feng were to become a part of their family under such dire circumstances, the Morong family might also suffer unforeseen calamities, rendering such a union impossible. Even though he admired Lin Feng, he could not allow his family to face peril. Young Master Lin possesses commendable character and has not deceived me. Were it not for your prior disclosure, I might have been oblivious to the danger lurking behind our connection, he acknowledged. Under normal circumstances, should the Lin family find themselves in a life and death crisis, dragging an ancient family down with them could potentially delay their demise. However, Lin Feng had refrained from such actions and had voluntarily revealed the truth, elevating the head of the Morong family's regard for him. I find myself in a regrettable position, having to offend the head of the Morong family, Lin Feng said. My daughter, the head of the Morong family turned to his child, take a look at this young man. He is the type you should aspire to be with in the future. Although our engagement with young Master Lin cannot proceed, you should seek someone of his caliber. He continued to extol Lin Feng's virtues. Pray tell, young Master Lin, what are your intentions? How do you plan to resolve this predicament? The head of the Morong family inquired. Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings. The martial arts arena had long been cleared by the Morong family, and all spectators had dispersed. The head of the Morong family also glanced around. Nephew, what do you observe? He asked. To be frank, upon departing from the Lin family, a powerful figure from the Hellion family has been shadowing me, and I fear he may still be monitoring my movements, Lin Feng confessed. Indeed, one such individual does exist, yet being at the same cultivation level, he cannot pry into my affairs. You need not worry, the head of the Morong family assured him. I intend to travel to the holy state and join the Taichu sacred ground, Lin Feng stated candidly. The head of the Morong family had heard of the Taichu sacred ground but was not well acquainted with it. I hope that the Taichu sacred ground can assist you in resolving your troubles. However, the journey to the holy state is exceedingly distant. Traveling by horse would take no less than half a month. Is there anything I can assist you with? He offered, sensing Lin Feng's predicament. I would appreciate a fine steed, and I also wish to rid myself of the powerful figure tailing me. Do you possess any means to help with that? Lin Feng inquired. Here, the head of the Morong family hesitated. A good horse was not an issue, but dealing with a powerful figure was another matter altogether. Let us not trouble ourselves with that, Lin Feng suggested, realizing he was asking too much. Ah, young Master Lin, what you say is quite amusing. This matter does present a bit of a challenge for me, as my family also wishes to avoid entanglements with a top-tier family like the Hellion family. While I cannot assist you directly, I can offer you a magical artifact. The head of the Morong family retrieved a spherical object from his storage ring. This is a spirit energy orb condensed by a powerful figure nearing the end of their lifespan. It can inflict harm upon beings at the same cultivation level. If you find yourself in a perilous situation, shattering it will grant you a brief opportunity to escape. I acquired it at an auction, and beyond this, I am unable to offer further assistance. Thank you. Lin Feng accepted the orb, feeling fortunate to receive such aid simply for attending a martial arts contest. Once my family's issues are resolved, I shall visit to express my gratitude. Farewell. There is no need for thanks, simply remember to marry my daughter. The head of the Morong family chuckled, though a sense of regret lingered within him. He feared that day may never come. The Hellion family was not one to be trifled with. As for the rumored Taichu sacred ground, its true strength remained uncertain, but against a leading family in the Dao state, it was unlikely to be overly formidable. He could only wish Lin Feng good fortune. Father, what sort of place is the Taichu sacred ground? Is it truly powerful? Morong Ning finally spoke, gazing in the direction Lin Feng had departed, a hint of yearning in her heart. Having lived in this city for nearly 18 years, she rarely ventured outside, and she could not help but wonder if there were many other talents as formidable as Lin Feng beyond these walls. The Taichu sacred ground lies in the holy state, which is far too distant. Ninger, do not be foolish, that is not a place for you to go, the head of the Morong family warned, his expression suddenly shifting. If young Master Lin can go, why can't I? Morong Ning retorted. Young Master Lin is compelled to journey there to resolve his family's troubles. The holy state is no ordinary place, even your father has never set foot there. The border is fraught with danger, teeming with ruthless individuals, even those at the cultivation level of transformation would find it perilous, the head of the Morong family cautioned. Father, your words only make me more eager to see it for myself, Morong Ning declared. If Lin Feng aspires to join that sacred ground, so shall I. Perhaps before he meets his end, I will have the chance to surpass him. A glimmer of determination shone in her eyes, though she did not voice it aloud. Morong Ning harbored a strong desire to defeat Lin Feng. Having always been unrivaled among her peers, her competitive spirit burned brightly. If Lin Feng were not her husband, he would surely be her adversary. Being bested was not an option. Absolutely not, the head of the Morong family firmly rejected her. In the face of her father's refusal, Morong Ning did not relent, employing a mix of persuasion and insistence. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was presented with a fine steed from the Morong family. Although it was described as a steed, it was, in fact, a type of beastly mount resembling a horse, possessing superior endurance and strength, capable of reaching the holy state without issue. Just as Lin Feng prepared to set off, the elder who had been shadowing him finally made his appearance, speaking up, "Young man, what exactly are you plotting? You attend a martial arts contest and then leave abruptly. Furthermore, what did you discuss with the head of the Morong family? It would be best to speak candidly and not overstep your bounds." The elder was tasked with ensuring Lin Feng's safety while preventing any leakage of the thunderous technique, as well as assisting Lin Feng in locating the final 2 scrolls of the Tsung High Sword technique. Lin Feng's actions were increasingly suspect, especially during his conversation with the head of the Morong family, which had been clandestinely monitored. The elder pondered whether to directly bring Lin Feng back for questioning instead of allowing him to wander aimlessly. Nothing of great significance. I merely learned of a clue regarding the Tsung High Sword technique from the head of the Morong family, which prompted me to participate in the martial arts contest for the opportunity to converse with him. I have now discovered the whereabouts of the other 2 scrolls. We need only venture to the borders of the holy state to retrieve them, Lin Feng replied, his expression betraying no hint of deceit as he spoke. Chapter 54 Arrival at the state boundary. The chaotic mist, the boundary of the holy state, such distance. Are you certain you are not deceiving me, old man? The elder gazed at Lin Feng, his eyes brimming with skepticism, as if he sensed the young man was harboring ulterior motives. However, the Tsung High Sword Classic was indeed of paramount importance to the Hellion family. Obtaining the complete version would elevate their status, allowing them to dominate the pinnacle of Daozhou. Old senior, you harbor doubts about me. Even if I assert that I am not deceiving you, the seed of suspicion has already taken root in your heart. Therefore, I wish to say no more. If you choose to believe, then believe. If not, feel free to bind me and take me back. Just be aware that if you fail to acquire the latter part of the Tsung High Sword Classic, you cannot hold me accountable. Lin Feng was certain that the elder would not dare to take any drastic action against him, and thus he refrained from further dialogue, mounting his beast and departing. With this swift steed, he anticipated reaching the boundary of the holy state within half a month. Upon hearing his words, the elder cast a venomous glance at Lin Feng. You impudent boy. Since I entered the realm of creation, no one has dared to speak to me in such a manner, especially a mere youngling like you. Where does your audacity stem from? With a cold snort, the elder's figure vanished from sight. Although Lin Feng had provoked him, he paid little heed, believing the elder would not pursue him, as the young man's time was limited. In a year, he would likely be dead. There was no need to waste energy on someone destined for demise. When the time came, he could simply eliminate him with ease. Meanwhile, Lin Feng pressed on relentlessly with his noble steed. He expected to reach the border between the holy state and Daozhou in less than half a month. 15 days later, after traversing countless towns, Lin Feng finally arrived at the border of Daozhou. The area was desolate, yet as he drew closer to the boundary, signs of prosperity began to emerge. While not truly affluent, the presence of trade and commerce flourished in the small towns near the border, a testament to human enterprise. You young man, are you certain that Song High Sword Classic resides in this borderland? This place is a veritable melting pot, teeming with both dojo and possibly holy state denizens. Many nefarious characters lurk here. Should you venture inside, even I cannot guarantee your safety. The elder suddenly reappeared, casting a wary glance at the town's entrance. Lin Feng smiled gently. Elder, have you not heard the saying that fortune favors the bold? The finest treasures often lie in the most perilous locales. With that, he confidently stepped into the town. The elder furrowed his brow slightly before following suit. At the entrance of the town, a group of individuals crouched, scrutinizing passersby. They observed Lin Feng closely, their gazes sharpening as they exchanged glances. However, upon noticing the elder behind him, they quickly abandoned any malicious intent. The townsfolk each had their own means of survival, often resorting to bullying the weak, yet they were astute enough to avoid provoking those with strength. Doing so could cost them their lives. Once within the town, Lin Feng began his search for a reliable shop to gather information. According to the intelligence he had amassed during his journey, crossing the border required either the cultivation of the realm of creation or a boundary stone, which served as a means to open the passage. After several inquiries, Lin Feng finally discovered a channel to purchase a boundary stone. Though its price was exorbitantly high, without hesitation, he made the purchase, only to be abruptly seized by the elder, who grasped his wrist tightly. You brat, are you attempting to flee to the holy state? What business do you have buying a boundary stone? The elder demanded. Rest assured, senior, I have no intention of abandoning my family. I merely seek a cultivation technique, and whether it lies within our dojo boundary or that of the holy state remains uncertain. I purchased the boundary stone as a precaution, Lin Feng explained. Impossible. The elder snatched the costly boundary stone from Lin Feng, unwilling to allow him a chance to escape to the holy state. This old man is truly a nuisance, Lin Feng thought, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. If this elder continued to monitor him, he would have no opportunity to flee to the holy state, let alone join any sacred grounds. Dear customer, it might not be the most opportune time for you to venture to the holy state. The border is about to become shrouded in mist, the merchant selling the boundary stone interjected. Mist, what implications does that have? Lin Feng inquired. This mist is known as the chaotic mist, which appears approximately every 20 years at the border. When the chaotic mist envelopes the area, countless dangerous creatures awaken, even the mightiest of warriors may meet their demise within, the merchant explained. Is there any lore surrounding the chaotic mist? Lin Feng asked. It is said that a chaos fruit tree exists within the border, blooming once every decade and bearing fruit thereafter. When the fruit ripens, a dense mist envelopes the area, which is referred to as the chaotic mist. This mist awakens the great horrors of the border, and during such times, chaos reigns supreme. Countless powerful individuals seek the legendary chaos fruit, while ordinary cultivators who enter may find themselves obliterated, the merchant elaborated, offering this insight as a consolation to Lin Feng, who he suspected was not a free man but rather a desperate soul. Thank you for the information, Lin Feng said, retrieving some spirit stones from his storage ring and giving them to the merchant. The merchant graciously accepted the offering, cheerfully extending his well wishes. Lin Feng then sought lodging at an inn. The arrival of the chaotic mist might just provide the perfect opportunity to deal with the elder. Lin Feng remained in the inn for a full 7 days. During this time, he watched as the desolate landscape of the border gradually became obscured, blanketed in a white haze. Even the small town felt the effects, with an increasing number of formidable individuals arriving, including several of the realm of creation. While staying at the inn, Lin Feng did not remain idle. He observed the strong among the gathered crowd, identifying several targets that appeared to possess genuine prowess. He was grateful to his father for providing him with numerous treasures after they had vanquished the Li family. With these artifacts, Lin Feng was able to attract some of the powerful individuals and even struck up a friendship with one elder, acquiring a unique technique known as the prognostic art. According to the elder, this family heirloom could discern great opportunities hidden within the mist, assuring Lin Feng that entering the mist alongside him would entail no risk and might yield treasures. Of course, these words reached the ears of the elder who was monitoring Lin Feng. When the elder confronted him, Lin Feng openly admitted his desire to explore the mist, asserting that the Song High Sword Classic might well be contained within. Moreover, he contended that even if the Song High Sword Classic were absent, wouldn't the elder himself be interested in such opportunities. Though the elder admonished Lin Feng not to engage in any trickery, he too was intrigued by the idea of delving into the mist. Given his cultivation in the realm of creation, he believed he would face little danger within the fog, yet, if he were to obtain the fabled chaos fruit, his strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. Chapter 55 Entering the State Border, the purple extreme demon eye. While others may be oblivious to the true value of the chaos fruit, he, as a formidable member of the Hellion family, possesses far greater insight. The chaos fruit is said to originate from the upper realm, and the notion that it blossoms every decade and bears fruit thereafter is but a fallacy. The reality is that it flowers once every millennium and produces fruit only after another millennium. However, once the fruit reaches maturity, it enters a prolonged period of protection. This is the reason for the mist that arises every 20 years. The fruit, having ripened, cannot conceal its fragrant essence, and thus it is compelled to emit a shroud of mist for its own defense. The benefits of the chaos fruit extend beyond mere enhancement of strength. More significantly, upon consumption, it enables the birth of a trace of chaotic energy within the body. If this trace of chaotic energy is cultivated properly over time, the internal spiritual power will undergo a transformation, evolving into the legendary celestial energy known as chaotic celestial power. The augmentation provided by this chaotic celestial energy could amplify a person's combat prowess exponentially, rendering cross-boundary battles utterly feasible. Should he acquire this treasure, ascending to the position of the Grand Elder of the Hellion family would likely be well within his grasp. Yet, he remains burdened with a task and must keep a vigilant eye on Lin Feng. Coincidentally, as Lin Feng also intends to enter, he does not consider it a dereliction of duty and can seize the opportunity to search for the Chaos Fruit. Observing that the Elder harbors no objections, Lin Feng understands the situation. It seems the Elder also wishes to venture forth to uncover the truth. If he can locate the Chaos Fruit and entice the old man, he might just manage to lower the Elder's guard and make his escape. Lin Feng meticulously selected his path for 7 days, hoping that the fortune-telling technique acquired through forging friendships would prove beneficial. Regarding the issue of the boundary stone, he plans to seek an opportunity to obtain it amidst the chaotic mist, confident that among so many individuals entering, someone must be carrying it. Another day has passed, and the mist has reached its zenith, enveloping the entire town in an ethereal shroud, rendering visibility to mere 5 meters. Lin Feng sets forth, with the Elder trailing closely behind. Using the fortune-telling technique, Lin Feng casts a luminous white glow over his eyes. Through this lens, he perceives a spectrum of vibrant energies. Young man, you possess this skill? The Elder suddenly appears, regarding Lin Feng with profound curiosity. If his memory serves him correctly, this technique was previously mentioned by a strong practitioner Lin Feng had conversed with. Observing Lin Feng's solo venture into the mist, rather than accompanying the Elder, raises his suspicion. Lin Feng smiles, esteemed Elder, I inadvertently acquired this technique a few days ago and have made some progress. If you wish to seize opportunities within this mist, feel free to follow my lead. The Elder, sensing the peculiarity in Lin Feng, scrutinizes him closely before fading into the shadows. Lin Feng continues to forge ahead, though his mind is filled with musings. According to the Elder, the more intense the color, the greater the opportunity, yet, this mist seems to possess a property that dilutes colors. As Lin Feng gazes around, he notes that while various locations exhibit color, they appear to be intertwined, making it challenging to discern direction. Clarity only emerges when one approaches a genuine opportunity. Rather than wandering aimlessly, Lin Feng opts to explore the vicinity of safer areas, aiming to find a spot that could attract the Elder's attention. While walking, he hears the voice of a young man nearby. Turning to look, he sees the young man has also noticed him. The young man observes Lin Feng warily, but upon realizing there are no others around, he relaxes slightly. Initially reluctant to engage, he contemplates slipping away. However, Lin Feng, intrigued by the young man's eyes, approaches him to walk together. Brother, you don't harbor any ill intentions toward me, do you? The young man inquires suspiciously. I am Lin Feng. May I ask your name? Perhaps we could become friends, Lin Feng replies, sensing that the purple extreme demon eye might possess greater significance than his fortune-telling technique. No need, we are merely two strangers crossing paths, and soon we shall part ways, the young man responds. Are you headed to the Holy State? Lin Feng asks. What of it? Are you also bound for the Holy State? The young man queries. Lin Feng nods slightly, observing the young man's attire. Might you be seeking knowledge at the Holy State? Is it not apparent from my attire? The Taichu sacred land of the Holy State is recruiting disciples, and I naturally intend to join, the young man replies. What a coincidence, I am as well, Lin Feng admits candidly, unperturbed by the Elder's potential eavesdropping, as one can never discern if the other is being truthful. You too? The young man scrutinizes Lin Feng before scoffing. The Taichu sacred land only accepts prodigious talents. What skills do you possess? Do you have a unique constitution or bloodline? Are you implying that you do? Lin Feng retorts. Do you not see my eyes? This is my ancestral eye, the purple extreme demon eye, capable of discerning the weaknesses of others and sensing hostility. Within this mist, it allows me to navigate effortlessly, enabling me to see up to 50 meters ahead. I presume you cannot see beyond 5 meters, the young man boasts, feeling secure due to his lack of perceived hostility from Lin Feng. Indeed, I cannot see clearly. Your eyes are indeed remarkable, Lin Feng concedes. However, I am not an ordinary individual either. At a young age, I have mastered the complete sword intent, and I believe I too have a chance to join the Taichu sacred land. Why not accompany me and forge a friendship? Lin Feng proposes. You, what realm are you at to have attained complete sword intent? That is inconceivable. Cease your boasting and take your leave, the young man declares. Seeing the young man's unwavering decisiveness, Lin Feng swiftly unleashes the oceanic sword intent, pinning the young man in place, unable to move. It truly is complete sword intent. I was presumptuous. My eyes are inherited bloodline, while your prowess is genuine, the young man hastily apologizes, admiration flickering in his gaze. Though he had initially appeared arrogant, it was merely a fade in response to Lin Feng's approach. Faced with a peer of greater strength, he displays utmost respect. With your sword intent, you could easily slay me. If we are to journey together, it would be my honor. Who would have thought I would encounter a fellow practitioner here? Perhaps we shall become comrades in the future, the young man states. Then let us forge a friendship, Lin Feng replies. Why not? The young man smiles faintly. A ding, detecting that Chen Xing has acknowledged him as a friend, the system begins to extract a random reward. Extraction successful, the host receives the reward Purple Extreme Demon Eye. In an instant, a warm current flows into Lin Feng's eyes. Upon opening them, a faint purple hue glimmers within, and the mist before him dissipates, revealing a much clearer path ahead. While the fog still lingers further on, visibility has improved significantly, and his fortune-telling technique can finally manifest its potential. Chapter 56, The Discovery of the Chaotic Fruit Tree, where the strong gathered previously, all of Lin Feng's divination techniques were rendered utterly ineffective amidst the dense fog, akin to blending every hue into a vast dye vat, making it impossible to discern any direction. However, with the aid of the purple extreme demon eyes, Lin Feng's field of vision expanded tenfold, enabling him to faintly identify the sources of color. Soon, he noticed a vibrant shade of red, one that shimmered with a hint of purple and gold. Could it be that I have stumbled upon it? Lin Feng speculated, deducing that this was likely the location of the chaotic fruit. Brother, what is the matter with your eyes? Do you possess the purple extreme demon eyes as well? A young man, who had been casually conversing with Lin Feng moments ago, suddenly noticed the peculiar glint in Lin Feng's gaze and exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Feng smiled gently and replied, I must admit, I initially approached you out of curiosity after noticing your eyes, wondering about the origin of your purple extreme demon eyes. It turns out they are a family heirloom. Is that so? But that cannot be right. Aside from my Chen family, which other clan possesses the purple extreme demon eyes? I have never heard of such a thing, Chen Qing remarked, visibly astonished. Ah, my friend, the world is vast and full of wonders. Daozhou is merely a small province. There is much you are yet unaware of, and many things you have yet to witness. Just like me, I was also curious about how you came to possess them. However, it is possible that we were once kin a century ago, Lin Feng suggested. That makes sense. I never imagined that we would share such an extraordinary connection. However, my abilities pale in comparison to yours. Initially, I had another eye technique that could rival yours, but now, with your mastery of sword intent and the same purple extreme demon eyes, I find myself utterly outclassed. My father was right, the recruitment at the Taichu Sacred Land attracts prodigies, and I once believed I had a fair chance, but if all contenders are as exceptional as you, Brother Lin, then I fear I may have no opportunity at all, Chen Qing lamented. That will not be the case. However, since we are here, have you considered seeking out some treasures? Lin Feng inquired. Seek treasures? I think not, although we possess the purple extreme demon eyes, this place is far too chaotic. The treasures here are beyond our reach. Our priority should be to navigate safely to the sacred province. Once we become disciples of the sacred land, countless opportunities will arise. There is no need to take unnecessary risks here, Chen Qing replied. Lin Feng countered, that is a misguided perspective. Even once we become disciples of the sacred land, we are likely to encounter numerous dangers. It is not as if entering the sacred land guarantees a sheltered existence or unconditional access to resources. Your words hold merit, Brother Lin, but this chaotic fog is indeed perilous. With my mere qi cultivation, I would be but a small fish in this tumult. We should prioritize reaching the sacred province swiftly to avoid any unforeseen complications. Although Chen Qing recognized the wisdom in Lin Feng's words, he felt compelled to prioritize his own safety, realizing that life is a singular gift. Well, if that is the case, I must take my leave, Brother Chen. I still wish to explore further, Lin Feng declared. It was not that he lacked the desire to flee, rather, escape was not an option, as he remained under the watchful gaze of the old man. Very well, Brother Lin, you are indeed a talent unafraid of danger. I shall await your return in the sacred province, Chen Qing replied. Farewell, Lin Feng said as he parted ways with Chen Qing. Not long after Chen Qing had walked away, the old man suddenly materialized behind him. Young man, have you found what you were seeking? The old man regarded Lin Feng with increasing curiosity, sensing that he harbored some significant secret. First, it was the divination technique, and now the purple extreme demon eyes. How peculiar, he could not fathom that the purple extreme demon eyes were a product of Lin Feng's cultivation, as if Lin Feng could replicate the attributes of others. Nevertheless, his primary concern remained the whereabouts of the chaotic fruit. As long as Lin Feng preserved his life, he could wait for the right opportunity to pursue his research and inquiries. I have found it, Lin Feng replied, casting a glance at the old man. Where? You truly discovered a place that so many powerful individuals could not? The old man eyed Lin Feng with skepticism. Since you have asked, why not believe me? Lin Feng chuckled, unable to restrain his retort against the old man. Since you claim to have found it, lead the way, the old man grunted. Very well. Lin Feng proceeded towards the most vibrant area of color, but as he walked, he suddenly altered his course. Why the change in direction? The old man questioned from the shadows. Because there may be danger ahead, Lin Feng replied. The old man remained silent, allowing Lin Feng to continue guiding the way. It was not that danger lay ahead, rather, Lin Feng intentionally shifted his direction towards another area of potential opportunity. Wherever there was opportunity, there were people, and true to his expectations, Lin Feng encountered others. Among them were several powerful individuals he had previously befriended at the INN. To his surprise, the area of opportunity turned out to be home to spiritual fruits. Though these spiritual fruits were precious, they paled in comparison to the chaotic fruit, merely constituting a minor opportunity. A few powerful individuals engaged in a brief skirmish over them. Lin Feng approached the familiar figures and addressed them. Seniors, I believe I have located the whereabouts of the chaotic fruit. Would you care to accompany me? Ah, it's you. The old man, who had previously fallen victim to Lin Feng's divination technique, recognized him instantly. It is indeed I. Would you seniors care to join me? Lin Feng reiterated. You truly ventured into such a perilous place. I warned you that if you entered, you should follow me, for I discovered this area of spiritual fruits through my divination technique, the old man chuckled. Seniors, I have pinpointed the location of the chaotic fruit, Lin Feng repeated, emphasizing his claim. Impossible. Do not jest, young man, I have yet to find it myself, what makes you think you have? The old man dismissed Lin Feng's assertion as a mere joke, while the other powerful figures recognized Lin Feng to some extent, they remained skeptical of his claim. After all, in the realm of the provinces, genuine friendships were scarce, and everyone was often filled with ulterior motives. Lin Feng had only managed to win their favor through the use of treasures, prompting them to engage with him. At most, they would provide him with protection amidst the mist, but nothing more. The very notion that Lin Feng would claim to have found the chaotic fruit raised suspicions, leading them to believe he might harbor ulterior motives. Lin Feng was well aware that convincing them would not be an easy task, thus, he activated his purple extreme demon eyes. Seniors, I possess a unique eye technique that allows me to see through the illusions in this fog. If I say I have found the chaotic fruit, do you truly doubt me? If you cannot trust me, I shall seek out others, Lin Feng asserted. Why would you mention finding the chaotic fruit if you intend to keep it for yourself? One of the figures queried. My cultivation is insufficient. The chaotic fruit is a divine object far beyond the reach of a mere Qi cultivator like myself, hence, I propose to share it with you, seniors, in the hope that I might gain a portion for myself, Lin Feng explained. That is reasonable. The powerful individuals exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, prompting one of them to say, then we shall trouble you, young brother, to lead the way. After deliberation, they concluded that Lin Feng was unlikely to harbor any malicious intent. Given that Lin Feng stood before them, if he had any schemes, he would be the first to perish, not them. Chapter 57 Defeating the nine-headed python and dividing the fruit. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly found himself immobilized. A potent aura of lethal intent locked onto him. The elder who had been monitoring Lin Feng was enraged by his actions. It was evident that Lin Feng had discovered a fortuitous opportunity, yet he had subsequently gathered so many powerful individuals. What was left for him? Although he was in the transformation realm, slightly stronger than these individuals, many among them were formidable in their own right, with several also being in the transformation realm. With such a multitude following him, he would undoubtedly receive no share. The elder quickly discerned Lin Feng's intentions. Lin Feng sought to leverage these individuals to contest with him, likely aiming to evade his pursuit. Young man, do you understand the gravity of your actions? The elder's voice, laced with malice, resonated in Lin Feng's ears, clearly filled with fury. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, Senior, I have brought these individuals along due to the considerable dangers ahead. Without their companionship, it would be perilous for just the two of us. Rest assured, the ultimate prize will assuredly belong to us. I hope your words ring true. Otherwise, your fate will be dire. Do not harbor illusions of escape. Even if you manage to flee, your family will not fare well. The elder threatened. A shadow flickered in Lin Feng's eyes as he assured, do not worry. Soon, the pressure weighing down on him dissipated, and he resumed leading the way. Young man, are you certain we are not going in circles? I cannot shake the feeling we are going around in circles, one of the powerful figures remarked. Indeed, we are going in circles. I have seen the tree no less than 3 times, another powerful figure chimed in. Predecessors, please remain calm. I would never dare to toy with you. While it may appear we are going in circles, this is merely a tactic of the Chaos Fruit Tree. If we proceed straight ahead, we would find ourselves eternally searching for the Chaos Fruit. Our current direction is indeed correct, Lin Feng explained, possessing the purple extreme demon eyes and the art of prognostication. He was following the correct path based on the colors he observed. The sensation of moving in circles could only be attributed to the means employed by the Chaos Fruit Tree. However, while the path may shift, the final destination remained unchanged. The group was persuaded by Lin Feng's assertions and continued onward. Before long, someone sensed a distinct aura. There is a change ahead, young man, you truly have not deceived us. This aura is unlike anything else. Immortal energy. Not immortal energy, it is chaos immortal power. The chaos fruit should be right before us, another exclaimed excitedly. As they advanced a few more steps, a colossal serpent demon beast launched a surprise attack. This massive python boasted 3 heads, its appearance terrifying, and its cultivation level was formidable, reaching the transformation realm. Each of its 3 heads possessed individual cultivation at the transformation realm, meaning the group was essentially facing 3 transformation realm powerhouses. With a guardian beast present, it was safe to assume that just a few meters ahead lay the chaos fruit tree. Kill this python and seize the chaos fruit. Several individuals shouted with excitement as they rushed to engage. Meanwhile, the elder concealed not far behind Lin Feng observed the scene and began to take action, intending to seize the opportunity to snatch the Dao fruit. However, he was quickly detected by the serpent and forced back. Friend, it is unwise to fish in troubled waters. I see you are also in the transformation realm, let us join forces against this serpent. Several individuals directed their threatening gazes at the elder's expression darkened, but he dared not refuse outright. Unless he departed, this group would not allow him to escape unscathed. Before the battle commenced, the elder cast a glance at Lin Feng, seemingly warning him against any underhanded tactics, before joining the fray alongside the others. With the elder's participation, the battle turned significantly in their favor. The 3-headed python was effectively overwhelmed. In a short time, it began to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng made his way directly to the chaos fruit tree. Upon approaching, he beheld the full magnificence of the chaos fruit tree, a towering, ancient tree that reached the heavens. The patterns on its trunk resembled mystical runes, exuding an aura of mystery and brilliance. Beneath the grand tree, a colossal fruit had formed. Young man, do you seek to profit from this? A booming voice echoed as several individuals charged towards him high in the face of such a rare treasure. Even though Linfeng had some rapport with them, their tones were far from friendly, fearful that he might claim the prize for himself. They disregarded the fact that he had led them to this location, their eyes filled with threats and warnings. The harsh reality of the cultivation world was laid bare before Linfeng, who sighed inwardly. Predecessors, you have misunderstood. I merely wished to take a look, Linfeng smiled. Very well, such a treasure is not meant for someone of your youth to covet, there are other opportunities hidden within the mist, go seek those, one powerful figure responded, clearly indicating that the chaos fruit was of no concern to him and that he would not claim any share. Alright, I shall leave shortly. However, I feel that there is something amiss with this fruit and wish to stay a moment longer to observe, Linfeng declared. What could possibly be amiss? If you wish to watch, then so be it. The individual softened slightly, realizing that Linfeng had guided them to this location. Ladies and gentlemen, this chaos fruit is quite substantial. It seems there is enough for us all to share. We should not delay, let us divide it and depart swiftly, lest we attract more competitors who might wish to partake, one of the powerful figures suggested. Indeed, if that is the case, let us divide it now. I will retrieve it. Another powerful figure prepared to leap and pluck the fruit, but was quickly restrained by another. No one knew if this individual would abscond with the fruit after claiming it. Given their similar cultivation levels, if Linfeng were particularly fleet of foot, they might end up with nothing. Young man, you go and retrieve it, one powerful figure pointed at Linfeng. With Linfeng's cultivation, if he were to take the fruit and flee, they could easily eliminate him. Very well, Linfeng acquiesced. With a single leap, he ascended the grand tree and plucked the fruit. The fruit was astonishingly large, akin to a grinding stone, yet Linfeng felt no attachment to it, placing it directly on the ground. How shall we divide it? I am in the transformation realm, and I exerted considerable effort in battling the demon beast. I believe I deserve a larger share, one transformation realm powerhouse asserted. I also believe I should receive a greater portion, another chimed in. The elder from the Hellion family interjected, I am a strong member of the Hellion family. Considering that you are all formidable individuals, I shall allow you to partake, but I must receive the largest share, lest I report back to my family about this matter, and you shall be compelled to return whatever you take. Each individual presented their reasons, eager to secure a larger piece of the prize. Esteemed seniors, why not let the young man handle the division? Your bickering is giving me a headache, Linfeng suggested. You wouldn't be trying to pull any tricks, would you? As long as you ensure fairness, it will suffice, one powerful figure replied. The elder from the Hellion family immediately endorsed the suggestion, for Linfeng was currently an ally, and he would surely strive to secure greater benefits for himself. Very well, let this young man handle the division. Young man, you had best be fair, otherwise, we shall not show you mercy, a powerful figure threatened. Rest assured, everyone, from your discussions, I have gleaned the general background and realms of each of you, and I will be absolutely impartial, Linfeng asserted. After analyzing the situation, he commenced the distribution. Upon receiving their portions, while some individuals were not entirely satisfied with their shares, they found the distribution to be relatively fair, with no one receiving less or more than deserved. All done with the distribution, Linfeng announced. Chapter 58 The False Chaos Fruit, truly obtained. Young man, you seem to possess a commendable sense of honesty. Should you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to reach out to the Wu family in Mingyue City. I shall offer my assistance if I am able. A formidable warrior remarked kindly. The other powerful individuals exchanged a few casual pleasantries, yet it was evident that they did not take the matter to heart. Should Linfeng encounter any significant troubles requiring aid, they would undoubtedly refrain from intervening. Their words were merely a formality. After all, Linfeng had led them to the chaos fruit, yet he received not a single portion in return. Even though they prided themselves on prioritizing benefits in the realm of cultivation, they found it difficult to maintain their composure at this moment. Very well, now that we have divided the loot, let us part ways and keep this matter to ourselves, one warrior declared, preparing to depart. Some of the other powerful figures carefully stored the chaos fruit, while others consumed it whole. Such spiritual fruits were safest when ingested directly. Who could predict the unforeseen consequences of carrying them away? A few warriors contemplated waiting for a safer location before consuming the fruits, fearing that hastily doing so might necessitate immediate refinement. As these individuals prepared to bid farewell, those who had ingested the fruit suddenly underwent a transformation, emanating a formidable aura. They did not become stronger, rather, it appeared that the vitality within them was being unleashed uncontrollably. Soon after, their eyes turned blood red, as if they were enduring an unbearable struggle. This is not the chaos fruit. It is poisonous. One warrior exclaimed suddenly, and almost immediately, he seemed to lose his sanity, launching an attack on those nearby. The others, who had been on the verge of consuming the fruit, immediately expelled it, retching violently. Meanwhile, several warriors poised to leave swiftly halted, discarding the fruits from their storage rings and turning to confront these frenzied cultivators. The fruits we obtained were mere fakes, a ruse by the chaos tree. We have been deceived, the true fruits remain on the tree. One warrior shouted, yet at that moment, those infected by the false fruits had transformed into guardians of the chaos tree, and as long as these powerful figures remained, they would unleash indiscriminate attacks. How despicable, they had originally united to combat a common foe, yet now they were embroiled in mutual slaughter. However, they could not bear to leave despite the chaos surrounding them. Friends, those afflicted have become our enemies. We must eliminate them to obtain the true chaos fruit. One warrior insisted. Some among them were familiar with each other, which was why they had entered together, yet now they found themselves compelled to turn against their comrades for the sake of the chaos fruit. A few clear-minded warriors, facing equally potent adversaries, reluctantly resorted to consuming some spiritual medicine to enhance their cultivation. Meanwhile, the elder monitoring Lin Feng found himself compelled to reveal his true strength. As a powerful member of the Hellion family, his capabilities surpassed those of the others by a considerable margin, allowing him to barely suppress the rampaging cultivators. Young man, it falls to you to retrieve the true spiritual fruit. A warrior commanded Lin Feng. At that moment, however, Lin Feng did not respond immediately, as if deep in thought. In truth, this very scene was what he had hoped to witness. When he had previously ascended the tree, he had noticed that the color of the spiritual fruit was not as vibrant as what his divination technique had revealed. Instead, it appeared somewhat sinister, emanating an alluring aura. When he reached for it, he had concluded that the fruit was problematic given its dubious nature. He was certain that those who consumed it would encounter issues as well. He relished the current situation, as it afforded him the perfect opportunity to escape, though he could not predict whether the elder would pursue him should he flee. Young man, I am speaking to you. If you do not act soon, I shall kill you myself. One warrior, feeling ignored, exclaimed with great ire. My young friend, our objective is the chaos fruit. Now that we are ensnared, we must rely on you to obtain it. We shall hold the line here. If you succeed, we can offer you a share. Another warrior spoke amiably. If they were to defeat these powerful opponents and then attempt to seize the chaos fruit, they would likely be exhausted by that time. The optimal strategy was for Lin Feng to snatch it away, after which they could all retreat together. The strength of those infected by the poisonous fruit had surged dramatically, making it difficult for even them to withstand the onslaught. Very well, I shall go at once, Lin Feng replied. Several warriors appeared somewhat displeased, suspecting that this young man intended to raise the stakes and claim a share for himself. However, it mattered little. In this world, strength reigned supreme. Once the chaos fruit was secured, they would determine how to divide it, and this young man would have no say in the matter. Lin Feng was well aware of this principle, thus, his intention was never to assist these individuals in acquiring the fruit. He was motivated solely by his own desires. Simultaneously, he contemplated a method to address the elder's predicament in a manner that would benefit him. Lin Feng resumed his ascent of the chaos tree. Gazing at the boundless expanse of the tree's summit, he activated his purple extreme demon eye and divination technique once more. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the fog enveloping the state boundary emanated entirely from the tree's peak. The chaos tree, undoubtedly, bore its fruits amidst chaos. As Lin Feng climbed higher, he encountered several powerful gusts of wind, which he managed to fend off. Before long, he located the true chaos fruit. The chaos fruit lacked color, instead manifesting as a swirling chaos, surrounded by leaves resembling lotus petals that safeguarded it at the center. Lin Feng reached out to grasp it, only to be thwarted by the leaves, as the chaos tree seemed to possess its own consciousness. Fortunately, Lin Feng discovered that he could repel the leaves using his sword intent, allowing him to successfully obtain the chaos fruit. In his grasp, the chaos fruit appeared as a swirling mass of chaos, even concealing his palm. The instant the fruit was secured, the white mist at the tree's summit ceased to disperse, and the fog surrounding the state boundary began to gradually dissipate. Lin Feng descended swiftly. At that moment, the others remained embroiled in a fierce battle. Young man, have you secured it? One warrior inquired as he spotted Lin Feng. I have secured it, Lin Feng replied, placing the chaos fruit into his storage ring before the gathered warriors. What are you doing, young man? Do you intend to hoard it all for yourself? Young man, produce the chaos fruit, or you shall not leave here alive, several warriors suddenly shouted. Yet Lin Feng responded with an air of nonchalance, saying, Esteemed elders, why the urgency? I merely placed it in my storage ring for safekeeping. How could you assume I intend to keep it all to myself? For a moment, several warriors were left speechless, as his reasoning seemed somewhat valid. Well then, since it is secured, there is no need for further entanglement. Let us depart quickly. Young man, you will accompany us. One warrior commanded. However, Lin Feng produced his storage ring, stating firmly, I cannot do that. To be candid, I am in service to this elder. When we ventured into the mist, I pledged to assist him in obtaining the chaos fruit. With so many of you seeking a share, that would breach my promise. Lin Feng walked directly towards the elder Hellion, handing the storage ring to him. Chapter 59. After the game, fleeing to the holy state. The other powerful beings witnessed this scene. Are you two in cahoots? One of them inquired. He has been following me all along. How foolish can you be not to realize it? Lin Feng replied. The strong one suddenly recalled that this elder seemed to have appeared quite abruptly. If he hadn't been accompanying them, how could he have ended up here? So he came with this young man. Youngster, no wonder you didn't travel with me. It turns out you had your own accomplice, remarked the elder skilled in divination. Lin Feng paid him no mind and immediately turned to the elder Hellion, saying, Senior, let us hasten our departure. If we tarry any longer, they will come to assault us. The elder Hellion was quite pleased. I never imagined you would keep your word. His perception of Lin Feng improved significantly at that moment. Although he knew Lin Feng might be flattering him, obtaining the chaotic fruit brought him immense joy. However, he also recognized the impending danger and promptly sought to lead Lin Feng away. Yet Lin Feng remained stationary, keeping a considerable distance from the elder senior. You want to be able to run swiftly with me in tow. You go ahead, they want to pursue me, Lin Feng stated. The elder sensed something amiss and extended his spiritual awareness into his storage ring, only to discover it was utterly devoid of the chaotic fruit, merely an empty storage space. Just as he was about to speak, those powerful beings charged towards him. Old fool, hand over the chaotic fruit. Everyone deserves a share. It's not something you can monopolize, even with the Hellion family backing you. If you manage to consume the chaotic fruit alone this year, I'll write my name backward. The several strong beings ceased their entanglement with the poison adversary and directly aimed to seize Elder Hellion's storage ring. Seeing the situation escalate, Elder Hellion dared not resist and hurriedly retreated a few steps to escape. Stop, you've been deceived. The fruit is not with me, but with that young man. Go catch him. He explained, still trying to fool us. I personally witnessed you collect the storage ring, one of the Hellion family members exclaimed, incredulous at the elder's shamelessness to attempt to claim the fruit for himself. They would not be swayed by Elder Hellion's flimsy words. Even if the chaotic fruit were indeed with Lin Feng, they would still pursue Elder Hellion, for they could ascertain whether the elder possessed the fruit simply by subduing him. If the fruit were with Lin Feng, given his cultivation level, escape would be impossible. However, if it were with Elder Hellion and they could not capture him immediately, he might very well swagger back to the Hellion family. Thus, their priority was to launch an assault on Elder Hellion. Lin Feng had anticipated this. Now was the opportune moment to flee. He gazed at the chaotic fruit within the storage ring. If he could successfully escape, he would emerge as the most profitable cultivator from this venture. As the mist began to dissipate, he understood he must seize this chance to reach the holy state. Without hesitation, Lin Feng sprinted towards the holy state. While the mist lingered, it provided the perfect cover. Even the most exalted beings could not discern distant objects clearly, granting him a genuine opportunity to escape. Once the mist cleared, he could be easily detected by powerful beings, making flight impossible. Using the purple extreme demon eye, Lin Feng raced to the state border. The state border was a barrier established by powerful beings to distinguish between vast territories. Unless one was above the Fate Transformation realm, access required a special token. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. The border token he had previously purchased had long been confiscated by the Elder. Having remained under the Elder's watchful eye, he had no chance to acquire a new token and now, he could only hope someone would arrive at the border, providing him an opportunity to seize their token. There was no time to return. By the time he made the trip back, the opportunity would be lost. Presumably, they had already cornered the Elder, discovering that the chaotic fruit was not with him and were actively searching for it. Fortunately, fate smiled upon him. Shortly after, Lin Feng sensed someone approaching. A veiled woman. Lin Feng could see objects 50 meters away, and evidently, the woman had not noticed him. With remarkable speed, he dashed towards her, gripping her neck and threatening, "Hand over the state border token." "Alright, spare my life." The woman replied, slightly flustered as she produced the token. Lin Feng took it directly. However, at that very moment, a red spear appeared before him, aimed at him. "Do you think my belongings are so easily taken? Hand it over." The woman exclaimed sharply. Her voice sounded somewhat familiar to Lin Feng, prompting him to exclaim, "Miss Moron, it's me, Lin Feng." Upon hearing this, the spear halted. The woman unveiled her face, revealing it to be Lin Feng. "What a surprise to encounter you again so soon. I thought you had already reached the holy state. What brings you here?" She inquired. "What? You're allowed to come, but I'm not." Morong Ning raised her delicate brows, then continued, "Why do you need my token? Don't you have the funds to purchase one?" She looked at Lin Feng with curiosity. After all, he had reached the state border yet felt the need to see someone else's token. "This is a long story, Miss Morong. May I borrow your token for a moment? Here are some spirit stones for the token. You can return to buy a new one. I'm being pursued and can't linger for long. We shall meet in the holy state if fate allows." Lin Feng produced a substantial amount of spirit stones and handed them to Morong Ning. Seeing Lin Feng's hurried demeanor, she accepted without further inquiry. "Very well, we shall meet in the Holy Land." Upon hearing Morong Ning mention the Holy Land, Lin Feng was slightly taken aback but said nothing further and made his exit. He hadn't expected Morong Ning would also be heading to the Holy Land. It seemed this might have been influenced by him. Had he not mentioned the Holy Land, Morong Ning might not have known of it. He hoped she hadn't snuck out without permission. Lin Feng mused. However, he had no time to dwell on such thoughts. He could already sense powerful beings approaching, likely the same group that had been pursuing him. Lin Feng effortlessly passed through the state border with the token, feeling as if he were absorbed into another realm. Upon entry, the surroundings transformed completely, not in terms of scenery, but the previously dense mist had vanished. Establishing such a barrier at the state border must be no simple feat. The mist could obscure even Fate Transformation realm experts, yet it could not prevent passage through the border. Before Lin Feng lay a desolate landscape, but not far off, he could see a small town. The commercial town here was similar to the one he had departed from. After Lin Feng reached the site of the holy state, the group of powerful beings soon arrived at the state border. "This young man runs surprisingly fast. We searched the vicinity thoroughly and found no trace of him. Could he have gone to the holy state?" One of the powerful beings speculated. "Humph, I told you it wasn't he with me. If not for your joint efforts against me, how could that young man have escaped?" Elder Hellion retorted, displeased. "Isn't it true that you and that young man are in league? Had you not been laughing over there, who would have guessed he was deceiving you?" Another powerful being countered. "Enough of this, I'll go to the holy state and investigate," declared another. Yet Elder Hellion interjected, "No need, he doesn't possess a state border token, so he cannot pass." Chapter 60 of the Assault and Pursuit. The innkeeper takes action. That lad is a key target of my Lian family's surveillance. I have ensured that he does not acquire the boundary marker. He cannot pass through. He is likely still in the vicinity or has returned to the town, the elder remarked. The others exchanged glances, and one suggested, "Let us divide and conquer. Whoever captures him first shall take the prize." "That is unwise. This old man may know the boy's whereabouts. It could merely be a ruse." "I refuse to be swayed by the old man's deceit," a powerful figure asserted. The elder shot him a fierce glare. "Humph, what insolent youth dares to speak so? If you reveal your lineage, I shall certainly pay you a visit. Hyn family, if you possess the courage, then come." "I do not believe you can truly represent the Lian clan," the strong man retorted. "Enough of this bickering. If we continue, the boy will escape further afield. Those willing to act independently may do so, while those who prefer to follow can remain with him," another powerful figure interjected. Several nodded in agreement, deeming the action plan acceptable, and thus dispersed. Those who doubted the elder continued to shadow him. Among them, one strongman cast his gaze towards the state boundary. He deemed the elder's words unreliable and suspected that the boy had already reached the holy state. After a brief moment of contemplation, he crossed the barrier and entered the holy state. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had already arrived at a town within the holy state, yet, as he set foot in the town, he sensed a formidable aura locking onto him. It was not the townsfolk but rather a powerful figure at the state border who had detected him. Lin Feng refrained from turning around, convinced that it was a pursuer from the state boundary, potentially the elder from the H. Lian family or another formidable foe. In any case, it was an existence he could not contend with. The powerful beings of the transformation stage faced limitations in visibility and spiritual awareness within the mist. However, once outside the fog, their sensitivity to energy was extraordinarily acute, allowing them to perceive Lin Feng's presence and lock onto him in a heartbeat. What should I do? Lin Feng thought, knowing that even without turning back, he had likely already been recognized. Ah, so you are here. That H. Lian elder truly is in league with you. The strongman's face brightened with glee. He was fortunate to have doubted the elder, for had the boy entered the town amidst the chaos, he might not have sensed Lin Feng's aura so readily. Stop! The transformation stage strongman lunged towards Lin Feng in an instant. Lin Feng's heart sank, and suddenly, he was whisked away by an overwhelming force. Where did he go? The strongman halted, staring at the empty entrance of the town, bewildered by Lin Feng's sudden disappearance. What trickery is this, to vanish right beneath my nose? The strongman was filled with suspicion. A mere lad at the Chi-Si stage could not possess such abilities, suggesting that someone within the town had aided him. I cannot allow you to escape. The chaotic fruit is an exceedingly rare treasure. It must belong to me. Greed flickered in the strongman's eyes. Such a valuable item could not be left for Lin Feng to hoard alone. Now that he had located Lin Feng, the chaotic fruit should rightfully be his. However, he had not anticipated that this small town in the holy state would harbor allies for Lin Feng, which left him feeling anxious. To vanish under his very nose, the one assisting Lin Feng must possess extraordinary capabilities. He promptly stepped into the town. As for Lin Feng, after a sudden shift in his form, he found himself in an inn. Young man, do you have any silver to stay? A middle-aged man patted his back, rousing Lin Feng. Thank you for your timely rescue, esteemed elder. What is your intention in bringing me here? Is it merely to provide me with lodging? Lin Feng inquired, somewhat puzzled. He obediently handed over some spirit stones, pondering whether this was a ploy to attract business, conveniently allowing him to evade the pursuit of the transformation stage strongman. The spirit stones are insufficient to cover the costs of my assistance. I require other items, the middle-aged man stated. Other items? Lin Feng's heart tightened. Could it be that this man was aware of the chaotic fruit? Do you possess a jade pendant within your storage ring? The strongman asked. Lin Feng retrieved the jade pendant. Could it be that you are connected to the leader of the Wanjian sect? He speculated, as this pendant had been given to him by the sect leader during a visit to the Lin family, making it the only logical connection. The strongman examined the pendant, polishing it. Indeed, this is the very pendant. It is a mother and child pendant. I had one half, and a brother of mine had the other. Upon your arrival, I sensed its presence. That fellow has not visited the holy state in many years, yet he entrusted it to you. What is your purpose here? In response, esteemed elder, I seek to join the Taichu sanctuary, Lin Feng replied. Tell me about your background and your connection with my brother, the innkeeper requested. Lin Feng recounted his tale faithfully. That fellow has taken on the role of a sect leader in the Dao state. How delightfully dull, the Dao state pales in comparison to the central state, the strongman remarked. Esteemed elder, what is your connection to our sect leader? Lin Feng inquired. That is beyond your comprehension. Since you possess the token he bestowed upon you, while on my territory, you shall undoubtedly be safe, the strongman replied nonchalantly. Are you implying that as long as I remain within this inn, I will be protected? Lin Feng probed. This town is under my jurisdiction. As long as you stay here, no one can harm you, the strongman affirmed. May I ask about your strength, esteemed elder? Lin Feng questioned. Nirvana, the strongman replied coolly. Lin Feng was taken aback. A predecessor of the Nirvana stage was before him. The Nirvana stage could indeed rival the H. Lian elder. If he chose to assist him, perhaps Lin Feng could seek help from the H. Lian family in the Dao state, potentially rescuing the Lin family. I know what you are thinking. I will not aid you, since my brother brought you to the holy state. He surely expects you to resolve your own matters, otherwise, he would have sent word for my assistance. You are likely a promising talent to be admitted to the Taichu sanctuary. Rest here for a few days and set off on your own. Your future accomplishments are bound to surpass mine, the strongman declared. Esteemed elder, what of the one pursuing me? Lin Feng asked. He will not find you, the strongman replied before vanishing from sight. Lin Feng blinked in bewilderment, only to realize that the previously deserted inn had suddenly come alive with activity. Patrons drank and dined, and curious glances were cast in Lin Feng's direction, as if they were astonished by the sudden appearance of a stranger. What sorcery is this? I was just in an illusion, Lin Feng thought, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had been curious about the absence of patrons in the inn, only to discover that the strongman had concealed everyone to facilitate their conversation. It was unclear whether it was merely those present or all the townsfolk who had been obscured. Indeed, the holy state was an extraordinary place. Even a humble innkeeper possessed the strength of the Nirvana stage. Chapter 61 The Journey of Three to the Sacred Land. Lin Feng felt a sense of relief, grateful that the innkeeper mentioned by the master of the Wanjian sect was located at the border of the state. Otherwise, he truly would have been without anyone to rescue him. However, he mused that the master of the Wanjian sect had likely anticipated this situation long ago. As long as he could reach the state border, there would naturally be someone to protect him. Whether he could cross the border depended entirely on Lin Feng's abilities. Lin Feng did not disappoint. He successfully traversed the state line, and with the protection of a powerful ally, he was presumably free from the old man's threat. The old man's return would undoubtedly bring troubles for the Lin family, and it was uncertain what kind of turmoil the Hellion family might stir up. Lin Feng was uncertain whether his escape would nullify the agreement with the Hellion family and whether it would ensure the Lin family's safety for a year. If the Hellion family were to retaliate, it could spell disaster for the Lin clan. If the repercussions were merely restrictions on movement or mild punishment, that would be manageable. However, should they, in a fit of rage, disregard the agreement and annihilate the Lin family, then all of Lin Feng's efforts would not only have failed to save them but would have instead led to their demise. Nonetheless, Lin Feng had already contemplated the worst-case scenario, therefore, his plan hinged on these crucial days. If the Hellion family intended to take action against the Lin family, regardless of whether he could deliver the Sunhai Sword Classic, he needed to enter the Taichu Sacred Land within half a month to rescue the Lin family members at the earliest opportunity. He estimated he had at most a month. The old man would require some time to return to the Hellion family, followed by discussions that would take additional time, and then further time to reach the Lin family. If the master of the Wanjian sect were to come to their aid, they might gain some extra time. However, transmitting news from Shenzhou to Daozhou would also require time. The situation was pressing, and it seemed immediate action was necessary. Lin Feng dared not delay, having no time even for a half-day's rest. As Lin Feng stepped out of the inn, he noticed that the powerful figures on the street exuded a superior aura compared to those in Daozhou. Upon entering the realm of Shenzhou, he sensed that the spiritual energy in Shenzhou was at least double that of Daozhou. "Brother Lin, we meet again. You have come as well." A young man approached Lin Feng and greeted him. Upon closer inspection, Lin Feng recognized him as the violet-eyed man he had encountered at the state border, Chen Qing. "Ah, it is Brother Chen," Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "Brother Lin, how was your experience in the fog at the state border?" Chen Qing inquired. He had not dared to linger in the fog, hastily leaving the border for Shenzhou, harboring some regret. If Lin Feng had found nothing, he would feel much better, hence his inquiry. Lin Feng smiled slightly. "I didn't find much, just a few spirit fruits." "A few spirit fruits are still commendable, Brother Lin. You truly possess remarkable courage. I wouldn't dare to stay long in that fog," Chen Qing remarked. "Brother Chen, your caution is commendable." "It is a virtue that ensures longevity," Lin Feng replied. "Ah, Brother Lin, you flatter me. It is you who possess extraordinary courage. You will surely surpass me in the future," Chen Qing said. "So, Brother Lin, are you not staying at the inn?" Chen Qing asked. "Yes, I plan to set off immediately." "It is still light, and there is no need to stay at the inn," Lin Feng stated. "I feel the same way. Why not travel together? It is safer on the road, and to be honest, this is my first time in Shenzhou," Chen Qing suggested. "That seems feasible," Lin Feng agreed, noting that Chen Qing appeared to be somewhat inexperienced, initially cautious but not overly cunning once familiar. As they exited the small town, Lin Feng took a moment to glance around and noticed that there were no powerful figures tracking him. It seemed the innkeeper had effectively shielded him. Chen Qing produced a map of Shenzhou, examined it, and remarked, "The Taichu Sacred Land is quite close. At this rate, if we hurry, we might arrive in just 7 or 8 days. However, this route takes us through the remnant water region and the Qianchong Mountains, which are said to be far more perilous than Daozhou. Any random waterway or deep mountain could harbor formidable beasts, beyond what we in the Qi realm could contend with. The Sacred Land is indeed not an ordinary place. It is nestled deep within the mountains, away from the main roads." 7 or 8 days, does it truly require that long? Lin Feng expressed his concern regarding the time frame. "Are you in a hurry, Brother Lin?" "It is not far. You must understand that Qingzhou is over 10 times larger than Daozhou, nearly equivalent to 10 Daozhou in size. Our Daozhou is but a mere speck," Chen Qing explained. "That we can reach the Taichu Sacred Land this quickly is only due to its proximity to the state border. Otherwise, it could take a month or more to reach other factions," Chen Qing continued. "Nevertheless, I am indeed somewhat anxious," Lin Feng admitted, feeling a sense of urgency, but he recognized that he had no other course of action. He could only take it one step at a time. "Wait a moment, you two." At that instant, a young girl's voice called out from behind Lin Feng and Chen Shang. Lin Feng turned to see it was Morong Ning. "Lin Feng, we meet again." "I thought you were setting out alone, yet you have a companion," Morong Ning remarked. "This is a friend I met on the road, named Chen Shang, from the Chen family," Lin Feng introduced, then turned to Chen Xing, saying, "This is Miss Morong Ning, from the Morong family. I have heard of you." "It is a pleasure to meet you," Morong Ning greeted. "Ah, so she is the daughter of the Morong family from Yupon City," Chen Xing said, bowing his hand in respect. He was instantly captivated by Morong Ning's demeanor. Compared to other women, she appeared refreshingly simple, her posture upright and exuding a spirited charm. While not conventionally beautiful, her presence was undeniably striking. "Brother Lin, is this Miss Morong accompanying us?" Chen Qing inquired eagerly. Lin Feng looked at Morong Ning, who readily affirmed, "If we are all heading to the Sacred Land, then we shall travel together." "Splendid, with the 3 of us, our journey will be much safer. The areas we will traverse may harbor some fierce birds and beasts, but rest assured, Miss Morong, I will do my utmost to protect you," Chen Qing assured. Morong Ning frowned, clearly displeased. Lin Feng interjected, "Brother Chen, you speak too much. Miss Morong possesses strength far surpassing yours. Surely not, but Brother Lin, you have not witnessed her capabilities. How can you make such a claim? I, Chen Qing, am the eldest son of the Chen family. How could I possibly be outmatched by a woman? Chen Cheng protested vehemently. Young Master Chen, are you underestimating me? Morong Ning replied coolly. Lin Feng was aware that Morong Ning was not someone easy to deal with, and Chen Qing had indeed spoken out of turn. He quickly redirected the conversation, asking, Miss Morong, did you encounter any dangers at the state border? The group pursuing him had been looking for Lin Feng, but upon seeing Morong Ning, they likely would have inquired about her as well. I was questioned, but there was nothing of concern. I simply returned to purchase a boundary token and proceeded directly here, Morong Ning explained. Miss Morong, that was not my intent, I merely Chen Qing attempted to clarify, but ultimately said, I was presumptuous. Chapter 62. A request to send a letter. The residual water domain. Morong Ning paid little heed to the situation. However, Lin Feng was in a rush to reach the sacred land. Brother Lin, you seem quite anxious to head to the sacred land. Is there something pressing? Chen Qing inquired. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and, without concealment, laid out the circumstances before him, albeit omitting certain truths and primarily addressing the crisis facing his family. Given your predicament, Brother Lin, it does seem somewhat perilous. However, since the Hellion family has granted your Lin family a year's time, it stands to reason that your family must have offered some form of quid pro quo. With conditions in play, negotiations can commence. The Hellion family is not one to rashly sever ties out of anger among the prominent families. Transactions are often driven by mutual benefit. Brother Lin, when you initially fled, you ought to have left a note indicating your return. This would have prolonged the Hellion family's patience. Your abrupt departure without a word is likely to earn you their ire. Of course, there is no need for excessive worry. The Lin family should not suffer immediate losses, though prolonged neglect could spell trouble. Since a year was agreed upon from the outset, I believe a duration of 6 months might still be afforded, unless they determine you have forsaken your family. Chen Cheng analyzed. Thus, according to your assessment, my family should remain unscathed for the time being, and the Hellion family will grant me some additional respite? Lin Feng queried. Indeed, I possess a fair understanding of familial dynamics. After all, extinguishing the Lin family would yield no benefit for the Hellion family, rather, it could jeopardize the terms of your agreement. Therefore, it is likely they will issue threats, but only act decisively once the agreed deadline has passed. This is merely speculation, yet you must depart post-haste, Chen Qing advised. However, the recruitment at the Taichu Sacred Land does not commence the moment we arrive. The assessments are conducted in batches, and we shall likely be part of the first. Yet, it will not begin immediately. They will wait until sufficient candidates are present. Therefore, there is no immediate urgency regarding this matter. Then, Miss Morong, Brother Chen, please wait for me a moment, Lin Feng said. What is it, Brother Lin? Chen Qing asked. Returning to the inn, Lin Feng retrieved a jade pendant. After previously displaying it to the innkeeper, the proprietor had not taken it back, leaving it with Lin Feng, presumably granting him some measure of respect in return. As Lin Feng engaged in a dialogue imbued with sentiment, the figure of a powerful entity gradually materialized before him. Young one, do you truly believe a mere jade pendant can compel me to assist you repeatedly? The formidable figure remarked, casting a discontented glance at Lin Feng. Senior, your prior assistance in dispatching a formidable opponent upon my arrival in the town was indeed invaluable. However, that was not the true dilemma I sought to resolve. I now have a minor request for your aid. Rest assured, it is but a trifling matter, not of great consequence, Lin Feng said respectfully. Speak, then, the powerful figure responded, showing some willingness to listen, though disinclined to indulge in greed. Due to my hasty escape, I fear the Hellion family may retaliate against my Lin family. If they merely pose difficulties, that would be manageable, yet I dread the possibility of them striking with lethal intent, offering no chance for reprieve. Hence, I implore you to help me send this letter back to Daozhou, addressed to the Hellion family's legitimate daughter, Hellion Fu. Sending it directly to the Hellion family may yield unpredictable outcomes. However, given my understanding of Hellion Fu's character, she might assist in delaying any actions against my family. Die in the hands of the elder. However, the outcome could be dire. He might wish to tear it up on the spot, sealing the fate of the Lin family. You wish to send it to Daozhou and ensure it reaches a specified individual? Young man, this is no trivial task, the powerful figure remarked, raising an eyebrow at Lin Feng. I beseech you, senior, to help me find a reliable courier. This is all the spirit stones I possess, Lin Feng declared, presenting his entire fortune. In his current predicament, he felt assured only by entrusting this powerful figure with the task. The letter within stated that he had not fled but had merely discovered a lead on the Tsung Hai sword cannon, requesting a month's time to return with it, and urging them not to harm his Lin family in the interim. With this letter in hand, Lin Feng was confident that Hellion Fu would ensure the temporary safety of the Lin family, allowing the Hellion family to rest easy for the time being. After all, a month was not an excessively long duration. Very well, I shall extend a favor to my brother and assist you. I shall accept these spirit stones, the powerful figure said, taking Lin Feng's storage ring and exclaiming in astonishment, my, so many spirit stones. It appears I have struck a fortunate deal. Not much, merely a token of appreciation from a junior. Thank you, senior, Lin Feng replied, aware that the success of this endeavor was critical. If Hellion Fu did not receive the letter, the fate of the Lin family was uncertain. Alright, you have proven yourself capable. Should you grow stronger in the future, we may yet cultivate a closer rapport, the powerful figure said with a hearty laugh, as Lin Feng once again found his surroundings shifting back to the bustling inn. Lin Feng marveled anew at the terrifying capabilities of a Nirvana realm expert. With the powerful figure's assistance, he felt a sense of reassurance and could now proceed to the Taichu sacred land with peace of mind. The trio set forth on their long journey. In truth, the distance to the sacred land was not excessive, however, its remote location necessitated that ordinary cultivators traverse mountains and waters, serving as a test for potential disciples. Those who had reached the Sky Ascendance realm would find the journey significantly easier, soaring through the air with ease. Regrettably, all three remained at the Qi realm. At their age, very few achieved the Sky Ascendance realm, especially in Daozhou, where not a single one could be found. As Chen Qing had explained, the Taichu Sacred Land had specific criteria for recruitment, favoring talented individuals and imposing age restrictions. Candidates must be under 25 years of age. Fortunately, none of the three exceeded this limit. Before long, they arrived at the most treacherous section of their journey, the residual water domain. This area featured a narrow path flanked by water on either side, teeming with water demons. Miss Morong, Brother Lin, exercise caution, Chen Qing warned. Morong Ning swiftly readied her spear, while Lin Feng unsheathed his sword. Chen Qing activated his purple extreme demon eye, donning a pair of gauntlets, revealing his prowess in martial arts, which was rare among Lin Feng's sword-practicing sect. "They're coming!" Morong Ning exclaimed, as a swarm of demonic beasts launched their assault upon the trio. In this residual water domain, the multitude of beasts, driven by hunger, could not resist the opportunity presented by the three individuals boldly traversing the narrow path. In an instant, they surged forth, a veritable tide of creatures, sending shivers down their spines. Chapter 63 Entering the Remnant Water Domain, the Newcomer Assessment, the Sword Manual of the Vast Sea, Second Layer. In this dire situation, Lin Feng's sword intent proved to be immensely valuable, with sword energy surging through the air, an excellent technique for widespread extermination of the demonic beasts. In an instant, torrents of foul blood cascaded through the sky as countless beasts were felled, yet, the creatures of the remnant water domain swarmed like fish crossing a river, their numbers overwhelming. The trio could not advance a single step during their battle, forced to linger in this perilous place. "Brother Lin, Miss Morong, you are quite formidable. Thankfully, we teamed up with you. Otherwise, I fear we would not have made it through on our own," exclaimed Chen Qing, as he caught his breath, leaning back against the two. "This stalemate cannot continue." Just then, a powerful figure descended from the sky, effortlessly slaying countless water demons with a mere wave of his hand. The remnant water domain fell silent, the creatures no longer daring to act recklessly, presumably aware of the might of their visitor. "Are you three here to participate in the recruitment of the Taichu Sacred Land?" the figure inquired, a smile gracing his face as he landed gracefully. Observing his aura, Lin Feng surmised he was no ordinary individual, likely transcending the realm of fortune. "Yes, we are, and we are grateful for your assistance, esteemed elder. May I ask who you are?" Chen Qing inquired, cupping his hands in respect. "I am the wandering ascetic of the Carefree sect. Having saved you, I trust you shall show your gratitude by agreeing to some of my conditions," the elder proclaimed, exuding an air of profound mystery. "Elder, do you seek a reward?" "I have some spirit stones if you desire," Chen Qing offered. "I have no need for such mundane trinkets. I have made my intentions clear. I am here to recruit for my sect. Had it not been for my intervention, you three might have perished at the hands of these water demons. Therefore, I propose you join the Carefree sect," the elder stated bluntly. "But we intend to join the Taichu Sacred Land," Chen Qing protested. "I am well aware of your desire to join the Taichu Sacred Land, which is precisely why I intervened. If you were not talented individuals heading there, I would not have bothered to save you," the wandering ascetic replied. The trio exchanged glances, realizing the complexity of the sacred province, where even disciples were coveted. "What is your decision?" "The benefits of my Carefree sect are not inferior to those of the Sacred Land. I will grant you 3 breaths to consider. Will you join or not?" the elder announced. "Brother Lin, I fear we may be in danger if we refuse." "This old man does not seem simple," Chen Qing said, a hint of worry in his tone. Lin Feng, however, decisively interjected, "Elder, I wish to pose a single question. Can you assist me in resolving my troubles in the Daozhou? To be candid, my family has attracted the attention of a prominent family in Daozhou, and I require assistance. If you can resolve that issue, I shall join your sect," Lin Feng stated. "You, my boy, still have troubles? That I shall pass. I detest complications." Next. The wandering ascetic waved his hand dismissively, summoning a powerful gust that swept Lin Feng into the remnant water domain without a shred of resistance, his body engulfed by the turbulent waters. "Brother Lin!" Chen Qing shouted in alarm. "Now it is your turn," the elder declared, his demeanor unyielding as he carelessly tossed Morong Ning into the water as well. Chen Qing swallowed hard, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. "I refuse. Who do you think you are to coerce us into submission? You've harmed my friends. Just wait. If I survive, I will surely exact revenge." Chen Qing cried out, his expression fierce, as he leaped into the water. The elder murmured to himself, "These youngsters possess quite the spirit." Indeed, apart from Lin Feng, who was deemed a nuisance and unceremoniously cast aside, the others exhibited remarkable resolve. However, given the choice, Lin Feng would never opt for demise. After all, as long as the green hills remain, there is no fear of lacking firewood. He could only commend the bravery of his companions. After Lin Feng plunged into the water, countless water demons surged towards him, but as they approached, they were repelled by his overwhelming sword intent. Lin Feng unleashed the full extent of the vast sea sword intent, annihilating the surrounding fish demons. Blood erupted to the surface in torrents. "Remarkable, to slay so many demons underwater. This lad is no ordinary disciple." He possesses considerable talent, the elder observed from above. Preparing to depart immediately, he cast a spell towards the remnant water domain, causing the waters to churn violently, with numerous whirlpools forming beneath, intensifying the perilous currents. Lin Feng swam downstream, exerting himself to evade the relentless water demons, fighting and sprinting with all his might. Fortunately, as cultivators, they could hold their breath for extended periods, otherwise, he would have had no opportunity to contend with the demons. Yet, every time he attempted to surface, he found himself ensnared by numerous water demons, gnawing at his flesh, some even seeking to invade his very being. Lin Feng was left with no choice but to be swept along by the currents. A day and night passed. Lin Feng continued his struggle against the water demons, but when he finally broke through the surface, he discovered he was no longer in the same location and had no idea where he had emerged. Before him lay a cave by the water's edge. He climbed ashore to rest. Who would have thought traversing the remnant water domain would lead to such an encounter? I wonder how Morong Ning and Chen Chang are faring, Lin Feng sighed. The water demons were not particularly formidable, yet without substantial stamina, he doubted he could have endured this long. Surviving to reach this cave, he mused, was likely no less challenging than the assessments of the sacred land. Gazing at the myriad wounds adorning his body, including several on his face, he retrieved some healing herbs from his storage ring to apply. At that moment, he sensed some movement in the water, catching sight of a flash of red. Morong Ning? Lin Feng mused, recognizing the hue reminiscent of her garments. After a brief hesitation, he plunged back into the water, wielding his sword intent once more to disperse the surrounding water demons, ultimately rescuing the figure clad in red. Indeed, it was Morong Ning. At present, she was also covered in wounds, her condition far worse than Lin Feng's. Upon seeing him, she coughed up water and fainted, likely having reached her limit. Had she not encountered Lin Feng, her fate would have been sealed. Lin Feng intended to inquire how she had fallen in, as logically, agreeing to the elder's condition should have prevented such an outcome. Yet, considering Morong Ning's tenacious character, he understood. She had likely vowed to resist at all costs. However, Lin Feng found it peculiar. As one of the top forces in the sacred province, how could the Taichu sacred land remain oblivious to someone poaching their disciples? He sensed that something was amiss. He had a vague suspicion. The assessments for new recruits were notoriously rigorous and varied each year. Perhaps the moment they entered the remnant water domain, the newcomer assessment had already commenced. Chapter 64. A temporary respite, consuming the chaos fruit. This, of course, was merely Lin Feng's conjecture. Whether the current situation truly constituted an assessment of the primordial sacred land remained uncertain. After all, they were not in the primordial sacred land but rather in the remnant water domain. If the assessment commenced from this very location, it would indeed be a manifestation of madness, particularly when it was still unclear whether they intended to join the primordial sacred land. Lin Feng gazed upon Morong Ning's form, her garments mostly tattered and gnawed upon, revealing no hint of allure, as her body was marred with wounds, her visage scarcely recognizable. The scene was dire. Morong Ning's plight was far more grievous than Lin Feng's, verging on the brink of death, for her injuries were not merely superficial. For a cultivator, the depletion of spiritual energy and the exhaustion of internal strength marked the true end of the road. Fortunately, Lin Feng had discovered that she was still alive, otherwise, Morong Ning would have surely perished. Were she a stranger, Lin Feng would have shown little inclination to intervene, yet Morong's family head had once aided him, and it was likely that Morong Ning had accompanied him to the sacred land out of curiosity. Should Morong Ning perish in this desolate expanse, the family head would undoubtedly be plunged into inconsolable grief. From his storage ring, Lin Feng procured a superior healing elixir for Morong Ning, administering it both internally and externally, while also providing her with a change of clothing. After the depletion of spiritual power, a cultivator's strength dwindles to that of an ordinary person, and the risk of illness looms large. Once he had attended to these matters, Lin Feng retrieved some materials from his storage ring and kindled a fire. As he sat by the water's edge, he pondered the possibility that Chen Qing had also fallen. However, after a prolonged observation, no other figures emerged. This led him to conclude that the choices were either submission to the elder or demise. Yet, for Lin Feng, there was little emotional upheaval. They were merely transient companions, scarcely even friends. After a night had passed, Morong Ning finally reached the threshold of consciousness. Following a couple of coughs, she inhaled sharply. Supporting her forehead with one hand, she murmured, "Why does my body ache so? Did I not fall into the remnant water domain, Lin Feng?" Upon seeing Lin Feng, she was met with his gentle smile. "You are fortunate. I happened to ascend this cave and found you. How did you come to fall?" "I recall refusing the old man's request, only to be jolted into the water, beset by countless water demons. I fought valiantly until I could resist no longer and lost consciousness," Morong Ning replied, her head throbbing. "Just as I suspected, and Chun Chang?" Lin Feng inquired. "I fell first, I know not what became of him," Morong Ning responded. "Rest well. Your swift awakening is a testament to your fortitude. If hunger strikes, search your storage ring for provisions," Lin Feng suggested. Morong Ning discovered that her storage ring remained on her finger and retrieved some dry rations. "Wait, what has happened to my clothing?" "Lin Feng, did you change me?" she exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, I did. Your garments had become enmeshed with your wounds. It was unavoidable," Lin Feng explained. "Does that mean you have seen me unclothed?" Morong Ning retorted, a mix of shame and anger igniting her cheeks. Lin Feng could not suppress a chuckle. "You should take a look at yourself. You are hardly in a state to be modest. Every inch of you is marred, and your face is a sight to behold." "What does it matter if I have seen you?" Morong Ning glanced at her body and then retrieved a small mirror to examine her face, only to find her injuries were indeed appalling, enough to deter any normal person from gazing upon her. In any case, your actions are inappropriate, but I am still grateful, she stammered, at a loss for words. Having never encountered such a situation before, despite her typically bold demeanor, she felt a flutter of feminine shyness. No need for thanks, focus on your recovery. I suspect that old priest is not quite right. Perhaps this is the assessment of the primordial sacred land, Linfeng speculated. The assessment of the primordial sacred land, if this is indeed a test, I shall curse him and his entire family. Were it not for you, I would have perished, Morong Ning's eyes blazed with indignation. It is merely conjecture, we shall ascertain the truth upon our arrival at the sacred land, Linfeng replied. Listening to you, I too find it peculiar. The primordial sacred land is one of the foremost powers in the holy state, who would dare provoke them and resort to such underhanded tactics, they must be courting death, Morong Ning pondered. Enough. Rest and do not dwell on it, I shall wait here for 3 days, after that, I will depart, Linfeng declared. Morong Ning cast a deep glance at Linfeng. Thank you. She thought to herself that a man of Linfeng's formidable strength and responsibility would not be a poor choice as her partner, yet she would leave the initiative to him, refraining from broaching the subject. After all, he had once declined her in Yupon City. As hours passed, Linfeng's fire crackled warmly, while Morong Ning drifted into a state of drowsiness. Once more seizing the moment, Linfeng retrieved the chaos fruit from his storage ring. Throughout their journey, he had found little opportunity to consume it, and now seemed an opportune moment. Remote, deserted, with only Morong Ning in attendance, with her incapacitated, she posed no hindrance to him. Thus, he resolved to refine the chaos fruit, enhancing his aptitude before reaching the sacred land. Linfeng unleashed a strand of sword intent to envelop the cave and, without hesitation, consumed the chaos fruit. The chaos fruit bore no discernible color, seemingly absorbing all hues around it, presenting a chaotic appearance. However, as it slid down his throat, its flavor was remarkably sweet and refreshing, akin to that of an ordinary fruit. Yet, as it gradually flowed into his abdomen, a monumental transformation took place. A vast and profound chaotic energy erupted within Linfeng's being. It surged wildly within his dantian, engaging in a chemical reaction with the spiritual energy housed there, abruptly giving rise to a wisp of chaotic celestial power that floated within his dantian. The surrounding spiritual energy surged forth, mingling with that trace of chaotic celestial power, becoming tinged with a faint chaotic essence. This chaotic energy coursed through his veins, transforming his entire spiritual energy into this diluted chaotic spiritual energy. Linfeng clenched his fist and swung it forward with great force. The spiritual energy, infused with chaotic essence, parted the air before him, leaving an imprint of his fist upon the rock wall, causing the cave to tremble. My strength has increased at least twofold compared to before, Linfeng marveled with delight. This was merely the spiritual energy on his body infused with a trace of chaotic power. If he were to diligently cultivate the chaotic celestial power and convert all of his spiritual energy into it, his strength would multiply by hundreds. The chaos fruit, indeed, was extraordinary. Chapter 65. Press on, Black Dragon. All of this transpired within a mere span of minutes. What astonished Linfeng the most was how effortlessly he absorbed the chaotic fruit. Typically, when cultivators attempt to absorb potent heavenly materials or earthly treasures, they face life-threatening risks, yet this chaotic fruit seemed akin to consuming a mere fruit, seamlessly assimilated by his body, transforming into chaotic celestial energy. No wonder so many sought it. It was indeed formidable, and now, possessing 2 Imperial-level techniques, an innate sword physique, and supreme bones, along with chaotic celestial energy, he must surely stand out among his peers, even amongst those of the sacred lands. A flicker of brilliance flashed in Linfeng's eyes. Even if the recruitment standards of the Taichu Sacred Land were exceedingly high, this was already sufficient. Should Taichu Sacred Land decline to accept him, other powerful factions would undoubtedly covet him. Contemplating this, Linfeng commenced refining the chaotic celestial energy. A single chaotic fruit had only yielded a trace of chaotic celestial energy. One could only imagine how long it would take to convert all his spiritual power into chaotic celestial energy. However, where there is one, there will be more. Having acquired a modicum of chaotic celestial energy, he feared not the absence of further gains. Once he fully transformed his internal spiritual power into chaotic celestial energy, transcending realms and becoming invincible would be within reach. While he could already contend across realms in Daozhou, what awaited him in Shangzhou remained uncertain. Judging by the density of spiritual energy in Shangzhou, its overall strength likely surpassed that of Daozhou by several folds, and the talents here should also be more formidable. Yet, the extent of this strength would only become apparent through direct experience. At this moment, Morong Ning stirred from her stupor, awakened by the commotion caused by Linfeng's exertions. In her haze, she beheld Linfeng meditating, emanating an aura that was both chaotic and awe-inspiring. It seemed that he had grown even stronger. Time slipped by, and 3 days had elapsed. Utilizing superior medicinal salves, Morong Ning's wounds healed rapidly. Her minor injuries had largely mended, while the major ones had formed scabs. At last, she no longer needed to avoid Linfeng. As a young woman, she possessed a certain vanity. The scabs on her face had rendered her appearance quite unattractive, even startling her when gazing into a mirror. During that time, she had kept her head down, reluctant to face Linfeng. Naturally, he had not mentioned it, instead dedicating himself to 3 days of cultivation. Today, however, the scars had faded, revealing her smooth and spirited visage once more. Lady Morong, it is now the 3rd day. You should be well on the mend. It is time to depart from this place. This cavern, situated within the waters, was shrouded in darkness, leaving Linfeng unaware of their precise location in the waterway or how long it would take to escape, not to mention whether their exit would lead to yet another fierce battle. We should be downstream. The water spirits here are scarce. If we can exit from downstream, we should encounter minimal danger, Morong Ning noted, having observed the waters over the past few days. Indeed, let us set forth and discover the truth. Would you prefer to remain here while I scout ahead? Lin Feng hesitated before suggesting. No need, do you take me for a delicate flower from a greenhouse? Morong Ning, Lin Feng smiled, then let us be on our way. He brandished his long sword, plunging it into the water with a forceful thrust, unleashing a torrent of sword intent that compelled most water spirits to steer clear, save for a few who lacked awareness. In the desolate waters, nearly falling into the depths was manageable. What posed a grave threat was having wounds that could attract blood. Given that they were downstream and faced few water spirits, Lin Feng was able to disperse the beasts with his sword intent. Morong Ning followed closely behind him. The two swam for a considerable duration, perplexed by the sensation that they were trapped within a tunnel, unable to glimpse the water's surface, with rocky walls surrounding them, as if escape were impossible. This waterway is exceedingly long. Where could it possibly lead? Morong Ning inquired, seeking a wider space to emerge above the surface and catch her breath. Lin Feng soon followed, and from their vantage point, it appeared they were heading towards the sacred land, having not strayed too far. As long as they could find a way out, they should not miss the recruitment of the sacred land. Yet the path seemed interminable. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Let us continue swimming. As they pressed on, they suddenly discovered that the waterway ahead widened, becoming expansive. Whereas the previous section resembled a river, this area was akin to a vast lake, a deep pool. At that moment, Lin Feng felt a tug on his arm, and turning to see Morong Ning, her face was etched with terror as she pointed downward. Lin Feng glanced below, his pupils constricting in alarm. A dragon, a colossal black dragon, lay coiled in slumber beneath them. Its scales were perfectly adapted for camouflage in the pitch-black depths, allowing Lin Feng to miss its presence initially. The rise and fall of its breathing resonated ominously, causing both to hold their breaths in trepidation. No wonder the water spirits were nearly absent. Such a formidable creature resided here. Dragons, by nature, possess a low threshold of power. With minimal cultivation, they could rival human strongholds. Should this black dragon awaken, both Lin Feng and Morong Ning would surely meet their demise. Just as they contemplated retreating, the dragon's enormous eyes suddenly snapped open. Dragons are fiercely territorial. Any creature intruding upon their domain is either prey or a mere casualty. With a deafening roar, the black dragon lunged at them, its gaping maw ready to consume. Lin Feng and Morong Ning hastily swam away, Lin Feng urgently pulling Morong Ning aside to narrowly evade the dragon's jaws, gesturing toward another direction. Having already roused the dragon, retreating was futile. Pressing forward was their only recourse, perhaps leading them to an exit and a glimmer of survival. Morong Ning swiftly propelled herself toward the other side of the pool, with Lin Feng hot on her heels, while the black dragon relentlessly pursued. Lin Feng summoned every ounce of his strength to unleash a wave of oceanic sword intent, which spread through the water, compelling the dragon to close its eyes, as if its vision were a vulnerable point susceptible to the sword intent's harm. While releasing the sword intent, Lin Feng continued his escape. Yet, with a thunderous roar, the dragon emitted a powerful sound wave that struck Lin Feng, slamming him against the rocky wall. Morong Ning, witnessing this, hurriedly swam over to assist Lin Feng. The black dragon's speed was formidable, and in an instant, it reached their side. Morong Ning, her expression fraught with urgency, scanned their surroundings and quickly pulled Lin Feng into a crevice in the rock wall, squeezing them both inside. The dragon collided violently with the rock face, the ground trembled, and the walls quaked, as if on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, the section of rock that Morong Ning had chosen was remarkably sturdy. The dragon's massive form was unable to open its mouth wide enough to reach them. Lin Feng regained a modicum of strength and directed a blade of sword energy toward the dragon. The dragon, with its enormous eye fixed upon them, loomed dangerously close, its immense presence casting an oppressive weight over the pair. Chapter 66, The Escape from Black Dragon Pool, the 19 Peaks of the Sacred Land. What should we do? Morong Ning gazed at Lin Feng with an expression brimming with inquiry. Beneath the water, communication was futile, yet both were acutely aware of the perilous predicament they faced. Lin Feng, at a loss for a solution, could only muster all his strength to wield the Songhai sword cannon, attempting to force back the rampaging black dragon. However, the creature only grew more frenzied, its enormous eyes seething with rage, intent on devouring the two intruders. The dragon, Lin Feng and Morong Ning were merely insignificant shrimp, daring to trespass into its domain and provoke it, an act tantamount to courting death. A thunderous rumble reverberated as the bottom of the pool quaked violently. To their astonishment, a beam of light pierced through the depths, revealing an exit above. Both realized the significance of this discovery, yet reaching the escape would not be an easy feat. The black dragon would not allow them to flee unscathed, and the walls were on the brink of shattering. I will go out first, then you follow. In a moment of desperation, Lin Feng inscribed these words in Morong Ning's hand. They currently hid within a crevice of the rock wall, safe from the dragoness wrath, but as the assault continued, the fissure would inevitably widen and crumble. Should that occur, their chances of escape would vanish entirely. If Lin Feng ventured out first, perhaps one of them might still survive. Morong Ning looked at Lin Feng, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment, touched by his willingness to sacrifice his own safety for her chance at survival. Yet Lin Feng was not so altruistic, he simply recognized the necessity of taking risks. Since Morong Ning hesitated to leave, he resolved to be the one to go first. He rummaged through his storage ring, consumed a pill that would unleash a powerful surge of energy, then affixed several speed-enhancing talismans to himself and handed two to Morong Ning. As the black dragon struck the rock wall, he unleashed the most formidable move of the Songhai sword cannon, directing it straight at the unarmored visage of the dragon. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged forth. Roar! The black dragon was incensed by this assault, its blood bubbling to the surface of the pool as its massive body twisted and turned, swiftly altering course to pursue Lin Feng. As the dragon closed in on him, Morong Ning's heart raced with trepidation, yet there was no time for hesitation. This was her best chance to escape. With the dragon focused on Lin Feng, she seized the opportunity to flee. Although she felt a pang of guilt for abandoning Linfeng, contravening her principles, she realized that any delay would render his sacrifice meaningless. Resolutely, she turned her back on Linfeng and hastened toward the light above the pool. Suddenly, she felt a surge of electricity coursing through her, momentarily paralyzing her. Looking back, she saw Linfeng unleashing a torrent of purple arcs of electricity, which spread throughout the water, affecting a vast area. The black dragon was momentarily stunned by the electric onslaught. Fortunately, the distance mitigated the impact on her, while Linfeng faced an overwhelming surge of voltage. Linfeng, nearly at his limit, unleashed the thunderous fury, filling the entire expanse of water with electric arcs. He too was not spared, convulsing from the shock, yet he dared not relent. The instant he did, the black dragon would swallow him whole. Time stretched on for what felt like an eternity. Morong Ning, gritting her teeth against the electric shock, finally broke through to the surface of the pool. Linfeng, hurry up! Morong Ning grasped his hand and pulled him ashore. In the next moment, a colossal splash erupted from the depths, but the black dragon remained submerged, not surfacing. Exhausted, they leaned against one another, panting heavily, their hair and clothes soaked through. Linfeng, I owe you my life. Without you, I would never have escaped. Morong Ning gasped, her hair clinging to her delicate face. It's a trivial matter. One of us had to survive. I merely sought an opportunity for myself. Thankfully, we both made it out. Linfeng replied. Then I must express my gratitude. If you ever require anything in the future, I will do my utmost to oblige, Morong Ning declared. She was not one to take favors lightly, especially considering this was the second time he had saved her life. Let us discuss that later. First, let us ascertain our surroundings. Linfeng struggled to stand, observing the picturesque scenery around them, lush mountains, melodious birdsong, and fragrant blossoms, resembling a pristine landscape painting. Yet the elevation suggested they were atop a considerable peak. Could this be the Wanzhong Mountain? Morong Ning speculated. It doesn't seem so. The spiritual energy here is abundant, far surpassing that of the remnants of the water domain. There must be a spirit gathering array nearby, indicating a place of cultivation. Linfeng remarked. A sacred land? Have we truly approached the vicinity of a sacred land? Morong Ning exclaimed in astonishment. I suspect this may be within the sacred land itself. Linfeng furrowed his brow. Who goes there? A voice interjected as a plump young man in disciple robes approached, eyeing them suspiciously. This is the 19 peaks. Which peak do you belong to? Why aren't you in disciple attire? Could it be that new recruits have slipped in unnoticed? Linfeng and Morong Ning exchanged glances, Linfeng noting that the other's cultivation was superior to theirs. May I inquire, good sir, where exactly are we? We are merely humble cultivators who have narrowly escaped from the depths of the Black Dragon Pool. This is the 19 peaks of the Taichu Sacred Land. What nonsense are you spouting? Escaping from the depths of the Black Dragon Pool? How did you even enter our 19 peaks? The plump young man retorted. Chapter 67. Entering the sacred land through the back door. Third assessment. Linfeng furrowed his brow. Is this truly the Taichu sacred land? Might I inquire if this pool leads to the residual water domain? The slightly plump man replied dismissively. What nonsense are you two prattling about? Enough of your explanations. Come and meet the elder of the 19th peak. You can clarify your situation to him. He was uninterested in these trivial matters, having come to the vicinity of the Black Dragon Pool solely for cultivation. It was unexpected that two individuals would suddenly emerge from the water, disturbing his practice. Considering that the sacred land was currently recruiting new disciples, it seemed plausible that they had inadvertently wandered in. He felt it was beyond his jurisdiction to handle the situation and decided to leave it to the elder, as long as it did not disrupt his training. The slightly plump man escorted them to a pavilion. Elder Wu, these two are not from our Taichu sacred land. They appeared near the Black Dragon Pool and interrupted the disciples' cultivation. They claim to have come from the residual water domain and wish to join the sacred land. How should we proceed? He reported. A voice resonated from within the pavilion. Since they are newcomers, let them enter and explain their circumstances. While ordinary disciples may be unaware, as a seasoned elder in this place, he was well aware that the waters of the Black Dragon Pool indeed connected to the residual water domain. Thus, Linfeng and his companions' claims might hold some truth. They could have inadvertently arrived here. Since they had come to participate in the Taichu Sacred Land's recruitment, it was worth understanding their situation. Linfeng and Morong Ning soon found themselves in the presence of the elder. The old man sat in a grand chair within the pavilion, eyes closed in meditation. Although he made no overt display of his power, Linfeng could still sense an overwhelming aura emanating from him. The elder's cultivation level was likely beyond nirvana. The Taichu Sacred Land has regulations against outsiders trespassing. If you can adequately explain how you arrived here, I may grant you an opportunity, the elder stated, opening his eyes slowly. Linfeng explained, while traversing the residual water domain, we encountered an individual who claimed to be the Zixiao Taoist. He forced us to join his sect, and when we refused, he cast us into the residual water domain. We eventually drifted here. Such audacity? The elder's eyes glinted with disdain. To attempt to seize our sacred land disciples is a grave mistake. However, I must ask how you managed to survive the onslaught of the aquatic demons in the residual water domain and evade the black dragon lurking beneath the pool to arrive here? The elder regarded their words with skepticism, for Linfeng and Morong Ning were merely at the Qi Si realm. If their claims were indeed true, it would be nothing short of a miracle for them to reach this place alive. Linfeng was somewhat astonished. He had initially speculated that the Zixiao Taoist was a test, but it appeared it was merely a coincidence, and the Taichu Sacred Land was unaware of this incident. It was understandable, given that those who agreed to the Zixiao Taoist's demands were forcibly taken to the Zixiao sect, leaving no opportunity for dissent. This allowed the Zixiao Taoist to act with impunity for many years. Regarding the elder's inquiry about how they had arrived safely, Linfeng recounted their experiences in detail, including the techniques they had employed. From what you describe, your talent appears quite commendable. Please demonstrate your sword intent and your lightning technique, the elder requested. After a moment of hesitation, Linfeng unleashed his ocean sword intent and the thunderous art. The elder's eyes widened with surprise. Your talent is impressive, and your strength is commendable. You are not far off from the top disciples of our sacred land. It seems plausible that you two could have indeed survived at the bottom of the pool. You come to participate in the sacred land's recruitment, the elder inquired. Indeed, Linfeng affirmed. Then you may have arrived a tad late. The sacred land's assessments have already commenced, and you should be at the second round by now. To participate, you will likely need to wait for the next batch, the elder noted. Linfeng frowned. Any delay could jeopardize his family's safety, yet the elder continued. How about this, you shall join our 19th peak. Although we may not compare favorably to the preceding 18 peaks, we are still a significant peak with ample cultivation resources. Given the difficulties you have faced to arrive here, consider it as having passed the new disciple assessment. Linfeng was elated but hesitated. Elder, is this procedure compliant with the regulations? He feared that insufficient formalities might invalidate their status within the sacred land, thereby nullifying the protective mechanisms in place. I am the elder of this peak, and it is within my authority to recruit disciples. Do you believe this to be irregular? The elder raised an eyebrow. I merely wish to confirm, as I am quite excited. Linfeng quickly bowed respectfully. This situation indeed reflects a lapse on our part. It is unexpected that a sect would dare to act recklessly beneath our sacred land. Allowing you to join directly serves as a form of compensation, and your talent is indeed sufficient to qualify for this place, the elder explained. Yi Chen, please escort these two junior disciples to complete their formalities, the elder instructed. Yi Chen was none other than the slightly plump man who had guided Linfeng and Morongning earlier. Elder, the formalities are at the third peak, which is quite a distance away, Yi Chen replied, clearly reluctant to waste time. Are they not your junior brothers and sisters now? Why the reluctance? The elder questioned. It is not a matter of unwillingness, but rather a concern that their immediate entry into our 19th peak would resemble taking the back door. Moreover, they have no points, making their future here quite challenging, Yi Chen expressed his concerns. Typically, disciples who entered through the proper assessments were awarded points during the recruitment process to facilitate their survival within the sacred land. However, Linfeng and Morongning's direct entry would likely leave them without such advantages. This was indeed an issue, the elder pondered for a moment before suggesting. Linfeng, you and this is my dear friend, Morongning, Linfeng interjected. You and Morongning should proceed to the third peak. The assessments there should have already commenced. Just inform them of my instructions, and you two can directly enter the third assessment. If you pass, returning to the 19th peak would not be considered taking the back door. The points awarded are typically given during the third round, which should adequately compensate for your lack of points, the elder concluded. Understood, thank you, elder. Linfeng and Morongning both bowed in gratitude. Please assist them, brother Yi, the elder added. Yi Chen wore a reluctant expression, yet with the elder's directive, he had no choice but to comply. On the way, Yi Chen addressed them, dear junior disciples, time is of the essence in cultivation. Once you enter the sacred land, if you wish to avoid falling behind the top talents, you must dedicate yourselves entirely to your training. Lacking in talent, must therefore be even more diligent. Since you have now joined the 19th peak, I must share this with you. Entering the sacred land does not guarantee eternal membership. There are assessments each year, and those who fail to meet the standards will be encouraged to withdraw. As you have entered through the back door, you may not feel the competition at first, but heed my words, Yi Chen cautioned, seemingly justifying his earlier reluctance. Chapter 68 Participation in the assessment, dissatisfaction among the crowd. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother, Linfeng said, clasping his fists in gratitude. He had absorbed some of the advice, recognizing the wisdom that a senior would possess. Well, you are to proceed to the third peak for the third round of assessments. Although the elders have assigned you to the 19th peak, if your performance in the third round is subpar, it will bring shame to our 19th peak, solidifying the notion that your entry was facilitated through backdoor means. Even if you entered through the Black Dragon pool and possess commendable strength, others may not perceive it as such and will criticize you, Yi Chen remarked, evidently possessing his own insights regarding the rules of the sacred grounds. It is not necessary to cultivate friendships with others here, but one must avoid creating unnecessary troubles. Anything that affects your cultivation is unwise. Rest assured, we will perform admirably and not bring shame to the 19th peak, Linfeng replied. Morongning nodded slightly in agreement. You can count on us. Well, there is nothing more to discuss. Just give it your all. By the way, the third round of assessments is often crucial for the points that determine your survival in the sacred grounds, so strive to accumulate as many as possible. It will be beneficial for you, senior brother, Yi Chen added thoughtfully. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother, Linfeng responded once more. Alright, there's nothing else to convey. The sacred grounds comprised over 100 peaks, with the first peak being the main peak, where the sacred lord resided. The second peak served as the council peak, where meetings of the sacred lord and elders took place. The third peak, on the other hand, was utilized for recruiting new disciples in various activities, including the annual grand competition where disciples from various sacred grounds would engage in friendly contests. The remaining peaks were predominantly elder peaks, with some special ones where even powerful disciples could claim a peak for themselves. As Yi Chen brought Linfeng and Morongning to the third peak, they were surprised to find that it was not as crowded as they had anticipated. Only a sparse gathering of a few dozen individuals congregated in the expansive plaza atop the peak. While a few dozen might seem considerable, they appeared scattered across the vastness of the square. At the center of the plaza, a mysterious formation was activated, resembling a swirling vortex in the void, from which assessment participants would occasionally emerge, while an elder stood aloof nearby. This is the secret realm for the new disciple assessments. They should still be in the second round. Those who have emerged early have been eliminated. Soon, you will participate in the third round, so follow me, Yi-Chen explained as he guided the two to the elder's side. Yi-Chen performed a respectful gesture, and the elder merely nodded slightly. What brings you here? Elder Wei, I am a disciple under Elder Wu Feng. He instructed me to bring these two individuals, as they arrived late and hoped to directly participate in the third round, Yi-Chen conveyed. Oh? Elder Wu has sent you with them? Elder Wei lifted his gaze to scrutinize Lin Feng and Morong Ning. Are they the juniors of Elder Wu? Elder Wei seemed somewhat displeased. As the elder in charge of the assessments, he understood that only the most exceptional disciples could join the sacred grounds after enduring rigorous trials. The sudden admission of two individuals seemed grossly unfair to the others who had persevered. However, as Elder Wu was of a higher status within the 19th peak, Elder Wei felt compelled to give him face. Returning to the elder, they are not the juniors of Elder Wu. They inadvertently entered our 19th peak through the remnant water domain. Elder Wu observed their notable talents and their ability to emerge from the Black Dragon Pool, believing that their challenges were no less than those of the sacred grounds assessments. Thus, he granted them the privilege to participate directly in the third round. Yi-Chen refrained from disclosing that the two had already joined the sacred grounds, as he sensed a degree of fairness in Elder Wei's demeanor. Disclosing such information might lead to a negative impression of Lin Feng and Morong Ning. I see, Elder Wei mused, his eyes narrowing as he regarded Lin Feng and Morong Ning. He suddenly unleashed a wave of pressure. The two felt an overwhelming strain, yet they managed to withstand it. They indeed meet the standards very well. In light of Elder Wu's standing, they may proceed directly to the third round, Elder Wei declared. Excellent, then I shall leave these two in Elder Wei's capable hands. Yi-Chen bowed courteously. Elder Wei nodded in acknowledgement. Yi-Chen turned to Lin Feng and Morong Ning. From here on, it depends on your own efforts. I must return to my cultivation and cannot linger here. Once you pass the assessment, follow them to collect your disciple tokens and garments, then return directly to the 19th peak. Thank you very much, senior brother. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude. With a nod, Yi-Chen departed. During their conversation, disciples continuously emerged from the vortex in the plaza, most of whom had been eliminated, while a few had swiftly completed the round. After half an hour, the second round concluded, and the participants gathered closely. The elder instructed Lin Feng and Morong Ning to rejoin the crowd, whereupon they were met with curious gazes from the others, who wondered why these two were standing beside the elder. Some of those who had exited earlier began to realize that Lin Feng and Morong Ning had bypassed the first two rounds and were directly entering the third, and this news began to spread. Instantly, it incited widespread discontent. A large group erupted into an uproar, particularly those who had been eliminated, who glared at Lin Feng and Morong Ning as if ready to set them ablaze with their stares. Elder, on what grounds do these two get to skip the first two rounds? This is profoundly unfair to us. Is the sacred ground not a place of utmost fairness for disciples? It has always been about merit. How can there be favoritism? Are you not concerned about tarnishing the sacred ground's reputation? One voice boomed. Others joined in, echoing their grievances towards the elder. Unfazed, the elder merely gestured for silence. Please remain calm. These two missed the assessment for certain reasons, but their potential is up to standard. Even if they had participated in the first two rounds, they would likely have passed. Their missed assessment time is a lapse on our part, hence the exemption from the first two rounds as compensation, Elder Wei explained. Yet, the disciples remained unconvinced. They argued that missing the time frame should not warrant an exemption. Had I known, I would have simply missed the time as well. What a ridiculous excuse. If they truly possess strength, they should take the assessment in earnest, not be exempted. I refuse to accept this. I too refuse to accept it. Let us be honest, they are merely favored individuals, and no amount of excuses can change that. The first two rounds are fraught with difficulties, and you yourself said that these two are merely likely to pass. Perhaps they are just worthless. Move them to the next batch and stop disgusting us here. Most of the disgruntled disciples, having faced elimination, were filled with resentment and indignation. Chapter 69. Those who are dissatisfied, step forward. I shall take on 5. Elder Wei found himself at a loss, having anticipated that admitting two individuals would provoke discontent among the others, yet he had not foreseen such a widespread outcry. Should this news spread, it would tarnish the reputation of the sacred ground. However, these two were brought forth by the elder of the 19th peak. He summoned Lin Feng and Morong Ning back to his side and whispered, perhaps you two should refrain from participating in the third trial for now. Since it was Elder Wu who summoned you, it stands to reason that you were already favored. Simply inform him, and it would spare us the trouble of your participation in this trial, which has indeed stirred the ire of the crowd. It would be a burden on the elders. Lin Feng offered a slight bow, indicating that he would handle the matter himself. Although he held no shame in utilizing connections, he was confident in his ability to succeed in the first two trials on his own merit. Unfortunate timing had merely thwarted his efforts. Given that the next recruitment for the sacred ground would not occur until the following month, he was pressed for time and could not afford to wait. Joining directly without examination was an option, yet it would inevitably invite accusations of favoritism, and he had no desire to incite envy within the sacred ground, especially as he needed to accumulate points. Thus, he resolved to participate in the third trial. The elder nodded in agreement, allowing Lin Feng to manage the situation. Since it was trouble brought by Lin Feng and his companion, it was only fitting that they find a way to resolve it themselves. Lin Feng, how do you plan to explain this? Morong Ning inquired softly. Observing their group becoming the target of disdain, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Known for her tenacity, she felt a pang of humiliation. Had it not been for Lin Feng's eagerness to join the sacred ground, she might have suggested waiting for the next recruitment batch. If they are dissatisfied, let us compel their submission, Lin Feng replied with a slight smile. He then addressed the gathered crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand your discontent towards me, but I am in urgent need of joining the sacred ground. Since you are not satisfied, please articulate what would convince you of my worthiness, and I shall comply. Lin Feng's calm yet confident voice resonated throughout the assembly. His declaration was met with derision from many. A mere beneficiary of connections dares to speak so boldly. It's laughable. If I told you to eat dung, would you comply? Should you dare to do so, I might just concede. One contestant, seeking to vent his frustrations, made his voice heard. The elder's expression stiffened at the remark. Unfazed, Lin Feng maintained his composure. Eating dung is not something I would entertain, but I am certain that none among you would dare to do so either. Thus, it cannot serve as a measure of my qualifications to bypass the first two trials. A disciple stepped forward, declaring, let us make this simple, fight me. Surely, you share this sentiment. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, I do. Let us proceed. Combat has always been the most effective means of demonstrating one's strength. A space was cleared among the crowd. I passed the first trial, but fell short in the second. I consider myself unmatched among my peers. If you can defeat me, it would indeed prove your capability to have succeeded in the first trial. However, I will show no mercy and will unleash my full strength. The disciple's gaze was sharp, his pent-up frustration from failing the second trial evident, and he sought an outlet for it, with Lin Feng unwittingly stepping into the line of fire. Lin Feng merely gestured dismissively, come. How foolish, the disciple thought, feeling a surge of anger at Lin Feng's provocation. He unleashed his most formidable abilities, filling the air with a tense atmosphere. Lin Feng swiftly drew his sword, an overwhelming force of sword intent erupting forth. In a single move, the charging disciple found himself with Lin Feng's blade pressed against his throat, frozen in shock. I lost in one move, he exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. The surrounding disciples gasped in astonishment, having barely witnessed how Lin Feng had executed his strike. Throughout Lin Feng's journey from the Lin family to this point, he had seized every opportunity for cultivation, especially under the rigorous tutelage of Elder Helion, which had unlocked his potential. Not only had his cultivation advanced, but so had his swordsmanship and sword intent. He had faced countless water demons and traversed the treacherous Black Dragon Pool. His experiences were far beyond those of ordinary disciples, refining his strength to an exceptional degree. With merely a single strike, he had exposed the disciple's flaw and held his sword to the opponent's throat. Without such precise techniques, survival amidst the onslaught of water demons would have been impossible. This individual possesses some skill, another remarked. His speed of drawing the sword is nearly imperceptible. He must be a genius deeply immersed in the way of the sword. Perhaps, another countered, the opponent he faced was merely an actor. It's not unusual for someone who has connections to possess some skill. He might indeed have some ability, but one battle cannot validate his exemption from the first two trials. The one he fought has only passed one trial, we need two more to test him. Whispers of speculation rippled through the crowd. Soon, another disciple stepped forward. Brother Lin, your ability to dispatch a fellow disciple in one strike is indeed impressive, but you won't intimidate us so easily. Allow me to challenge you. I passed both preliminary trials. I initially had no intention of involving myself in this affair, but your swift defeat of my friend is a grave affront. A disciple adorned in fine robes approached, exuding an air of arrogance, likely a distinguished figure in his own right. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Why not bring 5 forth, otherwise, I fear my exemption would come too easily, and I would not want you to harbor any lingering dissatisfaction. Upon his audacious declaration, the crowd erupted in commotion. What? He dares to challenge 5, is he out of his mind? Surely he does not think himself superior to us all. Thoughts of invincibility filled the minds of those present, who had traveled great distances to be here. It felt as if he regarded them as mere novices, believing he could dispatch several with ease. 5, that is sheer arrogance. Determined, many voices echoed, I shall fight. Count me in. In an instant, it was not just 5. Nearly all present were eager to confront Lin Feng. Morong Ning, witnessing the uproar, felt a surge of concern. She had initially perceived Lin Feng as a reserved individual, but now she saw a side of him that was brimming with bravado. While it was typical for a genius like him to exhibit some arrogance, she couldn't help but worry, for every disciple here was formidable. The elder cast a wary glance at Lin Feng. While the disciple's potential was indeed commendable, his temperament was flawed. Such arrogance would undoubtedly attract formidable opponents. What could have been a straightforward exemption now seemed to place him in a precarious position. Nevertheless, Lin Feng remained unfazed, prioritizing efficiency rather than addressing each dissenting voice individually. He preferred to challenge multiple opponents at once. Defeating them all would surely earn their respect. Chapter 70:1 Against many, a dominant suppression amidst the fervor. Numerous individuals vied to challenge Lin Feng, eager to test his prowess and temper his arrogance. In their eyes, all present were candidates for the sacred land. They questioned his audacity, wondering if he was aware of his own limitations. That if he was oblivious, they felt compelled to enlighten him on humility. In an instant, dozens surged forth, ready to confront Lin Feng. Hey, we agreed on 5, why are so many of you stepping up? Morong Ning voiced her discontent from the sidelines. Is this brat now afraid, having been so arrogant? One disciple scoffed. Let a few of us go down, the stronger ones will remain. We must teach this kid a lesson, so he understands what boasts can be made and which cannot. They were indignant at the notion that one person could take on 5 of them, believing it an insult to their capabilities. While one disciple acknowledged Lin Feng's words hinted at some degree of strength, they were convinced he could not be vastly superior. Defeating one or two might be plausible, but to claim he could best five was sheer hubris, an affront to their pride. Each of them was a prodigy from their respective regions, primarily hailing from esteemed families, representing the young talents of their generation. What right did Lin Feng have to belittle them, especially when he had bypassed 2 trials to join the sacred land? Gradually, a few individuals descended to challenge him. Lin Feng, however, calmly stated, "There is no need, 5 was merely my conservative estimate, taking on 7 or 8 of you would be quite normal." With confidence bolstered by his cultivation at the 4th level of the Qi realm, coupled with his formidable techniques and innate gifts, he felt capable of surpassing the average 9th level Qi disciple, even standing toe-to-toe with those of the Sky Sovereign realm. With both his innate sword body and supreme bone augmenting his combat prowess, not to mention the chaotic celestial energy fused within him, he felt invincible. Such arrogance was truly remarkable. Observing Lin Feng's audacity, those who had contemplated retreating found themselves drawn back, not out of belief in his ability to defeat them, but rather out of indignation at his mockery. "Kid, if you can stand and face us in the 3rd trial today, we might as well have wasted half our lives. You can call us cowards, and we won't object," one disciple shouted defiantly. "Fine, enough with the chatter, come at me," Lin Feng replied, standing with one hand behind his back, sword poised. Morong Ning watched anxiously. Lin Feng's brashness left her uncertain of the outcome. She could only hope he had concealed his true strength during their previous sparring, otherwise, she struggled to envision how he could emerge victorious. She had resolved to summon the elders at the first sign of his defeat, fearing for his safety against their wrath. Even Elder Wei inhaled sharply. He hadn't witnessed such arrogance among disciples in the sacred land for quite some time. Amongst peers, they all understood the hierarchy of talent. No one could ascertain who among them was the true genius. The elder stepped forward, issuing a caution, "This is a spar, keep it respectful and do not injure one another." Respectful. At this juncture, there was little camaraderie remaining between them. Nonetheless, the elder's words compelled the other disciples to respond with polite gestures. "Rest assured, we are merely here to spar," they echoed, and soon the group encircled Lin Feng. This formation was more for show. As prodigies, they rarely resorted to such tactics of overwhelming odds, merely adjusting their positions to face Lin Feng. Before long, one disciple lunged forward, employing an exceptionally powerful blade technique. The energy from his strike surged forth like a tempest, intensifying as it aimed directly at Lin Feng, its potency far surpassing that of previous challengers. A glimmer of sword light flickered in Lin Feng's eyes as he unleashed the Oceanic Sword Classic. In mere moments, an overwhelming torrent of sword energy enveloped his opponent, effortlessly defeating him and cascading towards the others. Boldness. Some among the group had initially dismissed the notion of ganging up on Lin Feng, intending instead to engage him one-on-one. However, the audacity of his sword energy erupting against so many conveyed a clear challenge. Since Lin Feng had been so brazen, they felt justified in responding without restraint. Instantly, powerful auras erupted as they converged on Lin Feng, employing swords, blades, and martial arts, each technique a testament to their diverse skills. For an ordinary disciple, such an onslaught would induce sheer terror. Each attack demanded utmost caution, yet, before Lin Feng, every move was effortlessly suppressed by his singular sword. Channeling the full might of the Oceanic Sword Classic, he released an overwhelming wave of sword intent that surged like a tidal wave toward all present. This was no ordinary sword intent, it was infused with formidable offensive power. The crowd gasped, the intensity of their attacks escalating as some opted for defensive measures against Lin Feng's onslaught. His sword intent, not only fierce but also augmented by the potent celestial energy of the chaotic fruit, reached levels beyond that of a typical Qi disciple, far exceeding their defenses. With a single stroke, all disciples staggered back several paces, barely managing to regain their footing. They exchanged incredulous glances, their shock palpable. Their retreat was merely a consequence of Lin Feng's sword intent targeting multiple individuals, significantly diluting its power. They could hardly fathom the devastation that would ensue had Lin Feng focused his full strength on a single opponent. The thousands of spectators bore witness to the scene, their expressions a mix of astonishment and dread. To withstand and repel such a coordinated assault was nothing short of terrifying. Lin Feng's prowess was unparalleled. Setting aside all else, the singular display was enough for them to believe in Lin Feng's merit for exemption from trials. Even if he were to participate in the Sacred Land tournament under normal circumstances, he would likely sail through with ease. "I refuse to believe it. We are both in the Qi realm. What grants you such strength?" One disciple, brimming with discontent, charged at Lin Feng once more. With a mere flick of his sword, Lin Feng sent the challenger staggering back several meters, nearly causing him to cough blood. Observing the group, Lin Feng noted that while they were indeed prodigies, they were ultimately rather average, being mere candidates for the selection rather than true disciples of the Sacred Land. They were only slightly superior to the top disciples from the outer sect of the Myriad Sword sect. Had he faced them in the past, he might have exerted considerable effort. However, the Lin Feng of today was no longer the same as during the Myriad Sword sect competition, where he was merely at the first level of the Qi realm. His journey had greatly enhanced his strength. "Let us all come at me together. Those who believe I'm worthy may step back," Lin Feng stated nonchalantly. "Humph. Let us try again. Not if you can withstand our attacks once more, we will have nothing left to say," the group retorted defiantly. Ultimately, they were also prodigies. How could they easily concede to a single individual? They remained convinced that Lin Feng's previous success was merely a stroke of luck, for they were all contemporaries, and it was inconceivable that he could be so formidable. Yet, Lin Feng remained unfazed. Chapter 71 Talent Test, Sevenfold Talent. Once again, this group launched their assault, unleashing an overwhelming force. They were even more ferocious than before, giving their all in a desperate attempt to defeat Lin Feng. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, fully aware that he too had to exert himself to the utmost. If he were to hold back, overcoming such a multitude would prove exceedingly challenging. With a shout, he invoked the Thunderbolt technique. Lin Feng's mastery of this technique had grown remarkably, and as he wielded the Ocean Sword Cannon, he simultaneously unleashed the Thunderbolt technique. A vast expanse of lightning surged forth, intertwining with his sword intent, enveloping the entire battlefield. In an instant, the air was thick with smoke, as sword intent and thunder clashed and spread. The disciples unleashed a flurry of attacks, each one more formidable than the last, their combined might transcending the realm of the skyward stage, inflicting severe devastation upon their surroundings. However, due to the sacred nature of this place, every brick and tile was made of high-grade materials, impervious to the average cultivator's assault, thus the arena remained unscathed. Conversely, several disciples who were too close were sent flying by the sheer force, their faces etched with shock. As the smoke began to dissipate, some disciples remained standing, clutching their chests, while others lay on the ground, grimacing in pain. Only a few of the stronger ones managed to maintain their footing, albeit with expressions of fear flickering in their eyes. Lin Feng's overwhelming power instilled a deep sense of trepidation in them. Initially, they had assumed he was merely a slightly stronger contender exempted from the test, but they soon realized the extent of his strength. Faced with their numbers, he not only held his own but repelled them all. At that moment, Lin Feng stood at the center, one hand gripping his sword, the other resting behind his back, exuding an air of authority and the essence of a true powerhouse. To them, Lin Feng was undeniably a formidable force. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. How could Lin Feng be so powerful, a single individual defeating 7 or 8 opponents? Surely, even our strongest would not be capable of such feats. This was clearly the prowess of someone at the skyward stage. How could a practitioner at the Chi Si stage contend against so many? And we are no weaklings ourselves, we are all prodigies. Unless those few were mere actors, such an immense power could hardly be feigned. Lin Feng indeed possessed remarkable capabilities, warranting his exemption from the first 2 trials. His strength was evidently far superior to ours. If he were of the same age, his talent would likely eclipse ours, making his entry into the sacred grounds an undeniable certainty. Joining the sacred land was undoubtedly a wise choice, as discovering such a peerless talent among our contemporaries presented a worthy goal to strive towards. Alas, we cannot engage with such a powerhouse in the near term. Mayhaps we can achieve a breakthrough in strength upon entering the sacred land. Many began to murmur among themselves, the vast majority acknowledging Lin Feng's prowess and deeming him worthy of joining without examination. They had initially thought him merely a favored individual, but the truth revealed him as a true powerhouse. Morong Ning, witnessing this, let out a sigh of relief, though she was astonished by Lin Feng's strength, which far surpassed what she had witnessed during their previous duel. Back then, he had likely not even tapped into a fraction of his potential. Lin Feng was simply too formidable. For the first time, she felt a pang of inadequacy in her own capabilities. Previously, she had struggled to find a man worthy of her, believing them all to be inferior, yet now, upon encountering Lin Feng, she felt an overwhelming sense of shame. However, she quickly shook her head, dispelling such thoughts. She adhered to the path of the strong. Although Lin Feng was powerful, it did not diminish her own worth. She must not allow this to tarnish her resolve. At that moment, Elder Wei also bore an expression of astonishment, his keen gaze revealing his surprise at Lin Feng's remarkable feat, defeating so many disciples single-handedly. No wonder Elder Wu had sought to introduce him to me. I had assumed it was a mere favor, but it seems there was genuine intent in recruiting such a talent. Elder Wei mused internally. He then addressed the crowd. Does anyone still oppose Lin Feng's exemption from the test? If anyone wishes to challenge him, now is the time. If not, then he shall proceed directly to the 3rd trial. Elder Wei scanned the assembly, finding no dissenting voices. Some harbored thoughts of testing their strength against Lin Feng, but with the 3rd trial imminent, such an expenditure of energy seemed ill-advised. Moreover, there was the risk of injury at his hands. Each of those who had just battled Lin Feng had given their all and sustained some degree of internal injury, which could significantly impact their chances of advancing in the 3rd trial. It was indeed an unfortunate predicament. Very well, Lin Feng is exempt and shall directly participate in the 3rd trial, Elder Wei announced. At that moment, someone raised a hand to inquire, Elder Wei, I have no objections to Lin Feng's direct entry into the 3rd trial. However, I wish to see what talents he possesses, what level of aptitude he has. During our own assessments, we all underwent talent tests. Lin Feng may be exempt, but surely a test is still warranted. Others nodded in agreement, not out of a desire to challenge Lin Feng, but rather out of curiosity to gauge the extent of his extraordinary abilities. Elder Wei turned to Lin Feng. What say you? Not a problem. It is merely a talent test, he replied, harboring no objections. While there may be times when one ought to conceal their strengths, he was currently in the sacred land, and with his family in need of its power, he had no reason to hide. The more he concealed, the less the sacred land would value him. This was precisely why he had been so audacious, aiming to draw the attention of the sacred land. Good, Elder Wei said, waving his hand, causing a stone tablet to materialize before Lin Feng, adorned with enigmatic runes that exuded an air of mystery. This is our sacred land's testing stone. It can determine a person's aptitude, root, and physique. Place your hand upon it to commence the test. Lin Feng nodded and placed a hand on the testing stone. The tablet began to glow. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. Soon, the stone illuminated 7 layers in succession, a brilliant beam of light shooting upwards. The crowd turned their gaze towards Lin Feng, erupting in exclamations, 7-fold talent. This testing stone only measured up to 10 layers, and the vast majority of us do not exceed 3. How could Lin Feng possess such a 7-layer talent? This is inconceivable. Such a formidable aptitude is likely beyond even some of the elders within the sacred land. No wonder Lin Feng is so powerful. He possesses such extraordinary talent. Let us not rush, we must see what his root and physique are. With 7-fold talent, he likely possesses an extraordinary constitution. The crowd buzzed with excitement, even the elders were taken aback. Chapter 72 Talent is everything within the sacred grounds. Those of the second and third levels are regarded as ordinary disciples. Newcomers entering the sanctum only require a second level to pass the examination. Attaining the third level signifies being an elite among the ordinary talents. However, individuals who achieve the fourth level and beyond are exceedingly rare. One might encounter merely a single individual after testing hundreds. The likes of Linfong, boasting a seventh level, are virtually non-existent. It is unlikely that a single one will emerge even after a whole year of recruitment, perhaps only surfacing once in a decade. Those endowed with such extraordinary talent as the seventh level, provided they do not falter, are destined to become formidable figures, and at the very least, they will ascend to the status of a top elder overseeing a peak within the sanctum. Should their cultivation proceed smoothly and fortune favor them, there exists a glimmer of possibility that they could even ascend to the position of the sanctum's lord. I recall that a century ago, the lord of the sanctum possessed a seventh level of talent. After merely 3 years of joining the sanctum, he was conferred the title of the sanctum's holy son. Subsequently, upon the retirement of the old lord, he seamlessly ascended to the role of the sanctum's master, becoming the sovereign of this sacred domain with great majesty. To think that Linfong too possesses a seventh level talent, could it not imply that he stands a chance to become the sanctum's holy son? Indeed, his talent is extraordinary, and it seems he will be a focal point for cultivation after joining the sanctum. It is no wonder he could leverage connections. With such talent, I would certainly do the same for him. The disciples buzzed with speculation. From the moment Linfeng's talent was revealed, dissent evaporated. In the realm of cultivation, one's level of achievement and innate talent often dictate the essence of their standing. Those blessed with high talent glide through their training, effortlessly outpacing their peers. Techniques and martial arts that leave contemporaries perplexed become trivial before the gifted, allowing them to progress at a pace that is exponentially superior to those of lesser talent. While there are instances of diligent individuals overcoming genius, such stories primarily serve as encouragement for the less gifted. In reality, when the disparity in talent is vast, those of lower aptitude may toil for a lifetime yet fail to match the progress of a talented individual over the span of a single year. This gap resembles an insurmountable chasm that cannot be bridged merely by effort. Hence, many are reluctant to acknowledge this truth, yet the reality remains brutally stark. Talent is paramount, and now, Linfong epitomizes genius, elite status, and privilege. Were he to merely surpass his peers by a slight margin, he would face countless critiques and disrespect. However, having eclipsed them by such a considerable degree, all that remains for them is admiration and reverence. Even Elder Wei's demeanor towards Linfong underwent a profound transformation. Previously, Elder Wei harbored a modicum of dissatisfaction towards Linfong, as he was introduced by another elder after Linfeng's impressive display against multiple opponents. Although Elder Wei began to regard him with greater esteem, he still perceived Linfong as somewhat arrogant and lacking in composure. Yet, upon Linfong revealing his seventh level talent, he found himself compelled to concede that genius must possess a distinct personality. Without such individuality, can one truly be deemed a genius? As for the strengths and weaknesses of this character, they are neither. With a bit of refinement, it may well become the finest disposition. Elder Wei gazed intently at Linfong. The emergence of such a promising talent could be a significant achievement for him, warranting commendation. The forthcoming test results would be of utmost importance. Linfeng's talent had already been established, but his root constitution and physical attributes would play a crucial role in his future cultivation. The sanctum would thus tailor a specialized cultivation path for Linfong, ensuring that this seventh-level talent could navigate his journey with utmost ease and clarity. The testing stone gradually emanated vibrant colors, as intricate runes materialized. The inscriptions were not ordinary characters but rather special symbols comprehensible only to formation masters. Coincidentally, Elder Wei was a master of runes, which enabled him to oversee the sanctum's recruitment. As he examined the results, his astonishment grew, silently committing these talents to memory. "Elder, what talent does Linfong possess? Shouldn't you be disclosing everything during the testing?" inquired one disciple. "Indeed, do share a hint." "We are eager to know," chimed in another. Elder Wei remained tight-lipped, replying only, "A seventh-level talent requires focused cultivation within our sanctum. His constitution and root are pivotal for his future growth and must not be disclosed lightly. If it were an ordinary talent, I would share openly, as many would be comparable, and it would bear no significant consequence. However, within the intricate web of a superpower like our sanctum, where various factions keep watch, revealing the uniqueness of a seventh-level talent such as Linfong could incite covetousness and rivalry from other forces. Thus, this information must remain confidential." What he did not anticipate was the multitude of exceptional traits Linfong possessed: a supreme spiritual root, innate supreme bone, an innate sword body, and a trace of chaotic celestial energy coursing through him. Each of these attributes, if found in an ordinary individual, would mark them as a prodigy. Yet, all these remarkable traits coalesced within Linfong. It was no wonder he achieved a seventh-level talent. "It seems he is indeed a prodigious sword cultivator," Elder Wei mused. At that moment, Linfong surveyed the crowd, noting the expressions of astonishment and disbelief etched upon their faces, and he understood that his talent was indeed formidable. Otherwise, their reactions would not be so pronounced. "Elder, does my talent qualify me?" Before arriving, Linfong harbored concerns regarding his talent's acceptance, but it was now evident that such worries were unfounded. His talents positioned him among the elite. "Of course, I previously misjudged you. Given your qualifications, you are entirely deserving of exemption from the tests. Should you wish to forego the third round, I can advocate on your behalf," Elder Wei said slowly, revealing his willingness to set aside principles in light of Linfeng's exceptional potential. "That will not be necessary. I prefer to follow the standard procedure," Linfong replied with a gentle smile. "Very well, I shall defer to your wishes." A smile of acquiescence adorned Elder Wei's face. He then addressed the disciples. Now that Lin Feng's strength has been tested and his talent assessed, do any of you harbor objections? Upon hearing this, the crowd unanimously shook their heads. What objections could they possibly hold? If a genius like Lin Feng were not exempt from testing, then their participation was rendered moot. However, Elder, Lin Feng is indeed qualified. What of the young lady beside him? A voice piped up amidst the crowd. With Lin Feng setting a precedent, Elder Wei adopted a more courteous tone towards Morong Ning. Young lady, would you care to step forward for testing as well? Morong Ning shook her head. No need. As long as Lin Feng passes, I am content. Whether I join the sanctum sooner or later matters little. I have decided to wait until the next batch completes their tests before entering. Chapter 73. The commencement of the secret realm assessment and the flattery of the elders. This was not a matter of Morong Ning fearing she was inadequate, although she was acutely aware that her strength paled in comparison to Lin Feng's, rendering her incapable of facing multiple opponents at once. She firmly believed that she was no less competent than any individual present and was indeed qualified for an exemption from the examination. However, she was reluctant to walk behind others and become the subject of criticism. She had always been forthright and straightforward in her demeanor. Had it not been for accompanying Lin Feng into this place, she would not have minded taking a step back, especially with the next sacred ground assessment merely a month away, a wait she could easily endure. Now that Lin Feng had successfully passed the test, there seemed little need for her to follow suit. Little girl, are you certain you do not wish to attempt the next round? Elder Wei mused. In his view, since Elder Wu had facilitated Lin Feng and this young lady's exemption, it indicated that she possessed commendable talents. He had not anticipated her would relinquish such an opportunity. It is merely a test. It will not cost you an arm and a leg. A sensible person would surely take the chance. I conduct my affairs with integrity and transparency. Lin Feng has pressing matters requiring his swift entrance into the sacred ground. My situation is different, hence I shall forego the exemption, Morong Ning replied. Elder Wei nodded slightly, recognizing that a young lady capable of accompanying a genius like Lin Feng must possess commendable character. He regarded her with newfound respect. Very well, if that is your decision, then you may await the next round. It seems that at Elder Wu's behest, you will have the opportunity to support the Taichu's sacred ground. Should Elder Wu lack accommodations for you, you may stay at the reception of the third peak. Elder Wei's offer was not solely in consideration of Elder Wu but was also heavily influenced by Lin Feng's standing. At Lin Feng's level of talent, even if he desired to bring someone in unconditionally, the Taichu's sacred ground would oblige, and this young lady accompanying Lin Feng was either a companion or a friend, and thus deserved to be treated well. Thank you, Elder Wei. Morong Ning said, momentarily taken aback, before clasping her hands in gratitude. She could distinctly sense a shift in Elder Wei's demeanor, likely due to Lin Feng's influence. Alright, everyone, take a 15-minute break, the third assessment will commence thereafter, Elder Wei announced to all the disciples. Upon hearing this, the disciples closed their eyes to recuperate. After the demanding second round, many were utterly exhausted, and they could not afford to miss a single opportunity to restore their energy. Consequently, during the earlier excitement surrounding Lin Feng, many had not paid attention, as only those who either failed swiftly or passed with ease had been watching. At this moment, Lin Feng too closed his eyes briefly. Although he had not participated in the first two assessments, he had recently emerged from the Black Dragon Pool, having fought desperately for a slim chance of survival. His current state was far from optimal. Lin Feng, here is a high-quality recovery pill. I perceive your spiritual energy is somewhat depleted, likely due to recent overexertion, Elder Wei said, noticing Lin Feng in meditation. He retrieved a pill from his storage ring and offered it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his hand in refusal. Isn't this against the rules? It does not violate any regulations. Disciples are permitted to consume recovery pills during assessments, just as others may, Elder Wei clarified. He had no intention of granting Lin Feng special privileges, rather, the pill he offered was of exceptional quality, a gesture of goodwill that he hoped Lin Feng might remember in the future once he achieved prominence. Lin Feng glanced around at his fellow disciples, who, as Elder Wei had stated, were consuming recovery pills. He decided against further politeness and took the pill without hesitation. 15 minutes swiftly elapsed. The meditating disciples rose to their feet. Elder Wei stepped forward and spoke slowly. The third round of assessment is set in the fiery lava secret realm. Candidates must envelop themselves in spiritual energy to withstand the extreme heat, and during this period, those who can slay 100 fiery lava beasts will be deemed successful. The number of fiery lava beasts was limited. As more candidates succeeded in slaying them, the number available for subsequent hunters would dwindle. Each beast hunted would count as 1 point. It is worth noting that these points will have further significance once you enter the sacred ground, hence you should endeavor to gather as many as possible. Now, the secret realm has been opened, and the assessment period will last for 3 days, Elder Wei announced, stepping aside to reveal a swirling vortex before the assembly. This vortex was, in fact, a high-level formation that directly led to the entrance of the secret realm, consuming a significant amount of spirit stones. Only the sacred ground would utilize such a method for assessments. The crowd rushed eagerly into the fiery lava secret realm. After all, the elder had stated that the number of lava beasts was finite. If they were slow in their slaying, they would likely fall short of the required standard and must act swiftly. However, once they entered the secret realm, regret soon washed over them, for the temperature within rivaled that of molten lava. In such an environment, not only was it difficult to slay beasts, but even normal movement became a Herculean task. This third round of assessment would likely eliminate more than half of the participants. Lin Feng, have you mastered the fire avoidance technique? If you have, the spiritual energy consumed upon entering the secret realm would only be a fraction of what the others expend, Elder Wei inquired. Lin Feng shook his head. I have not. Elder Wei then produced a tome. This is the manual for the fire avoidance technique. With your talent, I believe you could grasp it in just a few glances. It is a minor technique, but it would greatly enhance your chances of ranking in the top few once inside the secret realm. Lin Feng, taken aback, declined. No, while accepting your pill may not constitute a violation, receiving the fire avoidance technique would be akin to receiving special treatment, which others do not have. I believe I can successfully navigate the assessment on my own merits. With that, Lin Feng strode confidently into the secret realm. Elder Wei stood rooted in place, a wry smile creeping across his face after a long moment of silence. I have always detested favoritism and corruption, yet here I find myself behaving in such a manner. Alas, Lin Feng's extraordinary talent compels me to wish for his smooth passage through the assessment. To secure a top position, in my view, such a feat would befit his remarkable abilities. He had intended to extend a helping hand to Lin Feng, only to be met with refusal. It seemed Lin Feng must have pressing matters at hand, otherwise, he would not have opted for an exemption from the assessment. Nevertheless, whatever the circumstances, once he joined the sacred ground, all would be well. In the face of a prodigy like Lin Feng, not only Elder Wei but even other elders and peak masters would entertain thoughts of granting favors, whatever Lin Feng required, as long as it was not overly excessive, they would generally accommodate. As Lin Feng entered the fiery lava secret realm, the overwhelming heat prompted him to furrow his brow, but he promptly enveloped himself in spiritual energy. This method consumed energy at an alarming rate. Although the assessment was stated to last 3 days, it was likely that most would struggle to endure even a day or two before being completely drained by the secret realm. By then, not only would they fail to slay enough beasts, but merely surviving to exit would prove challenging. The harshness of the sacred ground assessment became evident to Lin Feng. He began to understand why the carefree Taoist had executed ambushes in the remnant water region without any designated individuals to intervene. It seemed that such difficulties were recognized, yet viewed as part of the assessment process. Chapter 74: Slaying the Magma Beast. Azure Lotus Flame. It is best to swiftly vanquish the Magma Beast. Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings, uncertain of where this so-called Magma Beast might appear. At this moment, within the secret realm, others had arrived in close proximity. Emerging near Lin Feng, they regarded him with apprehension in their eyes and quickly retreated from his vicinity. Engaging in a contest for points with Lin Feng would likely result in their premature elimination. Lin Feng approached a section of lava, and immediately, fiery creatures erupted forth, launching an assault on him. This must be the Magma Beast. With a swift stroke of his sword, Lin Feng dispatched it, transforming the beast into a fiery orb that he promptly stored within his storage ring. It seemed this orb would ultimately serve to tally his points. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, realizing that if an individual were to accumulate a sufficient number of such orbs and subsequently be robbed, they would be left with no score, while the points would be claimed by the thief. Thus, it appeared that this secret realm was not merely a contest of who could slay beasts the fastest, but rather a free-for-all of plunder and survival of the fittest. However, Lin Feng currently had no need to pilfer from others. Those who encountered him tended to take an alternate route. His previous display of single-handedly taking on 8 adversaries was no mere jest. Even the strongest among them dared not provoke Lin Feng lightly. He could be deemed invincible among his peers. To prance before him was tantamount to courting death. Content in this realization, Lin Feng sought out lava pits to slay more beasts. Each creature he dispatched granted him a point, yet, he soon discovered that the deeper he ventured, the higher the temperature soared, resulting in an increase in lava. However, an abundance of lava was not necessarily advantageous. The heat reached such extreme levels that even with spiritual energy shielding him, his skin felt scorched, and the energy required for protection escalated to several times its usual consumption. Without hesitation, Lin Feng, being among the elite of his group, understood that he could not afford to compete in the shallower regions, as the efficiency was far too slow. Points held significant importance upon entering the sacred grounds, and naturally, the more, the better. As Lin Feng delved deeper, the lava grew more plentiful and formidable, and the magma beasts exhibited even greater power. At times, a single magma beast could yield 2 orbs. With a glimmer of sword intent in his eyes, Lin Feng resolved that any magma beast that dared to show itself would be swiftly dispatched. An hour passed, and Lin Feng's points surged beyond 50, already achieving half the requisite standard for the assessment, yet still falling short of the total needed to pass. The temperature at Lin Feng's current location had reached unbearable heights. Previously, he could spot a few distant figures, but now, not a soul was in sight. The environment had turned exceedingly harsh, with lava permeating the area and little ground to stand upon. The air itself felt akin to molten rock, scorching those who ventured too close. With each step he took, countless magma beasts sprang forth to attack. Lin Feng found his attacks becoming increasingly strenuous. These beasts not only possessed larger physiques but also boasted heightened strength. A typical person would scarcely dare to advance further in such conditions, where the temperatures were so extreme they could melt flesh. Even if one pressed on, the depletion of stamina would be a grave concern. Activating his purple extreme demon eyes, Lin Feng gazed ahead. Given the intense heat of the secret realm, he suspected there was more to it than met the eye, perhaps another layer of opportunity hidden within. Initially, he had approached this with a casual mindset, but upon employing his divination technique, he discerned a flicker of insight. A wisp of purple energy wafted from a nearby location, suggesting a promising discovery. However, as Lin Feng felt the searing temperatures, he contemplated and ultimately decided to consume a medicinal pill before proceeding further. Battling against the intense heat, his skin began to blister and peel, forming a rough, callous layer. Lin Feng then summoned a minuscule strand of chaotic celestial energy from his dantian to envelop his entire being. This action indeed bolstered his capacity to endure the high temperatures, but it was merely a temporary reprieve, allowing him to withstand the heat for only a brief period. Lin Feng quickened his pace, making his way toward the source of the purple energy. Yet he arrived at a vast lava pool, within which a singular flame lotus blossomed, its fiery petals exuding a faint azure hue. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. It was merely a lotus, surviving in such an environment. It must be a rare spiritual herb. Yet, as he scrutinized further, he realized this was not a lotus but a flame resembling one. Could it be the legendary azure lotus earth heart flame? Lin Feng had heard tales of unique natural flames in the world, one of which was known as exotic fire. Exotic fires took on various forms, and among them existed the azure lotus earth heart flame. This flame appeared red on the outside, yet bore a subtle azure within, thriving amidst the lava, capable of rendering an entire realm searing hot. Furthermore, only in such a sweltering environment could the azure lotus earth heart flame be nurtured. Without hesitation, Lin Feng unleashed his flying sword, severing the azure lotus earth heart flame, only to regret his decision as he retracted his weapon. The flame had begun to melt his sword. Should it come into contact with his hand, it would likely turn it to bone in an instant. If he were to forcibly place it in his storage ring, the very space within might be refined away. Since it could not be taken, legend spoke of the azure lotus earth heart flame's ability to forge weapons, concoct elixirs, and inscribe inscriptions into arrays, its applications seemingly endless. However, there was also a direct method to absorb the flame's energy, infusing his body with fire elements, which would enhance the spiritual energy released during combat, providing a significant advantage. Yet, the process was fraught with danger, and while it could be attempted, the likelihood of success was slim. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, recognizing that with his current abilities, he could not transport the azure lotus earth heart flame. Moreover, there was no certainty that the elders would reopen this secret realm should he wish to return later. If Lin Feng did not wish to squander this exotic fire, his only recourse was to absorb it. He released a wisp of spiritual energy, directing it toward the exotic flame. Instantly, the energy was seared by the intense heat, dissipating rapidly, yet Lin Feng continued to channel more. Once he reached a sufficient output, his energy enveloped the flame, commencing the absorption of its fiery elements. Throughout this process, the exotic flame relentlessly consumed Lin Feng's energy, nearly incinerating it entirely. Several hours passed, and Lin Feng was drenched in sweat. In such a harsh environment, simply existing was a challenge, let alone expending vast amounts of spiritual energy to refine the exotic flame. Initially, he believed his energy could sustain him for 3 days within this secret realm. Now, it appeared that after refining this exotic flame, he would need to retreat immediately, otherwise, his very life would be at stake. Presently, he only possessed 50 points, which might not suffice for passage. Once he had refined the exotic flame, he planned to consume a medicinal pill to restore some energy and seek out other disciples to eliminate, thus amassing enough points for a successful conclusion. Lin Feng was determined to survive and to triumph. Chapter 75. Absorbing the assessment is coming to an end. Lin Feng had initially harbored no intention of seizing the points of others. However, given the dire circumstances, failing to appropriate other S points could very well lead to his disqualification. If he could manage to find a few high-scoring disciples to rob before the spiritual energy was entirely expended, he might still secure his passage. It seemed unlikely that he could reach the top ranks, but that was of little concern, considering the rarity of absorbing one would yield far greater benefits than merely accumulating points. His innate talent was already considerable. Even if he were to attain the first or second position, it would merely be a hollow accolade compared to the tangible enhancement he could achieve. As time passed, Lin Feng found himself drenched in sweat. Just as he felt he could no longer persevere, he finally refined the last remnants of the dot. He flexed his somewhat stiffened hand, sensing a fiery warmth within him. Without the contextual contrast of his surroundings, he might have felt as though he were ablaze. However, after absorbing he was astonished to discover that the surrounding temperature had significantly decreased. Perhaps it was due to his internal heat that he perceived the external environment as relatively cooler. Soon, Lin Feng realized that this sensation of coolness was not merely subjective, that had altered his constitution, enhancing his capacity to tolerate flames. Simultaneously, a steady stream of fiery elemental spiritual energy surged forth from within him. The reflux of spiritual energy was not as dire as he had anticipated. He had feared that absorbing the would render him unable to withstand the external conditions, yet it seemed as though a parched spring had begun to bubble forth, rejuvenating Lin Feng's body once more. Nevertheless, Lin Feng remained cautious and hastily departed from the depths of the lava, making his way to the central region. Unlike the deeper areas, which were devoid of company, the central region was populated by a few scattered individuals, all of whom were formidable experts. Naturally, there were some less capable individuals, yet brimming with spiritual energy. Hoping to seize an opportunity, Lin Feng approached two individuals who were initially walking towards a patch of lava. Upon noticing Lin Feng, their eyes glinted with a discerning gaze. Lin Feng's attire had been scorched black by the extreme heat of the deeper region, and his skin was cracked and wrinkled, rendering him almost unrecognizable. It appeared as though the spiritual energy could no longer shield his body, leaving it vulnerable to external temperatures. As Lin Feng approached the two, they presumed he was seeking assistance. Yet, their expressions betrayed the thrill of spotting prey. Within the confines of the secret realm, all were adversaries. These two sensed Lin Feng's apparent exhaustion and saw an opportunity for plunder. In an instant, one of the men lunged at Lin Feng, unleashing a powerful palm technique imbued with the fiery force of the surrounding air. In this secret realm, even the scorching air could serve as a means of attack. Lin Feng retaliated with a palm strike of his own, sending his opponent flying with overwhelming force. The other individual, witnessing this, also unleashed a formidable martial technique in an attempt to subdue Lin Feng, but was met with a swift counter that quelled his assault. "Who are you?" Lin Feng did not respond to their inquiries. Instead, he swept away the contents of their storage rings, leaving them empty before seeking other targets. To his astonishment, he discovered that the elemental energy within him had granted him considerable resistance to flames, rendering his current usage of spiritual energy less than a fraction of what it had been previously. If this were the case, Lin Feng felt he need not rush to escape. The replenished spiritual energy was more than sufficient for his temporary needs. With this realization, he felt no urgency and commenced hunting for high-scoring geniuses in the central area, choosing to spare those with fewer points to ensure their chances of passing the assessment. As he continued to plunder and eliminate foes, his points surged to a staggering 500.3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. The vast majority had emerged, with only a select few elites still remaining inside. The elder awaited outside the secret realm, unhurried and amused, remarking, "Those still inside are individuals of remarkable spiritual prowess, essentially the finest among you, and their points are substantial. However, prolonged stay may not bode well, as the likelihood of having points taken away increases. Let us see who ultimately accrues the most points." The disciples who had successfully passed the assessment could come forth to claim their tokens. Those with over 300 points could receive an A-grade token, while those with 200 would receive a B-grade token, and those with only 100 would be awarded a C-grade token. The elder addressed those who had emerged. "Elder, what do these tokens signify? Do they determine our future standing?" One disciple inquired. Elder Wei shook his head. "Not quite. The A-grade token offers slightly more privileges than the B and C grades, but it primarily reflects one's aptitude. Should you grow in strength, you may exchange it for a higher grade token." "Elder, what specific privileges does it entail?" another asked. "For instance, holders of the A-grade token receive priority for sacred land missions, and their rewards and benefits from the sect are superior to others. Notably, it is required to possess an A-grade token to be accepted as a disciple under an elder on the Elder's Peak, otherwise, you would merely be a disciple of the outer sect. Of course, you newcomers need not concern yourselves with this matter. Very few elders would be inclined to accept you unless your talents meet their expectations. Our sacred ground, like others, is divided into inner and outer sections. Your entry into the sacred land designates you as outer sect disciples. After progressing in your cultivation to a certain level, you may become inner sect disciples, and only then may you choose to affiliate with an elder. The tokens you currently hold are not permanent. An A-grade token may be downgraded to a B, while AB may be upgraded to an A. The criteria for advancement and grading differ at each stage, and ultimately, after entering the sacred land, you must strive diligently. Otherwise, it is akin to rowing against the current. If you do not advance, you shall regress, and there lies the risk of expulsion from the sacred land." Elder Wei elaborated. The others murmured among themselves, astonished to discover that the sacred land's stringent measures were even more rigorous than they had anticipated. Not only was there a strict hierarchy, but there also existed the possibility of expulsion. However, having come to the sacred land, they were naturally prepared for such challenges, as their pursuit was for the utmost progress. "Elder Wei, how many remain inside? With the 3-day deadline approaching, those who have yet to emerge cannot possibly have perished within, can they?" At this moment, a disciple shifted the topic, inquiring. Elder Wei observed the time. It seemed there was only a half incense stick's worth of time remaining until the 3-day mark. He had initially believed Lin Feng was still inside, engrossed in accumulating points, but as the time drew near without his emergence, a hint of worry crept in. He hoped nothing ill had befallen him. Soon, another disciple emerged, exuding an air of arrogance, brandishing a collection of orbs that astonished onlookers with over 400 points. Lu Yifan, 432 points, A-grade token. The elder bestowed upon Lu Yifan the A-grade token. At this moment, it was not long before the secret realm closed, and disciples began to notice that Lin Feng, with his sevenfold talent, had yet to emerge. Chapter 76:1200 pearls. A shock to all the crowd was astonished. Could it be that Lin Feng had perished within? It had been so long since he had last emerged. It was possible. His arrogance outside might have led him to act recklessly within, venturing into perilous areas and meeting his demise, or perhaps he had been beset by others in a conspiracy against him. It was all conceivable. The fate of prodigies often seemed to be an early demise, and Lin Feng might indeed be unfortunate. As time ticked away, the gathering speculated that if Lin Feng were unharmed, he would have returned by now, leading them to conclude that something must have gone awry. However, just as the final moments slipped away, Lin Feng finally emerged. "Apologies for the delay, I was caught up in the excitement of the hunt," he said, offering a faint apology as he appeared before them. On the first day, he had absorbed the heartfire of the Azure Lotus, initially believing the spiritual energy to be nearly depleted and resorting to seizing from passers-by. The following day, he discovered that after merging with the strange fire, a transformation occurred within him. He no longer needed to isolate himself from the surrounding environment, which instead began to ceaselessly replenish his energy. This revelation took Lin Feng by surprise, prompting him to venture deeper into the hotter regions. After slaying numerous creatures in those fiery depths, he lost track of time, only realizing the hour had grown late and hastening his return, which accounted for his tardiness. "Very well, Lin Feng, how many pearls have you gathered?" Elder Wei exhaled in relief, glad to see Lin Feng safe. A talent of his caliber would be a tremendous loss to the sacred grounds if anything were to happen to him. The thought weighed heavily on his heart. "It's a little hard to count. You may assess it yourself," Lin Feng replied as he handed over the storage ring containing the molten fire pearls to the elder. Elder Wei sensed its contents, astonished. "Lin Feng, 1,200 pearls," he declared slowly. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the assembly, igniting a chorus of disbelief. "Elder, you must be mistaken. 1,200, the most any of us have is just over 400. Is Lin Feng truly 3 times more than the second-place contender?" This must be a jest. Even if Lin Feng resorted to cheating, such a quantity is simply implausible. Unless he has robbed the majority of us clean, how many molten beasts could there possibly be in the secret realm? Elder, are you favoring Lin Feng due to his 7th tier talent, perhaps inflating his count by a few hundred? Questioned another. If he had 500 or 600, I could believe it, but 1200 seems far-fetched. Among the crowd, less than 1/5 had completed the 3rd challenge. Of that fraction, most barely met the threshold of 100, with only a select few surpassing 300 or 400. The elite were but a handful among the thousands who participated. While Lin Feng indeed boasted the highest talent, it did not necessarily equate to unmatched strength. Even if he were the strongest, such a disparity was hard to rationalize. Each molten beast slain diminished their numbers, and within the depths of the secret realm, the temperatures soared to levels that ordinary individuals could scarcely endure. Those who ventured into the secret realm were not fools. Encountering a prodigy like Lin Feng, who could not only overpower them but outrun them as well, they would not simply stand by and allow him to plunder their spoils. Thus, the sheer volume of Lin Feng's points seemed rather suspect. Elder, might we see the pearls? It is not that I doubt Lin Feng, but the quantity is astonishing and hard to accept, someone suggested. Upon hearing this, Elder Wei did not take offense at their skepticism, for he too was astounded by the figures involved. He promptly released the storage ring Lin Feng had provided. A cascade of fire pearls tumbled to the ground. Upon witnessing the sheer number, the onlookers were left speechless. It truly is an immense quantity. Where on earth did you hunt, Lin Feng? Or did you rob many others? Indeed, I am also curious. While Lin Feng is powerful, could his efficiency in slaying monsters be significantly greater than ours? That seems unlikely. They pressed. The disparity was simply too vast, leaving many incredulous. After all, most of them had toiled exhaustively to gather a mere 100 pearls. Fewer than 1/5 of the entire group had even reached that mark. Even if Lin Feng had resorted to theft, the majority among them only possessed a handful of pearls, insufficient to account for such an accumulation. Lin Feng had no special abilities to discern who had the most pearls, and with the map being so expansive, it would have been more prudent to focus on defeating more creatures than hunting for targets to rob. Facing their inquiries, Lin Feng merely smiled. It was simply a matter of defeating monsters. Do you possess some extraordinary technique for rapid monster hunting? Someone inquired, shaking his head. Lin Feng replied, I have no special techniques. I just delved deeper into the realm, where the expanse of lava was vast, and the creatures plentiful. I simply kept striking. The crowd nodded in understanding, but soon one individual raised a question. How deep did you go? Surely, there were no others competing for the monsters? I ventured so deep that it would take me half an hour to return and see any of your figures, Lin Feng explained. A collective gasp echoed among them. If it requires half an hour to encounter another, does that mean you reach the innermost depths of the secret realm? The temperatures there could incinerate a person. Surely you jest. In such depths, our chi could not possibly endure. Lin Feng, while you have acquired many pearls, do not exaggerate your feats. If what Lin Feng claims is true, it is astonishing. To remain there for 3 days, I felt I would perish at the edges. I suspect he is boasting. No one could survive in such depths. While it is indeed remarkable to gather so many pearls, it is utterly astounding, the crowd murmured among themselves. Lin Feng smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. Now that I have presented these pearls, does my achievement stand? The murmurs of doubt faded into silence. 1,200 points, a grade of excellence, Elder Wei stated slowly. He then collected all the pearls back into the storage ring and returned it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I had intended to inquire which peak you might wish to join. However, since you were sent by Elder Wu, it is likely you have already been preordained to a particular path. Therefore, I shall refrain from further questioning. With your accomplishments, you may choose any favorable conditions you desire, Elder Wei continued. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. I find Elder Wu's peak quite appealing. I shall join him, Lin Feng replied. Regarding the environment, Lin Feng was indifferent. He sought only the protection of the sacred grounds. His purpose in joining was to resolve his family's troubles, and once those were addressed, other matters could be discussed. Very well, all disciples who have passed all 3 trials may remain. Others are free to leave the sacred grounds. You may return for the next batch of trials. However, any who cause disturbances shall have their qualifications for the sacred grounds assessment revoked, Elder Wei proclaimed in a resonant voice. Chapter 77 Receiving the Disciples' Token. Elders' discontent upon the utterance of these words. Many disciples sighed deeply, their faces etched with sorrow. The recruitment assessments of the sacred land are notoriously brutal. Thousands may arrive, yet only a mere few hundred emerge successful. Among these thousands, the majority are prodigies hailing from ordinary backgrounds. Of those lacking exceptional talent are even barred from participating in the assessment, as there lies an aptitude test prior to the first round. Even so, the number of those who remain is a paltry 10%. Lin Feng's ability to stand out among them can be attributed largely to the aid of his extraordinary gift. Without such an abundance of talent, it would have been impossible for him to surpass so many others, nor could he have passed the tests. Now, for those who remain, please hand your tokens to the outer gate peak, where the overseers will exchange them for points. I must caution you, do not resort to cheating, for the consequences of being caught are dire, Elder Wei instructed. Once all the disciples acknowledged their understanding, Elder Wei departed for other matters. He intended to report the results of this recruitment to the Sacred Master. In previous years, he would not have been in such a haste. However, with the emergence of Lin Feng, a contender of the 7th level of talent, he was eager to share this news with others. Thus, he instructed the remaining disciples to make their way to the outer gate peak. While he took his leave, the crowd exchanged glances, knowing that one person would lead the way to the outer gate peak, and one by one, they began to follow suit. Lin Feng approached Mu Rongning's side. Congratulations, Lin Feng, you are even more formidable than I had imagined. You have become my goal to surpass. Back in Yupan City, I considered myself a prodigy, but upon arriving here, I realized that there are always greater talents beyond. The disciples who gain entry into the sacred land are all exceptional in their own right, yet I firmly believe that I am not inferior to anyone. As long as I remain resolute, I will one day stand above the multitude, and I hope to stand shoulder to shoulder with you then, Mu Rongning declared, her gaze steadfast. Lin Feng regarded Mu Rongning with a measure of approval. He held a strong belief in the notion of innate talent as the foundation of all things. While Mu Rongning possessed talent, in comparison to those who were even more gifted, her abilities were merely adequate. She might outshine some, but not all of us. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised by her ambition. After all, he had already witnessed an array of geniuses here, yet Mu Rongning did not seem disheartened. Rather, her resolve appeared to strengthen, prompting Lin Feng to view her with newfound admiration. Perhaps she could indeed achieve her aspirations. He found himself curious about how far a girl like her might ascend in the future. However, he was determined to forge ahead first, for his own talent was vastly superior. Well, I have faith in you. Since you have chosen to participate in the next assessment to enter the sacred land, you must prepare yourself thoroughly. The sacred state has arrived, and I would not wish for you to return to the Dao state, Lin Feng remarked with a smile. Rest assured, I, Mu Rongning, am formidable, she replied confidently, patting her chest. Very well, I shall make my way to the outer gate peak. According to the elder, you are permitted to stay briefly on this third peak. Should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to inform me, Lin Feng said, feeling a sense of camaraderie with Mu Rongning, who had journeyed from the Dao state alongside him. Having faced life and death, he considered her a friend. Since they were both from the Dao state, he felt inclined to offer her support. With his 7th level of talent, he presumed he would carry some weight within the sacred land and enjoy a few privileges. Yes, do not worry. I will not cause any trouble. I only need to prepare for next month's assessment. You should go on and obtain your outer gate token. By the way, it would be wise to speak with the elder regarding your family's matters, to see if he can expedite a resolution. I fear that if the sacred land takes too long, your family may suffer, Mu Rongning advised. Thank you for the reminder. I shall take my leave now, Lin Feng said, bidding farewell as Mu Rongning watched his figure recede into the distance. At that moment, a new determination ignited within her heart to surpass Lin Feng. Previously, after being defeated by him, she felt a sense of indignation, but now, upon learning of his remarkable talent, she subconsciously adopted him as her benchmark. Perhaps due to the faithful nature of their martial encounters, she believed that only a genius like Lin Feng would be the companion she sought. To stand beside him, she too must be exceptional. Mu Rongning clenched her delicate fist, then released it, proceeding to the third peak to secure a room and settle in. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, along with the main group, arrived at the outer gate peak, exchanging their tokens for points and obtaining a first-class identity token. With this token, one was officially recognized as a member of the Taichu Sacred Land. Furthermore, this token served not only as a means of identification but also possessed a sensing function, allowing its bearer to detect nearby disciples of the Sacred Land. Additionally, the token was imbued with protective measures. In the event of a life-threatening situation, it could absorb a blow from a transcendental realm opponent, proving to be remarkably useful. Should the token's owner meet with misfortune, the Sacred Land would be promptly informed and would dispatch powerful disciples and elders for retribution. Such unity and strength within the Sacred Land are what have secured its current stature and attracted countless aspirants. After the distribution of the disciples' tokens, additional forms were sent around for the disciples to complete, detailing their familial connections, social relationships, and acquaintances. Upon becoming a disciple of the Sacred Land, all those associated with them would be afforded protection. Naturally, this was not a matter of providing individual safeguards, but rather issuing proclamations under the name of the Sacred Land, indicating which families and factions fell under its protection and should not be provoked. Lin Feng meticulously filled out the form, as this was precisely why he had chosen to join the Sacred Land. After completing the form, he submitted it to the elder and inquired, "Elder, may I ask when the protection for disciples' relatives will take effect?" To be frank, my family is currently in peril and is facing threats that could endanger their lives at any moment. The elder cast a disinterested glance at Lin Feng. That requires formal procedures. It cannot be expedited. You will have to be patient. How long must I wait? Lin Feng pressed. The notification process begins from the sacred state. If your family resides in the Dao state, it will take some time. As I said, it will not be quick. What is due will come in due course. However, if you have joined the Sacred Land out of desperation due to your family's crisis, I am not inclined to entertain your inquiries, the elder replied, seemingly harboring some animosity towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng furrowed his brow in confusion. Why is that? The elder remained silent, but Lin Feng began to understand the underlying sentiment. The elder likely disapproved of Lin Feng's motives for entering the Sacred Land, believing he was driven by ulterior motives rather than a pure desire to join. Cases involving families already in distress typically required considerable resources from the Sacred Land to resolve, which would burden the elders, unlike those who had not yet encountered trouble, who could simply be warned to avoid provoking other families. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for the elder to harbor reservations. However, Lin Feng could not afford to wait indefinitely. Elder, I suspect I understand your discontent with me, but this is the condition set forth by the Taichu Sacred Land. Is it wrong to enter with such a purpose? That is permissible. Thus, I have not said that it would not be handled. We are merely following the proper procedures, the elder replied, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Feng. At that moment, Elder Wei hurriedly approached. Lin Feng, what is the situation? Have you obtained your disciple token? The Sacred Master wishes to summon you. Chapter 78 The Sacred Lord Peak Audience. With the Sacred Lord having secured an audience, Lin Feng approached Elder Wei with a hint of hesitation, contemplating his choice of words. "What is it?" Elder Wei inquired. Lin Feng proceeded to share the difficulties he had encountered. Upon hearing this, Elder Wei raised an eyebrow. "The Hellion family, what kind of power is that? Is it truly insurmountable?" "It is a top-tier force in Daozhou, and the Hellion Ancestor has attained the Nirvana stage," Lin Feng replied. "Nirvana? What significance does that hold? Every elder in our sacred ground has reached the Nirvana stage. If that is all, it is merely a trifling matter. Once you join our sacred ground, assistance will be readily available," Elder Wei scoffed. "However, the situation may be rather urgent, as there was a member of the Hellion family monitoring me, but I managed to elude him at the boundary. He may return to inform my family of impending danger, thus necessitating swift action," Lin Feng urged, clasping his hands in respect. "Such trivialities," Elder Wei remarked, turning to Elder Ning, who was responsible for welcoming newcomers. "Elder Ning, Lin Feng is a disciple of the sevenfold talent. Our sacred ground must treat such gifted individuals with special consideration. Resolve this matter for Lin Feng immediately. He should have no lingering concerns. As for formalities, set them aside for now. Simply seek out 2 Nirvana experts and dispatch them with the command of the Sacred Lord." Upon hearing this, Elder Ning hastily bowed. "Very well, I shall send someone at once." He cast a thoughtful glance at Lin Feng, realizing that this seemingly unremarkable youth was indeed a disciple of sevenfold talent. He had not paid attention earlier when the points were allocated, but now recognized that the prodigy with over 1,000 points was none other than Lin Feng. Regret washed over him for potentially offending Lin Feng. As an elder, he held power over the disciples, yet talents like Lin Feng might soon require him to address them as equals. In a mere 2 years, their statuses could diverge vastly. The sacred ground fundamentally valued talent and strength. The few disciples were privileged to be summoned by the Sacred Lord. He merely hoped that Lin Feng would not hold a grudge against him. Fostering goodwill was out of the question, as their paths would likely not cross significantly in the future. "Thank you for your assistance, Elder," Lin Feng said, bowing respectfully. Although Elder Ning's demeanor had not been particularly amiable, it was understandable, as he was merely adhering to the established protocols without extending any leniency. "Not at all," Elder Ning replied promptly. Elder Wei observed the two with mild amusement, sensing that Elder Ning had inadvertently offended Lin Feng. Fortunately, as an evaluator, he had not imposed any undue hardship on Lin Feng, or else he too would have faced Lin Feng's ire. Given Lin Feng's talent, his future achievements would undoubtedly surpass those of the others. Offending him would yield no benefit. "Lin Feng, follow me," Elder Wei said with a smile. "Very well," Lin Feng replied, following closely behind. Before long, Elder Wei led Lin Feng through the air, arriving at the pinnacle known as the Sacred Lord Peak. This peak was the largest of all, housing not only the residence of the Sacred Lord but also the foremost scripture repository and treasure vault of the sacred ground. Deep within the Sacred Lord Peak lay the secluded retreats of various esteemed ancestors of the sacred ground. It could be said that the Sacred Lord Peak was the most fortified of all. Should any external threats arise, it would be the first line of defense. The grandeur of the Sacred Lord Peak was unparalleled, surrounded by celestial cranes and enveloped in a mist of ethereal beauty, exuding an aura of auspiciousness that resembled a realm of immortals. As they drew nearer, the vastness of the structures within became even more apparent. The Sacred Lord's grand hall alone seemed boundless, its floors adorned with slabs of white jade and celestial stone, stretching across the entire peak. Elder Wei, observing Lin Feng's awestruck expression, remarked, "The Sacred Lord Peak serves as the face of our sacred ground, naturally more magnificent than the other peaks. However, the other elder peaks are not lacking. Each elder possesses a distinct style. Generally, practitioners adhere to a philosophy of humility and restraint, aligned with the natural way." "I see," Lin Feng mused, recalling Elder Wu's peak, which, while simple and elegant, housed extraordinary treasures. Even a single bamboo shoot, there was a spirit plant aged for centuries. In the outside world, such treasures would be fiercely sought after. The depth of the sacred ground's resources was indeed unfathomable. As Lin Feng entered the grand hall of the Sacred Lord alongside Elder Wei, he beheld a middle-aged man clad in a white robe adorned with golden patterns, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, awaiting their arrival. Upon noticing Lin Feng, the middle-aged man swiftly approached him. A peculiar energy surged into Lin Feng's body as the man nodded slightly. "Indeed, your physical constitution possesses unique roots. It is no wonder you have attained the sevenfold talent." Suddenly, the middle-aged man expressed surprise. "You have also cultivated 2 Imperial-Level techniques? At your age, how did you achieve this?" Lin Feng's heart raced at these words, retracting his hand and hastily bowing. "Greetings, Sacred Lord." It was evident that this formidable figure, capable of discerning his cultivation of 2 Imperial-Level techniques, was none other than the Sacred Lord himself. Lin Feng sensed an aura that seemed unremarkable yet emanated an overwhelming sense of danger. It was said that the Sacred Lord of the sacred ground had reached the realm of the immortal king after transcending tribulations. Whether this was true or not, he surely possessed formidable strength. The Sacred Lord smiled gently. "There is no need for anxiety. Imperial-level techniques are merely that. I am simply astonished that you have managed to cultivate 2 such techniques, and to such a near-perfect state, prior to your arrival at the sacred ground. What resources did you have access to?" "By mere coincidence, I obtained them. They are of little significance," Lin Feng humbly replied. "Of little significance? How humble indeed," the Sacred Lord smiled slightly. "Now, tell me about your background. Where do you hail from? What is your family's profession? Why did you choose the sacred ground? Who recommended you? And what are your family ties?" Given Lin Feng's extraordinary talent, it was imperative to nurture him with great attention. However, before proceeding with such cultivation, it was essential to thoroughly understand Lin Feng's background. They could not afford to be careless, as the sacred ground would not indiscriminately allocate resources solely based on talent. Lin Feng did not conceal any details and recounted his background in full. To join the sacred ground for the sake of your family, recommended by the sect master of the 10,000 Sword sect? It seems you are both affectionate and righteous, with benefactors to assist you. Your character must be commendable, the sacred lord remarked. I will dispatch someone to investigate your history thoroughly. As it stands, I find myself rather pleased with you. You are indeed a promising seedling. The sacred lord turned to Elder Wei. Afterward, take Lin Feng to the Immortal Martial Pavilion to select 2 techniques. Given that Lin Feng has previously cultivated Imperial-Level techniques, his aptitude must be exceptional. Grant him the highest privileges aside from those few top-tier techniques. Let him choose freely. Moreover, provide resources for Lin Feng commensurate with that of a sacred son. With his talent, such resources will not be wasted. What? Elder Wei exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. He took a deep breath before responding, understood. Chapter 79 The Resources of the Holy Sun, Xianwu Pavilion. Elder Wei was presently overwhelmed with astonishment. Granting Lin Feng the highest privileges of the Xianwu Pavilion and providing him with the cultivation resources befitting a holy son were 2 actions that left him utterly flabbergasted. The Xianwu Pavilion is the pinnacle of martial arts within the Holy Land, steeped in a rich heritage spanning millennia. Even the Emperor-level techniques housed therein are considered commonplace. The Emperor-level techniques themselves are meticulously categorized into tiers, from A to D, and beyond the Emperor level, even more advanced methodologies exist, culminating in the Supreme Da-level techniques, all concealed within the Xianwu Pavilion. By granting Lin Feng the highest level of access, he is afforded the liberty to select from Emperor-level techniques at will, a privilege that even the leaders of the various Elder Peaks must earn through notable achievements. Nevertheless, Elder Wei understood the rationale behind this decision. After all, Lin Feng had previously cultivated Emperor-level techniques. If the offerings were inferior to what he had practiced before, how could he possibly feel a sense of belonging? How could he perceive the strength of the Holy Land? Thus, the Holy Master directly conferred upon Lin Feng the privilege to choose from 2 tomes. Elder Wei was equally astounded by the resources designated for the Holy Son. As the term implies, these resources are intended for the Holy Son of Taichu, a title that has remained vacant for several centuries, yet, the Holy Master has now bestowed them upon Lin Feng, a newcomer to the Holy Land. However, the Holy Master, casting a glance at Lin Feng, offered an explanation. Lin Feng, it has been over a century since we have seen a disciple with a 7-fold talent. The Holy Land has not appointed a Holy Son for a long time. The last was myself. Your 7-fold talent has rekindled the hope of a new Holy Son within me. I provide you with these resources in the hope that you swiftly advance to the qualifications of a Holy Son. Should you become complacent and fail to meet my expectations, I shall reclaim these resources. Therefore, I trust that you will not disappoint me. The Holy Master spoke slowly. Lin Feng recognized the exceptional nature of these 2 privileges and hastily clasped his hands in gratitude, vowing, I shall not fail to meet the Holy Master's lofty expectations. Having just joined the Holy Land, such treatment was exhilarating for Lin Feng. His initial motivation for joining had been to protect his family, yet this was the first time he truly witnessed the grandeur of the Holy Land. Although his high talent played a significant role, the Holy Master's attitude genuinely made him feel welcomed. Naturally, he would prefer to forge friendships as well. Nonetheless, Lin Feng understood that at the level of the Holy Master, it was improbable to cultivate friendships with the younger generation. Just look at the leader of the Wanjian sect. Very well, you may leave now. I will keep a close watch on your growth. The Holy Master gestured, permitting Lin Feng and Elder Wei to withdraw. Both bowed respectfully before exiting the Grand Hall. Lin Feng turned to Elder Wei and inquired, Elder, does the Holy Master imply that I could become the Holy Son of the Holy Land at any moment? What are the criteria to become the Holy Son? Elder Wei replied, the Holy Son of the Holy Land is, in fact, a position that the Holy Master once held. Only a Holy Son has the potential to succeed the Holy Master and wield the authority of the Holy Land. However, the selection of the Holy Son is exceedingly rigorous. To become the foremost among all disciples is merely the foundation. There are stringent requirements regarding talent, strength, and character. One must embody the dignity of the Holy Land and possess an ethereal presence. Furthermore, the Elder Council requires the approval of at least 80% of its members for one to ascend to the position of Holy Son, which explains why this title has remained unoccupied for over a century. Such stringent requirements. Lin Feng was taken aback by the multitude of conditions necessary to become the Holy Son of the Holy Land. However, he felt confident in his qualifications and believed he could meet them. Of course, he remained indifferent. His primary purpose for coming to the Holy Land was to resolve his family's troubles. Any status he might acquire was merely an ancillary benefit, something dispensable. Elder Wei stroked his beard and chuckled. After all, the Holy Son is likely to be the one who will command the Holy Land in the future. How could one not inspire reverence? He continued, we shall discuss this further later. Allow me to escort you to the Xianwu Pavilion. The privilege granted to you by the Holy Master is indeed remarkable. It is not something that most elders can attain. Elder, are the techniques in the Xianwu Pavilion truly advanced? Lin Feng understood that the techniques there would be formidable, yet he was uncertain about the standards of the highest privileges. Naturally. The highest privileges allow one to select freely from Emperor-level techniques, including the very best among them. I was unaware until now that you were cultivating an Emperor-level technique, but the one you possess may only be of the lowest tier, D, which is the weakest among Emperor-level techniques. While still commendable, it is not particularly noteworthy within the Xianwu Pavilion, Elder Wei remarked with a smile. The Xianwu Pavilion is indeed astonishing. Lin Feng was left in a state of utter shock. He had acquired the top-tier techniques of the Hellion family and the techniques gifted by the Sword Elder, both Emperor-level techniques, and had thought himself among the pinnacle of practitioners. How many could claim to have cultivated two such premier techniques? Few, if any, would possess even a single Emperor-level technique, yet, he had not anticipated that the Holy Land would be so formidable, with a plethora of Emperor-level techniques in the Xianwu Pavilion, each categorized into A, B, C, and D tiers, with presumably many tomes within each category. Most significantly, according to the Holy Master, there seemed to be even higher-level techniques beyond the Emperor level. His horizons had been dramatically expanded. The foundation of the Holy Land far exceeds your imagination. You will come to realize this in due course, Elder Wei smiled. There's no need to wait, I believe I am beginning to understand already, Lin Feng responded. As they conversed, they arrived at the Xianwu Pavilion. Upon beholding the towering structure that seemed to pierce the heavens, Lin Feng struggled to fathom that this was merely the martial arts pavilion. Elder Wei explained, the Xianwu Pavilion comprises 1,800 floors, housing the formidable martial techniques and skills amassed by our Holy Land over countless years. It is one of the cornerstones of our Taichu Holy Land. Lin Feng felt an immense sense of awe as he gazed at the gilded characters emblazoned on the pavilion, which seemed to convey the true essence of martial arts, resonating deeply within his soul and sending shivers down his spine. Surrounding the Xianwu Pavilion were myriad protective barriers, with powerful guardians stationed on each floor. It can truly be said to be the strongest location in our Holy Land, bar none. Guardians on every floor? That amounts to over 1,000 powerful beings. Lin Feng exclaimed, astonished. Elder Wei nodded. Among them are not only the elders of the Holy Land but also retired elders and even the venerable ancestors. Should anyone dare to intrude, the consequences would be akin to those faced in a forbidden zone. Lin Feng inhaled sharply. Rest assured, with the token bestowed upon you by the Holy Master, we shall pass through unhindered, Elder Wei reassured him with a smile. Lin Feng nodded and followed Elder Wei inside. Upon entering, it felt as though they had stepped into a unique realm, suffused with a profound aura. Elder Wei approached a corner, displayed the token given by the Holy Master, and then respectfully clasped his hands. Lin Feng, to which floor do you wish to ascend? Elder Wei inquired. I wish to select an Emperor-level technique, Lin Feng replied. Very well, the 16th floor, Elder Wei stated with deference. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Feng and Elder Wei vanished from sight. When the scenery before them stabilized, they found themselves on the 16th floor of the Xianwu Pavilion. Chapter 80, The Selection of Sword Techniques. Lin Feng inhaled sharply, astonished by the capabilities of the Immortal Martial Pavilion, which could manipulate spatial dimensions, transporting individuals to their destinations in an instant. The elder guarding the first level was indeed extraordinary. Noticing Lin Feng's shocked expression, Elder Wei revealed a hint of a smile. Come, take a look. These techniques are all of Imperial rank or higher. Without the Master's permission, I cannot peruse them, but you may examine them. With this remark, Lin Feng's attention was drawn to his surroundings. The entire Immortal Martial Pavilion, comprising 1,600 levels, resembled a resplendent grand hall, suffused with ethereal energy and an ancient ambience. Countless bookshelves filled the space, each adorned with intricate prohibitions, while layers of celestial radiance cascaded from the ceiling, safeguarding these imperial techniques from the ravages of time. However, the air surrounding each technique was steeped in a profound sense of antiquity. Go ahead, Lin Feng. Place your hand upon the prohibition, and you shall sense the might of these imperial techniques, yet, you must not peruse them freely. Only once you determine which to select may you delve into their contents. The Master has granted you the opportunity to examine 2 techniques, Elder Wei instructed. Elder Wei, are all these truly imperial techniques, so many? Lin Feng expressed his astonishment. Despite Elder Wei's prior statement, he was still taken aback by the sheer number of imperial techniques available. He had thought his 2 selections were already quite rare. The Venerable Hellion regarded one of his techniques, the Thunderous Fury, as a family treasure, yet within the sacred Immortal Martial Pavilion, it appeared as abundant as the seas, with at least 1,000 tomes in sight. And this was merely the 1600 level, there were still 200 levels remaining above. What an astonishing foundation this is, he mused. Our Taichu sacred land has existed for 100,000 years, enduring the epochs of antiquity and the waning of the law, still standing resolute. It would be unusual if our heritage were not this substantial. Elder Wei chuckled, hurry and choose, although there is no time constraint within, you have only recently joined the sacred land, and there will surely be many matters awaiting your attention once you exit. Very well, Elder, please wait a moment while I take a look. Lin Feng casually approached an imperial technique and placed his hand upon the prohibition. In an instant, his spiritual energy was drawn into a different realm. Inside this space, 7 blazing suns hung suspended in the air. An elderly man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Suddenly, the 7 suns transformed into 7 colossal golden crows, soaring towards the elder at great speed, their terrifying power palpable. Yet, in the face of such a dreadful scene, the elder merely extended a hand, and a massive palm imprint silently formed, descending upon the 7 golden crows with an overwhelming might that obscured the heavens. In the blink of an eye, the 7 golden crows were reduced to mere dust. The Great Sun Annihilation Palm. Lin Feng read the 5 characters inscribed above. He withdrew from the previous space, yet remained entranced for a considerable time. The imperial techniques were indeed astonishingly formidable. The imperial technique he possessed was likely not inferior, but his cultivation level was simply too low. Had he attained the Elderess level, he would surely possess the ability to dominate the heavens and the earth. Though the palm techniques were fearsome, they did not align with Lin Feng's aspirations. His heart lay with sword techniques. While palm techniques were powerful, they could not advance one's prowess with a weapon as significantly, and practitioners wielding weapons typically surpassed those relying solely on their physical forms. Moreover, with Lin Feng's innate sword body, failing to capitalize on this advantage would be a tremendous waste. He made his way directly to the section dedicated to sword techniques, experiencing several of these imperial sword arts. To his astonishment, he discovered that these sword techniques were not inferior to the oceanic sword method, each being a premier high-level sword art. After all, they were all imperial techniques. This realization placed Lin Feng in a state of dilemma. Although the sword techniques seemed to share a common goal of unleashing power through the sword, each possessed its own distinct advantages. Some prioritized relentless offense, others focused on defense, while some achieved a balance, and others excelled in group attacks. Each bore its strengths and weaknesses, yet as imperial techniques, they all crystallized their respective advantages to the utmost. Amidst his careful deliberation, a sword technique with a rather peculiar name caught his attention: sword tree. Lin Feng murmured softly. This technique bore only 2 words, and while 2 names were acceptable, the peculiarity of the name was striking. Other sword techniques typically bore titles such as sword art or sword cannon, yet this one was simply called sword tree. He placed his hand upon the prohibition once more, and the grim scene before him shifted. In a dusky battlefield, an elder stood resolute against a multitude of formidable opponents. Their auras were immensely terrifying, yet they bore an uncanny similarity, as if all belonged to the same realm of power. Suddenly, several orbs of light appeared around the elder, who called out, "Go!" The orbs ascended, transforming into streaks of light that surged towards the formidable figures. The opponents responded with disdainful scoffs, unleashing their most potent abilities, their powerful auras overwhelming the space. However, they did not attack the elder directly. Instead, they engaged the orbs of light in fierce combat. They sought to strike the elder, yet could not breach the barrier of the orbs, which stood their ground with equal might. "Young one, do you wish to learn this technique?" At that moment, Lin Feng's pupils contracted. The elder was conversing with him within this illusion. It was unclear whether he had perceived Lin Feng or not. The elder stroked his beard and chuckled. "This technique, known as the sword tree, is named for its fruitfulness. All the sword techniques I have previously mastered have been refined to their pinnacle, condensed into sword-intense seeds. Each sword-intense seed corresponds to my perfected sword art. As long as you have mastered numerous sword techniques to a high level, the seeds will pour forth, wielding power akin to that of 1,000,000 troops. Should all the sword-intense seeds unite as one," as he spoke, the elder's expression shifted, and all the sword-intense seeds coalesced into a singular form. "Go!" Suddenly, the sword-intense seed erupted, unleashing a resplendent and overwhelming force that instantly pierced through the bodies of the formidable figures. They had no time to react, falling lifelessly to the ground. "Such is the power," the elder remarked with a smile. Senior Lin Feng was about to speak, but in a fleeting moment, the illusion dissipated, leaving only the tome titled Sword Tree beneath the bookshelf. With unwavering resolve, Lin Feng retrieved his token and selected this technique. In an instant, an influx of information regarding the technique flooded into Lin Feng's mind, accompanied by a prohibition that sealed his soul. Elder Wei explained at an opportune moment. "As you absorb the information of the technique, the immortal martial pavilion will impose a seal to protect it. Outsiders cannot forcibly probe your soul. Once you master the technique, the seal will naturally lift, but you will forget the original text of the technique, retaining only your own comprehension. The sacred land has been passing down knowledge for millennia. This is a measure to prevent the techniques from leaking out." Elder Wei elucidated. Chapter 81: The Formidable Sword Tree. Stringent conditions. So it is. Lin Feng nodded, savoring the concept of the sword tree in his mind. This sword tree is indeed astonishing. A typical individual can only wield one sword technique at a time, and the same applies to sword intent. It is impossible to simultaneously unleash insights from 2 distinct sword intents. Yet, this particular martial art allows practitioners, upon reaching mastery in their sword techniques, to condense their sword intent into a seed. Remarkably, this sword intent seed, through the art's efficacy, records the various methods and techniques employed by its master during combat, encapsulating the essence of the perfected sword techniques. Once the sword intent seed is activated, it assists the user in battle. One sword intent seed is akin to an additional combatant. Furthermore, if multiple sword intent seeds are cultivated to perfection, an individual could engage numerous opponents of equivalent strength with remarkable ease. Most crucially, if 10 sword-intense seeds are amalgamated, the resulting power would be tenfold that of the master's full strength. Such capabilities are truly astonishing. Despite its formidable nature, due to the strict prerequisites of the art, it is still relegated to the 1600th tier. Although this art appears powerful, for the vast majority of sword cultivators, it is akin to a double-edged sword. The journey to perfect one sword technique is already a monumental investment of time, and attaining the corresponding sword intent is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Even if one achieves both, the arduous task of condensing the sword-intense seed remains a long and challenging endeavor. Should one manage to accomplish all three, possessing merely a single sword-intense seed offers limited personal benefit. One must also cultivate other sword techniques and condense additional sword-intense seeds. Following this entire process, those who specialize in a single technique will have long since surpassed others in strength. Thus, while the sword tree is touted as powerful, it can also be quite superfluous, belonging to the category of endeavors that yield more losses than gains. However, in Lin Feng's eyes, this martial art is indeed remarkable. If there is a flaw, it lies not within the art itself but rather within the practitioner. The path of cultivation is inherently long, and a singular pursuit of speed yields no substantial results. Moreover, as an innate sword body, his rate of advancement in sword techniques will far exceed that of ordinary individuals. Though the sword tree may appear exacting, it is rather suited to his constitution. Primarily, should he cultivate it to perfection, his power will far surpass that of his peers, enabling him to rival several individuals simultaneously. Such a lure is undeniably extraordinary. My oceanic sword cannon is nearly perfected. I believe that by cultivating the sword tree, I shall swiftly condense my sword intense seed. Having chosen the sword tree, it is inevitable that I select a second sword technique as well, Lin Feng murmured. He then resumed his selection among the myriad sword techniques. Each one is an exceedingly precious Imperial-level martial art, yet they are presented to Lin Feng with a casualness akin to cabbages, leaving him somewhat dissatisfied. It is not that he is discontented, but rather that he has yet to discover anything particularly outstanding. Perhaps I shall simply choose one at random. Lin Feng concluded that all these arts are Imperial level. Any one of them would not be lacking. After glancing briefly, he selected a technique called the Infinite Sword Cannon. This Infinite Sword Cannon shares a similar grandeur with the Oceanic Sword Cannon, both vast and boundless, akin to mountains and seas without limit. With his experience in cultivating the Oceanic Sword Cannon, his efficiency in practicing this analogous technique will undoubtedly increase. Clearly, his choice is aimed at swiftly condensing the sword intense seed. Lin Feng employed his token to select this sword technique, and in an instant, the information regarding the infinite sword technique surged into his mind. Lin Feng nodded. From his perception, this technique is on par with the Oceanic Sword technique, its power only stronger. Lin Feng, have you made your choice? Elder Wei inquired from a short distance. Yes, Elder, I have, Lin Feng replied. Elder Wei smiled. 2 Imperial-level martial arts, even I find myself somewhat envious. Now that you have made your selections, let us proceed. Very well, Lin Feng nodded, returning the token to Elder Wei. With a mere flick of his hand, their figures vanished once more. Upon reopening his eyes, they found themselves on the first floor of the Immortal Martial Pavilion. Approaching the entrance, Lin Feng asked, Elder Wei, what are the conditions for cultivating Imperial-level martial arts? When might I have the opportunity to select again? Do you wish to select another Imperial-level martial art? Elder Wei expressed his surprise. Lin Feng, one must not be gluttonous, you have only just acquired 2. Instead of contemplating when you might absorb them, you should focus on that. Such a mindset is not advisable. Though you are a genius, cultivating Imperial-level martial arts is not an easy feat. It would be wise to refine the techniques you have already obtained rather than aiming too high, Elder Wei advised sagely. Lin Feng responded, Elder, I do not wish to aim too high. I am merely curious. I want to understand how fortunate I am to have received 2 opportunities for martial arts selection. I see. Generally, to obtain the conditions for cultivating Imperial-level martial arts, if one is a disciple, one must be promoted to the rank of a top elder disciple or fortunate enough to be taken in by a grandmaster of the sacred grounds to gain an opportunity. Of course, becoming a disciple of the Sacred Lord is also a possibility, but the Sacred Lord rarely accepts disciples. Beyond that, becoming an elder of the sacred grounds also grants one the opportunity to cultivate Imperial-level martial arts. Additionally, significant meritorious achievements may earn you a chance as well, Elder Wei elucidated. Lin Feng frowned. These conditions appeared rather unfriendly. Regardless of whom he might choose as a master, it seemed improbable he would accept. As for becoming an elder of the sacred grounds or achieving notable merit, those paths felt far too distant. Elder, what about becoming the Holy Sun? Lin Feng inquired. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention, Elder Wei remarked, patting his head with an embarrassed smile. If you truly manage to become the Holy Son of the sacred grounds, then Imperial-level martial arts would be readily accessible to you, as you would be akin to a second sacred lord, and the Immortal Martial Pavilion would naturally be open to you. However, while you do possess the potential to become the Holy Sun, actually achieving that status is likely more stringent than the conditions I previously mentioned, Elder Wei cautioned. It seems that becoming the Holy Sun is the way to go, Lin Feng mused. The vast opportunities presented by the Taichu sacred grounds hold immeasurable benefits for his future cultivation. If he could become the Holy Sun, it is unimaginable how swiftly he would progress. Yet, this is not something to rush. For now, he must rely on his own innate advantages and seek to forge friendships with those possessing formidable martial arts and talents, starting with the disciples. Many of these disciples are exceedingly gifted. While their overall talents may not surpass his, they are indeed formidable in their own right. Establishing connections with these disciples would ensure that even if he does not become the Holy Sun, his journey to the sacred grounds would not be in vain. Lin Feng, I trust you have your own thoughts now. This journey has consumed considerable time. I have already informed the sacred lord of your destination. You will be placed under Elder Wu of the 19th peak. Elder Wu is no ordinary individual. He is among the top-tier powerhouses of our sacred grounds. If you can learn diligently from him, it will be of great benefit. However, be warned that Elder Wu is known for his decisiveness and reluctance to teach. You will likely need to impress him with your innate talent, Elder Wei remarked with a smile. Chapter 82, Return to the Peak, the situation of the 19th peak. Thank you, Elder Yi Chen, for your guidance, Lin Feng said, clasping his fists in respect. Of course, he only expressed such gratitude verbally. In truth, he was indifferent to whether Elder Wu chose to teach him. Given his innate understanding, self-learning was not a concern for him. What mattered most was leveraging the capabilities of his unique abilities to acquire even greater power. Furthermore, now that he had embarked on the path of the sword tree, mastering sword techniques would undoubtedly become his primary focus. If he could attain the Great Ascension, his strength would likely experience a significant transformation. This is my elder token. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out. Consider it my way of introducing you to the fold. You may visit often. Although I may not be the pinnacle elder of this sacred land, I have resided here for several centuries and can certainly offer valuable insights to help you navigate challenges, Elder Wei stated, presenting a token bearing his mark. By breaking the token, Elder Wei would be instantly alerted and could come to Lin Feng's aid. Moreover, by simply displaying the token, Lin Feng could seek him out at the corresponding peak. Thank you, Elder. I will remember your kindness, Lin Feng replied with a bow. Not at all, you may return now, Elder Wei chuckled, stroking his beard. He was quite content to have forged a connection with Lin Feng. Should he be able to assist Lin Feng in the future, it would be a true blessing. After all, with Lin Feng's exceptional talent, he was destined to ascend to great heights and become a formidable force in the future. Cultivating goodwill now would surely reap benefits later. Just as Lin Feng was about to depart, he suddenly recalled something. Elder, there is one more matter. What is it? Elder Wei inquired. To be candid, when I journeyed from Daozhou, I came with a friend named Lu Qing, who was quite handsome. Unfortunately, he encountered misfortune in the residual water domain. If you would be so kind, could you assist me in searching for him? He possesses considerable talent and, barring unforeseen circumstances, should have been eligible to become a disciple of the sacred land, Lin Feng said, clasping his hands. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Feng decided to voice this concern, although he was uncertain whether Lu Qing had succumbed to that elder's coercion or had perished alongside him in the residual water domain. Nevertheless, they had traveled together, and he owed Lu Qing a great deal, especially since he had acquired the purple extreme demon eyes through their friendship. If he could extend a helping hand, it would be most agreeable. Not a problem. Whoever dared to snatch a disciple of the sacred land shall soon meet their end. I shall take care of this matter. Furthermore, your situation has garnered the utmost attention from the sacred lord. I will personally travel to Daozhou to help resolve your family's troubles, Elder Wei replied with a smile. That you would personally intervene, Elder, is greatly appreciated, Lin Feng expressed with a bow. It is my duty. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Your issue requires prompt attention, and I will hasten to address it, Elder Wei stated. Lin Feng bid farewell with a respectful gesture as Elder Wei soared into the sky. He then made his way back to the 19th peak. Upon arriving at the 19th peak, Lin Feng was surprised to find the senior brother who had previously escorted him to the 3rd peak waiting at the entrance. He wore a broad smile, quite unlike his earlier demeanor. Junior brother Lin, you have returned. Yi Chen exclaimed cheerfully. Senior brother Yi, Lin Feng responded with a slight bow. Why the formality among us, fellow disciples? Since we are now of the same peak, there is no need for such politeness. I was unaware of your extraordinary talent before. I regret having been remiss in my attentions. I had intended to share with you the survival strategies of lower-tier disciples, but it appears that will no longer be necessary. You are indeed a dragon among men, a gifted individual, Yi Chen remarked. Senior brother, you flatter me, Lin Feng replied, somewhat unresponsive to the sudden warmth of Yi Chen's enthusiasm. Nonetheless, he found Yi Chen to be sincere in his praise, acknowledging that it stemmed from Lin Feng's remarkable abilities rather than any pretentiousness. Junior brother, you are being too modest. By the way, where is the young lady, Miss Moron? Why did she not accompany you back? Did she fail her assessment? Yi Chen inquired. Lin Feng shook his head. Not at all, she feels that participating directly in the 3rd round of assessments would compromise fairness. She intends to wait for the next assessment and enter diligently. Miss Moron is indeed an exceptional woman, exuding the aura of a strong individual. Such people often achieve great success in the future, Yi Chen said with admiration. Did you wait for me for any particular reason, senior brother? Lin Feng asked. Primarily to welcome you back. However, as your senior, it is also important to provide you with an overview of the 19th peak, Yi Chen began to elucidate. Our 19th peak has few disciples, and the elders are rather easygoing, imposing no strict rules. However, due to their relaxed nature, they seldom conduct lessons, which necessitates that we rely on self-cultivation. This is also the reason for our limited number of disciples. There are only a little over 10 of us at the 19th peak. Aside from myself, many disciples come and go frequently. Currently, our peak's highest-ranking disciples are senior sister Li Xingyue, second senior brother Li Jian, and myself. Yi Chen's senior sister and second senior brother are often away completing tasks for the elders, so I usually take charge here. If you require anything, feel free to approach me, Yi Chen explained with a smile. Noticing Lin Feng's peculiar expression, Yi Chen asked, do you have any doubts, junior brother? Lin Feng replied, earlier, you mentioned your modest talent and your relentless dedication to training, yet you rank among the top 3 disciples of the 19th peak. That seems rather self-deprecating. Ha, Yi Chen laughed, indeed, my talent leaves much to be desired. My enrollment under Elder Wu was merely a stroke of luck. My position among the top 3 is largely due to the small number of disciples here. Do not overthink it, junior brother. Lin Feng smiled but remained silent. Here we are, this will be your residence. During their conversation, they had arrived at Lin Feng's new abode. It was a quaint little courtyard, adjacent to a shimmering lake. The elders of the 19th peak favored the ways of nature, and the scenery here was refreshingly pristine, with a slightly higher concentration of spiritual energy in the air compared to other peaks. Lin Feng surveyed his living environment and felt quite satisfied, as he held no particularly high expectations regarding his surroundings. I have prepared everything for you. This is your courtyard. When Miss Morong arrives, she can stay nearby. You two are friends, so it is only fitting that you are close by for mutual support. Of course, I reside not far off. My residence is just 100 meters up the slope. Should you need anything, you can find me there. However, I have pressing matters at hand, so you may not be able to locate me easily. For urgent matters, you may go directly to the elder, Yi Chen said. Oh? What urgent matters do you have, senior brother? It seems we at the 19th peak are often tasked with completing assignments for the elders, Lin Feng inquired. Not exactly, this is a task I have taken upon myself. With the recent admission of a new batch of disciples to the sacred land, I need to report to the Daozhou outpost, informing them that the disciples belonging to the Daozhou factions are now under the protection of the sacred land and should not be trifled with, Yi Chen explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's brows furrowed slightly. Chapter 83 The Entrance of the Sword Tree. Returning to Daozhou, senior brother, may I accompany you on this mission? Lin Feng inquired. There is only one task, and it is already taken. I accepted this mission because my hometown is in Daozhou, and I have not returned in several years. This time is just right for a visit, Yi Chen replied. Senior brother, your hometown is also in Daozhou, so it seems we are indeed fellow townsmen, Lin Feng remarked. Then it appears we share quite the bond, but I hear you have other intentions, Yi Chen observed, aware that Lin Feng also hailed from Daozhou. It seemed to him that Lin Feng wished to return there as well. Having just joined the Holy Land, it would be ideal if I could return and reassure my family of my safety, Lin Feng stated. Lin Feng refrained from mentioning matters concerning his family, as he felt the situation was nearly resolved, and he had no inclination to air family grievances publicly. Ah, I see, since you have just joined the Holy Land, it may be a bit premature to venture out so soon. However, given your circumstances, it should not pose a problem. Elder Wu will not interfere too much, but it is necessary to inform Elder Wei, as he oversees the new disciples, Yi Chen explained. That is not an issue. Elder Wei seems to be heading to Daozhou as well, so the three of us can travel together. However, he may already be on his way. Senior brother, if that is the case, we should hasten, Lin Feng suggested. Let us set off at once, Yi Chen smiled, unconcerned. For a cultivator, there were no constraints, one could go wherever one wished without the need for preparation. Soon, the two arrived at the third peak. Morong Ning had just instructed Lin Feng to inform her father of his safe return to Daozhou, to which Lin Feng readily agreed. However, they did not encounter Elder Wei until they reached the entrance of the Holy Land. Having not entered through the main gate, Lin Feng was awestruck by the grandeur of the Holy Land. Towering peaks loomed, shrouded in mist, with rays of light illuminating the surroundings, and flocks of celestial cranes soaring above. The entrance was particularly magnificent, spanning an impressive 10,000 miles. Lin Feng could not help but exclaim, such a vast sect, no wonder it is referred to as the Holy Land, there are likely few like it in the world. At that moment, Yi Chen had already spotted Elder Wei and bowed, saying, Elder Wei. Lin Feng also offered a slight bow. Lin Feng, why are you here? Elder Wei inquired. Well, it is like this, Elder Wei, Lin Feng replied softly. I see. Very well, let us depart together, Elder Wei said with a smile. Yi Chen chimed in, this disciple is taking advantage of my junior brother's goodwill to hitch a ride with Elder Wei. Lin Feng initially did not grasp the meaning behind that statement until Elder Wei summoned a magical artifact. The artifact gradually expanded, revealing a flying vessel before the three of them. This is a top-tier flying vessel, something rare for ordinary disciples. Only those in positions of power, like the elders, can possess one. Each vessel is exceedingly valuable, capable of traversing the skies and covering vast distances. A journey to Daozhou would only take a little over a day by flying vessel, whereas walking would require at least several days, and to more remote areas of Daozhou, it could take half a month. The vessel greatly saves us time, Yi Chen elucidated. Lin Feng was astonished to witness such a remarkable tool, reminiscent in some ways of helicopters from his previous life. The vessel was compact, just right for 3 to 5 passengers. As Elder Wei activated the vessel, he said to Lin Feng and Yi Chen, step aboard, we shall set off now. Understood, Lin Feng and Yi Chen leaped onto the vessel. The flying vessel was remarkably stable, but as it soared through the skies, Lin Feng realized just how swift it truly was. Traveling thousands of miles a day is a modest description. It is several times faster than the average cultivator's flight, Yi Chen remarked. Though it is fast, the consumption of spirit stones is immense. During the next day, junior brother, do not idle. Practice your cultivation. A day of practice will bring us to Daozhou, though I wonder where the elder will choose to land, Yi Chen suggested. Lin Feng was already aware that Elder Wei would likely land at his home, as the elder was primarily there to assist him with family matters. Noticing that Yi Chen and Elder Wei had closed their eyes to meditate, Lin Feng began his own cultivation. Although he had obtained the sword tree, he had yet to commence his training. The sword tree was a comprehensive framework of cultivation, encompassing both the practice of the sword tree itself and the process of refining the seeds of sword intent. Lin Feng's immediate goal was to complete the study of this framework before beginning the refinement of the sword intent seeds. As Lin Feng closed his eyes to practice, the profound and intricate Imperial-Level technique unfolded before him, proving not overly complex, akin to an ordinary technique. His journey through the Holy Land had significantly enhanced his talent and comprehension. After half a day, Lin Feng had already grasped the fundamentals of the sword tree. A surge of Imperial-Level energy emanated from him, prompting both Elder Wei and Yi Chen to open their eyes in astonishment. To master an Imperial-Level technique so swiftly, Lin Feng truly is extraordinary, Elder Wei murmured. Yi Chen, equally astonished, could not help but feel a twinge of envy. The energy of the technique Lin Feng had just employed surpassed all the techniques he had practiced, likely reaching the Imperial level. Such talent was indeed exhilarating, and it seemed the Holy Land had directly bestowed upon Lin Feng an Imperial-Level technique. What astounded him even more was Lin Feng's comprehension. To grasp an Imperial-Level technique in such a short span was nothing short of astonishing. However, Elder Wei found it somewhat peculiar. Although he had accompanied Lin Feng to the Xianwu Pavilion, he was unaware of the specific technique Lin Feng had chosen. The sword tree technique felt oddly peculiar to him, as if it possessed no offensive capabilities and could scarcely be classified as a sword technique. He was curious to inquire about Lin Feng but restrained himself, knowing it would be inappropriate to pry into a disciple's privacy, especially while Lin Feng was still in the midst of his cultivation. After another day, Lin Feng opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. The sword tree, as expected of an Imperial-Level technique, proved challenging to learn. It took him a full day and a half to grasp its essence. The subsequent refinement of the sword intense seeds would undoubtedly require a lengthy period. He then resumed practicing the infinite sword technique. However, before he could continue, Elder Wei had already risen. "We have arrived at Yaori City," he announced. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng stood up, surprised that merely a day and a half had passed and the vessel had brought them directly to Yaori City. "Elder, what brings us here?" Yi Chun inquired curiously. "This is your junior brother Lin Feng's hometown," Elder Wei replied with a smile. "I am here to assist Lin Feng in resolving family matters." "Is that so?" "My junior brother did not mention it," Yi Chen remarked. There was no need for excessive details, Lin Feng smiled. "Let us disembark." The flying vessel gradually descended near Yaori City. Passers-by, upon witnessing this spectacle, were greatly astonished and hurried to spread the news. Possessing a flying vessel was not something ordinary forces could boast. Even the Hellion family typically traveled by flight rather than using a vessel. "Lin Feng, where is your family located? Lead us to see," Elder Wei requested. Chapter 84 Uninvited Guests. The crisis of the Lin family. Not far ahead lies the crisis of the Lin family. I appreciate Elder Wei's efforts. "Ha, no trouble at all," Elder Wei replied with a slight wave of his hand, gesturing for Lin Feng to lead the way. Meanwhile, within the main hall of the Lin family, Lin Geng gazed at the array of uninvited guests before him, his expression a stormy shade of iron. At the head of the assembly sat a young man clad in resplendent robes and adorned with a purple crown, his countenance revealing a playful amusement. His name was Hao Lianhong, a paragon among the younger generation of the Hao Lian clan and the direct descendant of the current clan elder, Hao Lianzhao. Behind him stood a multitude of young disciples from the Hao Lian family, each a standout among their peers and followers of Hao Lianhong. "Lin family head, it is hardly productive for us to linger like this. Where on earth has your wretched son Lin Feng run off to? Today, we require a definitive answer," Hao Lianhong remarked, one hand cradling a teacup while the other waved a folding fan, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Geng. "I wonder what that foolish woman Hao Lianfu was thinking when she so naively believed in a year's grace period. Now that the person has fled, it falls upon me to collect the debt personally. Lin Geng, you would do well to pray for your son's swift return, otherwise, At that moment, Hao Lianhong paused abruptly, shifting his gaze from the teacup to Lin Geng. Though he uttered no words, the palpable threat in his eyes spoke volumes. Since the news of Lin Feng's flight reached the Hao Lian family, discontent had rippled throughout. Particularly, the faction led by Elder Hao Lianzhou had made their disapproval unmistakably clear. He deemed this matter a question of the Hao Lian family's honor. If the Lin family were not swiftly dealt with, would it not invite scorn from all within the region in the future? As for the elder of the Hao Lian lineage, he echoed Elder Hao Lianzhao's sentiments. However, due to the historical ties between the two families, he refrained from issuing direct orders, opting instead to allow the underlings to handle it. Consequently, the responsibility of eradicating the Lin family fell upon Hao Lianhong, as Hao Lianfu, due to her misjudgment, had been confined at home and barred from involvement in this affair. As for Hao Lianhong, he had lingered thus far not merely out of duty, he harbored a curiosity to witness the so-called Imperial-Level technique, the ocean sword scripture, that Lin Feng spoke of. If fortune favored him, he intended to seize this technique for himself, and upon mastering it, perhaps he could vie for the position of the next clan leader. Should inquiries arise about its whereabouts, he would simply deny any knowledge, for the Lin family would inevitably perish, leaving no witnesses to contradict him. A smirk graced Hao Lianhong's lips as he reveled in the brilliance of his scheme. "Dear young friend Hao Lian, I have reiterated countless times that I am utterly unaware of my son Feng's whereabouts," Lin Geng replied, his brow furrowed, fists clenched tightly, eyes ablaze with fury. This band of Hao Lian kin truly overstepped their bounds. Were it not for the current decline of the Lin family, he would never endure such humiliation from a mere junior. "Do not speak nonsense. How could a father not know where his son is, the old fool? It seems you are inviting punishment." Before Lin Geng could finish his retort, a burly man suddenly charged forth from behind Hao Lianhong, raising his hand to strike Lin Geng, only to be called back by Hao Lianhong in the nick of time. This man, clad in coarse garments, appeared unremarkable, yet he was the most formidable external elder of the Hao Lian clan, known as Gon, who his cultivation had long since surpassed the mid-stage of the transformation realm, far beyond Lin Geng, who had only recently entered this stage. "Elder Gonhu, do exercise caution. We would not want our Lin family head harmed," Hao Lianhong remarked, eyeing Lin Geng's fluctuating expression with a sneer. "If his son returns to see his father in such a state, he might act out of desperation, and we would lose all our previous efforts." "Humph, I see this old man knows not the peril he is in." Utterly disregarding our presence, Gonhu's face was a mask of fury. Although he obeyed Hao Lianhong's command and refrained from attacking Lin Geng, he maintained an imposing stance. Lin Geng's brow furrowed deeper. The disparity in strength between the two sides was glaring. Unless absolutely necessary, he was loath to engage in any reckless actions. For the safety of the Lin family, he swallowed his indignation. "Since your Hao Lian family is so unreasonable, I have nothing more to say. You may do as you wish, kill or maim. I am at your mercy." With that, he closed his eyes and sat down, adopting a meditative posture. Gonhu regarded the now passive Lin Geng with dissatisfaction, yet he hesitated to act out of turn. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Hao Lianhong. Gonhu understood fully that, despite his status as an elder, he was still an outsider. His assignment was essentially to serve as a bodyguard for the young master. If he could ingratiate himself with Hao Lianhong, perhaps he might earn a proper surname and become a legitimate elder of the clan. Without explicit direction from Hao Lianhong, he was reluctant to take any rash actions. The Lin family head shows remarkable composure, sitting there as though feigning death, Hao Lianhong remarked with a faint smile, setting down his teacup and stretching lazily. "Since you refuse to cooperate, I believe a little lesson is in order, Elder Gonhu. What do you think?" "I have heard that the Lin family still possesses a few promising young talents." Why not let me spar with them first? Gan Hu laughed boisterously, fully grasping how Lin Hong's intent. Since Lin Geng was not eager to act, they would start by eliminating a few of the Lin family disciples as an example. After all, the entire Lin family had already fallen under their control. Upon hearing this, Lin Geng could no longer maintain his composure. The young individuals they referred to were the fresh blood of the Lin family, the seeds of hope that could restore its former glory. Hao Lianhong's actions were tantamount to severing the Lin family's future. You truly overstep your bounds. Lin Geng could no longer contain himself. He erupted from his seated position, and a crackling arc of lightning manifested in his hand. Accompanied by a resonating thunderclap, he strode forth, aiming directly at the back of Gan Hu's head. Chapter 85. A critical moment. Reinforcements arrive. Oh, could this be the wild thunder technique of the Hao Lian clan? The moment the thunderclouds manifested in Lin Geng's grasp, a cold smirk unexpectedly crept across Hao Lianhong's face. The wild thunder technique, being the signature martial art of the Hao Lian family, has traditionally circulated only among the lineage of the clan leader. For collateral branches, such as that of the Grand Elder, while it is not entirely impossible to cultivate, the conditions for its transmission are exceedingly harsh. Although he is the beloved grandson of the Grand Elder and a standout among the younger generation, he is still deemed unworthy of learning this esteemed technique. As this thought crossed his mind, a barely perceptible trace of malice flickered in Hao Lianhong's gaze. Gritting his teeth, he silently cursed to allow an outsider to wield such a precious technique while withholding it from us, the true heirs. Ancestor, you ought to step down. He regarded the surging Lin Geng with an impassive expression and coldly commanded, Elder Gan Hu, subdue this old fool. If I cannot obtain that Songhai sword classic today, I shall settle for the wild thunder technique. With Hao Lianhong's order, Gan Hu promptly turned and lunged at Lin Geng. I have been waiting for this, old man. Are you overly naive? The wild thunder technique belongs to the Hao Lian clan. How could an outsider possibly master it? Gan Hu sneered, his physique swelling instantaneously, muscles writhing as if he were a volcano on the verge of eruption. Despite his status as an elder, his identity as an outsider destined him to be forever estranged from this martial art. But what of it? He is a formidable mid-stage practitioner of the transformation realm. Even though the wild thunder technique is of imperial rank, his barbarian tiger technique is no trifling matter. Lin Geng gazed at Gan Hu, determination glimmering in his eyes. He inhaled deeply, the energy of the thunder in his hands surging forth, a terrifying aura erupting from his being, causing the very air around him to tremble under the influence of his thunder. Is this the might of the wild thunder technique? A flicker of astonishment crossed Hao Lianhong's eyes. He had not anticipated that an outsider like Lin Geng could manifest the technique to such an extent, intensifying his yearning for its mastery. Gan Hu, observing the thunder in Lin Geng's hands, initially displayed surprise, but he quickly regained his composure and retorted with a mocking tone, "And old fool, do you truly believe you can defeat me with this technique?" Lin Geng did not respond. Instead, he pressed his palms together and forcefully thrust them forwards. Boom, a colossal bolt of thunder shot from Lin Geng's palms, hurtling directly towards Gan Hu. Gan Hu regarded the thunderbolt with disdain, his muscles bulging as he charged forward, colliding with the bolt of lightning. Boom, a tremendous explosion ensued as the thunder clashed with Gan Hu's body, unleashing a cataclysmic force that shattered everything in its vicinity. Gan Hu was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently into the wall, which crumbled upon impact, his body charred black from the searing thunder, presenting a woeful sight. Damn that old fool! Gan Hu roared in fury, rising from the ground, his eyes ablaze with rage. His body swelled again, muscles writhing as if poised to explode at any moment. Die! Gan Hu bellowed, lunging once more at Lin Geng, his fist imbued with terrifying power aimed directly at him. Lin Geng, witnessing Gan Hu's strike, felt a surge of gravity in his heart, aware that his wild thunder technique alone could not vanquish Gan Hu. He swiftly retreated, attempting to evade the oncoming assault. However, at that moment, an overwhelming aura suddenly seeped through the doorway, enveloping the entire room in an instant. Both Lin Geng and Gan Hu froze, their gazes darting toward the entrance. A slender figure slowly entered, not particularly tall, yet emanating a formidable pressure akin to that of a primordial beast, rendering anyone unable to meet its gaze directly. Lin Geng's eyes widened in surprise. He had not expected a formidable expert to appear at such a critical juncture. May I ask who the esteemed elder is? Gan Hu queried, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes as he sensed the terrifying pressure emanating from the figure, igniting a tinge of fear within him. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to forsake his chance to confront Lin Geng, eager to seize the opportunity to impress before Hao Lianhong. I am Wei, hailing from the Holy State. Elder Wei offered a slight smile. Earlier, Lin Feng had briefly relayed the situation to him, though he had glossed over the origins of the wild thunder technique, yet, he had no intention of prying further. After all, every individual possesses their own destiny, and since Lin Feng was reluctant to elaborate, he would not intrude. However, this matter required his attention. Lin Feng, what are you? At this moment, Lin Geng also noticed his son, Lin Feng, alongside Yi Chen, standing behind Elder Wei. He could not help but smirk in disbelief, and after confirming that it was indeed his son, he rushed to Lin Feng's side in joy, tears of happiness brimming in his eyes. Lin Feng, where have you been these past days? You haven't been harmed, have you? Lin Feng offered a reassuring smile, quickly comforting him. Do not worry, father, I am quite well. And who are these two? Lin Geng inquired, casting a glance at Yi Chen and then at Elder Wei, his expression rife with curiosity. At the same time, Hao Lianhong sensed the gravity of the situation, internally lamenting the unfolding events. The elder before him radiated a powerful aura, perhaps even surpassing that of his own ancestor, and as for Yi Chen standing beside Lin Feng, though he did not reveal much, Hao Lianhong surmised that he too was not to be trifled with. When did this Lin Feng become acquainted with such formidable figures? Lin Geng cautiously scrutinized Lin Feng, his eyes filled with concern. These two individuals were evidently formidable opponents. Would his son attract trouble because of this incident? Lin Feng smiled, introducing, Father, this is Elder Wei from the Holy State, and this is Yi Chen, my senior brother. By the way, I forgot to mention, your son is now a disciple of the Holy Ground. At this juncture, Lin Feng abruptly shifted the topic, directing his attention towards Ganhu and Hao-Lian Hong. I stated that you should grant me a year. After 1 year, I shall personally deliver that Songhai Sword Classic to your Hao-Lian clan as compensation. Now that the situation has unfolded as it has, are you prepared to provide me, my father, and the Lin family with an explanation? Chapter 86. Transformation of Identity. The Helian family returns. Defeated Helian Hong was taken aback. The Holy State, the primordial sacred land. While ordinary inhabitants of the Tao state might lack awareness, how could the Helian family, a pinnacle power within the Tao state, be oblivious to the existence of the primordial sacred land? Not only Helian Hong, but even Ganhu, who had been brazenly arrogant just moments before, found himself instinctively retreating 2 steps, casting a suspicious glance at Elder Wei. You are an elder of the primordial sacred land? Elder Wei smiled faintly. Is there any doubt? Do you wish to test me again? I wouldn't dare. In the brief moment of distraction, Ganhu felt a dampness spreading across his back. The primordial sacred land of the Holy State? Lin Geng was not well versed in the intricacies of this sacred land. He had only heard fragmented tales, yet, witnessing the palpable fear among the Helian family, one could surmise it was a formidable entity. He gazed at Lin Feng, overwhelmed with emotions. He had never anticipated that his son, often dismissed by others, could encounter such fortuitous circumstances and now stand as a disciple of a great power. Lin Feng, Ganhu's expression turned grave. He had not expected Lin Feng to join the sacred land. This signified a qualitative transformation in Lin Feng's identity, rendering him no longer a target for their bullying. Even the Helian family behind them, not to mention Helian's ancestor, could not dare to oppress him. It was no jest. The sacred land of the Holy State was a force to be reckoned with. Rumor had it that within the sacred land, opportunities were as abundant as the stars, and rebirth was commonplace. Moreover, it was said that the master of the sacred land was a legendary expert at the Celestial King level. What did it mean to be at the Celestial King level? Ganhu was utterly convinced that if the Celestial King were willing, annihilating their entire Tao state would be but a mere flick of the finger. He glanced at Helian Hong, whose face was shrouded in darkness, clearly caught off guard by Lin Feng's sudden rise. I request the elder to present the token of the primordial sacred land. If Lin Feng truly is a disciple of your esteemed land, I, Helian Hong, shall immediately depart. Helian Hong clasped his fists. Elder Wei promptly revealed the token. Elder Ganhu, let us take our leave. Helian Hong, upon seeing the token, no longer harbored any hopes of reclaiming that Songhai Sword Classic. The primordial sacred land of the Holy State was renowned for its protection of its disciples. Each disciple wielded immense authority in the outside world, especially within the confines of the Tao state. However, young Master Hong Ganhu attempted to interject, but was abruptly silenced by Helian Hong. Enough, let us depart. Just then, a voice pierced through their movements. Depart? Where do you think you are going? First, you stirred trouble at my Lin residence, then you injured my father, and now, do you think you can leave at your whim? At this moment, Lin Feng stepped out from behind Elder Wei, his expression cold as he fixed his gaze upon Ganhu and Helian Hong. You! Helian Hong's complexion shifted, revealing a hint of anger. He understood Lin Feng's insinuation. With Lin Feng's entry into the primordial sacred land, he had transformed into a disciple of that esteemed establishment, accompanied by an elder, indicating a monumental shift in status. Though Helian Hong was arrogant, he was acutely aware of the elevated stature of a disciple of the sacred land, a figure held in high regard throughout the Holy State. What troubled him further was Lin Feng's earlier declaration. He would not allow them to leave. Lin Feng, what do you intend? Ganhu's face turned pale, realizing that their Helian family had hit a brick wall. If Lin Feng truly sought retribution, not even their ancestor could shield them. Regret washed over Ganhu's face as he thought, had he known this would unfold, he would have never ventured into these treacherous waters for the sake of wealth and power. Return and inform your ancestor, Helian. I can overlook today's events, but I demand 50 million spirit stones and 10 years' worth of cultivation resources from the Lin family as compensation. Lin Feng continued, additionally, I shall deliver the Songhai Sword Classic to your Helian family's estate as promised. Let us settle this matter fairly. I, Lin Feng, am not one to break my word. I hope that henceforth, your Helian family will cease to disturb my Lin family, as we are no longer a clan you can casually manipulate. Having witnessed the foundation of the primordial sacred land, Lin Feng was no longer concerned about an Imperial-Level technique. Instead, recognizing that he would soon reside in the Holy State and could not constantly protect his family, he preferred to seek a mutually agreeable resolution. With that, Lin Feng turned to Lin Geng, Elder Wei, and Yi Chen, Father, Elder Wei, Brother Yi, what do you think? Lin Geng and Elder Wei exchanged no words, merely nodding in agreement, evidently supportive of Lin Feng's resolution. Yi Chen smirked, your demands are not unreasonable, but perhaps the compensation amount is a tad excessive? Lin Feng chuckled, the Helian family is vast and prosperous, this modest sum is but a drop in the ocean for them. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Helian? As he spoke, Lin Feng directed his gaze once more toward Helian Hong, who wore a sullen expression. He was struggling to contain his emotions, fearing he might erupt with indignation. A drop in the ocean? You are asking for a lion's share. The thought of 50 million spirit stones in 10 years' worth of resources made him wince. Of course, I am quite accommodating. If your Hellion family cannot furnish this compensation, sending 5 top-tier techniques as a substitute would also suffice. Both Yi Chen and Elder Wei were taken aback. They had not anticipated Lin Feng's audacity. However, they refrained from interjecting, as they were unfamiliar with the matter and hesitant to voice opinions. Lin Geng, however, furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. Fenger, are you sure this is wise? He inquired with concern. Lin Feng patted his father's shoulder reassuringly. Father, rest assured, I have my plans. Very well, let it be as you say, Lin Geng conceded, nodding in agreement. Good. Lin Feng turned to Gan Hu and Hellion Hong, speaking sternly. You two should have no objections, I presume? If so, please return and inform your ancestor, Hellion Da. I shall personally visit in 3 days. Gan Hu and Hellion Hong's faces darkened, yet they found themselves unable to retort. After all, Lin Feng's current status forbade them from incurring his wrath. Farewell. Hellion Hong snorted coldly and vanished like a fleeting shadow. Gan Hu cast a deep glance at Lin Feng before waving his arm, leading the bewildered disciples of the Hellion family away. As the unexpected guests departed, Lin Geng finally exhaled in relief. Fenger, we owe a great debt of gratitude to Elder Wei's assistance. Otherwise, our Lin family might have faced dire consequences. Indeed, the head of the Lin family is being overly modest. Elder Wei waved his hand dismissively. Lin Feng is my disciple of the sacred land, and my arrival was to ensure his safety. Moreover, this incident was instigated by the Hellion family. The primordial sacred land shall not remain indifferent. Hearing this, Lin Geng felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Although he was unaware of the true power of the sacred land, Hellion Hong's reaction had clearly indicated its extraordinary status, one that transcended the ordinary world. Chapter 87. And with me in the Lin family, all is well. Junior brother, Elder Wei, now that the matter has been resolved, I have other tasks to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Yi Chen suddenly said, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. Safe travels, senior brother, Lin Feng replied, also cupping his hands. Elder Wei merely nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Geng hastily interjected, since you have come from afar, why not stay with us in the Lin family for a few days? It would be my pleasure to extend my hospitality. Yi Chen smiled and replied, for now, there is no need. I shall return in a few days. Elder Wei, however, chose to remain at the Lin family estate. Lin Geng treated him with utmost care. Once only Lin Feng and Lin Geng remained, Lin Feng chuckled softly and asked, Father, did I perhaps go a bit too far just now? Lin Geng shook his head and said, no, my son, you acted commendably. The Hellion family has been bullying us for years. Had you not arrived in time, our Lin family might have faced annihilation. This incident serves them right, allowing them to experience the taste of oppression. Meanwhile, Gan Hu and Hellion Hong were flying towards the Hellion family estate with a group of disciples. The atmosphere was grave, their faces etched with concern, clearly shaken by the events that had just transpired. They could hardly fathom that the once deemed waste, Lin Feng, had transformed into a disciple of the sacred land of Taichu. Moreover, it appeared that his standing within the sacred land was not insignificant. Otherwise, why would an elder accompany him back personally? The thought sent chills down their spines, especially for Hellion Hong, who could not comprehend how the individual he had once ridiculed as a fool had ascended to such terrifying heights in merely a few months' time. Elder Gan Hu, what should we do now? Suddenly, a disciple of the Hellion family broke the silence, inquiring. What else can we do? Gan Hu scoffed, Lin Feng is no longer someone we can provoke. However, we cannot simply let this matter rest either. We must report this to the Ancestor and let him decide. Upon hearing this, the others nodded solemnly, their expressions serious. Shall we return to report to the Ancestor now? A disciple asked. Hellion Hong impatiently nodded, everyone, quiet down. We will return and discuss it then. With that, he ceased speaking. The group swiftly made their way back to the Hellion family estate. Upon their return, Hellion Hong headed alone to the secluded chamber of the Ancestor, who was in seclusion for cultivation. However, halfway there, he turned back. After some contemplation, he decided it would be best to inform his grandfather, the Grand Elder, of the news first and allow him to make the judgment. On the other side, after managing family affairs and soothing the emotions of the Lin family disciples, Lin Geng took Lin Feng to the ancestral hall. Father, why have you brought me here? Lin Feng wondered, puzzled, as the ancestral hall was rarely opened, only during significant festivals or memorials. Do not speak. First, offer incense to our ancestors, Lin Geng instructed as he lit 8 sticks of sandalwood incense, sighing, my son, we owe much to Elder Wei's assistance this time, otherwise, our Lin family would have faced grave calamity. Do not worry, father. With Elder Wei's support, our Lin family will surely overcome this crisis, Lin Feng declared confidently. My son, this incident has sounded an alarm for our Lin family, but we must not always rely on others. We must strive for self-sufficiency, Lin Geng spoke earnestly to Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a jolt in his heart, understanding the gravity of his father's words. Father, rest assured, I comprehend your meaning. I will devote myself to my training and strive to stand on my own as soon as possible. Lin Feng bowed resolutely. Lin Geng nodded with satisfaction, marveling at how his son, once deemed a waste half a year prior, had matured and exhibited exceptional talent. He believed in his son's boundless potential for the future. By the way, father, during this trip, I have brought back the Tsung High Sword Classic for our family's cultivation, Lin Feng said, producing the tome and handing it to Lin Geng. Lin Geng took it and browsed through it, his eyes widening in astonishment. This is even more profound than the Thunderbolt technique, he exclaimed. For the Lin family to grow, advanced cultivation techniques are essential. Since it has been entrusted to the Hellion family, the disciples of our Lin family can naturally cultivate it, Lin Feng explained. Excellent, with an Imperial-Level technique, the rise of the Lin family will surely accelerate, Lin Geng rejoiced. Seeing his father's joy, Lin Feng smiled and added, Father, during my time away, I have reaped abundant rewards and encountered numerous opportunities. Ultimately, I joined the sacred land of Taichu, possessing a talent level of 7. The Lord of the Sacred Land highly regards me and intends to nurture my growth. I am confident that I will soon break through to the Skyward Realm, and with my presence in the Lin family, we will face no further troubles. As he spoke, he recounted the significant and minor events of the past few months to Lin Geng, including his journey to join the Sacred Land and the benefits he had gained, leaving Lin Geng in awe. Ha ha ha, splendid. Truly splendid. Lin Geng exclaimed joyfully, realizing that with such a genius as Lin Feng, the Lin family's rise was imminent. These are 5 immortal spirit pills left by our ancestors previously. Due to your lack of aptitude, the elders of the clan opposed bringing them out for you, Lin Geng said with a smile, bending down to retrieve a wooden box from below the spirit altar. Inside the box lay 5 pills, serene and glowing faintly, exuding an air of mystery, treasures from the Lin family's peak a millennium ago. I never imagined the elders would keep such treasures hidden, Lin Feng remarked, astonished. Immortal spirit pills are rare in the Tao state and immensely beneficial for cultivators below the creation realm. Even in large sects, such as the Wanjian sect I previously belonged to, they were scarce and highly regulated, Lin Geng explained. It was not that they meant to hide them. Rather, they believed your aptitude was too poor, and giving them to you would be a waste, Lin Geng sighed, somewhat helplessly. But it seems their judgment was flawed. With that, Lin Geng handed the wooden box to Lin Feng. My son, these 5 immortal spirit pills are now yours. I hope they assist you in breaking through to the Skyward Realm soon. Lin Feng accepted the box solemnly and nodded, Father, rest assured, I will not disappoint the family's expectations. I will strive to cultivate diligently and revitalize the Lin family. Lin Geng patted Lin Feng's shoulder with pride. Good, good. I believe in you, I am confident that you will succeed. The father and son exchanged knowing smiles, both aware that a new era awaited the Lin family. Returning to his room, Lin Feng sat cross-legged and ingested the immortal spirit pills. The pills dissolved instantly, unleashing a pure essence of spiritual energy that circulated throughout his body, nourishing him continuously. Lin Feng operated his cultivation technique, guiding the energy into his qi, which absorbed the spiritual energy like an insatiable abyss. Chapter 88 The Mysterious Realm of Shanhuang, the grand competition of Daozhou. As the influx of spiritual energy surged, his qi expanded continuously, becoming increasingly refined. Lin Feng could sense that his cultivation was gradually ascending, and he believed that it would not be long before he could break through to the 5th level of qi realm. On the following dawn, Lin Feng opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. The 5th level of qi realm. Truly, the elixir of immortality was astonishing in its effects. As he felt the surging spiritual energy within his body, a satisfied smile graced his face. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Come in, Lin Feng called, regaining his focus. The door swung open, revealing a striking young lady, clad in white. She possessed a tall and slender figure, her fair skin radiant, and her beautiful eyes sparkled like stars. This young lady was none other than Lin Feng's cousin, Lin Yao, with whom he had grown up. As they matured, their relationship had become somewhat distant due to Lin Feng's unremarkable performance and his departure to the Wanjian sect. They were neither particularly close nor hostile. However, among the younger generation of the Lin family, she was the only one with whom Lin Feng could converse easily. After Lin Feng's transformation, Lin Yao was filled with curiosity about him. Brother, you're awake. Lin Yao exclaimed, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. I thought you were still in seclusion. Lin Feng chuckled and shook his head. I've already broken through to the 5th level of qi realm. Lin Yao's eyes widened in astonishment. Brother, you've truly reached the 5th level of qi realm? Indeed, I owe it all to the elixir of immortality that father provided, Lin Feng nodded. With a look of envy, Lin Yao gazed at Lin Feng. Brother, you're simply incredible. To break through to the 5th level of qi realm so swiftly. Among our peers, you are truly the foremost. Such achievements are merely a matter of fortunate coincidence, Lin Feng humbly replied with a smile. Brother, do you know? Yesterday, someone from the Wanjian sect arrived, seemingly to convey some significant news to you, Lin Yao suddenly recalled, speaking in a mysterious tone. Someone from the Wanjian sect? Lin Feng was taken aback, surprised that they had sent someone to inform him. It seemed that news of the Lin family's matters had reached the Wanjian sect, and their sect leader had something to discuss with him. After all, he had only been away from the sect for a month since his previous status as an inner disciple. What is it? Lin Feng inquired. Lin Yao pouted slightly. I'm not entirely sure, but I heard it pertains to a secret realm. A secret realm? Lin Feng furrowed his brows. Yes, it seems a powerful secret realm is about to be unveiled, and each faction in Daozhou has its own quota. The Wanjian sect is preparing to host a grand competition within Daozhou. All sects in Daozhou will send their geniuses to compete, and the top 50 will earn the right to enter the secret realm for cultivation. The disciple who delivered the message mentioned that you are one of the candidates selected by the sect leader, urging you to return to the sect for discussions in the coming days, Lin Yao excitedly explained. Brother, you're now a disciple of the sacred land of Taichu. Will you still return to give it a try? Of course, Lin Feng replied with a gentle smile. Though he had joined the sacred land of Taichu, he had not severed ties with the Wanjian sect. His entry into the sacred land was entirely due to the sect leader's guidance, and he still owed the sect leader a favor. Since the sect leader had summoned him, he would naturally comply. However, he suspected that this secret realm was not ordinary, or they would not have gone to such lengths to summon him. But if it were merely an average secret realm, he would not lack for such resources in the sacred land. Very well, I shall return in a couple of days. I still need to refine some of the medicinal properties of the elixir, Lin Feng said, patting Lin Yao on the shoulder with a smile. Brother, do your best. Lin Yao cheered, giving him a fist pump before departing. Lin Feng entered the training chamber, sitting cross-legged to commence his cultivation. The training chamber was brimming with spiritual energy, an ideal place for cultivation. Lin Feng operated his techniques, continually absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and integrating it into his qi. As time passed, his qi expanded further, and the spiritual energy became increasingly refined. With his current talent and understanding, he was nearing another breakthrough in the qi realm, just a single opportunity away. Lin Feng persisted in his cultivation, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and solidifying his qi. 2 days later, Lin Feng finally encountered the moment for another breakthrough. While cultivating, he suddenly sensed his qi surging, the spiritual energy within him roiling like tumultuous waves. Now is the time. Lin Feng seized the opportunity, channeling his energy with all his might, directing the spiritual energy towards the barrier of his qi. With a thunderous roar, the barrier of the qi shattered, and spiritual energy flooded into Lin Feng's qi like a tidal wave. Lin Feng trembled with exhilaration, feeling his strength elevate to a new level. He opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance gleaming within. The 6th level of qi realm. He had finally broken through to this stage. Hao Lian's family. After a day and a night had passed, Hao Lianhong eagerly awaited the news of his grandfather, Hao Lianzhao, emerging from seclusion. Upon returning home, he hastened to the elder's exclusive cave dwelling. At that moment, Hao Lianzhao sat cross-legged within the cave, eyes closed in meditation, surrounded by a faint golden glow, resembling a celestial being. As soon as Hao Lianhong entered, he immediately knelt on the ground and exclaimed, "Grandfather, trouble is brewing." Hao Lianzhao slowly opened his eyes, a slight frown creasing his brow. "Honger, what has transpired?" Hao Lianhong hurriedly recounted the events that had unfolded at the Lin family the previous day. Upon hearing this, Hao Lianzhao's expression darkened significantly, his voice cold. "What, that brat from the Lin family has actually entered the sacred land of the Holy Province?" "Indeed, grandfather, this matter is beyond doubt. Elder Gon, who was present at the time. Moreover, I can sense that the so-called Elder Wei possesses strength that far surpasses us. I observed that man's aura, and it might even rival that of our ancestor." Hao Lianhong nodded, continuing, "Now, Lin Feng not only possesses immense power but also has the backing of the sacred land. We cannot contend with him at all. Grandfather, what should we do now? Should we let this matter rest or inform the ancestor to take action?" "Let it rest. How could we possibly let this go? That child audaciously demands 50 million spiritual stones and 10 years' worth of cultivation resources. How could the Hao Lian family swallow such a loss? As for the ancestor, he has grown old and is no longer fit to handle these trivial matters in the outside world." Hao Lianzhao snorted coldly. "However, that Lin Feng truly possesses remarkable luck, unexpectedly attaining such fortune. It is indeed beyond our expectations." After a moment of contemplation, Hao Lianzhao continued, "Recently, has not a mysterious realm of Shenhuang emerged in Daozhou? Such a secret realm, even within the Holy Province, presents a considerable opportunity. I believe Lin Feng will surely venture there. If he were to meet an unfortunate end within the secret realm, do you think the sacred land would still shield the Lin family?" "But grandfather, might this not entail risks?" Hao Lianhong cautiously queried, aware that if the sacred land were to discover any foul play, calamity would surely ensue. Chapter 89 Hao Lianzhao schemes and Lin Feng's visit. Hao Lianzhao shook his head and remarked, "The secret realm is inherently a perilous place. The demise of disciples is not uncommon. As long as no incriminating evidence is left behind, the Holy Land would not recklessly investigate the matter for the sake of a single disciple. Moreover, the audacity of Lin Feng to extort our He Lian family is an affront that must be avenged. Otherwise, how shall our Hao Lian family establish itself in Daozhou moving forward?" Hao Lianhong nodded in agreement. "Grandfather speaks wisely. I shall make the necessary arrangements at once." Hao Lianzhao replied, "Indeed, this matter is of utmost importance. You must proceed with caution." "I understand, grandfather," Hao Lianhong affirmed before rising to depart. "This time, I will ensure that Lin Feng pays dearly." A glint of coldness flashed in Hao Lianzhao's eyes as he watched Hao Lianhong's retreating figure. "Lin Feng, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Blame your own insatiable greed." With a disdainful snort, he vanished into the depths of the cave. Time swiftly passed, and before long, the day arrived for Lin Feng to demand compensation from the Hao Lian family. Initially, he had intended to visit the Wan Jian sect first, but upon reflection, he realized that the matters concerning the He Lian family remained unresolved. It was best to settle them promptly and avoid unnecessary delays. Lin Geng, concerned for his son, wished to accompany him, but Lin Feng firmly declined. He believed that since he had boldly issued his challenge, he need not fear any tricks from the other party. Furthermore, he had Elder Wei as a formidable ally behind him. Earlier, Elder Wei had entrusted him with the Elder's token to carry, assuring that should any situation arise, a mere infusion of spiritual energy would allow him to communicate with the Elder. Unable to sway his son, Lin Geng reiterated his warnings before providing Lin Feng with a suit of golden silk armor, a high-quality protective artifact that he had fortuitously acquired during his earlier adventures. Although Lin Feng deemed it of little value, he donned it to ease his father's worries. Since you are so resolute, I shall say no more, just exercise caution, Lin Geng said, filled with emotion as he regarded his son's determined gaze. He recognized that his son was no longer the child who needed his protection. Rest assured, father, I will be careful, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Lin Geng, filled with pride at his son's growth, patted his shoulder and cautioned, remember, wherever you are, if you encounter danger, do not fight recklessly. Prioritize your escape, your life is paramount, always keep in mind that as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. I understand, Lin Feng nodded, comprehending his father's intent. After bidding farewell to Lin Geng, Lin Feng mounted his family's spiritual steed and set off towards the Haolian family estate. The distance from the Lin family to Falling Star City was not great, and with the swift pace of the spiritual steed, he arrived at the Haolian residence within the hour. Dismounting, he strode confidently towards the grand estate of the Haolian family, which was indeed a top-tier family in Daozhou, spacious and imposing, flanked by 2 vigilant guards at the entrance. Lin Feng disregarded the guards entirely and boldly entered the estate. The guards, noticing Lin Feng's approach, immediately tensed and rushed forward. Halt, who are you? How dare you trespass upon the Haolian estate? Leave at once. Upon hearing their rebuke, Lin Feng furrowed his brow and replied calmly, I am Lin Feng, seeking an audience with your esteemed ancestor, step aside. One of the attendants recognized Lin Feng, recalling his previous visit, but upon learning of the current discord between the Lin and Helian families, he dared not say more and hurried inside to report to his master. What? You are Lin Feng? The guard's expression shifted to surprise, clearly aware of Lin Feng's story with their family. However, they were also filled with indignation. This audacious Lin Feng had the audacity to threaten the Helian family. The guards scrutinized Lin Feng and scoffed, who do you think you are? Our ancestor is not someone you can simply meet at will. That I suggest you leave immediately, or do not blame us for being impolite. Feeling a surge of anger at their mockery, Lin Feng took a deep breath to suppress his fury. In that moment, he flipped his wrist, revealing a token inscribed with the words Elder of the Taichu Holy Land, shimmering and commanding respect. The guards froze in astonishment upon seeing the token, their faces reflecting a mixture of surprise and apprehension. What is that token? The Elder Token of the Taichu Holy Land. I assume you have heard of it? Lin Feng replied with a cold smile. The guards' expressions changed as they realized the gravity of the situation. While they had never heard of such a token, Lin Feng's confident demeanor left them hesitant to press further. Nevertheless, their spears remained firmly at the ready. One guard, filled with skepticism, inspected the token closely. You claim to be an elder of the Taichu Holy Land? Lin Feng nodded slightly, stating, I represent the elder. The 2 guards exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Enough of this idle chatter. Go and notify your ancestor to come out and greet me. Lin Feng commanded in a deep voice. Tell him that I bring the Tsong High Sword Classic, and it is time for you to fulfill your compensation to the Lin family. Let him in. Just as the guards were still deliberating, a deep voice resonated from behind them. The newcomer, clad in a brocade robe and wearing a purple crown, brandished a colorful feather fan, embodying the demeanor of a refined gentleman. Hao Lianhong clasped his hands behind his back and regarded Lin Feng with a cool demeanor. Our ancestor is in seclusion. I shall interface with you on his behalf today, follow me. Upon hearing Hao Lianhong's words, Lin Feng nodded and followed him. Regardless of who he was, as long as he belonged to the Hao Lian family and could facilitate the compensation, it would suffice. As they walked, Hao Lianhong scrutinized Lin Feng, internally acknowledging, it seems Lin Feng indeed holds a significant position within that holy land, as evidenced by his casual possession of the Elder Token. Lin Feng, you are indeed a talent. However, your audacity in attempting to extort my Hao Lian family shall be your downfall. For now, you may have protection outside, but once you enter the secret realm. A cold smile crept onto Hao Lianhong's face. He had already gathered information about the so-called Xin Huang secret realm, confirming its existence. Moreover, the master of the Wan Jian sect, Lin Feng's former benefactor, had even reported Lin Feng's name to the authorities. Given Lin Feng's current strength, it was highly likely he would represent the Wan Jian sect in the forthcoming conflict. This further solidified Hao Lianhong's confidence in his grandfather's plan. Once Lin Feng entered the secret realm, he would be nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. Let you savor your triumph for a few more days, he mused, recalling the earlier scene at the Lin family estate and Lin Feng's brazen demands. Lin Feng, I will have you sooner or later. Chapter 90. Grievances resolved, no further interference. Lin Feng was unaware of the thoughts that lingered in Hao Lianhong's mind as he walked, attentively observing the grandeur of the Hao Lian residence. The estate resembled a magnificent manor, adorned with pavilions and towers, intricately carved railings, and exquisite stonework, truly a sight to behold. It was evident that they belonged to a prestigious family, one that had withstood the test of time in Daozhou. Before long, Hao Lianhong led Lin Feng to the entrance of the main hall. Turning to Lin Feng, he stated nonchalantly, my grandfather is waiting for you inside, you may enter on your own. Surveying his surroundings and finding nothing unusual, Lin Feng calmly stepped inside. Upon entering the main hall, a formidable sense of oppression enveloped him, rendering his breath slightly labored, as if an immense mountain weighed upon his chest, making even the slightest movement of his fingers exceedingly difficult. Astonished, Lin Feng realized that the Hao Lian family concealed more formidable experts beyond just the venerable ancestor. Nevertheless, he remained composed, standing silently in place, awaiting the arrival of the principal figure. After a brief moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from the rear of the hall. An elderly man, his silver hair flowing and clad in resplendent garments, exuding an air of authority, entered with measured strides. Lin Feng recognized the elder from the Hao Lian lineage and offered a slight bow. pondering whether the compensation that Hao Lianhong had previously promised was prepared. The young man from the Lin family speaks directly, Hao Lianzhao remarked, his expression somber, yet without hesitation, he produced 3 storage bags. Here is 50 million spirit stones, the Lin family's resources for a decade of cultivation. May I inquire if you have brought the Tsung High Sword Classic? Hao Lianzhao continued. Lin Feng regarded the 3 storage bags handed to him, his eyes betraying a hint of surprise. He had anticipated some negotiation today, yet the Hao Lian family had indeed offered such generous compensation without delay. Thank you, senior. Here is the Tsung High Sword Classic, Lin Feng replied without pretense, stowing away the elder's token and presenting the treasured text to Hao Lianzhao. Thus, our family's grievances are resolved, Hao Lianzhao said, examining the Tsung High Sword Classic with great care before nodding in approval. Indeed, it is an Imperial-Level technique, authentic and valuable. You, young friend, have proven trustworthy. You flatter me, senior, it is merely a transaction, Lin Feng responded with a touch of indifference. Then I shall not impose further, farewell, he stated, turning to leave. Young friend, wait. Just as Lin Feng was about to exit the main hall, Hao Lianzhao suddenly called out to him. What else is there? Lin Feng turned his gaze back, sensing an undercurrent of unease. Young friend, I have an uncharacteristic request, Hao Lianzhao said with a smile, it has come to my attention that you possess extraordinary talent. I would like to invite you to assist me in the upcoming secret realm. A secret realm? Lin Feng paused momentarily, a flicker of curiosity crossing his features. Hao Lianzhao chuckled softly, patiently elucidating, you must have heard that soon, Daozhou will witness the grand opening of the Xianhuang secret realm. During this event, the forces of Daozhou will engage in a significant competition, with the top 50 securing entry into the secret realm. This Xianhuang secret realm is an ancient site, rich with treasures and opportunities. Gaining access to such fortunes would be an immense blessing for us cultivators. However, participation is limited to those below the Tongxian realm, and each sect may only field 20 participants. Naturally, prestigious families like ours, the Haolian clan and the Wanjian sect, may field 2 additional participants, totaling 22 slots. I hope you can lend your strength to our Haolian family within this secret realm, he concluded. Hearing Hao Lianzhao's proposition, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This old man had a shrewd plan indeed. The Xianhuang secret realm was a rare occasion in Daozhou, drawing countless prodigies and powerful figures. Now, he sought Lin Feng's assistance, evidently hoping to leverage his strength against rival competitors, yet, it appeared that Hao Lianzhao's ambitions would come to naught. Lin Feng was no one's pawn. His actions would be dictated solely by his own volition. Moreover, he himself was already among the eligible participants from the Wanjian sect. With this in mind, Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. I apologize, senior, but I fear I cannot accept your invitation. I believe that a secret realm serves as a test of one's own strength, and I trust that your Haolian family possesses sufficient capability without my involvement. Ha, young friend, your words are astutely crafted. Hao Lianzhao's expression darkened, a glimmer of anger surfacing in his eyes. You must understand that the slots for the Xianhuang secret realm are exceedingly scarce. Should you decline my request, you may forfeit a golden opportunity, and regret may come too late. Thank you for the reminder, senior, I am fully aware, Lin Feng replied with a light laugh, turning to depart. Hao Lianzhao simmered with frustration but refrained from speaking further. He had hoped to draw Lin Feng into his schemes, planning to claim that their ship had capsized should they enter the secret realm, leaving no grounds for the Taichu sacred land to pursue the Haolian family. However, seeing Lin Feng's disinterest posed a challenge, without his cooperation, they could not enact their revenge. As he watched Lin Feng's retreating figure, a shadow flickered in Hao Lianzhao's eyes. Once Lin Feng had left, Hao Lianhong, sensing his grandfather's concern, hurriedly approached and shared all the information he had previously gathered. Is that so? Upon hearing Hao Lianhong's words, Hao Lianzhao's expression softened, then he pondered, perfect. Since he intends to participate in the Xianhuang secret realm, we shall proceed with our original plan. Moreover, have you not left behind some means with our younger generation? We can utilize them to eliminate Lin Feng. Even the Taichu sacred land will be unable to deduce the truth. Grandfather, you are brilliant! Hao Lianhong exclaimed, elated at the revelation. You must prepare diligently. Although you are already in the mid-stage of the Yukong realm, the Xianhuang secret realm may very well witness fierce battles, Hao Lianzhao cautioned. Rest assured, grandfather, I will exert every effort to bring glory to our Haolian family. Hao Lianhong declared with unwavering confidence. Let us hope so, Hao Lianzhao nodded, then his expression turned serious as he continued, there is one more matter you must attend to for me. What is it? Hao Lianhong inquired. Summon those families that harbor grievances with the Lin family and inform them that I have urgent matters to discuss. Chapter 91. Farewell to the sect master, visiting Elder Jian. Very well, I shall take my leave now. Hao Lianhong responded with a nod before turning to depart. Observing his retreating figure, a cold smirk appeared on Hao Lianzhao's face. The Lin family, I am curious to see just how long you can remain arrogant. Meanwhile, after exiting the Haolian residence, Lin Feng made his way back along the same path. His gains from this encounter were considerable. He would keep a few spirit stones for himself, while the remainder would be entrusted to his father to manage the Lin family affairs. Junior brother Lin Feng. Just as Lin Feng approached the gates of the Lin family, a familiar figure emerged from within. It was Yi Chen. Junior brother Lin Feng, are you aware of the opening of the Xianhuang secret realm in Daozhou? As Yi Chen spoke, he retrieved a parchment map from his storage ring. Here, I have procured the map to the secret realm. Shall we accompany each other when the time comes? Has your business been concluded, senior brother? Lin Feng replied with a faint smile, accepting the parchment. Senior brother, what do you know about the origins of the Xianhuang secret realm? Ha! As a resident of Daozhou, you must have some knowledge of it, right? Yi Chen chuckled before elaborating. Legend has it that the Xianhuang secret realm was created by the Xianhuang Patriarch, a powerful celestial king, after his failed attempt to ascend to the Emperor realm. Inside, time is disordered, and the spatial layout is intricate, completely disconnected from the outside world. However, it is rich in spiritual energy, with treasures scattered throughout. It is said that several divine weapons belonging to the Xianhuang Patriarch have been left behind within. Lin Feng nodded slightly, intrigued by the tale surrounding the secret realm. But where did you acquire this map, senior brother? Ah, no need to concern yourself with that. I have my own means, Yi Chen replied with a pat on Lin Feng's shoulder. Junior brother, how does this sound? With your talent, having my assistance would be splendid. However, I have already promised the Wan Jian sect that I would participate in the grand competition as one of their disciples. That is of no concern. We can meet within the secret realm when the time comes. Junior brother, you must hasten to improve your cultivation. I have heard that the participants in this grand competition will primarily be experts of the Skyward Realm. Yi Chen teased, make sure you don't fail to even pass the preliminary rounds, or I shall have to endure the embarrassment of your failure. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, rest assured, senior brother, I am confident in my abilities. Lin Feng smiled slightly, exchanging a few pleasantries with Yi Chen before heading straight back to his residence. At this moment, he felt a slight sense of relief. The enmity with the Haolian family had finally been resolved, allowing him to prepare for the matters concerning the Xianhuang secret realm without worry. However, he could not shake the feeling that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. Given the Haolian family's strength, even after suffering losses, it was unlikely they would simply let the Lin family off the hook. Perhaps they had other schemes in mind that remained unknown. With that thought, a glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, accompanied by a sense of vigilance. Nevertheless, he was not afraid. With his current strength, he could confidently declare himself invincible within the same realm, and he was capable of fighting across realms as well. Moreover, with senior brother Yi Chen accompanying him into the secret realm, he believed there would be little danger. Of course, caution is the mother of safety. He resolved to proceed with prudence. After making the necessary preparations, Lin Feng departed from his home and set off towards the Wan Jian sect. Upon encountering the sect master of Wan Jian again, Lin Feng could not help but feel a wave of emotion. Indeed, it was the sect master who had played a significant role in his successful entry into the Taichu sacred land. Lin Feng had met the sect master before. The sect master of Wan Jian wore a smile, his eyes filled with admiration. He had recognized Lin Feng's extraordinary talent from the start but had not anticipated that Lin Feng would surpass his expectations, not only joining the Taichu sacred land but seemingly receiving special favor as well. I did not expect you to have smoothly joined the Taichu sacred land, accompanied by elders during your return. It seems your talent is commendable, the sect master remarked. Lin Feng humbly smiled and replied, all thanks to the sect master, it is the elders of the sacred land who have shown me kindness. Haha, humility is commendable in youth, but excessive modesty can border on arrogance, the sect master replied, patting Lin Feng's shoulder. Now, let us not dwell on pleasantries. Lin Feng, you were once a disciple of Wan Jian, and I would like you to represent our sect in the upcoming competition. Look outside, all of them are outstanding disciples of our inner sect, yet none can compare to you. Oh? Why do you say that, sect master? Lin Feng inquired, slightly perplexed. Your growth has been evident to all. The mere fact that you passed the sacred land's assessment far outstrips their capabilities, the sect master smiled, not delving deeper into the topic. Instead, he shifted the conversation, continuing, the Xianhuang secret realm will open in 3 months, and after discussions among various forces, the date for the grand competition has been set for a month and a half from now. This secret realm was left behind by the Xianhuang Patriarch, a celestial king, for his descendants after his failure to transcend. It is only accessible to cultivators below the Tongxian realm, so your opponents will primarily be disciples of the Skyward Realm. I am aware that you have a record of overcoming challenges beyond your level, yet I still advise you to make the most of the remaining month and a half to enhance your strength. By the way, what is your current cultivation level? The 6th level of the Qi Si realm. Oh? Only the 6th level? The sect master nodded slightly upon hearing this. Compared to other disciples, Lin Feng's cultivation was indeed somewhat lacking. However, he quickly reconciled this thought, knowing that Lin Feng's remarkable combat prowess would more than compensate for this shortcoming. It is best to break through to the Skyward Realm as soon as possible. Lin Feng understood this principle well. He felt no discouragement from the sect master's words. Instead, his resolve to enhance his strength only grew stronger. He bowed respectfully to the sect master and said, "Thank you for your concern, sect master. I will heed your guidance." The sect master laughed heartily, saying, "Good, such ambition, I look forward to your performance in the upcoming grand competition." After conversing with the sect master for a while longer, Lin Feng took his leave. He did not return home immediately but instead made his way directly to the martial arts pavilion of the Wan Jian sect. Due to several major tasks being posted on the task board that day, many disciples of the Wan Jian sect were out on missions, and thus Lin Feng encountered few familiar faces along the way. Stepping once more through the doors of the martial arts pavilion, Lin Feng felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. It had been some time since he last visited Elder Jian. After all, Elder Jian could be considered a mentor in his journey along the path of the sword. Elder Jian, are you in? Chapter 92 Continuous Breakthroughs. Ninth level of Chi Si Lin Feng approached a small room within the martial arts pavilion with ease, softly calling out. Shortly after, a slender figure emerged at a leisurely pace. Upon seeing Lin Feng, the figure's demeanor brightened, and he quickly exclaimed, "Brother Lin, what brings you here?" I've been invited to discuss a few matters with the sect master and thought I would stop by to see you," Lin Feng replied with a faint smile. Lin Feng continued, "Recently, my family encountered some issues, and to resolve these troubles, I journeyed to the sacred land and joined a faction recommended by the sect master. Consequently, I have not been present at the sect for a while." "Ah, no worries, no worries. I have heard some news about it. Unfortunately, I find myself powerless in the face of the Hellion family. Thankfully, you managed to navigate through it safely in the end," Elder Jin laughed heartily. "Ever since you left, I've been without anyone to converse with, let alone anyone to exchange sword techniques with. I regret this as well, but my family has indeed encountered difficulties. However, I promise to visit you first upon my return," Lin Feng assured him. "Your concern is appreciated. It is not in vain that I have befriended you," Elder Jin responded. "By the way, Jin brother," Lin Feng hesitated slightly before saying, "there is something I need to discuss with you." "Oh? What is it?" Elder Jin inquired with curiosity, noticing Lin Feng's expression had suddenly become serious. "Brother Lin, have you encountered any perplexities? Feel free to share," he encouraged. "It's not so much perplexity, but rather a matter I must address," Lin Feng said, scratching his head. After some contemplation, he recounted the incident of stealing the Thunderbolt technique and later transferring the Tsanghai sword manual to the Hellion family to settle debts. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning the system, glossing over certain details. "I see. The Tsanghai sword manual is indeed precious, yet your actions were driven by circumstances, which is understandable," Elder Jian remarked with a sigh, then smiled. "However, since I gifted it to you, the technique is yours to manage as you see fit, without needing my permission." "Thank you, Jian brother." Lin Feng was taken aback by Elder Jian's quick forgiveness. After all, for every sword cultivator, powerful sword techniques are closely guarded secrets. To have them taught is one thing, but to have them leaked is truly intolerable. However, for Elder Jian, who had once been proud in his youth but now found himself crippled, such matters held little significance. "When I entrusted you with this technique, I recognized your innate sword physique, which makes you exceptionally suitable for it. As for passing it to others, they would struggle to grasp its essence. After all, the innate sword physique is exceedingly rare. For a sect to have both you and me is already a remarkable coincidence. It is commendable if an ordinary person can master the first 2 volumes of the Tsanghai sword manual," Elder Jian chuckled. "That said, you have been quite audacious. The Thunderbolt technique is a top-tier technique of the Hellion family, and you dared to steal it and succeeded. Your luck is indeed extraordinary," Elder Jian remarked, looking at Lin Feng with a mix of amusement and astonishment. "Ah, it was merely a fortuitous coincidence, albeit a self-imposed trial in the end," Lin Feng said with an awkward smile, scratching his nose. "You young rascal!" Elder Jian was left speechless, unsure of how to respond, and could only shake his head in resignation. Lin Feng chose not to dwell on the matter further and instead began to discuss his insights into swordsmanship with Elder Jian, particularly his recent advancements, which had been profound. After some time, Lin Feng said, "Brother Jian, it's getting late. I need to return and enter seclusion for a few days. I won't trouble you any longer today. I shall visit again another day." Elder Jian nodded in response, "Very well. Since you have pressing matters, go ahead. Do come back to chat with me again, and remember when cultivating not to rush, one must proceed steadily." "Rest assured, Brother Jian, I am well aware," Lin Feng replied with a smile and a cupped fist salute before turning to leave the Wan Jian sect. As he watched Lin Feng's departing figure, Elder Jian couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Having no children of his own, Lin Feng could be considered his only true disciple. It was a pity that he had sustained severe injuries in his youth, which hindered his foundational abilities. Otherwise, had he personally guided Lin Feng, the latter's progress might have been even swifter. Of course, mere guidance is insufficient. Each individual must forge their own path. Lin Feng, with his extraordinary talent, is capable of mastering the sword path through his own efforts, and his future achievements are boundless. With this thought, Elder Jian felt a swell of pride. Upon returning to the Lin family, Lin Feng informed only his father, Lin Geng, and Elder Wei of his situation before immersing himself in the training room to enter seclusion. Given his current strength, he could be deemed invincible among those of the same realm, and when it came to battling across realms, as long as the disparity wasn't too great, he was confident in his fighting capabilities. Nevertheless, Lin Feng understood that in order to adapt to the ever-changing circumstances within the secret realms, the enhancement of his cultivation was of utmost importance. After careful consideration, Lin Feng made a decisive choice. He swallowed the remaining 3 immortal spirit pills without hesitation. The miraculous effect of the immortal spirit pills lies in their complete lack of side effects. For cultivators below the creation realm, they can be consumed freely, yielding immediate results. As soon as the pills entered his body, a torrent of immense spiritual energy surged through Lin Feng, crashing about as if it sought to tear him apart. The sheer power was so overwhelming that Lin Feng felt as though his body might be torn asunder. Yet, he recognized that this was the coveted opportunity for a breakthrough he had long sought. He swiftly mobilized his mental techniques, cautiously refining the violent spiritual energy. The refinement of each strand of spiritual energy felt akin to dancing on a sharp blade, demanding extreme focus and patience. Fortunately, Lin Feng's extraordinary bone structure and exceptional talent enabled him to refine at a pace far surpassing that of the average practitioner. As time passed, the spiritual energy within Lin Feng gradually became more consolidated, and his cultivation steadily advanced. He understood that if he could successfully refine this energy, his cultivation would undoubtedly reach new heights. Over the course of several consecutive days, he ascended through the sevenfold Qi, the 8th level of Qi, and finally, the 9th level of Qi. Each breakthrough was accompanied by turbulent surges of spiritual energy within him, yet he maintained his calm and determination throughout. Time flew by, and in a mere 15 days, Lin Feng's cultivation experienced a transformative leap, breaking through 3 minor realms in succession, ultimately reaching the 9th level of Qi. In truth, with Lin Feng's current talent and strength, he had long outgrown the Qi realm. What appeared as a breakthrough was merely a natural progression. The Qi realm is merely the second stage of cultivation. Within the Wanjian sect, it is merely a standard for outer disciples. Only upon entering the Void Realm does one qualify as a competent cultivator. However, for Lin Feng, these successive breakthroughs were more than satisfactory. While for others, the 9th level of Qi might merely signify a certain level, for Lin Feng, he had now acquired the capability to contend with late-stage experts of the Void Realm. Even at the 2nd level of Qi, he had been able to confront Li Yuntian, who had consumed pills to force a breakthrough into the Void Realm, thanks to his sword intent and Imperial-Level techniques. Now, at the 9th level of Qi, having further mastered 2 Imperial techniques, he felt confident that he could even stand against powerful practitioners of the Profound Realm. Indeed, with this, I have gained a measure of confidence. Chapter 93. Emerging from seclusion, talents arise with the elevation of his realm. Lin Feng could distinctly perceive subtle transformations in his sword tree technique. As his cultivation advanced, the sword intent within him seemed to deepen considerably. Every time he activated his technique, it felt as though he could summon the very forces of nature, amplifying his power exponentially. He endeavored to practice the opening stance of the infinite sword technique once more, simultaneously reciting the incantation, and the sword tree blossomed forth. Empowered by the sword tree, a formidable sword intent radiated from him, as if he had transformed into an indomitable blade. Truly, the sword tree technique was an intricate marvel, Lin Feng mused, his comprehension of the technique deepening further. This technique not only allowed for the refinement of sword intent seeds in later stages but also provided remarkable enhancements to other sword arts in its initial phases, marking it as an exceptionally potent auxiliary skill. It was time to embark on the journey to participate in the grand competition of Daozhou. Lin Feng stretched languidly while murmuring to himself. At this moment, less than a day remained until the anticipated competition, which the master of the Wanjian sect had previously informed him would be held within the Fuyang mountain range. The Fuyang Mountains, situated to the east of Daozhou City, presented treacherous terrain, towering ancient trees, and abundant spiritual energy, an ideal locale for such an event. Early the following morning, after bidding farewell to his father and elder Wei, Lin Feng departed from the Lin family, making his way toward the Fuyang Mountains. Along the journey, he felt the surging spiritual energy within him, his heart brimming with anticipation. In this grand competition, he would face elite disciples from various sects across Daozhou, undoubtedly presenting an excellent opportunity for experience. Should he encounter suitable talents, forming friendships would prove to be a significant gain. After a day of travel, Lin Feng finally arrived at the Fuyang mountain range. The mountains were enshrouded in mist, with ancient trees reaching for the heavens and an abundance of spiritual energy, creating an ethereal realm reminiscent of paradise. Soon, he found a spacious vantage point to settle and began to wait quietly for the commencement of the competition. As time progressed, more and more cultivators began to arrive. They hailed from different sects and factions, some exuding grandeur, others radiating brilliance, each possessing their own unique aura. Lin Feng observed them quietly, internally marveling at the gathering of elite disciples from across Daozhou. Upon his arrival, the master of the Wanjian sect had provided him with a strategy manual detailing the prodigious offspring of various powers in Daozhou. A few particularly striking figures caught his attention, stirring within him the desire to forge friendships. While Lin Feng was surveying the surroundings, a figure described in the manual suddenly entered his line of sight. The individual stood within the territory of the Divine Sword sect, sword strapped to his back, towering at 8 feet, his shoulders broad yet appearing somewhat simple-minded, idly playing with his fingers. The sword enthusiast of the Divine Sword sect, perhaps, Lin Feng murmured softly. Like the Wanjian sect, the Divine Sword sect was one of the top powers in Daozhou. The person before him, known as a sword enthusiast, was none other than the legendary Wang Zhoukong of the Divine Sword sect, one of the individuals Lin Feng had deemed worthy of befriending. This sword enthusiast had displayed exceptional talent in swordsmanship from a young age, his techniques powerful, nearly invincible among his peers. However, Wang Zhoukong bore a fatal flaw: his mental faculties were incomplete, fixated solely on the pursuit of swordsmanship as zenith. Consequently, he was not well regarded within the Divine Sword sect and often ridiculed by his fellow disciples as a sword fanatic. Nevertheless, Wang Zhoukong's strength was beyond question. As Lin Feng gazed upon Wang Zhoukong's stern visage and the sword in his hand, a surge of battle intent welled up within him. Though he prided himself on his unparalleled sword talent, he felt a competitive spirit in the presence of this fellow genius of swordsmanship. The moment their eyes met, Wang Zhoukong too emanated a fierce battle intent. Lin Feng merely smiled faintly. As time passed, the number of cultivators participating in the competition continued to swell. There was the enchanting disciple of the Tianxiang Pavilion, Xiang Shui, the genius senior brother from the Wanhua Valley, Gong Sunyi, the talented Jiang Chuhan from Lingyun Valley, and Huaiwei from Yaoguang Pavilion. Each of these individuals was a rising star within their respective sects, possessing exceptional techniques and fortuitous encounters. Lin Feng harbored a desire to make connections, though he remained cautious, as not everyone sought friendships with strangers. Moreover, Lin Feng spotted some familiar faces, such as Haolian family as Haolian Fu and Haolian Zhao, as well as his own senior brother, Yichen. That moment, Yichen noticed Lin Feng and quickly approached him. "Junior brother Lin, did you not come with the Wanjian sect? Why are you sitting here alone?" Yi Chen inquired, puzzled. Lin Feng smiled gently, explaining, I just emerged from seclusion and thought everyone would have arrived by now, so I came directly here. What about you, brother, why are you alone? Yi Chen chuckled wryly, I was sent away by our family patriarch. He said if I do not achieve a commendable rank this time, I should return to Shangzhou and not come back. As a native of Daozhou, Yi Chen had familial ties in the region. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. It seems you have quite the pressure this time, brother. Yi Chen nodded, it's bearable. Daozhou's talents are formidable. Here, they are quite strong in our Taichu sacred land. They barely meet the entry-level standards. I am not entirely afraid of them. The competition poses little difficulty, but this Shenyuan secret realm is rather perilous, and I lack complete confidence. Lin Feng nodded, it should not be a problem. As long as we remain steady and careful, we will be fine. After conversing for a while, they noticed Wang Zhoukong suddenly rise, gazing intently in a particular direction. Following his gaze, Lin Feng and Yi Chen beheld a young man clad in white, wielding a long sword, entering the vicinity. He exuded an extraordinary aura, with sharp brows and starry eyes, emanating an overwhelming presence. It's Lu Wuxuan from Yaoguang Pavilion, someone exclaimed. Lu Wuxuan was a peerless genius of the Yaoguang Pavilion, having reached the mid-stage of the skyward realm at the tender age of 20, his strength unfathomable. The sword he wielded was the family heirloom of the Lu family, the unmatched sword, said to be extraordinarily sharp, capable of effortlessly severing anything. Upon Lu Wuxuan's arrival, an immense pressure enveloped the crowd. However, he appeared indifferent to the gazes of those around him, merely casting a casual glance before settling down in an open area. Witnessing this, Lin Feng smiled slightly. Lu Wuxuan indeed possessed an intriguing character. Lin Feng? What brings you here? A voice of surprise caught Lin Feng's attention. He turned to find disciples of the Wanjian sect entering the arena, and the source of the voice was none other than Chen Hong. Beside him stood a stunning maiden with delicate features, the enchanting Qian Luoxue. Upon spotting Lin Feng, Qian Luoxue was taken aback. She had believed that Lin Feng and the Lin family had been eradicated by the Hulian family by now. Chapter 94 Reunion with Qian Luoxue. The grand competition commences. Is that not the eldest young master of the Lin family? Although the current situation remains somewhat unclear, Qian Luoxue regarded him with a mocking expression, saying, What's this? The Lin family has not been annihilated by the Hulian family, and yet you still have the audacity to participate in this grand competition? Chen Hong also looked at Lin Feng with a derisive smile, as if he were observing a mere clown. Though the affairs of Lin Feng's family had reached the ears of the leader of the Wanjian sect, the fact that it was the Hulian family that suffered a setback meant that it was preferable for fewer people to be aware of it. Individuals of Qian Luoxue and Chen Hong's caliber had not even caught wind of the news. Lin Feng gazed at the two, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, it is you too. What a long time it has been. Long time no see? Chen Hong scoffed, I certainly do not wish to encounter a wretch like you. Tell me, how did you come to be here? Do you possess an invitation? Who allowed you entry? My father, the leader of the Wanjian sect, invited me to represent your esteemed sect, Lin Feng retorted with a smirk. Did your father not inform you of this when you arrived? Chen Hong's expression darkened, what? My father invited you, Lin Feng, have you lost your mind, or do you believe I have? Qian Luoxue also looked at Lin Feng with disdain, saying, Lin Feng, do you think you are still the esteemed young master of the Lin family? The current you is merely a stray dog. At these words, Lin Feng did not grow angry. Instead, he cast a languid glance at the two and remarked, a jester is always surrounded by jesters. As the old saying goes, one who is close to vermilion becomes red, one who is close to ink becomes black. Everyone, do steer clear of these two, they are radiating a dark aura that might infect you with misfortune. His statement immediately stirred a commotion, with all eyes turning toward Lin Feng, filled with astonishment and confusion. Qian Luoxue and Chen Hong's expression shifted. They had not anticipated that Lin Feng would dare to speak to them in such a manner. What do you mean, Lin Feng? Chen Hong inquired in a low voice. Lin Feng smiled slightly and replied, the literal meaning, of course, have you not been educated well enough to grasp such a simple statement? You. Chen Hong's face flushed with anger at Lin Feng's words. He had not expected to be so humiliated. Qian Luoxue, too, glowered at Lin Feng, struggling to find a retort. However, at that moment, a cool, clear voice interrupted. What are you all doing blocking the way? If you wish to fight, there will be ample opportunity during the competition. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice, and they beheld a woman clad in a flowing blue gown stepping forward. She exuded an air of chilling elegance, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an imperious pride. It is Lu Ruoxi of the Qingyuan sect, a voice gasped. Lu Ruoxi was a prodigious talent of the Qingyuan sect, having reached the late stage of the skyward realm at the tender age of 20, her strength unfathomable. Moreover, she was the daughter of the sect's leader, holding an extraordinarily esteemed status. Upon her arrival, all present fell silent, parting to create a pathway for her, not daring to show even the slightest hint of disrespect. Lu Ruoxi approached Lin Feng, casting a deep glance at him, and then said, You must be the young master of the Lin family. I hope we can spar sometime. She had heard of Lin Feng's reputation within the Qingyuan sect, not only due to the recent tumult surrounding the Lin family but also because of Lin Feng's remarkable feat of nearly slaying an opponent at a higher level within the Wanjian sect. Lu Ruoxi had always been intrigued by the strong, thus Lin Feng naturally piqued her interest. Certainly, I would welcome that opportunity. Lin Feng nodded. Although he was unfamiliar with Lu Ruoxi, her initiative to converse with him dispelled any notion of appearing timid. Lu Ruoxi, do you know Lin Feng? Qian Luoxue could not restrain her curiosity. At this, Lu Ruoxi turned her gaze toward Qian Luoxua, a flicker of disdain crossing her beautiful eyes as she replied, "Why should I report to you regarding whom I know?" Qian Luoxua was momentarily taken aback by Lu Ruoxi's words, her expression darkening. Though she too was a talented disciple, she dared not display any arrogance in Lu Ruoxi's presence, knowing well that the latter's strength and lineage far surpassed her own. "Just curious, that's all. What could a waste like Lin Feng possibly have to offer in a spar?" Qian Luoxua chuckled dryly. "Curiosity has killed the cat. I trust you are familiar with that saying." Lu Ruoxi shot a cold glance at Qian Luoxua before turning to leave. As Lu Ruoxi's figure disappeared from view, a flicker of resentment flashed in Qian Luoxua's eyes. She had not expected Lu Ruoxi to defend Lin Feng so fiercely, which greatly displeased her. Yet, she also realized she was no match for Lu Ruoxi and had no choice but to swallow her indignation. "Humph, what a presumptuous little wretch." Chen Hong remarked coldly, "Lin Feng, it seems fortune smiles upon you, to befriend a prodigy like Lu Ruoxi." Lin Feng merely cast a disinterested glance at him, remaining silent. He held no desire to engage with these two clowns. Lu Ruoxi, too, displayed no interest in them, choosing instead to turn her attention to Lu Wushuang, greeting him with a gentle smile. "Brother Lu, it has been a long time." Lu Wushuang responded with a smile, "Miss Lu, indeed it has." The atmosphere between them was harmonious, akin to old friends reuniting. Witnessing this interaction, all present were left astounded. They had not expected Lu Ruoxi to take the initiative to greet Lu Wushuang with such warmth. This prompted speculation regarding the nature of their relationship. "Humph, Lin Feng, I warn you, regardless of your identity here, do not impede our Wanjian sect during the competition," Qian Luoxua huffed before turning to leave. Lin Feng observed her departing figure with a faint smile, his heart devoid of any tumult. He had long since seen through the essence of such individuals. They could only attack others with words, yet lacked the courage to confront reality. Such people were destined to achieve nothing of true significance in their lives. As various factions continued to make their grand entrances, at last, as the sun dipped below the horizon, a resounding voice echoed through the mountains. "Welcome, everyone, to the Daozhou Grand Competition. I am the host of this event, Master Qingfeng. Thank you all for journeying from afar. I believe this competition will be an unforgettable experience." With Master Qingfeng's declaration, the entire mountain range erupted with excitement. Disciples from various sects eagerly prepared to showcase their abilities. Amidst the throng, Lin Feng stood, absorbing the atmosphere around him, yet his heart remained remarkably tranquil. He understood that this competition was not merely a chance to display prowess but also an opportunity for personal growth. He turned his gaze to Lu Ruoxi and Lu Wushuang, finding both of them equally composed, seemingly indifferent to the competition ahead. It appeared that their adversaries would indeed be formidable, Lin Feng thought to himself. Chapter 95 of the first round of the hunting competition. At that moment, a brilliant flash of swordlight suddenly soared into the sky, slicing through the heavens. Everyone looked up in astonishment, beholding a young man clad in white, soaring gracefully on his sword, exuding an aura of unmatched prowess.